Chapter 364. Silver Bell and Dwarf Fir. Regardless of my connection to Kenshin, the crux of the matter lies here. Although the little monkey had prepared for retreat from the very beginning, it was ultimately Dwarf Fir and Kamui who discovered him. Just as the little monkey pushed aside the stone Buddha to reveal the hidden passage, a long knife emerged from within, piercing his abdomen. In disbelief, he gazed at the approaching figures of Dwarf Fir and Kamui, unable to fathom how such a secret passage could be so easily uncovered this time. Yet, gravely injured, the little monkey could no longer contemplate. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Indeed, as Jinzo had anticipated, Dwarf Fir's right hand was wrapped in bandages, and a scar adorned Kamui's face, simply covered with a band-aid, yet it lent him an air of distinct elegance. He stepped forward with a smile, not sparing a glance at the fallen little monkey. The so-called plan had long been seen through. Upon uttering these words, Dwarf Fir aimed his bloodied long knife at the ground, while Kamui directed the tip of his umbrella downward. Meanwhile, the severely injured Kinzu moved swiftly behind the warriors accompanying Dwarf Fir, launching shurikens at Kamui and Dwarf Fir. However, they had sensed Kinzu's intentions early on, resulting in the current standoff. "Try moving and see what happens," Kinzu said coldly, then casually reminded, "Sarutobi, get up and leave." Kinzu, the little monkey, barely able to speak, looked at the standoff before him. In such a state, what do you think you can accomplish?" Dwarf Fir scoffed at Kinzu's concern for others. "Should you aim your full force at your own rear, the likelihood of developing hemorrhoids would be quite substantial," Kinzu retorted sharply. Just then, a rumble of falling stones from the high cliff of the stone Buddha diverted the attention of those in confrontation. Dwarf Fir. At this moment, Silver Bell, moving with the agility of a dancer along the high cliff, focused solely on the familiar silhouette ahead. It had indeed been a long time since she had last seen him. "Finally, you have arrived." Jinzo seemed to have anticipated Silver Bell's appearance long before. Dwarf Fir displayed no sign of surprise, instead calmly raising his long knife to block Silver Bell's downward strike with the force of gravity. On the opposite side, Kagura, utilizing the same gravitational force, swung her umbrella with tremendous power against Kamui's umbrella. The four retreated a few steps from each other. Their fates had been sealed from the very moment the clash began. And you still play house with the children," Dwarf Fir remarked. Showing no concern for the general who helped Kinzu and the little monkey, his attention wholly devoted to Silver Bell. There were too many questions to ask, too many uncertainties in search of answers. In the past, we fought side by side, sharing the weight of our losses. One of us sought vengeance, amassing enough power to topple nations, while the other chose to compromise with the state, clinging to life with two mere children, striving to protect this decaying nation. "Silver Bell, as long as I am here, you shall not safeguard anything," declared Isai, raising his long blade towards her. "Including Kenshin, I shall take him from your side." Upon hearing this, Silver's heart was set ablaze with indignation. "Why should Kenshin belong to me? Why must he be taken from my side? What does Kenshin's presence beside me have to do with you?" she retorted, gazing at Isai with exasperation. "Moreover, there are always things worth protecting. As long as one wields a sword, there will always be something to safeguard." "You, indeed, hide your true self well," Isai remarked, narrowing his eyes dangerously as he observed the battle unfolding between Kamui and Kagura. A smirk crept across his face. "After all these years, I only just learned today that you, like me, possess a feminine form. Don't conflate me with you. My circumstances arise from extraterrestrial influences, and sooner or later, I shall revert back." Silver Bell bellowed. "Who knows if you can truly return? Yet, I am certain of one thing. You are destined to perish here," Isai declared, his eyes widening as he aimed his blade directly at Silver's throat. "Then allow me to return your words," Silver replied after a moment of silence. "Have you come to understand such truths after all this time? Ultimately, we are all fortunate beings." "Fortunate? Your notion of happiness is indeed cheap," Isai scoffed, stepping forward as his blade grazed Silver's cheek, leaving a faint scar before being pinned to the ground by her toil lake. "The one who should rightfully lament the state of this world, the one who ought to pursue the activities of restoration, now finds himself idly managing a dessert shop in Edo, playing the role of a proprietor." As Silver faced Isai, her toil lake pressed firmly against his blade, she reflected. That version of him, merely witnessing such a sight, extinguished any desire for revenge. That was not his true self. He was simply lost for a moment. He should be by my side, supporting me, should he not? Isai's gaze lingered on Silver. momentarily clouded by memories, those few warm recollections of the woman now known as Takasuji Shinsuke. The Toya Lake could not suppress Isai's long sword, prompting Silver to retreat a few steps, releasing his blade. As she dodged his scabbard's horizontal strike, she seized Isai's waist and slammed him to the ground. Isai, if you seek revenge, you are welcome to find me. But why must you target him specifically? Yes, he was the one who killed our teacher. But Isai, can you see clearly with that eye of yours? What was his true motive for slaying our mentor? Yinling sat astride the low cedar, with Donya Lake positioned beside the cedar's head, yet it failed to strike its mark. Seizing the opportunity, the cedar simultaneously grasped Donya Lake, colliding its head against Yinling's forehead. I have always known, the cedar sneered, glaring at Inshur, its vibrant purple-haired bandages now disheveled, revealing a cascade of resplendent violet locks. Indeed, during that fateful battle, we four fought side by side, and all but him were captured. You must comprehend the implications of this, do you not? Yinling retreated a few steps, her hands clutching Donya Lake's palm, which had turned pale, as he began to tremble. Our weakness compelled him to make a choice. He opted to spare us, while sacrificing our teacher. The cedar let out a sinister laugh. How I wish it had been me who perished instead of the teacher. Then, such agonizing consequences would have been averted. Were it entrusted to me, I would have made the same choice. Deflecting the cedar's strike, Yinling was unprepared for the scabbard in its hand, which struck her abdomen, forcing her to stagger back in a fit of dry heaves. You would have made the same choice, too. The cedar's madness intensified at this revelation, its attacks growing fiercer. The wig once posed a question to our teacher, a query you were absent for, thus unaware of the answer. Inshur, pained, closed his eyes. The wig asked the teacher, what should we do if one day the teacher departs? Silence enveloped the cedar, which gazed intently at Yinling. The teacher remained silent, but that guy spoke on their behalf. Yinling, in anguish, shut her eyes. If the teacher were to be absent one day, as the eldest disciple, we would naturally protect you all. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the cedar fell into silence. She ultimately recalled that period, when, after the teacher's disappearance, the few who reunited faced insurmountable challenges. With Kenshin always undertaking the perilous missions alone, charging into crises regardless of the danger, even when targeted by the celestial beings, even at the cost of losing the woman he cherished. In the end, he stood resolute, slaying the teacher. Like the firstborn in a nest, left parentless. He became the pillar of the family, needing to unfurl his wings to shield them. The cedar embodied this essence, yet you still did not grant him respite. Can we allow him a moment of rest? Yinling's voice resonated like a sigh. Must he continue to face everything alone, bearing the weight of it all? Yinling regarded the cedar's silent countenance. Is this what you call maturity? Must your adolescent folly persist to this extent? I do not know. All that you say is beyond my grasp, Inshur. The cedar stubbornly fixed its gaze upon Yinling, the flames of fervor in its eyes blazing ever brighter. All I know is that I cannot bear to lose him. With our teacher gone, he must not be absent from my side. However, I find myself at a loss regarding how to confront him. Thus, perhaps the most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him first, and subsequently bring about the world's demise in a mutual destruction. The tone of Asong was resolute. He must remain by my side. It appears that I must intervene. Yinling sighed softly as she slowly raised her Toya Lake. You cannot thwart me. Asong also brandished his long blade, aiming it at Yinling. Have we truly arrived at a moment where former comrades and allies draw their swords against one another? For the sake of that cherished memory, that warmest place in my heart, and the person who smiles so warmly within those recollections. Chapter 365, Reality and Memory. Hey, how did you end up in this state? When did this happen? The Asong who has just arrived, with that petite figure and short purple hair, once exuded an air of ethereal beauty, yet now presents a vastly different appearance, dirty all over. Not to mention the numerous scratches adorning his face, which were enough to raise questions in Jinshin's mind. What business is it of yours? Asong glanced sideways at Jinshin, swatting away the arm that reached out toward him, replying with irritation. Are you that haughty young lady from that prominent family? Jinshin returned Asong's sidelong glance while the dismissed arm rose again, resolutely patting Asong's head. Are you seeking death? In the splendid sea of spring flowers, aside from the friends from Matsushita Academy frolicking in the ocean, only Jinshin and Asong remained, squatting on the other side. Lost in thought, even the inseparable Jin and his wig were conspicuously absent. I say, if anyone bullies you, you need not fear. Just tell me. I promise I won't laugh at you, Jinshin remarked, gazing at the shifting white clouds in the sky. Oh, I've noticed you're quite nosy today. If you have nothing better to do, shall we continue our unfinished battle? Asong retorted, pouting at Jinshin. Hey, my ears. They're about to explode. Jinshin leapt up, clutching his ears and shouting at Asong in exasperation. If you don't appreciate it, then don't shout so loudly. I'm not deaf. I will do just that, considering you always impose upon me. The moment I see you, the aura of displeasure radiates from you. Asong countered defiantly, springing up and pressing his forehead against Jinshin's, shouting loudly. A vein throbbed on Jinshin's temple as he regarded the audacious Asong, his expression darkening. He seized Asong's head. You little rascal, dare to repeat that? Dimwit, dimwit, dimwit. Asong, having quarreled countless times with Jinshin, was well versed in their playful banter and unhesitatingly exclaimed. TSK, a good intention gone awry. If you have matters to attend to, do not seek me out. If not, keep your distance. Jinshin scoffed, choosing to step back and walk towards teacher Songyang and the others, leaving Asong momentarily astonished. Has this fellow changed his temperament? Hee, Kenshin, Jinzo, come and enjoy some watermelon. After all the effort to travel, let us refrain from bickering amongst ourselves. From a distance, one can hear the warm voice of teacher Songyang, and Aishin's eyes sparkled with delight. Without pondering why Kenshin had suddenly changed, he joyfully dashed toward the teacher with a beaming smile. Reflecting on it now, that fellow must have harbored suspicions back then. Boom. The wooden sword and the long blade clashed, leaving a long scar on the ground before both retreated a few steps. The sparks generated from their intertwined weapons scattered upon the earth, as the two individuals, with fierce expressions, attacked each other's non-vital areas, merely seeking to inflict wounds that would drive them into further madness. The lake pierced Aishin's shoulder, while the long blade penetrated Jintoki's small forearm, their gazes mirroring the incomprehensible resentment and fury toward one another. In those days, we were so weak that we became a burden. Even the reflection of that scene in our eyes held little significance. Jinzo, though you are the scion of a noble family, a lower-tier noble remains just that, lacking even a modicum of courage. Asong was pushed to the ground, silent, while several children, adorned with swords at their waists and sporting the typical samurai hairstyles, stood over him, gazing down at the fallen figure. To become this way for the sake of a rural private school of unknown origin, perhaps you should abandon your noble status altogether. The children exuded a loathsome air, their sycophants laughing loudly alongside them, which was undeniably irritating. Indeed, it was quite vexing. Seizing the wrist of the leading child, the red-haired boy, with lifeless eyes, regarded him with unyielding seriousness. Who are you? The child exclaimed, startled, stepping back hastily, drawing his katana and pointing it at Kenshin. I ask you, do you truly believe that enduring their humiliation will somehow secure the preservation of your school? Ignoring the antics of those foolish clowns, Kenshin stood before Asong, casting a shadow over him as sunlight streamed down. Surely, you do not believe these wretches will act as you hope. Asong fell silent for a moment. I say, if it were you, you could have dispatched them in just a few moves, couldn't you? Kenshin chuckled awkwardly, then turned, grasping a child's face and drawing him close. Observing the child's frantic flailing and reddened face, Kenshin scoffed. Do you not know that one should refrain from interrupting while another speaks? This fundamental etiquette seems lost on you, and you dare call yourselves nobles? With a casual flick, he sent the child flying. What a strange creature. The child tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before looking up at Kenshin in terror, retreating awkwardly while shouting in fright. Ignoring the commotion from the group, Kenshin turned to gaze down at Aisuk. A gentle breeze swept through, and despite the cacophony of the children behind him, all that mattered to Kenshin and Aisuk was each other. The disheveled boy, Aisuk, covered in dirt, stared at the man before him amidst his tousled hair. Kenshin, too, remained silent, observing Aisuk as if they were captured in a painting. If you feel like laughing, go ahead, Aisuk remarked, seemingly in self-deprecation. With that, a hearty laughter erupted from Kenshin, who clutched his stomach, tears of mirth streaming down his face. A flicker of disappointment crossed Aisuk's eyes. Before he could ponder further, he noticed the shadow before him had suddenly diminished. Astonished, Aisuk turned to find the man squatting in front of him, presenting his backside. What are you doing, you fool? Aisuk exclaimed, his face instantly flushed with anger. Stop your shouting. Kenshin-san won't easily entrust his back to just anyone. Come on, be generous and hop on. Though Aisuk couldn't see his expression, he could sense the man wore a look of mischievous defiance. Who asked you to carry me? Aisuk muttered. Hey, why are you two big men being so melodramatic? Kenshin retorted impatiently, turning around to hoist Aisuk onto his back, firmly gripping his lower back, rendering Aisuk's protests futile. Let me down, you idiot. Aisuk shouted softly. Next time you decide to do something like this, remember to think of me, Kenshin said calmly, leaving Aisuk momentarily stunned as he turned to gaze at the man's profile. After all, you're someone who can spar with me. Don't lose so easily, or I'll be embarrassed. Kenshin added with a hint of arrogance. And when you do such things next time, think well about it, Aisuk. With a slight tug, Kenshin tightened his hold on Aisuk. Your profile resting on my shoulder. Don't forget that if you face insurmountable difficulties, this shoulder will always be here. Can't you refrain from showing off when saying such things? Kenshin remained silent, observing Aisuk's profile. For the first time, Aisuk realized the distinct emotions directed towards this man. He was treated differently than others. So how did he perceive me? Ah, just a wild boy indeed. Clang. A wooden sword was grasped in one hand, while a strange reverse blade sword countered it. Even amidst the swirling dust, both combatants recognized the familiar silhouette of the other. Although they exchanged no words, the complexity reflected in their gazes was unmistakably aligned. Everyone, cease at once. Within the voice lies a flicker of scarcely encountered wrath, its suppressed tone akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. You two truly possess an audacity unparalleled, daring to launch such a direct assault on each other's vulnerabilities. With a slight exertion, he sent both individuals reeling backward, the dust swirling away in the wake of his movement. The man, clutching his grievously bleeding shoulder, raised his gaze to the two. It has been a long time, Aishin, he remarked, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he regarded Aishin. To be candid, the recent memories stirred within Jinshin, who felt the weight of nostalgia. It has indeed been a while. Jinshin's eyes betrayed no concealment of the murderous intent and fury, interlaced with a hint of reminiscence. Yinling remained silent, well aware that the encounter between these two individuals in such dire circumstances was fated to culminate in death for one of them. Their meeting here was far from an opportunity for idle banter. Chapter 366, Jinshin and Aishin. With a single hand gripping the sword, Aishin. Have you forgotten all that I once entrusted to you? Jinshin observed Aishin's stance, unable to suppress a soft utterance. What manner of face should I present to you? Aishin replied, his gaze toward Jinshin laden with complexity. I once believed that upon seeing you, I would rush forward to slay you or bring your brother back half dead. Yet, when you truly stand before me, I find myself at a loss. Yinling, please go assist Shiba and the others. They have taken the general through the passage, Jinshin said, casting a brief glance at Yinling's countenance. This place, leave it to me. No, I believe it would be better if I remained here, Yinling retorted without a moment's hesitation, her emotions surging as she countered Jinshin's words. You should go offer your support. I cannot relinquish either of them, for if I were to depart, I might never see one of them again. I too think you should go first. Beyond the passage, there awaits a grand surprise for them, Aishin remarked, observing the dramatic shift in Yinling's expression. It could be a trap leading them to their demise, or perhaps an ambush by a fleet. Yinling fell silent for a moment. Rest assured, Yinling, Jinshin said, gazing at her as he withdrew his reverse blade, simultaneously extracting the small knife wedged within and tossing it to her. It would be quite difficult to contend without a suitable weapon, so I leave this in your care. Hey, Yinling exclaimed, grasping the short blade he had thrown, astonished. I understand your concerns. Worry not. I will not harm Aishin, Jinshin assured her, turning back with a radiant smile. Though I know not your desires. Your smile reveals that you indeed will not harm Aishin. Rather, you would only inflict injury upon yourself. The blade pointed toward his own longsword. Yinling, unwilling to concede, turned away. Let it be clear, whether it be I or the one with the wig, should either of you dare to abandon us to meet the master alone. Even if you manage to pass, we shall surely pull you back and give you a sound thrashing. Ah, this sentence intertwines the warm memories of Aisai and Kenshin. The man whose gentleness is unparalleled, yet when stern, would lightly strike his forehead with his fist. Observing the silver bell rush into the passage at an astonishing speed, accompanied by her fierce shout, Kenshin discerned her intent to swiftly resolve the troubles over there before returning here. However, in his moment of distraction, or perhaps, Willingly, he felt a surge of blood erupting from the gaping wound on his shoulder, splattering onto Isai's face, droplets cascading down. Indeed, it was a fatal strike. I laid bare my vulnerabilities before you, and if you were to miss, it would truly be strange. With that thought, Kenshin seized Isai's wrist, immobilizing him, while his reverse blade sword hovered just shy of Isai's waist, hesitating for a moment. What is this pause? Sensing the wind from the blade, lifting his belt. And feeling Kenshin's hesitation, Isai let out a roar, forcefully pressing the scabbard against Kenshin's shoulder once more, causing an even more vivid crimson to erupt from the wound. Although a flicker of pain crossed Kenshin's eyes, what predominated was a sense of liberation. He had long anticipated such a scenario. With that acknowledgement, the reverse blade sword finally descended without hesitation, sending Isai hurtling away, leaving a trail of vibrant blossoms in midair. Kenshin, eyes wide, disregarding the blood trickling into his vision, revealed a glimmer of anticipation, a whisper of hope. Isai, do you harbor hatred for me? No, I do not hate you. As that man said, had we not been so weak, we would not have hindered your retreat, nor forced you into such a choice. Isai, rising to his feet, gazed at Kenshin, his violet strands cascading over his brow, obscuring his eyes. What we detest is our own frailty. Kenshin, if it had been you making the choice back then, it would have been even more challenging, wouldn't it? He chuckled derisively, yet his tone bore no hint of wavering. Thus, the pain you would endure would be far more intense, so allow me to shoulder this burden. But why you? Why must it be you? Isai's emotions seemed to teeter on the brink of chaos as he glared at Kenshin, shouting, Jintoki, the Whig, you treat us all the same. Yet have you ever considered that the young lad from years past, the one with no standing in his family, who was beaten and scolded by his father, the one bullied outside, was protected by you? The scar on your head was from when you shielded me from my father's blows. And the reason you were pursued and pelted with rotten eggs was because of me. Why, then, why do you show me such kindness? Is there anything surprising about your benevolence towards you? Kenshin turned his head to look at Isuk, saying, You are my only family. To me, you are all my brothers. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Whatever burdens you must bear, I will shield you from them. He scratched his head, a shy yet slightly bitter smile gracing his lips. It seems I may have gone too far. Yes, the man I loved since childhood has slain the mentor I admired. Isuk raised his head once more, his eyes ablaze with a fervent intensity that seemed capable of igniting the very surroundings. Why not Jintoki? Why not Katsura? If only our adversaries were solely the shogunate, how much easier it would be. For a moment, Kenshin fell silent. Truth be told, he had not contemplated what he would do upon arriving here, confronting Isuk. Now, as old memories resurfaced, Isuk was left unsure of how to proceed. And even Kenshin found himself at a loss. The only thing I can do is for us to descend into hell together, to confess to our teacher. That is the sole course of action I can conceive. Isuk gazed at Kenshin, tears cascading down his cheeks, splattering onto the ground and striking Kenshin's heart like a heavy stone, rendering him breathless. Thus, the only thing I can do is to bring back the spirit of that companion from the Matsushita private school, that of Takasuji Shinsuke. Kenshin looked at Isuk, who had already made a choice for both himself and Kenshin. In that case, I am a disciple of Yoshida Shoin, Himura Kenshin, he said bitterly. The final battle, Kenshin Himura versus Takasuji Shinsuke, was about to commence. Isuk raised his sword and slowly spoke to Kenshin. Chapter 367. The Way of Heaven. Everything began as it had on that fateful day in the Matsushita private school, where a gentle man watched with a soft smile as two children faced each other in the dojo, their expressions filled with unyielding determination. His eyes sparkled with amusement before he brought his hand down. Begin. At that moment, with wide eyes, Isuk and Kenshin charged at one another, their blades aimed at each other's heads, their gazes rife with murderous intent, as though they truly intended to slay one another. The overwhelming aura of death shattered the surrounding stones, sending them flying. As their blades clashed, sparks erupted, and the two adversaries stood locked in a tense standoff. Their weapons crossed between them. Could they perceive any message from each other's hearts? No. Rather, could they feel the weight of each other's emotions? The blades clashed violently, leaving scars on the ground, while a whirlwind danced around them, forming a hazy barrier that obscured the figures of the two combatants. Use it. Quickly. The diminutive Shansai unleashed a frenzied barrage of slashes, treating the figure of Kenshin before him as if he were a sworn enemy. his wide eyes, bloodshot pupils, and the strained grip on his long sword, which had turned pale from exertion, conveyed his rage as he howled at Kenshin. In this 601st match, you have triumphed in 300 battles, and so have I. Kenshin appeared unperturbed by Shansai's fury, merely deflecting every strike with his reverse blade sword while calmly responding. This decisive match, indeed. Hurry and employ your flying sword technique. Shansai roared, his veins bulging as his face flushed, and with a powerful swing, he cleaved down upon Kenshin's reverse blade, sending Kenshin hurtling backward. Can you not hold back? Can you not engage me seriously in combat? In these 300 victories, how much did you truly let me win? After sending Kenshin flying, Shansai charged forward with renewed vigor. In all 300 matches, I have never held back. It is your own skill that has prevailed, Kenshin replied earnestly. That was you winning me openly and fairly. Is that so? Yet, the ever-chattering Jintoki is no longer here to mock us, nor is the wig-wearing fellow who was preparing rice balls. Shansai's eyes blazed with a chilling intensity. The one who acted as the referee has vanished forever. Ah, vanished, Kenshin responded with a hint of indifference. How can you speak such words with such calmness? As Shansai's initial strike was thwarted by Kenshin, he swiftly delivered a kick, only for Kenshin to seize his ankle, lifting him to disrupt his balance before thrusting him away. The person is already gone. How long will you cling to this matter? It should be treated as a childhood memory, now that we have grown. Kenshin dragged his reverse blade along the ground, leaving a long scar. Unlike you, Shansai, who seems to be a child that never matures. But there are no teachers left to criticize me, to tap a finger upon my head. Shansai scoffed. Indeed, Kenshin. Teachers will eventually leave us. What difference does it make whether it is early or late? It is inevitable. That rage, while I do not fully grasp its origins, listen, Shansai. Kenshin halted his advance. Standing merely 3 steps away from Shansai, is this what your teacher wished to see? Would it not be better for us to inquire directly? Shansai leapt forward, landing a punch squarely on Kenshin's eye, sending him reeling, and seizing the moment, he leapt onto Kenshin's abdomen, raining punches upon his face. Even now, you are still holding back against me. How many can subdue you as I do? In a fit of extreme rage, Shansai's fists relentlessly hammered Kenshin's face. How long will you show mercy? I am constantly contemplating your demise. As Kenshin grasped the fist of the diminutive Shinsuke, his eyes fluttered open, revealing a visage smeared with crimson. He gazed up at Shinsuke, who was straddling him, and uttered a few words with an air of indifference. I do not know. Clearly taken aback, Shinsuke did not anticipate such a response. It was indeed an unexpected revelation. Kenshin, perplexed by his own actions, pondered why he had rushed to confront danger on Shinsuke's behalf, shielding him from that iron rod. Equally confounding was the burden of bearing a name more foul than that of a rotten egg to protect him. Most bewildering of all was why, amidst the battlefield, when Shinsuke found himself ensnared by foes, he chose to return and rescue him. Kenshin regarded Shinsuke with a subdued expression. I can never bear to place you in the line of fire. Indeed, compared to the two of us, my affection for you has been excessive. A resigned smile graced Kenshin's lips as he remarked, You, a child of noble lineage, are unlike Jintoki, who clawed his way from the heaps of corpses, nor are you like a wig that has endured suffering from a tender age. Furthermore, the fact that you are a woman adds another layer to my reflections. Grasping Shinsuke's other fist with both hands, Kenshin sighed softly, once we come of age, I will no longer be able to conceal my true identity. In that moment, I envisioned, under the witness of our teacher, that we would unite as husband and wife, residing in a quaint village, bearing sons or daughters, living alongside Jintoki and the others as neighbors, surrounding the place where our teacher dwells. Although Shinsuke's hands were held captive by Kenshin, he could not help but be enveloped in this beautiful reverie, a simple aspiration once cherished. In such tumultuous times, even this modest wish seemed to transform into a luxury. The harbinger of shattered dreams was none other than the male protagonist of that very fantasy, the elusive Jinzo, murmured Kenshin. At this juncture, it dawned upon him that he had yet to be expelled from the private academy. A bittersweet smile danced on Shinsuke's face, reflecting a mix of bewilderment and resentment. However, in the next instant, a long katana pierced through Shinsuke's abdomen, subsequently transfixing Kenshin's chest, anchoring them both to the ground. Hey, Shinsuke, Jinzo! Kenshin cried out in desperation, clutching Jinzo's shoulder, oblivious to the agony he endured from being impaled. I have told you before. The life that your teacher has preserved for you is not to be squandered so recklessly. At that moment, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from a distance. Kenshin peered past Shinsuke's body to catch sight of a familiar figure, poised in a throwing stance. The voice of Oboro echoed with a palpable intensity, laced with a desire to peel away his very flesh. Merely the sight of Oboro ignited a long-dormant killing intent within Kenshin, surging forth with a ferocity that threatened to consume him. The proclamation of the 8-foot bird shall not be repeated. Oboro lowered his hat slightly, revealing one eye as he regarded the two, pinned to the ground. Your journey concludes here. Chapter 368. Choice Hollow scoffed softly, extracting the upper half of the blade from his chest. He then embraced Ai Shan, gently laying her down on the ground. Sword Heart, unsteady yet resolute, stood before Ai Shan, his reverse blade in hand. As the setting sun cast its golden hue upon them, the shadows enveloping Ai Shan's form. Truly, a wild dog that could not be propped up. Yet this was still a commendable feat. Hollow lowered his hat's brim, casting a cold gaze upon Sword Heart. You have been nurtured as a trump card against the heavenly path, solidifying your position, yet it bears no fruit. You promised vengeance upon ascending to the general's throne, only to cast aside your allies once you attain power, instead embracing the heavenly path. How lamentable! That mere puppet, an agent of the heavens, has become a tool for the heavenly path, roaming the earth. Hollow fixed his eyes on Sword Heart. And you, Himura, are you again compelling me to make a choice? This time, you've even gone so far as to wager your own life. Sword Heart chuckled softly. Your subordinates have already aimed their shurikens at Jinzo. While I possess the strength to eliminate you in close proximity, it would surely lead to Jinzo's demise. Hollow's calculations were indeed astute. Oh, has your intellect finally awakened? You seem somewhat challenging now. Hollow raised an eyebrow, feigning interest. Rest assured, your presence here signifies their failure. It matters little. Had it been the White Knight demon, I would have found some intrigue. But you, your life, your freedom, has long been purchased by another. Hollow's words, delivered with a detached calmness, stirred something within Sword Heart. Purchased my life? I have no intention of killing you. That is simply not possible. With that, Hollow turned and walked away. What a pity, we could have captured both the White Knight demon and this fellow, alongside the General's forces, allowing us to complete our plans seamlessly. But it matters not. Plans are always subject to change. Eliminating the General is also an option. You scoundrel! Sword Heart tightened his grip on the sword, coldly observing Hollow. His aura of menace spread through the woods, sending all beasts and birds into flight. Do you wish to kill me? You may attempt it. Hollow's calm words concealed a hint of amusement. He paid no heed to Sword Heart, and simply signaled his subordinates to depart. Watching Hollow's retreat, Sword Heart felt a slight alleviation of worry. This individual was unlike those who only knew how to fight. He possessed the confidence to slay with a single strike, yet had never engaged in direct confrontation. Oh right. Hollow snapped his fingers lightly, and at that moment, countless celestial beings brandishing firearms, explosives, and bladed weapons leapt from the cliffs behind Sword Heart. He turned in shock, seeing the grotesque visages of his foes. Having those you care for close by is your greatest weakness, a light voice whispered in his ear. Sword Heart froze, a sense of impending danger surging within him like a firework shooting into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Kenshin seized the blade with his hand. The short knife pierced through his palm, yet he firmly grasped its hilt, disregarding the blood that streamed from his wound. With a fierce gaze fixed upon Oboro, he declared, "This is of your own making." Without a hint of hesitation, Kenshin swung his reverse blade sword, striking Oboro upon the head and sending him flying. While the short knife was wrenched from Kenshin's grip, trailing a cascade of blood. You possessed the chance to deliver a fatal blow to me. Yet you squandered it due to such a ludicrous weapon. Don't you find that ironic, Himura? Blood trickled down Oboro's forehead, seeping into his eyes, yet he slowly rose, retrieved his fallen straw hat, dusted it off, and placed it upon his head. With a cold gaze fixated on Kenshin, he continued, "You are aware of your own ruthlessness and that you would never forego the opportunity to eliminate me. However, I have wagered correctly. A reverse blade sword is a weapon that will haunt you for a lifetime." Oboro chuckled darkly. "I have coated my short knife with poison, akin to the one that once ensnared your body." As Kenshin felt his palm grow numb and lose sensation, his expression darkened. Did Oboro intend to? Indeed. The man lying there had to make a choice, to sacrifice his own life to allow another to live, or to take the life of the one he loved most, choosing instead the path of solitary survival. For a moment, the sounds of the ecstatic crowd faded into silence. Kill them all. I am the shogun, Yashiki. A man, bound in bandages and confined to a wheelchair, his single eye radiating madness, yelled at the group below. There's no need for excitement, Yashiki. The crows will deal with the remaining rabble, and besides, no one can obstruct you now. A man clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask adorned with beastly fangs stood beside Yashiki. Though he spoke calmly, his gaze never left the figure of Momo in the forefront. Not even the former general is exempt. Indeed, this was the group of Momo and his companions, including the gravely injured Kazukage and the young monkey, who found themselves trapped after passing through the hidden passage behind the stone statue, blocked by an unseen force. With the entrance to the passageway sealed by the celestial beings, retreat was impossible, and their path forward was obstructed as well. A sense of dread began to creep into the hearts of Shinjiba and the others. Were they truly destined to perish here? Hand Momo over to us. You ought to be aware that your fears will not come to pass, the cloaked figure stated, exuding an air of arrogance. That only solidifies my resolve to never surrender Momo to you. Even if he were to step down from the general's throne, in Yashiki's eyes, Momo will forever remain a thorn in his side. Kazukage managed to utter these words, breathless and clutching his chest, supported by the nearby ninja. Is it so that you are unwilling to entrust the general to us? I believe you are well aware of the consequences of defying the orders of the new shogun. His Excellency, the general I acknowledge is but one, Momo. At that moment, a battered celestial being emerged from the passage, rolling across the ground before coming to rest. Yet none of those present paid him any heed. Their gazes were fixated on the silver-haired woman who slowly stepped forth. With an air of arrogance, she declared, I am a warrior of the Sano Joy, known as the White Knight Demon, Sakata Jinren. If the new shogun possesses the audacity, let him first conquer me. Jinren regarded His Excellency with a faint smirk. The names White Knight, Demon, and Momo lingered in the air, as the onlookers absorbed the weight of this revelation. To their astonishment, not only was there unrest within the shogunate, but even long-lost figures from the Sano Joy lore had resurfaced. The hat-wearing man remarked, almost wistfully, with the White Knight Demon and the leader of the Oni army present, have the two most formidable foes gathered at last? Yet, despite his words, there was little trepidation in his tone. Evidently, he believed that dealing with these two would not pose a significant challenge. And what of Batsai, Himura Kenshin? Jinren responded with a cool, disdainful laugh. Nanny. The crowd gasped, for all were aware that the man in question was still in Edo, playing the role of protector to distract the masses. How could he possibly materialize here? Are you attempting to deceive me? The hat-wearing man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Jinren. Feel free to try, she replied, her eyes narrowing in return. The hat-wearing man remained motionless, for despite the throng of crows, if that man truly appeared here, even with the combined strength of the crows and his own allies, their chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. It was a dreadful thought. Why would he unexpectedly show up? Though Jinren's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of fear gripped her heart, for Batsai approached with wounds that could prove fatal at any moment. Chapter 369. The banyan tree. Your swords can no longer reach the heavens. They were broken long ago. Oboro observed as they darted and dashed through the battlefield, relentless in their charge. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, escape remained elusive, for all the celestial beings regarded Kenshin's reverse blade sword with knowing smiles, paying no mind to his slashes. Instead, charging forward to strike him down. What? Has your speed diminished? Is it beginning to take its toll? Oboro remarked coolly. With mere skill and that sword, you cannot break free. TCH. Although Kenshin understood that Oboro was compelling him to turn his reverse blade sword, he recognized this as a choice bestowed upon him. To adhere to his convictions and die alongside his beliefs, or to invert his sword and lead the diminutive Saido to safety beyond the encirclement. What a difficult choice it was. Why had he persevered thus far, wielding that broken sword, slaying his mentor and once beloved friends? What on earth did he still wish to fight for? Oboro mused aloud. Why continue to battle? Kenshin let out a scoff as he spotted the composed figure of Ho standing amidst the distant battlefield. As long as I carry the weight of those I wish to protect upon my back, my battle shall never cease. With sword and heart united, I shall fulfill my mission in combat. This is my answer. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Kenshin silently cast his reverse blade's sword into the air, having finally made his choice. The next time he caught the blade, it would no longer be pointed at himself. A commendable answer, Ho replied with a serene smile, drawing another short sword from her sleeve and charging directly at Kenshin. Let the burden you carry lose its breath entirely. Indeed, they should have been sent to hell together. Matsuyama must be lamenting in that realm, as the disciples he risked his life to protect succumbed to hatred and ultimately perished in a clash amongst brethren. Amidst the throng of combatants, Ho maneuvered swiftly, her agile form causing Kenshin to feel slightly disoriented, due to his severe injuries and excessive blood loss. The darkness at the edges of his vision intensified, gradually leading him into a state of dazed confusion. Farewell, Matsuyama's disciples. At that moment, Ho suddenly appeared above Kenshin, her gaze sharp as she looked down at him and the burden he bore, her short sword descending without hesitation. Yet, in that heart-stopping instant, Kenshin, who had been swaying on his feet, suddenly straightened, his eyes ablaze with determination as he locked on a Ho in midair. He caught the descending reverse blade sword and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it forward. When Kenshin's strike met Ho's defense, she too was knocked to the ground by his force. How dare you speak of Matsuyama? Kenshin roared, his fury palpable. You are unworthy of uttering his name. At that moment, the figure that had been slumped on Kenshin's back, the young Shirakawa, suddenly regained consciousness. Clutching the long sword that Ho had previously thrown and which had pierced through his abdomen, he glared at her with unrestrained hatred and fury. The long sword in his hand thrust directly from Kenshin's arm, while Ho, despite her narrowed gaze and desperate evasion, could not escape unscathed. The blade grazed her eye, and as blood splattered onto the ground, Ho was sent flying back. Whose visage will be the last to imprint upon your eyes? Shirakawa spat out a mouthful of blood, his neutral voice gradually morphing back into the delicate cadence of his true feminine tone. Even if one of us perishes here, the other will ensure that you all descend into hell. Ho, seated on the ground, covered her eyes, observing the two with a rare glimmer of murderous intent in her tone. This implied that all her previous actions had merely been a facade. You wish to survive? Both of you are destined to die here. Upon uttering these words, Ho gestured emphatically, commanding, eliminate them. The celestial beings, momentarily taken aback by the recent upheaval, quickly regained their composure, rushing forward with greed-fueled shouts and expressions toward the encircled Kenshin and Shirakawa. Will you perish if you cease to show off? I can handle this myself. As he spoke, Kenshin seized the long sword from Isai's hands and cast it aside, then lightly admonished her with a hint of discontent. If you were truly capable of resolving this yourself, you wouldn't find yourself ensnared here. Isai offered a faint smile, shedding her usual facade, revealing an alluring fragility as a delicate woman. Promise me, set me down. With my words, you will find no escape. It is akin to the circumstances of yesteryears. Is it not? One among us must perish here to safeguard the others. Kenshin, release me. Allow me to rest upon your back and mend my wounds. Should you speak out of turn again, I shall punish you tonight. Kenshin coldly replied, driving his reversed blade into the ground. There is no other way. This place will ultimately become a sea of blood. However, with a resounding crash, the two foremost celestials were struck down by the two descending figures, their might driving the celestials deep into the earth, rendering them unconscious. Apologies, neither of them shall perish. For anyone who dares to harm those whom Yado seeks to protect or oppose Yado must possess a certain resolve. At the sound of this voice, Kenshin looked up in confusion, and through the haze, he glimpsed a youth with tousled red hair and a Zhongshan suit. No one is permitted to harm my brother Kenshin, including you, Kamui. Before Kenshin stood Kagura, her hair partially cascading down, a single bun undone. The two appeared as if they had just shared a moment of heartfelt exchange as siblings. Humph, the plan has succeeded. Gazing skyward at the fleet belonging to General Momo, Kenshin smiled knowingly. To have delayed until now is indeed fortunate. Oboro remained silent for a moment. There is no time for idle chatter. With that, Kenshin turned, cradling Isai in his arms, casting a brief glance back at Oboro. The next time we meet, I shall no longer wield this blade, Kenshin declared coldly. Oboro, I have prepared a Muramasa for you. It requires your blood to awaken its edge. Kamui, Kagura, I entrust this to you. I must first attend to Jinzo. Oh, they replied softly, both standing before the surrounding celestials and Oboro. Jinzo, hold on. I shall take you to a place, the very spot where we first encountered each other. There, I can fully understand you and heal you. Not only shall I save your life, but also rescue you from the depths of hell. where I vowed my existence as Himura Kenshin, beneath that grand banyan tree, where you first laid eyes upon me, the place where the master resides. Chapter 370. Sword and Sword. I am sorry for having once promised you that I would not plunge myself into hell. Yet, as I glance around, I find I have already fallen within. It is your light that has allowed me to endure these years. Truly, thank you. As I face my blade, I realize I can no longer protect those I wish to safeguard. But do I possess the resolve to reclaim my sword? Himura Kenshin. Though we are but bait to lure you, the intervention of the Celestials has inevitably altered our plans to some extent. Since the general is here, allow me to take the lead as the executioner to confront these foes, while the priestess should return to convey the message, urging Matsumoto and the others to hasten their arrival. As Kenshin sprinted through the forest, he glanced at the array of ships in the sky and noticed the temperature gradually leaving the body of the diminutive Isai at his chest. He raised his voice. Hey, Jinzo. With some difficulty, Isai opened her eyes slightly, squinting to see the man who held her as he ran through the woods. His face, which had always conveyed a mix of comfort and helplessness towards her, now bore an additional expression of urgency, which brought Isai a sense of solace. You still possess so many expressions for me. Though I regret to say this, Jinzo, it seems that the forces you lingered with in space have likely been decimated by the spring rain. Kenshin cast aside the phone in his hand, continuing to gaze ahead as he spoke. This is a message from Chuma. Your fleet has nearly been annihilated. Those guys are indestructible. I have faith in them. Isai finally opened her eyes fully, trembling as she reached out to caress Kenshin's face. For 10 years, I've only seen you in photographs. After all these years, you remain unchanged. You have only grown more handsome. Kenshin, slightly irritated, replied, Put your hand down. How long do you intend to expend your limited strength? With a bittersweet chuckle, Isai let her arm fall weakly to her side, her eyelids suddenly closing. Damn it! Stopping abruptly, Kenshin knelt down, laying Isai flat on the ground, while desperately calling for the system within himself. You better show yourself. Come out and save her. Kenshin roared inwardly. At that moment, a blue screen appeared before him, displaying only one item, healing bandages. Hey, get it together, you useless system. Jinzo is a woman. Do you not comprehend this? I refuse to believe that you, a shoddy system, are unaware of this. Just give me something oral. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions with a roll of bandages. Kenshin flipped over the inner table of his mind, shouting in rage. As he read the words that appeared on the screen, Kenshin's expression shifted multiple times, inadvertently glancing at Isai, who lay on the ground. Setting aside her bloodied attire and the scattered bandages, her disheveled purple hair and pale complexion could not conceal her beauty. Perhaps he had once thought Isai was merely handsome before realizing she was a woman, but now, he murmured, Is this truly necessary? I feel rather embarrassed. If we disregard past lives, Isai is my first. Don't worry, given this woman's fondness for you, even if you were to engage with her intimately now, there would be no issue. A dynamic thumbs-up animation suddenly appeared on the screen. Get lost, was the only response to the system. Suddenly, a roll of bandages appeared in Kenshin's hand, distinct from the ordinary white ones. It was adorned in a unique shade of purple, resembling a ball of purple yarn. Why purple, you may wonder? Because it perfectly suited her, and my perceptive nature clearly recognizes its appropriateness. Enough, enough, Kenshin exclaimed impatiently, and after the blue light screen dissipated, he lifted Aoi from the ground and cradled her in his arms, her breath now faint and fragile. Well then, if it must be, so be it. Closing his eyes as if to bolster his own courage, Kenshin swiftly tore open Aoi's outer garment, his speed surpassing even that of drawing a sword. Indeed, should he dawdle, the courage he had mustered would surely dissipate. As he unfastened her outerwear and carefully untied the inner layer, he was cautious not to disturb the surrounding wounds, those inflicted during his battle with Jintoki, alongside his own, and the cut from Oboro. In a certain sense, Aoi had transcended her limits today, single-handedly confronting the likes of the White Yado, Batusai, and Nariku Oboro. Just as the courage he had gathered felt on the verge of evaporating, Kenshin finally opened his eyes, only to be overwhelmed with a surge of frustration. Why is there a binding chest wrap? He shouted in exasperation. Oops, wrong scene. A voice chimed in from above, before retreating. Although they had temporarily retreated due to Matsudaira's intimidation, I must assert that Edo is no longer safe. Just moments ago, as Jintoki and the man in the blue beast mask faced off, Matsudaira's fleet appeared in the sky, prompting a swift withdrawal from both parties. each restraining themselves from engaging in combat. Cece understood the risks involved, with the skies occupied. Attempting to breach the blockade of the White Yado to reach Shigemori would be perilous, as a single cannon shot from above could obliterate him. For now, Cece remained valuable to himself and the Tenka group, and thus, he could not afford to perish. Gintoki was acutely aware that if he so much as shifted his position and moved away from the front, Shigemori would undoubtedly fall prey to that adversary. Hence, he refrained from succumbing to the urge to charge forward, as he had others to protect. However, upon witnessing the retreat of this group, Gintoki exhaled in relief. Looking back at the jubilant crowd, he first wore a bemused expression, which swiftly transformed into a facade of shared happiness. In the future, I have long since made my decision regarding the warrior spirit this nation requires. Shigemori surveyed those around him and those who were momentarily absent, as the last shogun. I am honored to have met these friends, for they have taught me what it truly means to be a warrior worthy of this era. The others present chuckled shyly. Yet only Gintoki, gazing at Shigemori, posed the question, "Huh? Why is that? Didn't we already achieve victory?" "No, it is we who have faltered." The entire assembly clutched their chests as they spoke. I have revealed my last trump card, while their display of strength is merely the tip of the iceberg. Although it appears that we have repelled them, in truth, they have drawn out our hidden resources and retreated with ease. By the time the general returns to the shogunate, those who have been lurking in the shadows will likely emerge. Thus, the young commander must make a journey to Kyoto. The voice of Matsudaira echoed through the intercom, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Wait, someone is trying to reach you." At that moment, Silver Bell felt her phone vibrate in her grasp and promptly retrieved it. Huh. The group was taken aback. Who would be calling after such a fierce battle? Silver Bell, and everyone else, it seems you are all safe. At this juncture, the visage of Kenshin materialized upon the phone screen. "Kenshin," the crowd exclaimed in surprise. "Kagura and Kamui are currently engaging the Celestials in the passage behind you. You must go and provide assistance. I am taking Asong to seek treatment and will be unable to return for a while. Silver Bell, I entrust them to you," Kenshin stated, wiping the blood from his face with a smile. Mao Mao observed Kenshin's nonchalance towards the blood on his visage and fell into a contemplative silence. "It's all right. We are comrades, after all." Kenshin gave Mao Mao a thumbs up. "Once I return from Kyoto, I will accompany you." "What? Hey, you, a wanted anti-foreigner warrior, are going to Kyoto. That is a death sentence. No matter where Mao Mao goes, he will never be safe. I must accompany him to ensure his safety." Kenshin spoke with solemnity. "Additionally, I have a plan that must be executed in Kyoto, a strategy that could potentially annihilate them in the future." Chapter 371. The Heart of the Strong the place of rebirth amidst the blazing fire. Where once stood a modest private academy, now replaced by a small dwelling. A surrounding fence encloses this patch of land, creating an independent space, yet within it, there is nothing but a cobblestone path, a whiff of grass, and stray twigs. In this ordinary courtyard, a small banyan tree stands out conspicuously. The original banyan tree was long since consumed by that great fire. This new one was personally planted by me. This little house, indeed, was built with my own resources. It has been some years since its establishment, and I had nearly forgotten about it. Carrying Asong, I approached the front gate, opened the wooden door of the fence, and observed the small animals within, startled by my arrival and scurrying away. Kenshin smiled knowingly and stepped onto the cobblestone path. With each step, memories flooded back. In Kenshin's eyes, in this small space, the figures of those from the past flickered before him. He endeavored to restore this place to the form it once held in his memories of the Matsushita Academy. Yet the subtle details incessantly reminded him that it was no longer the same as before. The stones, which had endured thousands of cuts, had vanished behind the dojo. The scale carved into the pillar during childhood, meant for teasing the shorter companions, was gone as well. Even the bowl used for shaping rice balls had disappeared. Approaching the entrance, I extended a hand to push it open, sending clouds of dust scattering into the air. Jinshin gazed at the dust-laden interior, where it seemed the decorations had remained unchanged, and a knowing smile graced his lips. Removing his shoes, he bowed his head slightly, cradling the sword of his shorter companion, and whispered, "I have returned, sensei." An eerie silence enveloped the space, save for the distant chirping of birds, with no response to be found. Jinshin lowered his head, managing a bitter smile, though no one was there to witness it. Indeed, this was not the past. Time had granted no leniency. Isuk, we have returned. He ambled towards the back of the dojo, gazing at the once diminutive dwelling that had served as a refuge for 4 homeless souls. Memories flooded back, such as the time he had playfully teased Jintoki with red bean cakes, and the sight of Isuk grinning with delight as they sparred, accompanied by Jintoki's mocking laughter. The recollections of their chaotic battles, which had turned rice balls shaping into grand conflicts, brought a genuine smile to Jinshin's face, one he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Pushing open the wooden door revealed the same familiar dust. Jinshin observed the 4 small beds within, noting the one by the window, separated from its neighbor by a wooden panel, creating a stark division. At that time, the significance had eluded him, but now he understood the distinctions between genders. He gently lifted Isuk onto his back, brushed the dust off her small bed, and retrieved the bedding from the hidden compartment beneath, hanging it on a rack to air out. He then turned back, placing Isuk on the solitary wooden bed. Being here brings a sense of reassurance, Jinshin mused, smiling at Isuk, who lay there devoid of her usual fervor and pride, her face now a portrait of tranquility. Just as he contemplated leaving her there, a frail voice emerged from the doorway, carrying an air of inquiry alongside its inevitable age. I entrust her to you, old man, Jinshin said quietly. Is this the girl who once studied alongside my daughter? The old man remarked, surprise evident in his tone. His disheveled white hair sat atop his head, and he lowered his smoking pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke as he regarded Jinshin. I've tended to this place for years. My own daughter has passed away, and yet you remain unmarried. Why are you so eager for my marriage? Jinshin replied with a resigned chuckle. I'm not ready to contemplate such matters. It's as if they do not exist. Is that so? The old man questioned, his gaze drifting to the myriad of wounds adorning Jinshin's body. Those injuries look quite severe. What do you expect? I faced an unprecedented foe, Jinshin retorted. No, in this world, I have never encountered anyone stronger than you. I dare say these injuries are entirely of your own making. The old man did not attempt to conceal his contempt. As a formidable being, you lack even the fundamental mindset of a true warrior. How then can you harness your strength? The notion that your adversaries are formidable is merely an excuse you have conjured for yourself. If you truly desire so, no one in this world can stand in your way. Or perhaps, ever since the events of the Bashan War transpired, you have mistakenly believed you have found the answers, while in truth, you remain ensnared in confusion even now. The old man flicked off the ash from his cigarette, regarding Kenshin with a commanding gaze, his eyes downcast and scrutinizing. I do not know what I am confused about, Kenshin replied slowly, turning his attention to Karu, observing her serene visage. I have healed most of her wounds. She must not be discovered or moved yet, so I have placed her here, entrusting her care to your granddaughter. She merely needs time to heal. And you? The old man disregarded Kenshin's musings and abruptly inquired, do you intend to wield that sword of yours and confront them head-on, only to meet a farcical demise? Kenshin remained silent. What a pity. I had thought you would prove to be a true warrior. The old man shook his head, straightening his posture to face Kenshin. With the passage of time, one grows ever stronger. Perhaps there shall come a day when the body withers. But such a person embodies true strength, possessing a heart that has traversed the world, endowed with the spirit of a genuine warrior. As the old man concluded, he shook his head and departed, remarking, I shall entrust my granddaughter to you. Do hasten on your path to demise. After some time had elapsed since the old man's departure, Kenshin stood there, gazing at Karu's face, lost in thought. Finally, as if having resolved something profound within himself, Kenshin decisively turned to leave, only to be halted by a sudden voice from the bed. Where are you going? Not daring to look back, Kenshin feared that if he did, he would find the hope in her eyes, rendering him unable to take another step. Where are you going? Her voice rose slightly, but was soon interrupted by a fit of harsh coughing. Karu. Kenshin swiftly turned and knelt beside her bed, his expression turning frantic as he noticed the agony etched on her face. What is it? Ah, it's the first time I've seen you so flustered. Karu managed to say, her face flushed with a sickly hue yet attempting to maintain a semblance of composure. Where are you going? There are battles awaiting me in Edo. I cannot remain here. Kenshin struggled to articulate, his gaze locked onto Karu's eyes. Why must you go? Karu looked dreamily around the small room, reminiscent of days gone by. It feels just like before, as if we have returned to that time, with our teacher watching over us. Kenshin remained silent. Well, off with you then, Karu remarked, sensing the turmoil in Kenshin's expression. It seems I was foolish to hope that you would spend even a moment more with me. You truly are a man who does not understand the concept of home. This has nothing to do with me, Kenshin retorted, the corners of his mouth twitching. Ultimately, it is all your fault. The short-statured Shan gazed at Kenshin, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. How thoughtful of you to bring me here. To the place of our first encounter. Kenshin spoke softly. It was this very board that kept me in the dark all along. Because you are foolish, she murmured, her voice gradually diminishing until it became inaudible. Jinzo? Jinzo? As he watched Shan slip back into unconsciousness, Kenshin bit his lip, grappling with the agonizing thought of leaving her alone in this state. Here she lay, wounded, devoid of my presence. Am I truly going to abandon her? In a moment of disorientation, Kenshin noticed the tears streaming from the corner of Shan's eye, and suddenly, everything became clear. Those tears were shed from the knowledge that I could not remain by her side. In a certain sense, I am indeed a scoundrel. Afterward, you may strike me, insult me, or stab me 1,000 times. I cannot stay with you now. With determination, Kenshin turned away and dashed out with unparalleled speed. The wind carried only a faint whisper of his words, tinged with regret and helplessness. Jinzo, wait for my return. Chapter 372. The secret weapon against Kenshin in the cosmos above. The one-eyed Ho leaned on his staff, slowly making his way through the metallic surroundings. Bandages wrapped around his face in a circular pattern that encircled the back of his head. A failure. Sensing Ho's arrival, a door opened automatically, revealing a figure who didn't even glance at Ho, but simply strode away. The dragon paid no heed to this rudeness and walked straight in, observing the man standing at the forefront, gazing at the earth, void. In this moment, he stood quietly, his black feathers drifting in the stillness of the battleship. You have failed? A deep voice reverberated, expressing palpable dissatisfaction. The intervention of the Batokai and 2 rather unfriendly rabbits, Ho remarked nonchalantly. What? Did those fellows from the Elder Council succeed in their schemes through our battle? As you can see, although Cece indeed took over the position of general for Momo, the folks from the Elder Council are quite displeased, Void replied, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he stared at the earth. Being forced to let Momo go is a disgrace. Oh, Ho raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding Void. You and Desire joined forces yet failed to detain the Batokai? No. Our group's objective was merely to ascertain whether the true general was indeed with him. Otherwise, do you think we would have allowed him to escape? Void stated coolly. The goal of our mission was not him. There was no need for me to eliminate him so swiftly. After all, he is one of the few sources of amusement in my long life. What a harsh sense of humor, Ho commented, unsure if it was a taunt or a lament. It is because of your twisted sense of fun that every plan against him will be executed by you upon your awakening. You set this trap long before you became Shoyo, didn't you? 500 years of miracles, Yoshida Shoyo. You must understand that is not the true me. With a swift movement, Su seized Rong's neck with an intensity that produced a distinct cracking sound. Furthermore, I have previously expressed my desire for you to refrain from mentioning the name Songyang. Su's cold gaze narrowed slightly. Are you truly so forgetful? Cough, my lord. I was wrong, Rong managed to utter with great difficulty. Humph. Releasing his grip gently, Su observed Rong half kneeling on the ground, clutching his neck and coughing painfully. Yet his expression remained impassive. What is the next move of the Elder Council? To assassinate Mao Mao, while simultaneously eliminating the Shinsengumi still in Edo. After a brief coughing fit, Rong felt a slight alleviation in his discomfort and continued. The plan is to replace the Shinsengumi with the Jinhui group, and to covertly assassinate the head of the Shinsengumi in prison, igniting a conflict between the Shinsengumi and the Jinhui group to create chaos in Edo. It appears they are dissatisfied with the tranquility of this planet, Su remarked mockingly, turning back to gaze at Earth. Are they so eager to grasp this planet in their hands? They are also aware that there are formidable beings on Earth that they cannot contend with. Hence they hope we will intervene and eliminate those who resist. Though Rome refrained from naming the individuals, Su was already well aware of whom they referred to. That's acceptable. The little mouse that piques my interest is still frolicking on Earth. Su extended his hand, as if to hold the Earth within his grasp. As long as he remains under the watchful eye of the heavens, he shall not escape my clutches. Should the items prepared for him be transported to Earth now? Rong inquired further. Let them go. Su waved his hand dismissively. That would be quite a grand gift. And I am genuinely curious whether he can maintain his current resolve of dying rather than surrendering upon seeing such things. Ha ha ha. No. You yourself are a considerable gift. Of course, this thought remained unspoken by Rong, existing solely in the recesses of his mind. Unbeknownst to both Rong and Sue, outside the open door stood a red-haired man, clutching a crimson long blade, coldly observing their maniacal laughter, his eyes radiating boundless resentment and fury, yet ultimately reverting to a somber silence. He could only turn and depart quietly, without uttering a single sound. The clones of that man-woman you have created, all those years of torment and treatment, have they been documented? The red-haired man sneered, bitterness intensifying in his gaze. Indeed, you sought to deal with him. But why must I witness it? The one I love is among those clones. As he spoke, the red-haired man approached his own chamber, unleashing a thunderous roar of rage, his fists striking the walls and bed like a wounded beast. I have descended into darkness, yet I cannot condone such actions. This is one transgression I shall never forgive. If Hiko Seijiro must die, so must you. Has Mao Mao already embarked on the journey to Kyoto? The mobile phone in hand received such a message, and Kenshin gazed skyward, astonished that after so many years, he would return to that place. Fortunately, the location of the Matsushita Academy was not too far from Kyoto. However, upon reflection, one wonders just how lost they were in the forest after the academy was consumed by flames, to have wandered all the way to the river and sea. Yet there was no time to ponder this now. He felt the bandages wrapped around him beginning to take effect. While the severe wounds might take some time to heal, the minor injuries were already mending. Kenshin could not help but feel a sense of wonder. At this pace, by the time he reached Kyoto, he might well be restored to his former glory. The force of the two dragon veins clashing gradually began to weaken, and his power was slowly reviving. All of this was indeed a positive development. If he could regain his full strength before heading to Kyoto, the likelihood of successfully executing his plan would be greatly increased. However, as Kenshin sat atop a haystack, riding a fortunate tractor, he gazed vacantly at the sky, where the old man's words still lingered in his ears. You are not yet a true warrior. Without a steadfast heart, you are merely a babbling child endowed with great power. At that moment, a cloud caught his eye, seemingly transforming into the shape of a cypress, watching him expectantly from the heavens. When I return this time, even if you wish to leave my side, you shall not. A smile crept across Kenshin's lips. Indecisive Kenshin, once a decision is made, not even a herd of cattle can sway it back. This time, I will not let you go, Jinzo. Chapter 373. The false general. We watched as the fading contrails dissipated. Kenshin beheld the stark contrast of the bustling Edo, with advertisements visible every few steps on television screens, showcasing the concert of the beloved singer, Kaoru, performing beneath the clear sky. The sight was indeed more soothing against the backdrop of the azure heavens. Currently, Kenshin wore inexpensive clothing purchased from a street vendor. A linen warrior's garb of a dull hue adorned his frame, a straw hat perched atop his head, and a long cloth belt secured his reverse-blade sword against his back, with some miscellaneous items artfully concealing it. Thus, he lowered the brim of his hat and ventured into the heart of Kyoto, blending into the throngs of people as he made his way toward the shogun's residence. Indeed, just days prior, the shogunate had reissued a wanted notice, extending from Edo to the far reaches of the nation. On every public notice board, Kenshin's likeness was displayed. Listen well, this man is the legendary anti-foreigner warrior, the Butcher, Himura Kenshin. He is the one who assassinated our beloved general, Shimo, in Edo. Thus, we urgently appointed a new general and issued this warrant. Should you see this man, report him to the authorities immediately. A generous reward awaits those who provide information. It is time to avenge Shimo. Observing the fervent speeches of those individuals, Kenshin could not help but smirk disdainfully. How absurd it was to categorize Mao Mao, who was comfortably seated within the general's mansion, among the deceased. It seemed that Cece intended to eliminate both him and Mao Mao. Truly, the ambition was laid bare so soon after attaining the position of general. How desperate could one be? With a resigned sigh, Kenshin glanced at the proclamation before turning to depart. As he strolled through the streets, he noted that this city, Kyoto, was far more splendid than Edo. In comparison, Zhanghai could scarcely be deemed anything more than a mere county. Yet, in the most resplendent locations, the shadows of darkness proliferated. Beneath the radiant sunshine illuminating these prosperous districts, how many sordid affairs lay concealed. Ultimately, these matters bore no significance to Kenshin, for he had no desire to be in this place. Perhaps a decade and a half ago, He had harbored dreams of leading the loyalists to breach the grand gates of Kyoto, to oust the subservient shogunate, and to rescue that person. Yet, after all these years, the aspirations remained unchanged, while the people and circumstances had transformed beyond recognition. Autumn had indeed arrived. Feeling the gentle caress of the autumn breeze, Kenshin observed the withered leaves swirling down from the trees lining the road. He reached out to grasp one, its yellowed form reminiscent of the fleeting glory of life. Would I also meet a similar fate? He released the leaf, watching it drift away with the wind, lost in thought. Would it ultimately float rootlessly to an unknown destination, awaiting death? In his heart, he reflected on the original animated tale. The system had mentioned two possible endings for him. The first might resolve all matters perfectly, leading to an existence devoid of morality. The other, that was the story of the wandering swordsman, the frost-laden chapter, cast adrift in a distant land, far from home. Would he find redemption and forgiveness only at the precipice of death, cradled in the embrace of a beloved? A faint smile escaped him as he concealed his hands within his sleeves, raising his gaze to the end of the road before stepping forward. Even so, what harm would there be in dragging the heavenly path down to hell alongside him? Emerging from the underground passage of the general's mansion, Kenshin was met with the astonished gaze of Mao Mao. Climbing out, he playfully thumped Mao Mao's chest, declaring, "I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Kenshin, I'm so relieved to see you safe." Mao Mao exclaimed joyfully, yet his expression soon shifted to uncertainty as he scrutinized Kenshin. "But this is Kyoto. How did you manage to infiltrate here? The guards are no longer true samurai, which facilitated my entry." Kenshin's voice resonated with deeper meaning, making it clear to Mao Mao and the others present that those adorned with the title of samurai were not genuine warriors. "This is Kyoto. Your presence here is far more perilous than mine," Mao Mao urged anxiously. "I am now beneath the Emperor's shadow. Kenshin, you must leave at once. No one has yet dared to harm me here. No, you are the one walking into a trap." Kenshin gazed solemnly at Momo, stating, "By residing here, you effectively abandon the protection of the Shinsengumi and the Odd Jobs Agency. In essence, you expose yourself to all without any safeguard. Should anyone desire to take your life, they could effortlessly shoot you from hundreds of meters away." Momo felt a growing reluctance to speak, for upon careful reflection, he grasped the gravity of Kenshin's words. Indeed, this place was far more perilous than Edo. "You must carry a shadow ninja with you?" Kenshin remarked, seemingly casually. "Huh, yes I do. Why?" Momo inquired, confused. "You should be well versed in disguise techniques," Kenshin chuckled, gesturing to his own face. "Transform me into your likeness, and I shall present myself to the world in your stead while you travel to Zhanghai. Although it may lack the vibrancy of here, there are those waiting for you." "Someone?" Momo was taken aback. "I am a loyalist, the foremost of the 5 legendary figures, Batusai Himura Kenshin. Surely, the shogun understands that being so close to you, escape from my grasp is impossible." Kenshin fixed his gaze upon Momo. "I will arrange for you to be taken to Edo, where a man named Ito awaits you. Though he is clad in plain clothes and has lost a hand, he is indeed a member of the Shinsengumi, so you can rest assured. But what about you? And Seiya and Uncle?" Momo looked steadfastly at Kenshin. "If they do not leave, I will not depart either. The enemy's target is solely you. Seiya and Matsudaira will not face any danger. Besides, am I not here?" Kenshin pointed to the tunnel he had just emerged from, urging Momo, "Hurry inside. Once the shadow ninja has completed my disguise, I shall become you. You must survive. Why are you so fixated on me? We are sworn enemies, are we not?" Momo fell silent for a moment before finally asking, perplexed, "If I must explain, it is for personal reasons and for the greater good." Kenshin's body tensed as he stood before the tunnel, gazing into the darkness, where only candlelight flickered. Indeed, it was reminiscent of himself. "I wish for you to live, for if this nation were entrusted to you, I would feel more at ease than with anyone else." Kenshin glanced back slightly. "Moreover, as long as you endure, simply endure. Your presence in our final confrontation will be the true decisive factor. What plan do you intend to execute?" Momo noted the significance of Kenshin's words and hastily inquired. "I have an adversary, formidable beyond measure, one I cannot hope to defeat." Kenshin unconsciously clenched his fists, his tone heavy with bitterness. "The elders of the heavenly path, the leaders of the Naraku, any one of them possesses the strength to best me in combat. I cannot afford to confront them directly." "You intend to harness the power of the shogunate?" Momo seemed to grasp part of it. "No, it is to borrow the strength of the shogunate and the loyalists." Kenshin explained, By utilizing the mightiest forces to combat them, we may find a glimmer of hope for victory. Our world is not inferior. We ought to stand on this earth beneath the same sky, sharing in its bounty. Peace, Kenshin murmured. Peace. To establish it after total devastation? Momo echoed quietly. Rebirth through fire. Kenshin closed his eyes and reassured his close friend. Fear not, my companion. I am not one to succumb easily. He patted his own chest as he spoke. You mustn't perish, for I have yet to thoroughly examine the bounty placed upon your head. After a brief silence, Momo remarked, Your bounty is enticing. Before I make my move, you must avoid capture at all costs. Ah, if you wish to pursue me, then come forth. Kenshin retorted with a mocking laugh, rising to confront the hidden shadowy ninjas lurking in the darkness. Let us commence. The first step of the plan is underway, and I shall not allow for the possibility of failure. I have never forgotten my quest for vengeance. In the depths of the profound darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes abruptly opened, exuding a ferocious yet weary aura, embodying the long-held murderous intent and seething anger within. Like a demon from the underworld, the atmosphere thickened. Chapter 374. The Commission, though he had anticipated the inevitability of assassination, poisoning, and various unforeseen events upon assuming the guise of a general, he had not expected that a mere handshake could lead to a poisoned needle piercing his wrist. Had he not instinctively sealed his inner energy, that venom would have surely infiltrated his body by now. In that case, I would have truly perished. Lying in the coffin, Kenshin felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he listened to the sound of nails being driven into the coffin from outside, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Thus far, the plan appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Yet, he pondered whether those few individuals would grasp his intentions. Surely, they do not believe the general is truly dead. As the sounds of burial echoed, Kenshin felt the coffin being lifted, slowly moving forward, accompanied by the solemn strains of a funeral dirge. How absurd it is that I, still alive, should experience such an extravagant funeral. I hope that should I truly perish in the future, I might receive a farewell of this grandeur. Lost in thought within the confines of the coffin, Kenshin remained oblivious to the outside world. Since the supposed death of the general in plain sight, the general's residence in Kyoto had seen little change. However, in Edo, the situation was markedly different. Even the body had been transported back to Edo, paraded slowly through the streets for all to witness, including the eyes of the three from the Odd Jobs Agency and the members of the Shinsengumi, who were dressed in plain clothes. Adjusting the brim of his hat, Jintoki received an antidote from the Shinsengumi, restoring his true form. He gazed at the enormous coffin as it moved past, his eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. Indeed, shortly after the general's demise, his Odd Jobs Agency had been swiftly sealed off by force, and the Shinmu Agency met a similar fate. The swiftness of these actions was astonishing, prompting a wry smile from Jintoki. How long had he been waiting in the shadows for the news of the general's death, only for it to lead to such rapid closures of both the Odd Jobs Agency and the Shinmu Agency? Ah, it is fortunate that I did not implicate Granny Dangsher. However, it seems I may find it exceedingly difficult to present myself before others again. My gaze inadvertently drifted to the wall beside me, where a wanted poster with a bounty of 10 million adorned it. How flattering it is that you hold me in such high regard. A mere fledgling pirate just emerging from the East Sea, to bestow upon me such a lofty price at my first endeavor. This amount surpasses even the bounty for the notorious White Yacha during the period of the anti-foreign movement. Insan, donning a conical hat, stood nearby and tugged gently at Inshur's garment, inquiring with a look of confusion, why is it that Shomo-kun has perished, yet there is no news of Kenshin-san? Surely, he would not so easily meet his demise. Kagura, shielding herself from the sun, stared ahead with an impassive expression and remarked, They say a young general has died, but we cannot ascertain if it is truly him, Aru. You are correct. I cannot believe that the general has simply passed away, Inshur concurred. Especially with that individual by his side, attempting to breach his defenses to assassinate the general would not be a trivial task. This notion seemed to brighten the countenance of Shin Baji slightly. Yet, it is difficult to say, for you all witnessed Kenshin's previous disheveled state. At that moment, a voice startled Inshur and the others, and they turned to find Kondo and Hijikata, dressed in casual attire, had appeared beside them. Kondo spoke. What a fortuitous encounter. Yurizuya, it is splendid to see you. A sense of foreboding washed over Inshur. I have a few matters I wish to entrust you with. Consider this my commission. Grasping Inshur's shoulder, Kondo smiled. If possible, May I request a deposit first? A deposit? Just tell me where those fellows from Shimiya are. Insure queried with a sidelong glance. Mr. Hasegawa has vanished with the delinquent rabbit, and Miss Mitsuba has been taken by the Yagyu family. Within the Yagyu household, no one dares to act recklessly, so you may rest assured, Kondo replied casually regarding the distribution of matters following the general's death. Truthfully, I believe you should seek that individual, Insure remarked, furrowing his brow. You are not much inferior to him. Kondo laughed heartily, disregarding Hijikata and Sugo's expressions, and continued. Among those I know, you are as formidable as Kenshin. Director Kondo, I must be the first to disagree with that statement. Hijikata retorted, his lips twitching in exasperation. Indeed, I second that, Sugo added, raising his arm, his face characterized by its roundness as he looked at Kondo. No, even Kenshin may not surpass you. While you may lack the ability to wield sword energy, your physical prowess is commendable. I recall the time you pulled a warship towards you while it was anchored at Lake Toya. Such monstrous strength. Kondo smirked. Moreover, you possess the heart of a true warrior. Kenshin is far too indecisive. He overthinks. I have told him this before. Is it really necessary to ponder so much? Is it not sufficient to simply live each day? Therefore, Insure displayed an expression that suggested that individual was beyond redemption. With a hearty laugh, Kondo playfully patted Jintoki on the shoulder, as if to encourage him, and addressed Hijikata and the others nearby. You all go outside and gather the remaining Shinsengumi members who are still patrolling Edo. I have significant news to announce. Huh, Boss Kondo, you're not planning to send us away, are you? Hijikata questioned, regarding Kondo with suspicion. Is there something you can't share with us? Not at all. I merely wish to have a private conversation with this fellow, Kondo replied, his interest in the backstory of the Odd Jobs agency evident as he patted Hijikata's shoulder. You are the only one capable of gathering all the members in such a short time, Vice Captain of the Oni. Hijikata gazed at Kondo, searching for any unusual expression in his eyes or on his face, but after a prolonged moment, he found Kondo wearing a silly grin, offering no clues. With a resigned sigh, Hijikata waved his hand, signaling that he understood. Meanwhile, Kagura mockingly teased Sugo, pulling him aside for a playful clash of blades and fists. Stay here for a bit. If any issues arise, just return to the dojo and wait for my return. In comparison to the original story, Jintoki, unscathed at this moment, maintained his peak combat prowess and was unfazed by any potential threats. Shinpachi nodded in acknowledgement and moved towards the direction escorting the general's coffin. Kondo and Jintoki exchanged glances, each already having arrived at an unspoken understanding, aware that they were each other's chosen confidant in this moment. Shouldn't there be some background music for this scene? Jintoki jested, seated in front of the Shinsengumi-s hall, observing the gentle raindrops falling outside. Kondo remained silent, casually turning on the television, which was airing the latest episode of the animated series Naruto, featuring a poignant flashback of Obito. Ah, Naruto has updated, Jintoki noted with a glance at the screen. Is that the May rain theme? It truly fits the current atmosphere, doesn't it? Even the heavens seem to be in tune. Kondo chuckled wryly, grasping a wine glass and bringing it to his lips. Speaking of which, what are your aspirations? Me? Jintoki sighed dramatically. I aspire to become Hokage, unlocking my Bankai in Sage mode, and then activating my Gear 3rd in a hollow state. That is my dream. Hey, let us be realistic here, Kondo exclaimed, raising his voice. Don't get too excited just because of an anime. You must realize that a certain silver-haired character who just started updating won't be animated until next year. I know. No need to get so worked up. Jintoki replied impatiently, playfully tapping his ear, a look of contentment on his face. The street was filled entirely with individuals clad in black kimonos, creating an overly solemn atmosphere that was starkly different from his own style. Jintoki pondered slowly while weighing the wine glass in his hand. Having paid such a grievous price, tainted with so much blood, to ultimately find oneself unable to protect what one sought to safeguard. This sensation is indeed unbearable, Kondo lamented as he drained his cup. What is worthy of protection remains intact. That which we yearn to defend is still here. Your presence is still here. Edo still stands. Do not forget your responsibilities. You tax thieves, Jintoki remarked with a hint of indifference. So, what exactly are you trying to convey? Jintoki finally inquired. I'm not here for anything more than to share a drink with you. It's as simple as that, Kondo replied, rising to meet Jintoki's gaze, his eyes glimmering with a shadowy brilliance. Regrettably, the commission I entrusted to you previously remains unpaid, and I must impose upon you once more, he continued. Hey, the odd jobs is out of business. Kondo slowly articulated, descending the steps, donning his wooden sandals as he ambled forward. Upon witnessing the door thrust open and the familiar uniform he could hardly forget, Gintoki set his cup upon the table, pouring a third drink into yet another glass. But you haven't even afforded me the courtesy of a proper drink. Do you truly consider yourself the captain of the Shinsengumi? Huh. As Kondo was midway through his steps, he caught wind of Gintoki's words and noticed the third glass being filled, prompting a light chuckle as he turned to approach Gintoki. Kondo Isami. Behind you. The man who had just bellowed in an attempt to halt Kondo was now embedded in the wall, his body seemingly folded at the waist and forcefully stuffed into the structure. A hole in his abdomen still emitted a faint heat, a remnant of the sonic boom from his rapid motion. Didn't I say to wait until he could join me for another drink? Are you all deaf? Gintoki's red-brown eyes peeked out from beneath his white locks, revealing a hint of menace. Do you wish to die? In that moment, aside from Kondo's slow approach, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 375. No longer waiting, yo. In the course of a plan, unforeseen events invariably arise. For instance, even after Kenshin departed from Kyoto, the seemingly tranquil city transformed into something eerily strange under the cloak of night. Indeed, is it here once more? Candles flickered to life, their wavering flames illuminating a pair of terrifyingly bright eyes. Within those eyes burned a flicker of flame, while a hand, wrapped in bandages, raised a candle without regard for the dripping wax upon his skin. The man thus wielded the candle as he approached the balcony, surveying the dark, moonless night of Kyoto, a disdainful smile creeping upon his lips. Lord Shishio, why do you come to this place that brings you sorrow? From behind, a woman clad in revealing attire unveiled her alabaster shoulder, her face adorned with subtle makeup that could not mask her innate beauty. At that moment, she leaned against Shishio's back, her delicate fingers brushing over the bandages that encircled him, sensing the warmth hidden beneath. A flicker of concern crossed her gaze as her flowing hair cascaded down, enveloping the two of them in a shared embrace. Yumi, behold Kyoto. It remains unchanged since the day I departed. Grasping the delicate hand of Kamahara Yumi, Shishio gazed somewhat dreamily at the Edo under the night sky, where the flickering flames on the balcony stood as the sole illumination in this city. Adults truly enjoy jesting. Nothing remains constant, Yumi murmured softly. No, this corrupt system has not altered in the slightest, Shishio retorted, his voice growing slightly more emphatic. Indeed, we who once fought for this nation now endure such treatment. Is it not ironic? Lord Shishio, Yumi held fast to his hand, her expression earnest as she declared, I shall remain by your side. Why can't those fools comprehend? Shishio disregarded Yumi, casting his gaze skyward with a sardonic laugh. That woman, Hua Tuo, is ineffectual enough, but why is even the legend of the Sano Joy so distorted? Is it truly for the sake of vengeance? The world I believe in, where the strong prey upon the weak, is not so. Indeed, the celestial ones are undeniably superior to us. Then why does the principle of the weak being devoured by the strong persist, Lord Shishio? Standing in the shadows of the gate, I observed Shishio as a youth, his short black hair spirited, a black sheath katana carelessly tucked aside, and a seemingly innocent smile adorning his face. Clad in a blue kimono with a blue vest underneath, the slender boy stood there, and had he not spoken, one might have remained oblivious to his presence. Stronger, are they? Shishio cast a scornful glance at the boy, his tone dripping with disdain. Were it not for the incompetence of the shogunate, the Sano Joy War would have still raged. Those fools, under the leadership of Himura Kenshin and others, engaged the celestial ones with vigor, never truly at a disadvantage. Yet, even so, the lack of support from the shogunate became the final straw. The weak devour the strong? I am not so feeble. But what does Lord Shishio intend to do now? Overthrow the shogunate and become this nation's ruler? Or become a mere sword in the hands of the shogunate, wielded against the heavens? At that time, although the shogunate appeared to compromise with the celestial ones, they never relinquished their ambitions in secrecy. Shishio, comparable to the leaders of the Sano Joy, was tasked with gathering intelligence on the celestial ones, stealing their secrets to strengthen the nation. The boy continued. Initially, this man named Shishio was indeed loyal to the shogunate, using his unparalleled skills to secure decisive influence in negotiations with the celestial ones. Yet, the tragic conclusion for such a man was to be captured, shot down in a hail of bullets, and his body burned in the streets, a sacrificial lamb for the shogunate's alliance with the celestial ones. A rather poetic tale, isn't it? Manjiro, if you remain silent, no one shall regard you as mute. Shishio spoke softly, drawing forth his katana and tilting a candle, allowing the wax to drip onto the blade, emitting a sizzle as the wax met the steel. Well, it appears that the esteemed Shishio is quite irate. The youth chuckled lightly before once again retreating into the shadows. What shall we do, Lord Shishio? Yumi inquired, observing Shishio's movements. Shall we seek vengeance against this shogunate? Not yet, for I am uncertain of the intentions harbored by those scoundrels, Shishio replied, meticulously coating his katana with candle wax, gently wielding it in a graceful arc. Those samurai who initially harbored treasonous thoughts? Yumi questioned. The leader of the Ano Wabanshu has been incapacitated, as has the butchering Kenshin Himura, and the white demon Jintoki Sakata is no different. Shishio swung his katana, reflecting on the relentless passage of time that had diminished once glorious warriors into mere shadows of their former selves. Yet, despite this, it remains uncertain whether the fangs of these fierce beasts have truly been dulled. Is there a possibility they might rise again to oppose this nation? Yumi asked incredulously, recalling their past failures. Who knows? Shishio replied, slowly maneuvering his katana before suddenly executing a fierce diagonal strike. A burst of flames erupting from the blade as it cleaved through the wooden balcony railing, sending it billowing with smoke. Within that fleeting firelight shone Shishio's merciless and bloodthirsty gaze, mirrored by others concealed within the dim confines of the room, sharing the same fierce spirit. Kyoto shall never know tranquility, he declared. In the end, it was indeed a joy for the three of them to share a drink together, though it was regrettable that a certain youth could not partake in this toast earlier. After finishing his drink, Kondo turned to Jintoki, a relaxed and carefree smile spreading across his face. They have entrusted this to us. Hey, if you wish to leave, it can be quite simple. Sometimes, there's no need to court death, is there? Throwing oneself into the fray can be futile, Jintoki remarked, tightening his grip on the cup in contemplation. Whether one lives or dies is of little consequence. Besides, even in my absence, Edo will remain Edo, and the Shinsengumi shall endure. Those who have scattered must not forget their duties. Kondo clenched his fist resolutely. It is our responsibility to protect this Edo. Having spoken with conviction, Kondo turned without hesitation, striding towards where the Shinsengumi regrouped. Wait, Jintoki interjected, his crimson-brown eyes igniting with a renewed bloodlust. What a pity! I had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it seems the others are absent. At that moment, a long-haired woman clad in the Shinsengumi uniform appeared behind Jintoki, her sword poised at the nape of his neck. Do you intend to take their place as our adversary? Depending on your answer, I would be more than willing to stain your uniform with crimson. Jintoki rose, not even glancing at the sudden interloper. Is the death of the shogun to be entirely blamed on the Shinsengumi? You should count yourself fortunate that, as a fugitive, you have appeared in the territory of the Shinsengumi. We have refrained from adding the charge of harboring a fugitive to their list of accusations. So you ought to feel grateful. The woman of faith, wielding a long blade, gazed at Jintoki with her crimson eyes and remarked, You, who usually stand in stark opposition to these individuals, surprisingly wish to defend them. Having lost something precious, do you still dare to hope to reclaim it? That man should understand that if the Shinsengumi is not dismantled piece by piece, under the rule of the Yoshida regime, they will not endure for long, facing annihilation. Perhaps even more complete than this. With no guiding principle, how can you hope to resist? The woman of faith watched Jintoki in silence, unable to restrain her words. Jintoki examined his own palm, observing the intertwined scars and scratches upon it, and he smiled. Whether as a singular entity or a triad, the notion of a guiding principle is non-existent. Suddenly, Jintoki clenched his fist and turned to the woman of faith, declaring, Feel free to take him. I possess the means to retrieve him from the depths of hell. Should I interpret this as your intention to stage a jailbreak? The woman inquired, her hand already brushing against the hilt of her katana. Although Jintoki bore no weapon, his piercing gaze remained undiminished. The white Yado was not merely a warrior reliant on his sword. There is neither a jailbreak nor any concept of a prison. Such places can be entered or exited at will, without haste for the moment or the future. This immersive voice drew Jintoki's attention to the man emerging behind the woman of faith, a smile gracing his lips. Once, they had shared a vow. In this world, you exist without me, and I without you. Now, the time has finally come. Since you no longer exist, then this Edo, this earth, along with your aspirations, shall be entrusted to me. The man opened his eyes, locking gaze with the woman of faith and the man before her. Katsura Kotaru, at your service. Get lost. It's Katsura, not a wig. Hey, my grand entrance has been ruined by that remark. A comical voice echoed through the sky. Chapter 376. Emerging from the coffin to witness misfortune indeed, under the watch of Jintoki and the one with the wig. The guardians of Edo vanished without a trace into the depths of this city, creating no ripples, yet beneath the surface, who can fathom the hidden currents? Then I found myself assigned under this fellow's command. At the nightclub where Ameo worked, the burly officer, who was a low-level enforcer in Edo, brought his subordinates to this high-end establishment. Notably, besides that little rascal, Toshi, they had also acquired a former vice-captain of the Oni. Thus, one might wonder why this fellow appeared at my celebration. Hijikata's eyes twitched as he glanced at Jintoki, who was casually seated to the side. I merely heard there was free alcohol here, so I decided to drop by. Jintoki absently rubbed his nose, pondering aloud. So, have you finally decided to become a true man under this fellow's command, Kamui, who would willingly serve under such a character? I am merely resorting to this out of sheer necessity. Hijikata, with a bitter expression, lit a cigarette and retorted, what difference does it make? Are we really to let the Shinsengumi face annihilation? Indeed, you would issue orders to every member of the Shinsengumi, forbidding rebellion, allowing this tangled mess to descend into despair. All because you carry the burden of Edo upon your backs. Or perhaps it was a desire from the very beginning. Jintoki lifted the glass of orange juice filled with ice before him and exclaimed, hey, at least pour me something stronger. What does a glass of orange juice even mean? It's infuriating. Can't we have some semblance of stability? As he spoke, a fist struck Jintoki's head, and Amaya approached, hands clasped in front of her, her demeanor subdued. Do not raise your voice at night, especially at this hour. TCH, a mountain gorilla. Of course, Jintoki did not voice this thought, but kept it to himself. Nevertheless, if you all truly wish to indulge in a hearty drink, I would not mind joining you. After having violently dealt with Jintoki, Amaya, her expression downcast, sat beside Kogain and Hijikata, her hands resting on her knees, nervously grasping her clothing, with such a face as if mourning a deceased father. It would be impossible for me to drink with a smile, even if I wished to. Observing Amaya's despondent expression and weary eyes, Hijikata remained silent for a long moment before finally saying, if you have anything to ask me, feel free. Alas, it is unfortunate. Without waiting for Amaya or Jintoki to respond, Hijikata stood up, gazing at his hands, momentarily lost in confusion. After all, I do not even know what to do myself, nor can I see the path ahead clearly. In the end, my former comrades have scattered, and in such a state, what kind of vice-captain am I? Without that person, nothing can be accomplished. Amaya remained silent, her gaze growing even more forlorn, an almost palpable aura of despair surrounding her. Meanwhile, Jintoki weighed the glass of alcohol in his hand, silently observing Hijikata. Yet, this silence was eventually shattered. That cannot be said. You have done well enough. In the face of a foolish superior who has already confessed to his faults, you continue to contribute your meager strength as a police officer of Edo. A line of individuals entered, taking positions on either side, and among them, a man dressed in a uniform reminiscent of the Shinsengumis, albeit in white, approached Hijikata, adorned with a gold-rimmed monocle. Allow me, as the chief of police, to commend you, this stray dog of misfortune. Hijikata fell silent, his gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. Just moments ago, Kogain, who had been enjoying a cigar, momentarily paused, almost believing that the man beside him would draw his sword in a fit of rage. Sasaki, I instructed you to forget your duties today, disguised in plain clothes. Observing the lives of the common folk, is it not a delight reminiscent of the days of the former shogun Tokugawa Yoshinobu? If so, it is only fitting to partake in such imitation. The voice of this enigmatic man, clad in a black leather coat with a crimson inner garment, and adorned with a samurai sword inlaid with gold threads at his waist, resonated with a certain gravitas. His hair, slicked with wax, was meticulously styled, while a bandage encircled his forehead, symbolizing his recent recovery from grave injuries. Drink without reservation tonight. I am merely an ordinary man named Cici, he proclaimed. In such a grand spectacle, you hardly considered yourself an ordinary individual. On the contrary, the glimmer in your eyes brimmed with pride and self-satisfaction, as you finally assumed the coveted position of general. Let me hear how you rabid hounds bark, he taunted, casting a glance towards the stoic Gintoki. Cece's smile grew ever more radiant. Thus, the general ventures incognito, rarely apprehending anyone. You should feel fortunate to witness the splendor of the current general, am I right? My gratitude is sincere. Gintoki scoffed, slowly stepping aside. Unperturbed by Gintoki's presence, Cece, despite his former identity as Shiroyasha, felt no concern in this moment. He boldly strode past Gintoki, claiming the seat once occupied by the timid Koyanagi. Two girls with exquisite and ethereal beauty cautiously settled beside Cece. Fearful of inadvertently offending the current general, I have reserved this entire establishment for the night. All present are encouraged to drink freely, including you, Cece declared. At his gesture, a girl in a pink kimono with a single ponytail poured sake into a cup before pushing it towards Hijikata. Drink up, Cece urged, raising his own cup towards Hijikata. Shall you join me in mourning for Lord Momo? Or do you intend to grieve for your superior? At these words, Hijikata's breath momentarily quickened, but was swiftly subdued. Cece, you are too hasty. The verdict for Matsudaira and Kondo is set for 5 days hence. Our focus should be on how to deal with those insurrectionists. The current vice captain is here, and this man is actually in a position to demonstrate his loyalty. It would be prudent to assign him the responsibility of ensuring the safety of this venue. Sasaki interjected unexpectedly. Indeed, I have a more intriguing notion. Let this man oversee the security at the execution site, allowing him to witness the downfall of his former superior. Should he shed even a single tear, the safety of his comrade's execution will also fall to him, Cece said, his gaze towards Hijikata brimming with confidence and arrogance. What's the matter? Still unwilling to drink? Noticing Hijikata's lack of movement, Cece lowered his gaze slightly. Are you suggesting my sake is unpalatable? With a resounding crash, Cece slammed his cup onto the table, sending food and sake splattering in all directions, eliciting gasps from the two ladies. The spilled liquid, a mixture of sake and sauce, splashed onto Hijikata's trousers, dampening his shoes. Indeed, such a bland and insipid concoction cannot truly be called sake, Cece remarked, elegantly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his palms. His eyes narrowing slightly. I sincerely apologize. This was once the cherished vintage of the esteemed Mao Mao. The girl with a single ponytail couldn't help but express her alarm. However, the moment those words left her lips, Jin's expression shifted, and a sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of Amaya and the others. Is that so? My apologies. Please tidy up, Hikari remarked indifferently, her emotions inscrutable. Yes, yes. The two flustered girls rose to their feet and bent down to gather the scattered fragments and food from the table. I did not instruct you to clean the table. Hikari interjected suddenly. Danger! Get back! Jin bellowed, simultaneously pushing Hijikata aside in an attempt to rush forward. Clean up after yourselves. Hikari stated with a slight opening of her eyes, effortlessly conveying her intent with a single sentence to her fellow members of the Jinaikai. Observing the member poised with a long blade, ready to strike down the two companion girls, Hikari's confidence surged. This was the power I wield as a general. However, just as the long blade was about to descend, halted mere inches from the girls' heads, Hikari found herself momentarily stunned. Before she could raise her gaze, a hand seized her neck. You are quite arrogant. The dirt cascading from Kenshin's movements fell to the ground as the Jinaikai members were sent flying to an unknown location. Kenshin, gripping Hikari's throat, glinted with a chilling light in his eyes. Upon passing by the Jinaikai, I wondered what was amiss, only to enter and behold this loathsome visage. Rebellious. I am Hikari, she began, but Kenshin's grip transformed from her throat to her face, forcefully pressing her down to the ground. Upon impact, her head created a small crater. There is but one true general, and I acknowledge only one. Kenshin narrowed his eyes, peering through his fingers at Hikari's fierce gaze. How does it feel to be cast down from paradise? Jin, who had surged forward, found himself abruptly halted. The meaning conveyed through Kenshin's gaze was unmistakable. None among us may act. Who are you to commit such heinous acts? I shall have you hanged at the city gates. A muffled voice emerged from Kenshin's palm. With a disdainful snort, he carelessly kicked Hikari away. As she flew through the air, every member of the Jinaikai, including Sasaki, drew their long blades, encircling Kenshin. Your position as general has been rendered meaningless. My bounty is displayed prominently at the general's residence, and you are oblivious to it. Kenshin tossed his reverse blade sword to Jin, standing barehanded before Hikari. In this age, one cannot rely on the shogunate nor the police. Thus, self-rescue is the only option. With that, Kenshin pointed a finger at Hikari, who wore an expression of sheer terror, and let out a cold laugh. The bounty for the notorious assassin, Himura Kenshin, stands at a staggering 47,110,000. Hereby, it is proclaimed that the Loyalists will once again ignite the flames of battle, rendering the shogunate and its police, incapable of safeguarding the populace, obsolete. As the leader of the Loyalists, I hereby declare a comprehensive war against the shogunate and its enforcers. Chapter 377, The White Knight Demon. The noble son, the Blade Master, the Demon Vice Commander. That night, the discussions held in secret with the Whig constantly replayed in his mind, and now, standing here to declare war, Kenshin gazed at the impassive Sasaki while his thoughts began to stir. As the Loyalist conflict reignites, I must speak candidly. How many Loyalists remain? Even if some do exist, how many can truly emerge in this Edo? Sasaki, with his back turned to Kenshin, addressed the shogun. Is it merely you? Or do you count your entourage as well? How do you dare to dream of inciting a so-called Loyalist movement in this Edo? There are many who harbor discontent towards the government. However, without a leader, they remain stagnant. Even if they were to overthrow the shogunate, would they possess the capability to seize power? True Loyalists are forged by conviction, not by self-serving desires. Kenshin regarded the menacing figure of Kiki who had risen. For instance, if such a shogun were to join the Loyalist cause, I would not accept him. At this moment, Sasaki's interest was piqued. He turned to look at the unarmed Kenshin, along with Hijikata, who was restrained from acting. Pointing a finger at Kenshin, he questioned, "May I interpret this as you being a true Loyalist now?" "I am not a Loyalist. I do not possess the noble ideals of saving this nation. Everything I do is for one person alone," Kenshin replied, eyes closed. However, that individual, wearing elastic undergarments and lost to the world, has taught me when to advance and when to let go. Sasaki raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Indeed, even within Edo, our beliefs have remained steadfast. The Whig, adorned in exquisite women's attire and with hair elegantly styled, approached Kenshin while addressing Sasaki. Here, for that shogun and for this nation, there are many who are willing to sacrifice their convictions. What is lacking is simply a figure to rally them. The Whig raised a hand, and a man concealed in the shadows, with a smile playing upon his lips, pressed a button. In the depths of night, amidst the bustling streets of Edo, whether in the throes of nightlife or at home watching television, people were astonished to witness their screens flicker with bizarre sparks, transforming into a scene of confrontation. This sight captivated three individuals at the foot of an izakaya in Kabukicho, their sweeping, dusting, and smoking activities abruptly halted. Within the elevated Yagyu residence, a small television depicted the resolute-faced man, prompting the elegant silver-haired woman to gasp in surprise, covering her mouth, while beside her, a diminutive figure, silently polishing a long sword, froze momentarily. Walking down the street, the once exalted four heavenly kings, amidst the disrespectful patrons of the transgender establishment, witnessed such a scene. Humph! A sinister smile crept upon Kenshin's lips, and despite Sasaki's ill intentions, he could not intervene in time. I possess many names. Perhaps in some corner of Edo, numerous souls have laid eyes upon me. Indeed, in those days, I was merely an ordinary individual, much like the majority, troubled by the annoyances surrounding me, laboring to fill my purse. We all lived in a similar fashion, a splendid existence. Yet, why must change always intrude? The former shogun shall never return. The one who managed us with ease, who could laugh off even the gravest matters, has departed, replaced by a presumptuous individual, a mere puppet masquerading as shogun. I comprehend the situation, standing here before you all. Each of you has experienced the goodness of Shigemori, aware of how much fewer troubles we faced during these years, thanks to those charming tax thieves. Nevertheless, now, all that we once knew has vanished one by one, leaving us with something that is perhaps even less than before. If such a shogun must perish, if such a genuine Shinsengumi is destined for annihilation suddenly. He lifted his head, his eyes snapping open, emanating a chilling gaze that sent shivers through all who beheld him. Regrettably, I cannot utter the words of seeking great treasures, for I am not yet dead, nor is there any need to usher in the so-called era of grand pirates. Announced to all of Edo, war shall once again reignite. A decade has passed, and the flames of yours shall once more stretch forth. I am the former leader of the Sano Joy, a fugitive wanted by the shogunate. Himura Kenshin, the Batusai. To overthrow such a shogunate, to expel the celestial beings from our earth, to prove the worth of our kind. Our unwavering will for Sano Joy remains unchanged. We now inherit the will of Tokugawa Shigemori. A shogunate devoid of true meaning possesses no worth. To the current shogun, if you possess the audacity, come and claim my head. Ichihashi Kiki. With those words, the screen faded to black, yet the proclamation left all who witnessed it utterly astounded. The Sano Joy War shall commence anew. Humph. Oba-san, watching the television return to its original program, exhaled a plume of smoke, gazing at the ceiling with a look of satisfaction. How long I have waited, and at last, shall I truly liberate myself. Kenshin, hand covering his mouth, observed the declaration made by himself, while Mitsubo wept with joy. She realized, only now, that from this moment forward, Kenshin had cast aside his long-standing restraint and concession, beginning to confront his reality. Would this signify the end of her waiting? Truly, indeed. As Yujiu gazed upon Jinshin's remarks, his arms trembled with fury. Though he muttered curses under his breath, the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes was unmistakable. How audacious! Mother, are we not to intervene? Assist Jinshin? Ame observed the flickering television, now dimmed, and inquired about her mother's past involvement. Who cares? I am merely a store manager now. Seigo waved dismissively, turning to Ame. Open the doors, ladies. We are ready for customers. Father Pingzi regarded the taciturn Jirocho and softly spoke. Pingzi, shall we go? Did you not just express a desire for food? Jirocho lowered the brim of his hat, grasping Pingzi's hand as he prepared to depart. But there are no buts. If you are hungry, let us eat. It is as simple as that. A flicker of fire ignited within Jirocho's gaze. Yet he understood that as long as he harbored his own attachments, he could not return to the battlefield, for that individual would not permit it. I truly am growing old. This world now belongs to the youth, he sighed, offering Pingzi a warm smile. Let us go? Damn it. Immediately issue the order to execute Kondo Isami and Matsudaira Kurihara, who are on Black Rope Island. Ii shouted at Sasaki, rising with a swollen face. I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. You will witness the demise of your superior firsthand. No need to make a call, the Whig remarked, observing Sasaki's texting. Regrettably, their lives no longer belong to you. Sasaki, puzzled yet enlightened, realized that Kuriko's actions had likely landed him in prison. Jinshin retrieved a newspaper from the table, revealing a glaring headline. Famous agent Fujibayashi Karu accused of fraud, now imprisoned. Impossible. Even if Kuriko were to commit a crime, he would not be sent to Black Rope Island. He glared at the Whig. Do not attempt to deceive me. Such matters could likely be settled with a mere few 100,000 yen. Jinsen interjected, unable to contain himself, stepping alongside Jinshin and the Whig. How much did you truly pay to send Kuriko to Black Rope Island? Not much, merely half of the savings accumulated by Shinmyu over the years, Jinshin replied nonchalantly. Perhaps a few million. One might think you harbor an intense hatred for Kuriko to spend such an exorbitant sum to consign him to a prison reputed for its fatality. Jinsen shrugged helplessly. You must be running low on funds. Your savings are likely depleted. Understanding the nature of one's superior inevitably reflects upon their subordinates. And the absurdity of this situation is a consequence of your own making, E. The Whig observed E's changing expressions, a mocking grin growing more pronounced. You are less than half of what Momo is. Mere moments ago, you aspired to savor his exquisite wine. I do not refrain from drinking that wine because it is unpalatable, but rather because I lack the ability and the right to indulge in such divine vintages. Hijikata turned to E. Is that not so, E? Oh, do you wish to single-handedly destroy the Shinsengumi? Sasaki interjected. The vow we established is to protect Edo, not the shogunate. Hijikata stood beside Jintoki, declaring that the so-called shogunate's police are nothing more than their pawns. How dare you? You. Kiki was enraged. Never had he encountered such despicable individuals before, who dared to look down upon themselves. Sasaki, Kiki shouted. Regrettably, my lord, that is not feasible. Sasaki's calm voice echoed. The opposing force includes the noble son, the white Yasha, Batasai, along with the vice-captain. And our current numbers hardly afford us a chance of victory, unless it's akin to the odds of a popular children's show airing at prime time tonight. Kiki was momentarily speechless. He now realized the sheer terror that emanated from the group standing before him. Our battlefield lies solely in that location, right, Kenshin? The Whig, Jintoki and Hijikata exchanged glances, each reading the thoughts reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, the first war shall commence on Black Rope Island. Chapter 378. Is this, in the truest sense, the decisive battle? The current contest is one of time for both sides. Whether it be the shogunate or the union of the Choshu rebels and the Shinsengumi, the first to reach Black Rope Island would secure an absolute advantage. However, from the outset, Kenshin's side found themselves at a disadvantage. For Black Rope Island was originally a place designated by the shogunate to imprison the most heinous of criminals, an area under their jurisdiction. Thus, Kenshin and his comrades could not afford to lag behind. They set sail with a considerable number of small and large boats, charging fiercely toward Black Rope Island. Let it be known, the Shinsengumi will not mix with the Choshu rebels. Given the animosities of recent years, do you expect us to reconcile? Hijikata, clad in Shinsengumi uniform and smoking a cigarette, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant tiny black dot on the horizon. There should be a limit to naivety. I never expected you to comply. The Whig, arms crossed, did not look at Hijikata but stood at the bow of another ship, staring ahead. The Shinsengumi and the Choshu rebels, if united, could easily overturn the nation and everything else. However, I know you lack that intention. The Shinsengumi and the Choshu rebels will never truly merge. Yet, for the sake of saving those similar to us, and to maintain our psychological convictions, we shall temporarily cooperate. Indeed, once this cooperation concludes, we shall revert to being mortal enemies. Hijikata extinguished the cigarette in his hand. By that time, do not think I will be swayed by past affections. It sounds reasonable, but it's all nonsense. Jintoki scoffed, kicking Hijikata into the water while maintaining a nonchalant posture of digging his nose, saying, "Does standing there and acting cool feel gratifying?" He then glanced toward another ship where Kenshin had kicked the Whig off the bow. The two exchanged a thumbs up in comparison. Solus, X2, choking on water. Both the Whig and Hijikata shouted in unison at Jintoki and Kenshin. "Do you believe I will come up and slay you? Is that so?" With that, the two of them retrieved wooden sticks from the side of the ship and knocked the Whig and Hijikata back down as they attempted to climb aboard. Unidentified creatures seek to board the vessel. Everyone, prepare swiftly. Do not allow them to ascend. By Jintoki and Kenshin, observing the self-proclaimed leader among them. The internal strife is evident, leaving the others in a state of disbelief. Is this truly the demeanor of a man of honor? We are engaged in a battle against the odds. Shouldn't we be hastening towards Black Rope Island? Why are we squabbling here? Where is your sense of urgency? What has become of the fierce resolve we just exhibited? Has it all been discarded? This is indeed their nature, as they gently row the oars. Ameo glances at the playful individuals, a rare smile illuminating her face. This is how it should be. Otherwise, they would not be themselves. Oh, but this behavior truly unsettles the others, Shinpachi remarks, rubbing his forehead. No worries, for they are Kenshin's comrades, and Jintoki's as well. Kagura inexplicably possesses immense confidence in them. However, this playful banter did not last long before it was interrupted by a thunderous sound. It has arrived. Jintoki and Kenshin simultaneously cease their actions, raising their gazes skyward, where warships are arrayed above, casting a commanding presence over those below. Fire! A booming voice commands from above. And in unison, flames erupt from the warships, cannonballs raining down upon the tranquil waters, creating chaos on the surface. The small fleet of dozens of boats, including Kenshin and his companions, struggles to navigate the tumultuous seas. A cannonball pierces through the air, and Jintoki's muscular arm, veins bulging, deflects a falling cannonball, sending it soaring to collide with another descending projectile, igniting an explosion in midair. Kenshin, though Shinpachi may lack Jintoki's extraordinary strength, he employs his own tactics, skillfully spinning the cannonball upon his blade before using the momentum to send it flying away. Yet, even this cannot alter the reality of their precarious situation. Shinpachi bellows in frustration, pleading for Kenshin's assistance. Do not underestimate us. Hijikata grips the swaying boat, directing his gaze at the warships above, roaring, counterattack. Show them the might of the Shinsengumi. Oh, with Hijikata's command, the members of the Shinsengumi eagerly retrieve rocket launchers from within the small boats, aiming upward to unleash a barrage upon the warships. What a band of armament enthusiasts. Jintoki's smile is uncontainable, yet in the next moment, a cannonball explodes beside his boat, sending a massive wave crashing over him, drenching his figure. Damn it! Before Jintoki can utter further curses, he watches as Kenshin swiftly turns, affixing peculiar devices to his feet, then leaps overboard. Hey Kenshin, you lack chakra. Water treading is not something you can do. This is so unlike your usual style. Jintoki begins to exclaim, only to have his mouth filled with water, feeling somewhat discomfort. I anticipated such a scenario long ago. The journey to Black Rope Island was destined to be fraught with peril. Thus, I entrusted the creation of this contraption to Old Man Yuan Wai. Jinshin stood steadfastly upon the surface of the water, encased in a sleek black mechanical suit that adorned his shins. A series of air currents dispersed across the water, allowing him to float effortlessly. Why are you so adept at this? Why not soar into the heavens? Intai remarked, observing the peculiar apparatus beneath Jinshin's feet. Because I must confront who awaits me, Jinshin murmured softly, his gaze narrowing ominously at a figure rapidly approaching from the distance. The technology of the Celestials cannot be underestimated. We must remain vigilant in our dealings with them. So, you intend to disregard our plight? With her long, lustrous black hair now dampened by the water, she gazed at Jinshin's demeanor and spoke. If that individual draws near, our predicament will worsen. Jinshin lowered his stance, fixating on the approaching figure and its sinister grin. Under my wings, you cannot escape. We meet again, little rat, echoed a voice from the warship above. A cold smirk crept across Jinshin's lips as he disregarded the vessel and unleashed the energy beneath him, propelling himself forward. I shall deal with you later, Sue, he declared with a fierce tone, sending a spray of water flying as he surged ahead. Thus, amidst the clash between the warship and the small vessel, the two combatants floated upon the water's surface, engaging in their fierce duel. As blades collided, their silhouettes intertwined, reluctant to yield. One grasped the collar of the other's garment as they passed, resulting in both tearing their attire and being propelled through the water. Simultaneously, they steadied themselves upon the water's surface and accelerated toward one another once more. One brandished a longsword glowing with a crimson hue, while the other wielded a reverse-bladed sword with a poised stance. What a rare battle this was, upon such a watery arena. The blades clashed with a resounding impact, sending splashes of water erupting around them, while their devices spun upon the surface. Jinshin and Jiantai exchanged dozens of blows amidst their whirlpool-like dance. Meanwhile, Sue aboard the warship observed the skirmish below with growing interest, the glint in his eyes intensifying. The blood crescent blade twirled, its crimson glow entwining around the red sakura. With a flourish, Jiantai propelled himself forward, dragging the red sakura through the water, creating a cascade of spray toward Jinshin. Yet Jinshin chose not to counter with sword energy. Instead, he gracefully rotated on the water's surface, lowering his body and sheathing his sword, awaiting Jiantai's approach. I was deceiving you. Jiantai revealed a mischievous grin, and as he hoisted the red sakura from beneath the water, a massive crimson energy blade was raised high in his grasp. Ultimate slash of heaven, Jiantai bellowed with exhilaration, surging forth with formidable force toward Jinshin. Flying sword technique, tornado thunder. Spinning upon the water's surface, he struck with his blade, conjuring a whirlwind that swirled the lake's waters into a vortex, hurtling toward Jiantai. Child's play. Have you exhausted your techniques, Jinshin? A disdainful smile lingered on his lips, as a surge of fury shattered the vortex of water beneath him. With renewed speed, he launched a horizontal slash towards the man who stood motionless. It was not a lapse in judgment. The glint in the sword heart's eyes revealed a chilling light. The reverse blade, unbeknownst to him, had returned to its sheath, and he held it aloft with both hands, angled above his head. The flying sword technique roared as it cleaved through the air. In the fleeting moment before the sword reached its target, the balance of battle hinged precariously. A mere second's delay would result in a bisected fate, while a hasty strike without sufficient power would send him flying. Seizing this rare instant, the sword heart drew his blade and struck down with great force. What? With a single stroke, he cleaved through the crimson energy blade formed by the heaven-slaying strike, dissipating the red currents entirely. The might of the reverse blade remained undiminished as it struck the face of Jiantai, carving a long line across the water's surface. Jiantai, unable to withstand such power, was sent hurtling back, skimming across the water like a drifting leaf. Did you just sever the heaven-slaying strike? Spoke Rome, who had remained silent for a considerable time. It cannot be so. The reverse blade alone could not achieve such a feat, Sue. observing Jin Xin's pursuit across the water, remarked, what he drew was not merely the reverse blade, but a concealed secondary sword hidden within it. It was the lethal sharpness of that weapon, combined with the explosive force unleashed by the flying sword technique during the draw, that enabled him to shatter the heaven-slaying strike. Is that so? Rome, lowering the brim of his hat, fell momentarily silent. What if you were to take on the challenge? Su did not respond verbally, but instead extended 2 fingers. 2 parts of control? Rome exclaimed in surprise. It requires not merely 2 parts of strength. I could block that strike with ease, Su replied with a smile, causing Rome's eyes to widen in astonishment. Against such a creature, you handle it with such ease? Su, just how powerful are you? Chapter 379. The shogunate pill with swift strides. He grasped Jiantai's retreating arm, lifting him effortlessly and casting him aside. In the same motion, the long and short swords in his hands stirred the water into a tumultuous wave before crashing down with force. Now this is more interesting. Jiantai, skimming across the water, felt the impending wave and smiled, twisting his body to evade the impending strike. Lowering his stance atop the water's surface, he pressed one hand against it, feeling the ripples. For the first time, Jiantai halted his relentless pursuit, gazing across the water at Jian Xing, who wielded dual swords. Finally willing to reveal your true abilities? You have drawn the concealed weapon for the first time since our confrontation, Jiantai remarked, a trace of an unpleasant smile appearing on his face. Since we have reached this final juncture, I no longer need to suppress the desire for vengeance deep within my heart, Jian Xing declared, fixating on Jiantai, disregarding the exploding shells and splashes of water around him. Indeed, I seek revenge. I have never forgotten that it is you wretches who are my true enemies. The desire to languidly drift through life has been shattered. With a swift motion, I plunged my side sword into the reverse blade sword, casting a fleeting glance at the sky. Although this side sword has yet to taste blood or take a life, I would not hesitate to use it to send you on your journey. As I spoke, I extended my hand, while the figure concealed beneath a mask aboard the aerial battleship smirked slightly and murmured, "Hand it over to him." Obscured by the shadows, the figure relinquished the red-sheathed long knife, which spun gracefully through the air toward me. I reached out and grasped the sword in my hand. Now I shall employ my true skill, I declared, securing the long knife at my waist. I lifted my gaze to meet the eyes of my opponent. You have always wielded the reverse blade sword, while I am a fusion of the red cherry blossom and the village ring. If you do not invert your sword, you cannot hope to defeat me. Simultaneously, I glanced toward the ongoing battle involving Jintoki and others, observing their strenuous struggle amidst the rippling water. You will not be able to protect anyone, I thought bitterly. With a darkened gaze, I reversed the reverse blade sword back into its sheath and charged once more at my adversary. The two of us exchanged no words as we engaged in battle above the water's surface, where the clash of swords and the ensuing energy erupted into the air, creating deep indentations on the water's surface. The perilous attacks, which sliced through the water, posed a grave threat. A single misstep could lead to dismemberment. The waves stirred by our duel danced around us, appearing momentarily on one side before vanishing to the other. Yet, the shadows of our figures remained elusive, merely leaving behind long trails upon the water as we collided repeatedly. Jintoki skillfully severed the incoming sword energy with a swift stroke, sending a spray of water into the air as he struck upward. Countless droplets cascaded down, creating a cerulean ripple, while the razor-sharp energy erupted from his blade, detonating a series of projectiles mid-air. Was this the Battle of Legends? The Shinsengumi, precariously balancing on the ship to avoid falling, watched in awe at the tumultuous clash stirring the water's surface. Their eyes widened at this breathtaking display of speed, a spectacle they had never witnessed before. It was a revelation, shedding light on how, a decade prior, the Shinsengumi, armed with mere swords against the might of warships and cannons, could stand their ground. Beyond sheer will, this was perhaps one of the reasons. Though I remained unscathed, our progress could not be hindered here. The man with the wig steadfastly observed the approaching Kuroiwa Island from the ship's bow. Our objective is to land. We must swiftly rescue the imprisoned Kondo Isami, Matsudaira Kunitora, and the leader of the Black Children. We cannot afford to linger here. Let us advance forward. Such is the allure of wigs. When taken seriously, a wig embodies the essence of a born leader, an impressive presence indeed. Unlike us, who merely wield swords and clash with one another. The strength of a wig does not lie in martial prowess, but in its innate charisma. Gintoki gazed at the movements of the wig, a flicker of nostalgia illuminating his eyes, for it had been quite some time since he had experienced such moments. He recalled the days when he was part of a covert ambush unit, with the wig commanding the operation, Shinsuke providing rear support, and that short fellow, Shinsuke, leading the charge as the captain of the demon troops. As for Kenshin, he had always been the one standing at the forefront, drawing fire away. Although the absence of those two was palpable this time, the dependable allies by his side remained undiminished. "Sir, if this continues, they will soon land," Oboro remarked. Observing Gintoki and his companions bravely approaching Kurohige Island amidst the barrage of fire. What is there to panic about? Is it not splendid to offer a glimmer of hope before plunging them into despair? Vizu remarked, indifferent to the ongoing battle below. No matter how they flee, they shall never escape my wings. Yet this contradicts our original intent. Has my lord forgotten the plan we established from the outset? Oboro pressed. How tiresome. Vizu retorted after a moment of silence, his disdain evident as he vanished from the bow of the battleship. Meanwhile, the combat between Kenshin and Gintoki escalated, each thrusting their blades into the other's shoulder, piercing through. Kenshin deftly parried Muramesa's strike with his reverse blade, and the two once again emerged before all. Kenshin Himura. This time you shall truly grasp the essence of despair. Everything is not merely confined to your present. For we too are prepared to make you acutely aware of your insignificance. Gintoki sneered cruelly while pressing down on the reverse blade. Is that so? I beg to differ. Kenshin declared, shaking off the impact as he sent Muramesa flying. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his reverse blade horizontally at Gintoki. While he could not slay him, it was sufficient to send him soaring. The crimson figure, propelled outward, spun upon the water's surface, sending waves crashing higher than ever before, unable to halt his momentum. Wasting time, Vizu remarked, maintaining his stance while retracting his sheathed long sword and reaching for the falling secondary blade. With a swift motion, he crushed it in his grasp. Furthermore, Vizu stood upon the water's surface, defying all comprehension without the aid of any scientific means. How is this possible? Just a single move? Toshiro felt an involuntary tremor in his blade, a precursor to the battle's resolve, as fear gripped him, his body instinctively issuing a warning. In his understanding, no one could hurl him away with such unparalleled swiftness, especially not with an impact that could not be forcibly halted. Quickly, make landfall. Gintoki had long been aware of this situation. In the face of the Tenka Toro, all individuals were no cause for concern. Even if Kenshin could not secure victory, remaining undefeated was still a possibility. However, there existed one singular exception. This individual. Was it merely my illusion? Why was he able to completely discern the trajectory of Ryoshozen's attack? Unable to halt his momentum, Kenshin, adrift on the water's surface, found himself grappling with these thoughts. Soon, he was propelled to the shore, where he launched himself forward, stirring up a cloud of dust as he crashed into the dense forest. Observing the billowing smoke, Q took hold of his Tenkuzen. Mind your own business, he scoffed. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. Moreover, his interest in this matter was undeniably piqued, as a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, Q dismissed his cloak, declaring, I will confront the Bakdae. As for those fellows over there, I entrust them to you. With that, his figure vanished from the water's surface. This guy really irks me, Q grumbled discontentedly before turning his gaze to the group of impostors who had just reached the shore. You shall bear the brunt of my wrath. As he watched the waves crashing toward him, the impostors were already prepared, yet they remained apprehensive about Kenshin. Could he truly contend with such an opponent? Although the initial plan was for him to hold off Q, it was apparent that the situation had escalated beyond their expectations. Die! With a menacing expression, Q leaped high into the air, his dual blades crossing as he aimed to strike down upon Ameo. Sister! The clash of the dual blades was intercepted by Gintoki, who stood resolutely before Ameo's small vessel, his expression stern. Though he took a few steps back, his Toya Lake blade effectively blocked the onslaught from Akazuki and Murasame. Oh, the white Yasha? Q's eyes narrowed in surprise. You all should leave, I'll handle this guy. With a surge of power, Gintoki sent Q hurtling away and raised Toya Lake, addressing Q in a calm tone. Enough with your foolish words. This opponent is not one to be faced alone, Hijikata interjected, taking a drag from his cigarette. No, this is a matter I must resolve myself. I have some questions for him, Gintoki replied, narrowing his eyes. Besides, do not underestimate me. Then I leave it to you, the impostor replied without hesitation. This was not an abandonment of Gintoki, but rather a recognition of his potential to triumph over Q. After knowing Gintoki for over a decade, how could the impostor be unaware of his prowess? If anyone among them could surpass Kenshin, it would undoubtedly be Gintoki. In front of us, there are still remaining members of the Tenkatoro to contend with, not to mention Sasaki and Miss Shinyo of the Miburo. And let us not forget that Ho is yet to make an appearance. The impostor observed the reluctant Hijikata and Sugo, along with the concerned Shinpachi and Kagura, and spoke up. Our combat strength is stretched thin. Trust in Gintoki. We cannot afford to linger here. Hey you, what exactly is this jailbreak plan? Amidst the trees, the escapee known as Heizi sprinted alongside Kondo and Matsudaira, clad in black and white striped prison garb as they raced toward the coast. Suddenly, Kondo inquired of the leading Heizi, "What is happening?" "There is no time for explanations. Hurry to the vehicle," Heizi replied without turning back. "Even so, look ahead," Matsudaira pointed. There are unmistakable signs of something having crashed through the trees, leaving a trail of broken trunks. Could it be that a shell has struck here? Heizi pondered. Does this mean that Lord Kenshin and his companions have landed on the island? How splendid. Kenshin? Kondo and Matsudaira exchanged bewildered glances. This time, to save you and to safeguard the last hope of Lord Shomo and Edo, the Shinsengumi and the Loyalists are collaborating for the first time to rescue you, Heizi declared. All of this is to ensure that Lord Shomo's will remains unbroken. Kondo and Matsudaira were left agog, their jaws dropping in astonishment. What did he just say? The Shinsengumi and the Loyalists are working together? This is preposterous. The heavens have forsaken us. The Tokugawa will fall. Chapter 380. The gradually unveiling truth. Unexpected little mice. Are you? Just as Heizi and the others stood shocked at the scene of destruction, a mocking voice rang out, and an indescribable sense of impending doom surged through their minds, leaving their bodies trembling, paralyzed, unable to flee. Swish, grasping the hilt of his reverse blade sword, Kenshin felt blood trickling down from his forehead, streaking his cheeks, while small wounds marred his chest, abdomen, and limbs, a testament to his grievous state. His tattered garments were further sullied by a branch protruding from his abdomen, exacerbating his injuries. Run! Kenshin growled fiercely, his face contorted with rage. Channeling his strength, he thrust the sword upward, clearing the phantom's path, while simultaneously swinging the scabbard at the phantom's head. The phantom, seemingly unfazed, coolly extended a hand, effortlessly catching the scabbard in its grip, disregarding Kenshin's might. Once one discerns the trajectory of an attack, it becomes utterly inconsequential, it declared, crushing the scabbard in its palm. As splinters scattered, a flicker of astonishment and confusion briefly glimmered in Kenshin's eyes. With a powerful kick, the phantom sent Kenshin hurtling through the air, his body tumbling across the ground, crashing into several large trees before continuing his flight. However, the ground was no forgiving surface, unlike water. Kenshin forcibly drove the reverse blade's sword into the earth, halting his momentum. He pressed a foot against the gnarled roots behind him and raised his weapon. Crescent Moon Slash. The blue-white sword energy collided with the black-red energy in an explosive clash. In an instant, the black-red energy surged forth like a tidal wave, consuming the blue-white energy without pause, piercing through Kenshin's body and leaving a vast fan-shaped swath of splintered wood in its wake. Ugh! The expression on Jinshin's face suddenly altered, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt upon the ground, gazing at the hollow that taunted him from a short distance away. At that moment, even the hand gripping the hilt of his sword began to tremble. Is this all there is to it? Observing the fleeing figures of Kuriko and the others, the hollow raised an eyebrow, remarking, knowing full well that facing me head-on brings no hope of victory, you chose to reveal your concealed form for their sake. How tiresome these bonds are. Truly formidable, he mused, wielding the counterfeit crescent moon and heaven lock against me. I must be quite foolish. With a bitter smile, Jinshin lowered his head and spat out blood once more, feeling a sense of relief wash over his chest after doing so. This sword, forged from you, need not be belittled. Within this blade, I have discovered the secret to becoming stronger. Otherwise, the possibility of defeating you would indeed be questionable. The hollow approached Jinshin, who was half kneeling on the ground, and rested the black blade of heaven lock upon his shoulder. So, do you possess the will to rise again? Indeed. And it burns fiercely. The reverse blade was suddenly drawn, sending shards of stone and earth obscuring the hollow's line of sight. Yet, the hollow remained unperturbed, merely gazing at the barrier formed from the darkened soil and debris, confidently raising heaven lock. Try to attack me, if you dare. Kenshin did not call out the name of his technique. Instead, in a fleeting moment, he appeared beneath the hollow, his reverse blade unable to build momentum due to the absence of a sheath, thus executing a direct upward thrust. His fingers pressed slightly forward on the sword guard of heaven lock, the swastika-shaped guard opening as the obsidian blade intercepted Longsheng flash, while the hollow looked down at Kenshin, declaring, "Found you." Boom. A fist struck the ground, yet missed Kenshin entirely. The hollow, unfazed, took a step forward, and his figure instantly vanished. Nanny. Kenshin's eyes widened in shock. Was that just now the speed of movement? Before he could ponder further, he suddenly felt a large, dark hand covering his face, as the hollow forcefully thrust Kenshin backward, pressing him against a great tree. Are you perplexed? Are you wondering why I possess such speed? The hollow's indifferent voice echoed. If I must explain, it is the result of prolonged mutual training, a familiarity born from the clash of swords, the outcome of countless victories. Through the hollow's fingers, Kenshin glimpsed the masked figure, whose eyes crinkled in a casual smile. In his heart, he realized he had long been acquainted with such a visage. Could it be that your ability to endure beneath my blade for so long is not due to your strength, but rather because your body has memorized this style of swordsmanship? It is your instinctive actions, born of muscle memory, that have allowed you to survive until now. The hollow smiled at Kenshin. Do you understand now, Kenshin? Kenshin, how dare you use his visage to address me so intimately? The reverse blade was raised and struck down. The hollow's arm tensed as he blocked the blow with his muscle and simultaneously pressed Kenshin's head into the tree trunk. Is that so? Who do you think I am? Sword Heart spat, his voice laced with disdain, as he clutched at the phantom's arm with one hand while the other gripped the tree trunk, forcing his head to twist despite the sharp bark that scraped against the back of his skull. In a swift motion, he sank his teeth into the phantom's finger. The phantom gazed at Sword Heart, amusement flickering in his eyes as he pondered whether Sword Heart, due to his attachment to the sword, had mistakenly viewed himself as a mere replica of Song Yang. How laughable it would be if he were to discover the truth. What a delightful spectacle it would be. With a sinister grin, the phantom pressed Sword Heart's cheek against the rough bark, submerging his head deeper into the tree's embrace. Since you are in such a weakened state, allow me to enlighten you with a fragment of the truth, Mad Dog. His words pierced through Sword Heart's haze of pain, igniting within him a fervent desire for vengeance. The Battle of Zhanghai, that was your moment of glory. Fujibayashi chose to sacrifice himself to protect your master and you, willingly throwing himself upon your sword. The phantom leaned closer to Sword Heart, who was trembling with rage. That scene was orchestrated by us. In other words, we utilized your hand to eliminate the one we despise the most, simultaneously transforming your profound despair into a fleeting diversion from our otherwise monotonous existence. Sword Heart's grip tightened around his reverse blade sword, a quiver of determination coursing through him. And thank you for providing us with Fujibayashi's blood, which has rewarded us handsomely in the cosmos. The lords of the universe personally came to express their gratitude, remarking, "The pleasures of earthly women are indeed exquisite." In a sudden eruption of fury, Sword Heart flipped his reverse blade sword, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that obliterated the mighty tree. The blade descended mercilessly, severing the phantom's arm, while Sword Heart's gaze ignited with an inferno of wrath and sorrow, transforming into an unparalleled assault. "I want you dead," he roared, transcending the dragon's nest flash, surpassing all chaotic slashes. Had he finally metamorphosed back into the fearsome Azura of old? Such a splendid gaze, the phantom mused. For it is this very revelation that drives you to your zenith. Even as his body was cleaved apart, the phantom's terrifying regenerative abilities allowed him to disregard Sword Heart's frantic strikes, taunting him with derision. "What can you achieve with just that blade, little warrior from Matsushita Academy?" Sword Heart remained silent, his resolve unwavering as he continued to strike. If he still believed this phantom was merely a copy, then his years of struggle had been in vain. Thus, a grim hypothesis began to form in his mind. Yet, it was precisely this conjecture that propelled Sword Heart into a frenzy. If it held truth, then what had been the significance of his perseverance throughout the years? Or the burdens he bore during the time of the Sano Joy? Although engaged in a frenzied onslaught, the depths of sorrow were unmistakably reflected in Kenshin's gaze. With this hypothesis in mind, it was impossible not to ponder further. In a deft maneuver, Kenshin, with lips split from exertion, wielded the reverse blade sword to unleash a final strike, sending a cross-shaped wave of sword energy hurtling towards the void, crashing into the dense forest with a resounding explosion. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Jinsan, where are you? Please come and tell me that my thoughts are erroneous. Unable to maintain his grip on the reverse blade, Kenshin collapsed to his knees, covering his face as he bowed his head into the crater created by the explosive force, tears streaming down his cheeks. Jinsan, where are you? Please save me. What should I do? At this moment, only you can guide me. The perseverance we have maintained through the years. Chapter 381. The trend of one-on-one duels. Yet the events that transpired with Kenshin remained unknown to others. The genesis and conclusion of all occurrences had long since slipped from public knowledge, and those who held fragments of the truth and facts had all emerged on this Black Rope Island. You truly possess confidence, Jinsan remarked, planting the cherry blossom before him and lifting Muramasa, a bemused smile gracing his face as he regarded Jin. Is that all you have? You should comprehend the disparity between you and that fellow. Even back in the battlefield, you and Katsura Kotoru were no match for me. What can you do now? There are plenty of things one can do, such as bathing, drinking, dining, fishing, or barbecuing. All of these are possible, Jin responded, performing an odd gesture as he concealed Lake Toya within his sleeve, revealing a hint of the blade's hilt. For a gourmand, such endeavors are essential. How absurd. Even at this juncture, you continue to spout nonsense, Kenji scoffed, his hand gliding over Muramasa, feeling the weapon's sharpness intertwined with a curse. Do you not wish to know the origins and reasons behind everything? We are all individuals who grasp portions of the truth. If we were to piece together all these fragments, though incomplete, a semblance of understanding would emerge, would it not? Jin focused his gaze, direct and unwavering, as he confronted Kenji. Perhaps you should enlighten me first. The weak seeking knowledge from the strong to secure their right to exist. This is common sense, is it not? Kenji remarked casually. I am aware, Jin replied, opening his reddish-brown eyes to meet Kenji's gaze. I am stronger than you, weakling. The weak one. Pausing momentarily to wipe the blade's edge, Kenji revealed a menacing grin. You dare to assert that, Hido Kiribatasai? Boom. The blood-red sword energy was unleashed towards Jin, carving a scar into the sandy ground. Yet, just as it was about to strike him, Jin deftly maneuvered Lake Toya, the wooden blade deftly cutting through the crimson energy, reducing it to mere nothingness. Oh, it seems you have made significant progress. Kenji narrowed his eyes dangerously, genuinely surprised. I have never intentionally trained nor cultivated my skills over the years, Jin remarked, holding Lake Toya firmly. It is not that I have grown stronger, rather, it is you who have weakened. Jin Tai remained speechless, for he understood that prior to this encounter in the cosmos, he had indeed exerted considerable effort to overcome the formidable adversary. When he arrived on Earth to fulfill his mission, his wounds had yet to heal. Therefore, during his recent battle with Jin Xian, he felt more than capable of dealing with you. As he spoke, Murakumo drew a line between life and death, and Jin Tai charged forward with his sword, stirring up a cloud of dust as swift as the wind, reaching Jintoki in an instant. His long blade aimed a strike that Jintoki deftly evaded. In that moment, Jin Tai pivoted to employ the tornado flash technique. However, before he could fully initiate it, Jintoki's wooden sword intercepted the end of Murakumo's hilt, rendering him unable to execute the technique. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, creating a shockwave that rent the air. Both warriors retreated a few steps, disengaging their weapons. As Jintoki spun on his heel, his wooden sword met the tip of Jin Tai's Murakumo in a stalemate, leaving them momentarily evenly matched. The proficiency with which Jintoki wielded the wooden sword was astonishing. As they exchanged positions, Jin Xian, with his back turned to Jintoki, coldly remarked, "It's time to get serious. If you truly injure me, it would be rather humiliating." The wooden sword slashed downward while Murakumo followed suit, their blades clashing midair once more. The two turned to face each other, one's gaze burning with a fierce intent to kill, while the other's eyes emanated an unsettling calmness, reminiscent of a lone wolf separated from its pack, an eerie stillness bordering on death itself. White Knight Demon, do you comprehend why you have been hunted for years following your departure from the Aiku War? The leniency shown by the heavenly path towards others is a stark contrast to your plight. Jin Tai, locked in a tense standoff with Jintoki, remarked, "You are too close to Hijiwara Kenshin. I recall your words. I entrust the protection of Jinsuke and the wig to you. It is precisely because of that statement that you have endured such relentless pursuit. If you were to be erased from this world, I can only imagine the expression on Hijiwara Kenshin's face." Jintoki remained silent, his composure unshaken. Even in the face of Jiantai's brazen mockery, he simply lifted an item long forgotten, hidden behind his arm. In the astonished gaze of Jiantai, a fleeting pink glow shimmered along the blade of the red sakura. With unwavering resolve, Jintoki struck downward. The blade sliced through Jiantai's chest, carving a deep wound. As blood erupted forth, Jiantai's face contorted with rage, and in a swift maneuver, he thrust Murakumo, breaking through the barrier of Lake Toya, directly piercing Jintoki's shoulder. Simultaneously, the two exchanged kicks, each striking the other in the chest, causing them to fall backward. Although their movements occurred nearly simultaneously, the injury sustained by Jiantai was evidently far more severe than the damage inflicted upon Jintoki. Littering indiscriminately is certainly not a commendable habit. It seems the consequences have caught up with you. Yet Jinsan merely chuckles nonchalantly, his body supported by the Lake Toya and the cherry blossoms. Now, the portion of the truth that we possess can be shared, can't it? Shared? Kenta looks at Jinsan with surprise. I assumed you intended to vanquish me and then look down upon me to seize victory directly. That was merely your wishful thinking. In truth, I harbor no such inclination. Issues that can be resolved at the dining table are not issues at all, Jinsan retorts slowly. What exactly is the truth? The truth? A peculiar flush adorns Kenta's face, his gaze towards Jinsan imbued with mockery and pity. Isn't the truth you seek already present on this island? Do not fret, Jinsan will not succumb to him. Swiftly navigating through the woods towards the prison's location, the wigged figure casts a glance back at the anxious faces of their comrades and can't help but smile reassuringly. After all, Jinsan grew up alongside the likes of Yamazaki, and his understanding of the flying heaven swordsmanship is hardly inferior to that of Yamazaki himself. Such a monster cannot be dealt with merely by familiarity with sword techniques. Aren't you even the slightest bit worried? With a swift slash, he dispatches a member of the reversal group. Observing the encroaching battle between the Shinsengumi and the Loyalists, Hijikata spits out his cigarette in frustration and exclaims, "Damn it. These fellows would rather die than allow us to remain here. Because of our faith, there is no need for concern." The wigged figure evades an incoming strike from a reversal group member, deftly tripping him to the ground, while accelerating once more. Forward. Do not linger in battle. If we are delayed here, the commander will be taken directly. The purpose of our presence here, alongside the sacrifices of our fallen comrades, will become utterly meaningless. Oh, the voices of not only the Loyalists but also numerous members of the Shinsengumi resonate in agreement. This fellow, I am beginning to understand why he can be a leader. Hijikata muses silently as he watches the wigged figure leading their advance. Though I would relish the opportunity to stab you in the back right now, regrettably, Hijikata-san, we must part ways here. A voice interjects. Could it be Sugo? Hijikata turns in surprise, only to see Sugo adopting the unique drawing stance of the flying heaven swordsmanship, facing a girl emerging from the shadows. The vice captain of the reversal group, Imai Shinyo, is it? Hijikata states nonchalantly, taking a step forward. Cease, Hijikata-san. This is a battle of my own. Sugo's voice rings out, his eyes alight with pre-battle excitement. I am the heir of the flying heaven swordsmanship, and this Miss Shinyo has expressed a desire to ascertain how much of his sword art I have inherited. Shinyo remained silent, merely observing Sugo's stance. Her long katana slightly pushed aside. I shall prove it to you. Like a bloodthirsty fiend, he flashed a sinister smile. While such a grin would be terrifying on a villain, on Togo's face, it radiated a sense of exhilaration, a desire to vindicate himself against the naysayers. An equally matched adversary. How infuriating. Both of you are so disobedient. We are here to rescue people. What mood do you have to engage in a private brawl? Have you lost your senses? Seeing Togo's choice, Hijikata couldn't help but jump up and curse. Thus, the task of rescuing will be entrusted to you. Mr. Hijikata, Togo replied nonchalantly. Upon our return, I shall confine you according to the regulations of the Shinsengumi for 3 days. After a moment of silence, Hijikata turned and dispatched an assailant from the Mibu faction attempting a sneak attack, muttering, "Umph." In an instant, Togo unleashed his offensive and moved before the shrine maiden. We should take our leave as well. The wigged one did not linger, sensing that advancing further would likely lead him to confront those individuals. Unlike the white uniforms of the Mibu faction, these were garments resembling those of monks, embodying the celestial will, the way of heaven. There were many matters that required clarification face to face. The appearance of Kinta, the woman in the cosmos resembling an apricot, the materials on Professor Matsunoya in the archives, and the dragon vein. Chapter 382. The adorable little warriors. It struck him as peculiar. Why had Ro not appeared? The wigged one ran at the forefront of the group, his mind racing with numerous questions. After all, this battle was not on their home turf. The disadvantage was perpetually on their side. A single misstep could lead to encirclement, and no matter how formidable a fighter one might be, the outcome would inevitably be extinction. That is because I have already repelled him. A voice emanated from behind the shadow of a tree, causing the wigged one to startle and swiftly turn, drawing his sword and demanding, "Who goes there?" "It's me, Kuriko," came the reply, infused with a palpable weariness. "Could you lend me a hand? I'm finding it quite difficult to move right now." The wigged one approached cautiously, remaining vigilant. He would not take the words of this figure behind the tree at face value. This wariness was honed over time. Having been deceived too many times before, one must remain astute. As he cautiously advanced, the wigged one was unable to deter Shinbeichi and Kagura, who, not comprehending his slow, guarded approach, pushed past Hijikata and strode forward. "Beware. Come back." Hijikata's warning was left unfinished, only to hear Kagura's startled exclamation from behind the tree. "Curse it, Kagura!" The wigged one, Hijikata, and Shinbeichi cried out in anger, racing forward. In the fleeting moment of turning around, they beheld Kagura gazing fixedly at the trunk of the large tree, speechless. The gazes of the wigged one and his companions followed suit, and a singular glance left them utterly astonished. "Has Mr. Katsura arrived? Please, set me down. This is rather exhausting." A long knife was embedded in the abdomen, pinning the figure against the tree trunk, suspended in midair, while a short blade pierced through the wrist, anchoring it to the head. The raised arm poised as if to strike, yet swiftly thwarted by a quicker intervention. The figure gazed vacantly ahead, blood incessantly dripping from the weapon clutched in the other hand, a mingling of his own and that of his adversary, the crimson liquid cascading down his abdomen and head. "Hey, Black!" shouted the one with the wig, rushing forward to wrench the short knife free, cautiously lifting the long knife still lodged in the abdomen, and gently lowering Black to the ground, laying him on his side. "Black, wake up!" Tudu looked on anxiously at Black. "Pull yourself together. Where's the medic? Is anyone here to help?" "Mr. Hakagai, as per your request, I have successfully rescued Mr. Matsumura and Mr. Kondo. But we were intercepted by Oboro on our way to the designated location, so I stayed behind to cover our retreat," replied a voice, weary yet resolute. Black's once bright eyes now dimmed, revealing a profound fatigue. Despite his grievous injuries, Oboro was not faring well either. With great effort, he turned his gaze towards the other side. Following Black's glance, two fingers lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by the congealed blood that had long since dried. "Do not speak. I have yet to formally request your assistance in dealing with the itch," the wig-wearer murmured softly, tearing away Black's tattered clothing. "I have bandages here." Nishibachi extended his hand, offering the supplies. "Excellent, truly timely." A flicker of relief crossed the wig-wearer's serious face as he hurriedly called upon the others to assist in bandaging Black's wounds. "By the way, what is the status of Ito's group?" Tudu inquired, as if recalling something important. "According to reports, we have located Uncle Matsumura, and they are currently en route to a safe location," Yamazaki exclaimed, holding the phone, his joy tempered by a hint of concern. "However, they have yet to find the whereabouts of Leader Kondo." "Very well, since we have rescued Uncle Matsumura, if we can also rescue Leader Kondo, our mission here will be complete," Tudu declared, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "It's not that simple." Tudu's words had scarcely left his lips when an overwhelming number of members from the Kaikai group and the Tenda troops emerged from the surrounding thickets, surrounding everyone in their midst. "I was wondering why you hadn't arrived, and now I see," the wig-wearer smirked as he half-squatted on the ground, gradually standing to face Oboro, who emerged from the parted crowd. "You foolish Oboro, a rare opponent, yet he fails to comprehend the chasm between himself and the heavens," Oboro remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Black. "Had it not been for the bait intended to draw you in, he would have already descended into hell. Plans within plans. I have long been aware." "I willingly took the bait," the wig-wearer retorted, his lips curling into a smile. "For it is only I who has taken the bait. Charge! With those words, Tudu erupted into action, roaring as he unleashed a barrage of rockets and a furious assault armed with blades. Catching the Kaikai group and Tendo members off guard, allowing the Shinsengumi a momentary escape route. One must never let their guard down, Shinsengumi. Oboro coldly watched the departure of the Shinsengumi, sneering at the wigged figure. For the Chashingumi and the followers of the Way of Heaven, the Shinsengumi stands as a hindrance. Does it not? What do you mean? The wigged figure narrowed his eyes. When both parties share a common enemy, the opportunity for collaboration arises, Oboro remarked. You are correct. Our enemy, along with the Shinsengumi, is indeed you, the wigged figure retorted. I shall bring about your annihilation. Oh, Oboro raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Just you and those two little brats behind you? He referred, of course, to Kagura and Shinpachi, who had not escaped with them. What has become of Jintoki? Kagura shouted at Oboro, you noodle-wrapped fool. Upon seeing you, I lost my appetite for the bucket of instant noodles I had prepared at home. I've decided. When I return home, I shall feed those noodles to Sadaharu and buy a cake instead. Hey, we're in the midst of a battle. Can you at least pretend to be serious? Shinpachi angrily interjected. Regrettably, you won't be returning home, Oboro said, lowering the brim of his hat. Is that so? I beg to differ, came the cheerful exclamation from Kagura and Shinpachi, as they each seized a member of the followers of the Way of Heaven. Jintoki's silhouette gradually emerged from the shadows, not wielding the Toya Lake, but still grasping the red cherry blossom sword. You have dealt with Kenna this time, Oboro, typically expressionless, finally showed a flicker of change, his tone and countenance betraying surprise. No, he has departed, Jintoki stated, standing beside the wigged figure. After I defeated him, I acquired the truth I sought, and then he left. Humph, Oboro scoffed. As expected, that fellow, before he could finish, a violent storm suddenly erupted in the woods, and a powerful shockwave of earth, broken wood, and tree roots surged through the confrontation, crashing against the cliff's rock face. What cough cough? Jintoki and the others instinctively covered their mouths, coughing incessantly. Struggling in vain is futile, Kenshin, a voice echoed from the other side. In an instant, sensing something amiss, Jintoki and the wigged figure turned their gazes. Amidst the scattering dirt and dust, a figure wielding the Tensei Shosetsu pierced through Kenshin's chest, pinning him against the rock wall, while Kenshin's reversed blade had also impaled the figure's small hand. Kenshin, this was unexpected. A battle they had presumed would pose little difficulty had taken such a turn, leaving Jintoki and the wigged figure dumbfounded. Was that masked man truly so formidable? With a slight glance at Jintoki and the wigged figure, the figure, unfazed by the reversed blade lodged in his body, grasped the Tensei Shosetsu that had pierced Kenshin's chest, hoisting him up and hanging him on the sword. With a cold laugh, he tossed Kenshin toward Jintoki and the others. Jintoki reached out, catching the thrown Kenshin, but instinctively let out a muffled groan upon contact, discreetly stepping back to relieve the weight. How wonderful that all those seeking the truth have gathered, the figure remarked, turning to insert the Tensei Shosetsu into its sheath. Eyeing the wigged figure and others. Have you not always yearned for the truth? You who possess a fragment of it, the complete truth now stands before you. It truly is you, the figure said. The wig fell silent for a moment before speaking. Let me explain everything, the intricate web of circumstances. As he stepped forward, ready to utter something, he was interrupted by Su's outstretched hand. If you wish to know, then come and attempt to conquer me, Su declared, his tone momentarily deviating from his usual demeanor. The exchange of glances between the wig and Jintoki revealed their uncertainty. After enduring countless defeats, how long can your bodies, marked by memory, withstand my onslaught? Upon uttering these words, a glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the wig and Jintoki as they stared in astonishment at Su. Dear Little Warriors, Chapter 383, The Manipulated Puppets. At that moment, Kenshin, supported by Jintoki, spoke up, startling both him and the wig. Do you still wish to fight? With that body of yours, it's far too reckless. Kenshin, somewhat weak, opened his eyes, struggling to free his arm, and glanced up at the resolute expressions of Shinpachi and Kagura, managing a bitter smile. Honestly, if I could, I would regret coming here. The wig and Jintoki exchanged puzzled looks at Kenshin's words. Indeed, gazing at Su, who had suddenly appeared before them, and the still reacting Jintoki and the wig, Kenshin observed the half-formed cries that had not yet escaped their lips. He regarded the figure before him with a calm demeanor and summoned all his strength to break free from Shinpachi and Kagura's grasp. Swinging his fist, he struck Su squarely in the face. Matsuyama-sensei. This exclamation, laden with long-held fantasies and aspirations, shattered into mere illusions. Yes, he had known all along, yet clung to a sliver of hope, imagining perhaps he had misjudged. However, as his fist connected with the mask, a sound of shattering echoed, and with Kenshin's figure sent flying, the visage concealed beneath the mask was finally unveiled. Hey, Matsuyama, what are you up to today, carrying all those burdens? Kenshin, just returning from practicing swordsmanship in the backyard and contemplating a bath and revenge on that impudent Kitaro, found Matsuyama struggling to navigate the fence with a heavy load. Today is a day of harvest in the village, so I lent a hand, and the villagers insisted on giving me these gifts. I thought it would be nice to bring back something for you all, Matsuyama replied, setting down the items. He looked at Kenshin, who had just reached his waist, and smiled, bending down slightly. In the sunlight, his face glistened with a hint of sweat as he affectionately ruffled Kenshin's hair. You've grown taller again, Kenshin. What did you just say? Kenshin, astonished, let his sword slip from his grasp, staring blankly at the man whose mask had shattered, while his voice inquired about Kenshin's earlier words. Teacher Matsuyang, with his eyes closed, lay upon the ground, tears glistening as they stained the earth beneath him. Unbeknownst to others, in his gaze lingered a sense of nostalgia, a tenderness that once adorned his countenance, now lost amidst the bloodied visage before him, where warmth had been replaced by a haunting smile. Was it an illusion? Could it be that this was merely a replica, akin to Kenta? Trembling lips betrayed his unawareness. Yet Gintoki finally grasped the meaning behind Kenta's words. The true bearer of truth had already arrived on this island. With the shattering of this mask, he could likely piece together the entirety of events. Truly, I had wished to voice this revelation myself, yet the suspense had dissipated. The smiling face that confronted everyone bore an almost grotesque quality, the void brought forth by the crows of heaven. You must now comprehend. Therefore, your teacher Matsuyang does not exist at all. Oboro stepped forward, lowering his hat's brim as he spoke. The so-called teacher Matsuyang is merely a fleeting miracle in the long life of the illusory great man. A long life. Gintoki's voice froze. To this day, I have lived for over 5 centuries. How could I possibly be your master? The illusory smiled at Gintoki, stating, from the very beginning, this has been a ruse. Indeed, as Earth caught the gaze of the Celestials, the planet, hiding one of the universe's few dragon veins, astonished the cosmos. Simultaneously, the Celestials forcefully descended upon this world. Although the ruling institutions were feeble and the nation's technology regressed to an ancient state, they unexpectedly encountered fierce resistance. A band of warriors wielding swords became our greatest hindrance. Oboro pointed towards Gintoki and his companions. Yes, it is precisely individuals like you, active during the early days of the Sano Joy movement. At that time, I arrived on this planet as the former leader of the Celestial Path, only to lose my memory and become a man known as Matsuyang, wandering for several years, perhaps 5 or 6. Though I gained a modicum of recognition, I was ensnared by the trivialities of the warrior's spirit, lost in the mortal realm. It was during this time that I encountered a certain individual. Though smiling, the illusory's gaze turned towards Kenshin. Indeed, amidst those sold to human traffickers bound for Edo, the boy's eyes compelled me to halt. Himura Kenshin. No, the Crimson One. That must be you. The illusory observed Kenshin. I had never seen such eyes, devoid of attachment to this world, not even astonished by his plight. So reminiscent of my own thoughts as I contemplated the downfall of such a nation. Yet even as these words were spoken, Kenshin clutched his chest, abruptly expelling a mouthful of blood upon the ground, startling Kagura and Shinpachi into rushing to his aid. Subsequently, I took Kenshin to a small village, where I established a private school and encountered many individuals, the White Yasha, the young noble, and Takasuji Shinsuke. Gazing vacantly at every individual present, one contemplates transforming their ideals into the indomitable will of a warrior, passing it on to the cherished young knights. If this life were to continue in such a manner, I alone may falter, yet in numbers, there is always strength. Indeed, the cold and indifferent voice spoke, as eyes opened to meet those of Kenshin at that moment. Matsuyang harbored such thoughts, which were indeed the epitome of tedium. Every scheme, commencing from Matsuyang's capture and extending to the present, has been intricately woven into my design. Extending a palm towards Kenshin, I proclaimed, all four of you possess within you the dragon vein power of this planet. Although I remain uncertain as to why this is so, employing you as the pioneers for experimentation on this world is nothing short of splendid. The trio remained silent. So, you awakened once during Matsuyang's tenure? Asked the disguised voice. Yes, at that time, I devised all plans before succumbing to slumber. Initially, I anticipated unforeseen complications. Yet the progression has been surprisingly seamless, I replied with a sigh. The fire at Matsushita Academy was orchestrated by you? Kenshin, bloodied and resolute, inquired suddenly. Indeed. For you required a catalyst, and I wished to observe how those endowed with the dragon vein might perform in this grand spectacle. I responded with a smile and a shrug. Truly, those who harbor dragon vein power exhibit an invincible presence on the battlefield. Concerning the Battle of Zhonghai, I had thought to encounter my mentor and, at any cost, attempt to rescue him. However, not only did I fail, but I lost him as well. Was this also part of your design? Indeed, my plans regarding you were the most meticulously crafted. I had mentioned that if you found love in this world, then the celestial order would inevitably contrive to compel you to slay your beloved with your own hands, thus awakening your dragon vein power. Looking at Kenshin, I seemed to suddenly recall, at that time, I was still Matsuyang. Yamori Akira coughed up blood once more, as Kenshin, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, asked in a muted tone. No, the incident involving Yamori was not part of our design. Our initial intention was to abduct Akira and, before your very eyes, encircle individuals like Bayacha. One was your beloved's sister, the other your childhood companion. Whom would you choose to save? Although this plan was disrupted, its significance was not lost. Rather, it intensified. I gazed at Kenshin, my eyes drifting to the cross-shaped scar upon his face. In a hoarse voice, Kenshin finally spoke. At that time, we had already deemed it impossible to unleash your dragon vein power to its zenith and to absorb you into the celestial order. Thus, we collected your blood and created an identical replica of you, simultaneously replicating your beloved and Akira. By the way, there were quite a few replicas of Akira, so I presume you are aware of their fates. Is that so? Hence, the hatred from Jintai towards me. Indeed, I was utterly ignorant, yet endured suffering even more profound than my own. Kenshin's head struck the ground, and Kagura remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Shinsuke, however, was not so still. He was watching Jintoki, who stood there, silent and motionless. Was everything I have done, everything I believed I chose, all those sacrifices and those individuals, devoid of significance? No, it is not without meaning. With a hollow smile, it seemed as if the others present, including Jintoki, momentarily glimpsed the teacher who once stood at the fences of the Matsushita private school, smiling as he watched them return from the fields. This solitary and desolate life of mine has been enriched by such moments of intrigue. As he spoke, he drew the reverse blade sword from his shoulder, grinning as he clenched it in his palm. With a slight exertion, he completely crushed the reverse blade sword, its shattered iron fragments descending into the deepest darkness alongside Kenshin's heart. Your life is entirely fabricated, orchestrated by me, manipulated at my whim. With an air of superiority, he gazed down upon Kenshin. Well, whether it be Akira or her, your encounters with them were your fortune, yet their meeting with you was their misfortune. With cold words, he uttered his final remarks, thoroughly negating everything that Kenshin held dear. It must be painful. Doesn't it make you wish to slay me? He smiled faintly. Then come, wield your sword against me, your teacher, once more, and sever my head. Indeed, 10 years ago, you did just that, completely extinguishing Matsunoya and liberating me. To me, you are not only Matsunoya's disciple, but also my own. Chapter 384. Cannot depart after all we have fought for. What is the meaning of our existence? For him, we ignited this war, sacrificing countless lives. I once believed that I had saved nothing, living with a heart full of guilt. Yet now he emerges, addressing us all. From the very beginning, I have deceived you. Everything you have chosen and sacrificed up to this point has been utterly meaningless. I can scarcely believe I remain composed enough to face that man, my lips trembling yet steadfastly refusing to look away, focusing intently on Matsunoya, who is now void. Not rushing forward to slay him at first might be attributed to that familiar face. As long as you continue to resist, you shall never escape the fate of once more slaying your teacher. Oboro surveyed the silent trio around him. As long as you wield your swords, This cycle will repeat. Then let me show you, he declared, as the red cherry blossom sword was quietly turned by Gintoki, who swiftly approached Matsunoya, raising the sword high. Though his eyes reflected bitterness and shock, he chose to confront the situation at hand. From the very beginning, Gintoki understood that to protect someone means safeguarding all they cherish, even if it requires wielding a sword against them. With a swift motion, the red cherry blossom sliced through Void's shoulder, leaving a long, crimson trail across his chest. While Gintoki gazed upon that familiar face, one he could not forget. Go to hell. The specter spun and kicked the illusion high into the air, sending it crashing down towards the precipice, where it collided with the rocky wall, dislodging a cascade of debris and dust that obscured everyone's vision. Hey, Gue has successfully rescued Boss Kondo. We need to get out of here. The anxious yet elated voice of Hijikata echoed from the phone, urging, if we don't leave soon, we will be surrounded. There's no time for hesitation now. Casting a deep glance at the illusion, the wig-wearer forced himself to turn away. Despite a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, grappling with profound misunderstandings, was this truly the answer we sought? Initially, I believed this matter was solely directed at us. Yet I never anticipated that the architect of this scheme would be the person I am today. I am no longer that child with a small ponytail, revolving around the Matsushita Private Academy, nor am I that little warrior who once surrounded that figure. Time is indeed terrifying. Even if our mentor were still with us, we could never return to those days. Let us go, the wig-wearer shouted, jolting the stunned Kagura and Shinpachi awake, who looked at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the recent events. Move it, Gintoki. This time, the shout strained the wig-wearer's voice, infused with reluctance, resentment, and above all, profound sorrow. That desperate cry encapsulated his tumultuous emotions, an amalgamation of feelings. Shinpachi, Kagura. We must leave. With a fierce declaration, Gintoki resolutely turned away. This was not the time for delay. While he might be indifferent to his fate, he could not allow so many lives to be jeopardized because of him. We must depart. The two responded, somewhat dazed, and took a few symbolic steps forward, only to be halted in place by the man in the middle. They exchanged puzzled glances with Kenshin, who smiled faintly through a face smeared with blood, swiftly pushing them towards Gintoki. He quietly picked up a loose katana from the ground, gripping it tightly, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. For me, this is already the end. Looking up at Gintoki, who held Kagura and Shinpachi close, Kenshin tilted his head and remarked with a faint smile, not a chance. In a place devoid of my presence, I will not allow you to go. Gintoki, clutching the two who had stumbled towards him, glared at Kenshin, his voice laced with fury. I understand your feelings, but are you really prepared to die here? I have searched for my purpose for so long, only to realize that I no longer need to, Kenshin replied, gazing at Gintoki with a bittersweet smile, before turning his back on him. It holds no meaning for me. Hey! Gintoki's shout was abruptly cut off by Kenshin's forceful interruption. Someone must remain to confront this foe. Otherwise, our retreat will inevitably be compromised. With a slight turn of his head to regard Gintoki, Kenshin then faced the man emerging from the rubble, his weapon, the Tensanzen, glimmering ominously with a dark hue. Have you lost your mind? The current disparity between you and him resembles the clash between Frieza and Super Saiyan Goku, does it not? Gintoki roared. How much longer do you intend to create chaos? We are safe up here in the heavens. Gintoki, even I can transform into sword energy and strike down the battleships in the sky. Do you think I am incapable? Jinshin's gentle words rendered Gintoki utterly speechless. Jinshin-san, although I do not fully grasp what this signifies, I must say, Zenbaji, suppressing emotions long held within, could no longer contain himself. Tears welled in his eyes as he shouted at Jinshin, I know sister is still waiting for your return. Claiming that one's life lacks meaning is far from the truth. It is you and Gintoki who have taught me what it truly means to be a warrior. Indeed, Aru. Sister Mitsuba is also waiting for Jinshin to take her home from Juchan. Jinshin, to us, is an indispensable figure. How could there be no meaning? It's as though without Jinshin, I would no longer have the sustenance I require. Aru exclaimed. So for the sake of ensuring that I, a high-quality beautiful girl, have my daily meals, Jinshin, do hurry and join us. Mitsuba remained silent, softly uttering the names of the two while gazing at her own void, saying nothing but simply watching. Jinshin suddenly smiled, a subtle expression that barely lifted the corners of his mouth. I will return as promised. Until then, I must take my leave, Jinshin stated. However, before Jintoki could finish his thought, he was abruptly seized by the arm by the one with the wig. Puzzled, Jintoki turned to look at the wig wearer, whose eyes, though tinged with melancholy, conveyed a greater sense of understanding. If you stop him now, it will only cause him greater suffering. Perhaps allowing him to fight will provide him some release, the wig wearer gently suggested, watching Jinshin's retreating figure. We cannot hinder him, otherwise, we would be the ones to ruin his life. Ugh, damn it. Jintoki could only utter in frustration. Are you really just going to let them go? Perhaps if you three joined forces, you might stand a chance against me. Observing Jintoki forcibly leading Zenbaji, Aru, and the wig wearer away, the Void chose not to pursue. For its primary objective remained here. No, matters such as these are undoubtedly better left to those with experience, Jinshin remarked, raising his katana toward the Void's head. Since I severed teacher Songyang's head to liberate you, could striking you down once more bring him back? Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing. How could you harbor such a notion? How naive. The Void laughed, its hand buried in its hair, brimming with reckless abandon. Even if my head were to fall, I would still be Void. Songyang has been completely obliterated by me. No sooner had these words escaped its lips than Jinshin appeared before the Void, seizing its laughing face with one hand and hurling it away. With unwavering determination, he unleashed a thunderous slash of the rock-cutting blade, which, despite lacking the power of a drawn katana, still sent the Void flying, embedding it deep into the rock wall. What I awaited was precisely this statement. The ribbon binding my hair snapped, unleashing a wild cascade of crimson locks that danced in the wind. Within my blood-red eyes, the usual weariness and tranquility had vanished. Completely overwhelmed by a long-buried desire for slaughter, now, I could rend you into mincemeat without a shred of guilt. Master Su, it seems you have truly escalated the situation. Concealed in the shadows, Lang observed Jinshin's countenance and couldn't help but murmur softly, you have personally released a Shura trapped within a cage. Chapter 385, Death. So close at hand one's life must be dictated by one's own will. Even upon realizing that all one has sacrificed is ultimately meaningless. Even if the path is but a facade, one must persist in traversing it. Can I, like that red-haired youth, continue onward, fully aware that this road is illusory, leading to naught in the end? To plunge the sword in my hand into that person's chest? Ah, what a splendid strike. You appear to be somewhat serious now. Emerging from the rubble, I gazed at the wound on my chest, which was gradually healing, and Su remarked with a tone of admiration. It seems you have concealed many techniques over the years. Ah, those past techniques should be ineffective against you now. Jinshin, wielding his sword, kicked the scabbard beneath his feet, driving the blade into it while grasping it firmly. Everything you have inflicted upon me, I shall reclaim in full. Is that so? A light voice whispered in his ear, sending chills down Jinshin's spine. The sense of impending doom left no time for contemplation. His body instinctively reacted, raising the sword to block the strike of Tian Suajanyu. Yet, fine cracks appeared along the blade, proving difficult to withstand. Your heart, much like your sword, is frail and easily shattered. With a slight exertion, Su severed Jinshin's katana, while Tian Suajanyu unleashed a cascade of dark brilliance, blood spraying through the air. Just like that, with his arm bent, he clamped Tian Suajanyu under his armpit. Jinshin, gazing at the face mere inches away, launched his head forward without hesitation, causing Su to lean back, while Tian Suajanyu was drawn from Jinshin's grasp, trailing a shower of blood. The broken sword was not discarded. Instead, with a step forward, he lunged it towards Su, yet the attack merely grazed Su's arm, proving futile. Before they could depart, I cannot allow you to escape. Spinning around, I delivered a sweeping punch, but Su merely opened his fingers, catching Jinshin's fist with ease, rotating past with a smile of relief. The sharp pain in his arm registered in Jinshin's mind, yet he refrained from crying out, choosing instead to endure silently, allowing the broken sword to slip from his grasp, leaving a bloodstain upon Su's cheek. What a troublesome individual you are, requiring a bit more effort than usual. Plunging Tian Suajanyu into the ground, I unraveled the chain from its hilt, ensnaring Jinshin's other hand, and advancing to trap him within my embrace. If this is the extent of your abilities, you shall not be able to protect them from escaping this place. Kenshin, a deep voice intoned, as a knee abruptly struck Kenshin's abdomen, causing him to double over and expel gastric fluids with a retch. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? How utterly laughable. If I were to toy with a formidable opponent, It would bring me joy. However, to play with someone of your caliber is utterly devoid of interest. With a disdainful huff, he seized Kenshin's wrists and hoisted them aloft, observing Kenshin's disheveled state with growing impatience. We have replicated over 10,000 units, excluding 2 particularly unique specimens. The remaining clones, devoid of consciousness and intellect, merely await the installation of chips to receive commands. Nevertheless, we have sold these 20,000 clones as commodities across the cosmos. Naturally, their fates and the circumstances they endure are beyond our purview, for they have already been sold. By the way, I possess a videotape of one of them. Are you curious to witness how the so-called narrative unfolds? Shall I show it to you? With his arm bent downward, Kenshin's head collided with the crown of the adversary, prompting a roar of fury. His blood-red eyes seemingly on the verge of spilling tears of blood, gradually awakening to something profound. As his feet once again met the ground, Kenshin twisted his body to escape the adversary's grasp, simultaneously utilizing the chain in his hand to draw the Tiansua Zhanyu to his side, liberating it from the opponent's control. Yuya Tianshu. As soon as the Tiansua Zhanyu left his hand, a crimson gleam flickered in Kenshin's gaze, and he deftly maneuvered the chain to retrieve the weapon, his azure aura shifting to a deep black. Seizing this rare opportunity, he executed a powerful downward strike. The malevolent blade of light sliced through the air like a shard of the heavens, engulfing the adversary and sending him reeling backward. The other inhabitants of the island observed the blade of light that appeared to tear the sky asunder, some taken aback. However, upon witnessing the blade, Jintoki and the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for the fate of their comrade. Ah, so your initial objective was the Tiansua Zhanyu. The adversary mused, his left arm severed at the root, revealing a somber expression as he gazed at Kenshin, a flicker of rage evident in his eyes. Are you attempting to seize my weapon and turn it against me? Do not mistake me. This Tiansua Zhanyu was originally mine, Kenshin retorted, flicking his fingers against the blade with a crisp sound. Now, we can truly engage in battle. How presumptuous, the adversary chuckled enigmatically. Do you believe that after all this time, I would be unprepared for a weapon I wrested from my foes? Before Kenshin could voice his doubts, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, where a peculiar contraption had secured him, causing the Tiansua Zhanyu to slip from his grasp. The flying heaven sword style. The drawn sword school. Your left hand has already been severed from the wrist. Thus, the label of drawn sword school becomes nothing but a jest. With a slight exertion of my foot, I created a pit in the ground and approached Kenshin, seizing his neck and lifting him high. Simultaneously, the heavenly lock moon cutter was seized in my grasp, and without uttering a word, I thrust it directly into Kenshin's heart. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though all sounds in the universe had ceased. Jin and the figure in the wig stumbled, falling to the ground and rolling a few times. They exchanged a glance, their unease intensifying. Meanwhile, seated in the Yagyu residence, Mitsurugi stumbled down the stairs, tumbling down and landing awkwardly on the ground, staring blankly ahead in a daze. Far away in Yoshiwara, Tsukiyomi, and in the dojo, Miu, who sat silently, opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Is this truly where my path concludes? As they had foretold, I am to perish at the hands of my closest kin? My heart has been pierced. The moment the blade is withdrawn, the blood erupting from my heart shall signify my demise. My disciple, who dedicated his life to me, brought a modicum of joy to my otherwise mundane existence. My heartfelt gratitude. Observing the gradually silencing eyes of Kenshin, I smiled faintly. You are the last bond of Sojun, the sole connection he has as he fades away. Should I take your life, Sojun would weep in the depths of hell. What? Do you have anything further to say? I raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Yet, I witnessed Kenshin, lifted by the heavenly lock moon cutter, trembling as he extended his other hand, gradually resting it upon my head. He then delivered a punch downward. Though lacking strength, it embodied his resolve. With a countenance as dark as thunder, I barked a command. The black radiance erupted from the heavenly lock moon cutter, sending Kenshin hurtling away. In that instant, blood gushed from the wound in my heart like a fountain, leaving a crimson trail in the air and staining my garments red. With vacant eyes, I gazed at the man now veiled in my blood, knowing that I would soon embark upon the final path of solitude. My body collapsed to the ground, my head tilted to the side, observing the expressionless visage of my opponent. In that fleeting moment, perhaps as Kenshin teetered on the brink of death, he discerned a sorrowful expression upon my blood-soaked face. Next, I would indulge in playing with the others, though they may not be as entertaining as this mouse. With a tone of indifference, I concluded my thoughts and turned to leave, unconcerned for the lifeless Kenshin on the ground. I understood that it was futile to waste time over a corpse. If we lingered any longer, they might escape. My body grew increasingly cold, the shadows before me darkening, rendering even the slightest movement of my fingers impossible. The broken reverse blade lay nearby, a mocking reminder of my fate. Over there, beneath the tree, the familiar sight of the girl dancing beneath the tree in a cherry blossom-colored outfit, alongside the girl standing impatiently to the side, and the teacher with hands folded in her sleeves, smiling with a gentleness akin to flowing water. Have you come to retrieve me? It has been a decade, and I am truly sorry for making you wait. Kenshin, I shall make my way to you now. It is said that prior to death, one reflects upon many things. Yet at this moment, apart from a sense of reluctance, I possess nothing, as if they have all come to escort me. You would say your words must reside in heaven, while a wretch like me has surely descended into hell, where those I once killed await, mocking my current state. Oh, the thirst for vengeance remains unquenched, and I am left with this lingering dissatisfaction. My consciousness gradually descends into darkness, faintly perceiving what seems to be an interminable black road. I am uncertain, but there is something I have long contemplated and may now have the opportunity to verify. After death, where does one truly go? No, I cannot allow this. It was you who sent me forth. Now that he is in peril, do you expect me to stand idly by? Even if you were to go, it would avail nothing, whether there exists an underworld there or not. You cannot save him. I am bound to fulfill our original promise. If he perishes, I shall bring him to the realm of dreams. And then, will I evade all his grievances in that world, fleeing to this place? Would he be pleased? I do not care. I refuse to let him die. Do not panic. With a swift motion, I open my folding fan to cover my mouth. He is merely on the brink of death, not yet gone. Do you think that a human, with a pierced heart, would die so easily? Do not underestimate humanity. Some can endure, even when their heart is shattered, propelled by sheer will. It now depends on whether he wishes to live. If he desires to survive, the force within him will naturally save him. If he wishes to die, then I have no words to offer. As I drift along a dark path, the oblivious Kenshin can only move forward with a vacant gaze, when suddenly a voice resonates from behind. Without uttering a word, Kenshin continues to walk in silence. Should he proceed further, he may never return. The tone of the voice carries a hint of mockery. Everything you cherish will likely slip away. At this, Kenshin involuntarily halts. If you die, who will protect them? Jintoki, the wig, Shinza, lying in the private school, Miss Ameo from the dojo, Miss Mitsuba from the Yagyu family, and countless others. If you were to perish, how could you ensure they would not fall victim to the heavenly path? In his vacant gaze, a glimmer of light emerges. I understand how challenging it must be to stop here. The three ahead have come to welcome you. The voice carried a subtle hint of distress. Although I am reluctant to dismantle you, and I long to set you free, such a course is not permissible. My duty is to ensure your survival and to obliterate the celestial order. This responsibility was determined the moment we became bound together. You mentioned our bond, murmured Jinshin. It appears you did not manifest out of thin air. As he spoke, Jinshin turned to face the man clad in a black coat, his bangs obscuring either side of his face, revealing a single crimson eye. The tall figure stood behind Jinshin, their gazes locked in mutual understanding. You anticipated this all along. The man, an embodiment of the system, exhibited no surprise, his expression one of expected resignation. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To obtain something, one must be willing to pay a price. Jinshin regarded the system. These are your words, the very ones that awaken me. Is that so? It seems I have spoken too freely. The system replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. I truly did not foresee that you would encounter that creature so soon. Given your currently sluggish recovery, overcoming it is beyond your capability. What is the point of this conversation? I possess no Dragon Balls. I am already dead. Or rather, I am but on the brink of death. Now, I must pose a question to you. The system's demeanor shifted from playful to grave. Have you made your decision? What do you mean? To slay your mentor, to eliminate your doppelganger, to destroy the replica of Xing imprisoned aboard the ship. The system gazed intently at Jinshin. Does your heart no longer waver? Let me clarify. That is a hollow entity, not my mentor. Do not evade the question. Answer me. You truly press me with no room for contemplation. Jinshin shook his head, staring at his hands. These hands, once stained with the colors I least wished to see, are now guided by an invisible thread, manipulating my actions and my heart in all that I do. I shall not be confused any longer. Kenshin looked at the system with resolve. I will journey to that place, reclaim my weapon, and continue along this predetermined path, even if it leads to utter emptiness. There will be no second chances, so I shall proceed forward. Very well, in that case, I can rest easy, the system replied with a relieved smile. I can finally vanish without regret. Do you think it easy to rescue someone on the verge of death? I must take your place, after all. Such a day was inevitable. As a branch of the dragon vein of this planet, this is the extent of what I can do. The dragon vein? So it is because you have been managing the power of the alien dragon vein within my body that my strength has waned repeatedly? Indeed. Even now, I have yet to resolve it. However, time is of the essence. Allow me to infuse you with my existence and this extraterrestrial power. I will restore all that is rightfully yours, and the conflict of the dragon vein will cease to exist. At that point, the so-called system shall naturally fade away. The system spoke, gazing at Kenshin. The path ahead is yours to tread alone. You ought to be grateful that I am unarmed. Otherwise, I could effortlessly bring about your demise. Had it not been for this circumstance, how could I have faced such a crushing defeat? Everything has its cause and effect. You resurrected the one who should have perished, and thus, the consequences are yours to bear. Time waits for no one. With that, the system glanced at the pocket watch on its wrist and smiled at Kenshin. Do not disappoint my expectations of you, nor the weight this planet places upon your shoulders. You must, without fail, succeed. As the system spoke, its form began to radiate a luminous glow, while within Kenshin's perception, the cursor on the minimap, along with the list of skills and characters, rapidly faded, transforming into specks of light that scattered throughout the surrounding darkness. After that, lady, I too must follow suit. I deeply apologize, Kenshin. This burden has caused you so much suffering thus far. You were not the sole choice presented to you. Yet it seems the system had more to convey. However, it could only silently part its lips, culminating in a long, sorrowful sigh. And then, it was gone. Kenshin murmured. Meanwhile, in the enveloping darkness, the scattered lights began to coalesce, forming a pathway that led to distant realms. I am sorry, Teacher Xing. I cannot yet join you, Kenshin whispered, casting his gaze towards the shadowy figure moving slowly in the dark. There are those I must protect, those I cherish, and those I seek vengeance against. Therefore, I cannot simply follow you to the other side. My apologies. With a resolute turn, Kenshin prepared to step towards the path of light. You have grown. A faint voice echoed, resembling a gentle exhortation, as if long-held concerns had finally been laid to rest, mingling with a sound of profound satisfaction that gradually faded into silence. Foolish one, I no longer wish to see you. Be gone. The girl with long hair made a playful face and tugged at the quiet girl beside her. Let us go. We shan't allow this fellow to interrupt our sisterly time. Sister, the girl replied with a smile. The three silhouettes, adorned with playful grins, stepped into the darkness, vanishing completely. Farewell. Tears streamed down Kenshin's face. This is the final chance. The opportunity to follow them has chosen to remain with me, creating an insurmountable barrier between us. This is my decision, never to be seen again. Do you wish to continue fighting? Grasping Zongwu's arm with one hand while blocking the strike of the believer with the other, Kagura suddenly intervened in their battle, her voice icy. Leave. This is not a place for you. Zongwu frowned, his tone chilling. I do not know when you intend to cease this conflict, but please, do not fight while shedding tears. It is revolting. Observing the tears in the believer's eyes, Kagura spoke slowly. Is it that Yasanjin and Kenshin will not survive on this island? The voice of the faithful maiden resonated with a hint of sorrow as she gazed at Kagura. Is it not fitting that those capable of slaying meet their end here? For you and me alike. I have lost my superior and my mentor, while you have also lost yours. Let us not jest, setting aside the fact that we will not allow Boss Kondo to come to harm. Who among you can contend with my master? Sogo's crimson eyes searched for any trace of deception within the maiden's gaze. Yet, what could one discern from the expressionless face of the 301s? The maiden remained silent, retrieving her phone from her waist pocket and activating the speaker mode. Vice Captain, we have located the chief, but he is gravely injured. Should we retreat? A frantic and disordered voice emanated from the device. All units, retreat. Our primary concern is to protect our lives, the maiden commanded. Additionally, during the search, we unexpectedly discovered a corpse. Whose? It belongs to Kenshin Himura, who has succumbed to life. He died from a single stab wound to the chest, piercing the heart and causing massive blood loss. The voice on the phone trembled. It is truly unbelievable that someone on this island could kill such a person. The raven that soars above, surveying the earth, is merely a gust of wind and sand, imbued with sorrow. The maiden observed the dazed expressions of Kagura and Sogo. Did you hear? Kenshin has fallen. Chapter 387. The defeat of Gintoki. Once, the notion of defeat seemed unimaginable for him. Yet now, the harsh reality had struck him squarely in the face. Then I shall not let you go, he declared, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as the sword in his hand stirred slightly. But he could not break free from Kagura's grasp. We are not enemies. All that Isono Saburo has orchestrated is contained within these walls, waiting for this moment. The maiden spoke calmly. We do not share his goal. It is merely vengeance against this nation. Vengeance? Sogo inquired. It is a rather intricate tale. He is a man who has witnessed your Shinsengumi grow over the years. Long ago, he likely conversed with Kondo, deriving his aspirations from it. The Shinsengumi, the rebellion. The distinction between black and white lies in the guardianship of the overt and the scheming of the covert. The maiden sheathed her long blade and turned to Kagura. Go now. Will you not accompany us? I know where Jin and the others have gone. Kagura grasped the maiden's arm, but did not release it. Looking earnestly into her eyes. No, I must retrieve Kenshin's body. The maiden's gaze dimmed involuntarily. I will not allow him to be left in the wilderness. In that case, I too must make the journey, for he is, after all, connected to Sogo. The words had barely left her lips when the maiden interrupted. There is no need for that. You should first assist Jin and the others. The maiden's eyes were drawn to the depths of the woods behind Sogo, where fierce battles seemed to be raging. On this island, there is but one who could vanquish Kenshin. Since he has lost the plaything that is Kenshin, the next target is all too evident. In the realm of the White Knight Demon, Sakata Gintoki, a sudden exclamation of disbelief escaped the lips of Kagura and Sogo. If we hurry, we might still make it in time to provide support, Sogo remarked with a hint of urgency. That is, if they can hold on until then, replied Shinnu with a calm demeanor. Frustration welled up within Sogo as he muttered under his breath about Kondo and Hijikata, turning swiftly to race back. Hey, young girl from China, we must leave at once. Do you wish for our boss to meet the same fate as Kenshin? Kagura, momentarily stunned, shuddered at the thought, recalling a terrifying memory that spurred her to dash back. Yet, after a brief sprint, she halted, gazing back at Shinnu. Go, and ensure the safety of those you wish to protect, Shinnu urged, her expression betraying a semblance of sorrow. Understood. Got you now, White Knight Demon, Gintoki declared, brandishing his red cherry blossom sword, only to have it forcefully knocked aside by the ominous presence of a formidable adversary. He stumbled back, regaining his composure as he assessed the situation. How could it escalate so quickly? Though outwardly composed, an escalating sense of urgency brewed within Gintoki. Wasn't Kenshin supposed to be there to stop him? Now that Batosai is dead, you are the only one left to confront me, he stated with a faint smile, the blood staining his attire a grim testament to the truth of his words. Did you just say Kenshin is dead? Gintoki inquired softly. You shall soon join him. Before that, how much amusement can you provide me? The specter of despair narrowed his eyes, sensing the tenacity of the White Knight Demon before him, who seemed to rival Batosai in prowess. Do you truly expect me to believe such words? Gintoki stood resolute, his hair tied back in a ponytail. Addressing his comrades behind him, hurry, we are not far from the ship. We must ensure Kondo and the others escape first. Mr. Katsura, Gintoki, Shinpachi shouted, rising from the ground. What about you two? We? They exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement forged through years of shared battles and camaraderie, a testament to their enduring friendship. We will do our utmost to hold him off and buy you time. We cannot let the objective of our mission be in vain, Gintoki replied, their resolve unmistakable. Did they truly believe such declarations meant they faced their demise unafraid? Sugo silently observed the man wielding the black blade, contemplating the fear he instilled in them. Gintoki, Shinpachi shouted once more, frustration evident in his voice. Hey, Abba, hurry back. Looking so glum and whining here is truly a disgrace to our odd jobs agency. Listen carefully. Once you return, prepare me an enormous bowl of red bean rice. I want every last morsel devoured cleanly, and while you're at it, feel free to leave a mess on the toilet in Kenshin's bedroom without flushing. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Gintoki switched the grip on his cherry blossom sword, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, both Kagura and I will certainly return to the odd jobs agency." Shinbachi remained silent, for he understood the man before him. Although often laid back, once Gintoki set his mind on something, no one could sway him. Indeed, once Sakata Gintoki determined to be stubborn, not even 10 battleships could hold him back. "Understood. I will prepare everything and await your return." Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Shinbachi turned and dashed out, daring not to pause for fear of losing the courage he had mustered. If he stopped, he might succumb to silent tears, and at that moment, truly disgrace the odd jobs agency. Toshiko and the others remained silent, observing Gintoki and the wig-wearing man. They knew that in this battle, only a select few could participate. And now, only those two stood ready. Their gazes and the aura surrounding them communicated to Toshiko and the others that they were not entitled to interfere. This was a matter belonging solely to Matsushida's private academy. "We should take our leave," Toshiko said, taking a drag from his cigarette and quietly turning away. "Odd jobs agency. Do not forget that the Shinsengumi still owes you a commission." "Ah, I would never forget that," the wig-wearing man replied. "I am eagerly awaiting the chance to collect your head and claim my reward for promotion and wealth." Kondo closed his eyes and said softly, "I will leave that head to you. Whether you can claim it will depend on your skills." A smirk echoed among the four of them as they turned to head back to their team. All that mattered was knowing in their hearts they would not perish. How could such a calamity possibly meet its end? Indeed, exchanging glances, the wig-wearing man and Gintoki shared a smile, inhaling deeply as they faced the man before them. Q. The Master Matsushida. Chapter 388. A solitary man may indeed perish, for that fellow has gone off to challenge alone. Interesting. White Yiksha, noble scion, do not let me down. How much joy can you add to my otherwise monotonous life? The Tiansuo Zhanyu in his hand flickered with a brilliant light, the black sword aura swirling ominously, as if poised for action. It must be extraordinary, the kind that leaves an indelible mark. With a grin, Gintoki suddenly sprang forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he confronted Q, his cherry blossom sword poised to unleash a furious strike. "Do you really think such power is sufficient to contend with me?" Naive, with a hint of disdain curling the corners of her lips, deftly evaded Gintoki's strike with a nimble twist of her feet, simultaneously grasping his wrist with lightning speed, halting the descent of the crimson cherry blossom as if it were choked at its neck. Yet, Gintoki remained unfazed, for he was not alone in this battle. Bolstered by his comrades, he harbored no fears of oversight. Indeed, at the very moment his wrist was seized, a katana thrust forth from beneath his arm, aimed steadfastly at the chest of Naive. Instinctively startled, she relinquished her grip and retreated a few steps. "Such remarkable trust between you two," she mused. Had the angle been just a tad off, and the blade plunged a fraction deeper, it would have severed the arm of the white Yasha. Even Naive could not help but admire the exquisite synergy displayed by the duo. Chattering on, Gintoki and the wig-wearing fighter wove between one another, their forms momentarily indistinguishable as they advanced rapidly towards Naive, simultaneously thrusting their long swords. He parried the strike of the Crimson Blossom with his Tensai Zengetsu. While his hand grasped the blade of the wig-wearer, the wounds on his palms swiftly healing, yet blood still trickled forth, a matter of little consequence to Naive. The Crimson Blossom grazed against Tensai Zengetsu, igniting a flurry of sparks before landing on the opposite side. Gintoki withdrew his hand, seizing the chain of Tensai Zengetsu, and with a fierce roar, yanked it aside. Naive, pulled by Gintoki's strength, was momentarily thrown off balance. In the next instant, the wig-wearer propelled Gintoki's foot skyward, while his long sword cleaved, leaving a shallow wound upon Naive's chest, trivial in the grand scheme. With a sinister grin, Naive twisted her wrist, contorting the wig-wearer's arm into an odd position. Moments later, Gintoki delivered a decisive kick, sending the wig-wearer flying, while the Crimson Blossom once again left its mark upon Naive's form. This was a lamentable battle. Lowering the brim of his hat, the shadowy figure of Oboro emerged from the darkness, observing the standoff. "It has been quite some time since I have seen you embroiled in such a struggle, Lord Naive," he remarked. "Struggle? Do not overthink it," Naive replied, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Isn't it rather entertaining to give them a glimmer of hope? To foster the illusion that with just a bit more effort, they might triumph over me? Such a cruel amusement," Oboro said coolly, "forgive my candor. But the fish that have slipped through your net will all be captured by the heavens without exception." As he spoke, battleships began to rise behind Naive, heading towards the opposite side of the island. Damn it! Jintoki's eyes narrowed, realizing that from the very beginning, this individual had targeted Shinpachi and the others. Indeed, he was the greatest threat. The muscle-bound approach to combat is not my style. I have no taste for direct confrontation. Achieving victory with minimal cost is the utmost priority. Unfazed by the fury burning in Jintoki's gaze, Oboro continued nonchalantly. Damn it. Just as Jintoki was about to charge forward with his sword, a wig intercepted a black long blade, causing its wielder to stagger backward from the force. With a grim expression, the wig-clad figure grasped the sword with one hand, silently observing the opponent across from him. Wig! Jintoki shouted in alarm, relieved to see that despite the tremor in his arm, the wig had not succumbed to any further mishap. Focus all your attention on this battle. Do not be distracted, or else, the wig warned softly, you will die. The anxiety in Jintoki's eyes gradually diminished. Indeed, there was no reason to doubt the capabilities of those elite individuals who were not much weaker than himself. The wig cast a sidelong glance at the figure of Oboro, a smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, someone will deal with him. No sooner had the words left his lips than two figures lunged from the shadowy forest, launching a sword and an umbrella aimed directly at Oboro's head. Fortunately, Oboro evaded swiftly, rolling to the side, for when it comes to survival, who cares about dignity? Boss, focus on your enemies. I'll handle this one, he declared, slicing through the earth and conjuring a storm of debris that surged toward Oboro. Calmly, Oboro danced on his feet, evading the onslaught of the earthen dragon. Don't be ridiculous. I'll take down Alu, so Jintoki can focus on his fight. Kagura huffed, scrunching her nose in dissatisfaction. The daughter of the Star Sea Master. The heir of the flying sword technique, Oboro remarked softly as he descended from the tree. The unexpected keeps coming. But I quite enjoy the exhilaration of capturing everything in one sweep. If you wish to do something, feel free. After all, it is merely a fleeting moment. Casting a wary glance at the serious battle unfolding, Tushuru involuntarily swallowed hard. Was that the one who had slain Kenshin? Indeed, the unease he had felt earlier was palpable. How long do you think you can hold out? The relaxed gaze of the opponent was filled with ease, as he believed none present could match him, not solely due to his formidable strength, but because he was intimately familiar with their habits and swordplay from their youth. The vice-captain watched his subordinate crouched on the ground, gazing at the bloodied man, the gaping wound in his chest, and the pale visage, alongside the severed long blade. The team was at a loss for words. You're dead, the priestess murmured, her hand brushing against Kenshin's face. The only person Matsunaga cared about is gone. Vice-captain, what shall we do now? Fight or retreat? Although the vice-captain appeared deeply sorrowful, the team members felt compelled to remind him that, with the inability to contact Captain Sasaki Isaburo, they had no choice but to follow his command. Their priority was to protect their lives while slowly retreating until they exited Black Rope Island. The priestess, suppressing her grief, feigned calmness and instructed, all members, heed my command. I will seek out the captain's whereabouts. Though lingering doubts remain, the team members possess a clear understanding of what is known and what ought to remain unknown. Those who recognize their limitations choose to obey commands and remain silent. With the sword resting upon her back, the priestess gazes resolutely ahead, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, I shall lead you away from this place. As she feels the chilling temperature and rigidity of the man upon her back, her heart is laden with sorrow. Failing once more to safeguard him, Kaijin, bestowed with the name of the priestess. Yet despite this, you have not been able to protect anything at all. Chapter 389. This chapter is purely a recollection. Master, you once imparted to me the purpose behind wielding the sword in my hand. I once believed I had discovered the answer, yet now I realize that this notion was erroneous. Or perhaps, was this premise flawed from the very beginning? The crimson blade of the Tianxua Zhanyu slashed across, leaving a crimson mark upon my face. Nevertheless, Jintoki maintained an impassive expression, his countenance rigid as he observed the trajectory of the blade's movement with widened eyes. Was it truly a mistake? Perhaps wielding the sword does not necessitate a reason. It is merely a means to avoid being slain, thus compelling one to slay in return, is it not? A flicker of profound sorrow passed through his gaze, skillfully concealed from detection. Jintoki retreated a few steps to evade an illusory attack, repositioning to shield the wig, allowing it to strike with unbridled ferocity. A soft murmur reached his ears, and even amidst the tumult of attack and defense, he perceived the attention the wig directed towards him. We too shall ultimately grow, becoming teachers to others. You watch Jump, do you not? You should grasp the meaning of this statement. The wig murmured, we aspire to become Hokage, oblivious to the irony. Gintoki reflected upon such dialogues and scenes, reminiscing about his confrontations with his mentor. Alas, it seemed the reality was in stark contrast to the narratives of Jump, where it is the teacher who emerges as the ultimate antagonist, not the disciple. Time has distanced us from our mentors, leading us inevitably to age alongside them. Gintoki, do you comprehend? We cannot return to the past. The wig stepped back, tightening its grip upon the sword. We have forged bonds unique to each other. Unlike when we were merely four inseparable children safeguarding a private school, we now inhabit distinct circles, each with our own connections and reasons that prevent us from easily succumbing to despair. Thus, gathering his spirit, he adopted the boisterous demeanor he once displayed on the battlefield. Do not approach me with that taciturn face, the wig asserted. Seeing you like this extinguishes any desire I might have to fight. So in your eyes, I am merely this caricature? Gintoki quipped, a smirk playing upon his lips. Although clarity still eludes me, it seems that overly cerebral matters are not my forte. Is there a subtle change? The illusion mused, observing the wig that had thwarted its assault, sensing the shift in the aura surrounding the figure behind him. How unfortunate to engage you so soon. The one who has faced defeat since childhood now yearns for victory at last. Raising the red cherry blossom in his hand, Gintoki gazed at the man, remarking before the battle commenced, it has been a long time, teacher. On the side of Hijikata, the fierce combat had erupted from the very beginning, with the artillery of the sky battleships clashing with the entangled foes below. The chaos had reached a fever pitch, and even if Hijikata wished to withdraw, he would need to seek the consent of the battleships arrayed high above in the sky. What a nuisance, he thought. Beside him, Kuriko, gravely wounded, had regained a modicum of strength, as evidenced by the faint flush on his face. He retrieved the walkie-talkie from his grasp and announced, all units prepare to advance to Black Rope Island. Wait, you still have reinforcements? Hijikata, narrowly avoiding a stray bullet, looked at Kuriko with surprise. They are not the Jui patriots under Mr. Katsura, but rather those who have come to serve the esteemed Kenshin, Kuriko replied slowly. Did you truly believe that Kenshin has been idle all these years? He merely stood at the forefront to draw attention while I was tasked with building our forces in the shadows. Indeed, was his silence merely a facade all these years? Hijikata exhaled a cloud of smoke, involuntarily speaking. Kenshin has never forgotten his quest for vengeance. Kuriko smiled faintly. Soon, the fleet blocking the sky will create an opening, which will be our sole opportunity to escape this deadlock. If we miss it, we shall be doomed to accompany this little blade into the depths, feeding the sharks. How can you still laugh in such dire circumstances? Are you not afraid of death? Hijikata retorted, deftly sidestepping a slash and casually slashing across the neck of one of the Tendashu, who fell with a muffled groan, clutching his throat. Those who choose to fight in this war are not without fear of death. Kuriko spoke slowly. Yet it is precisely because we fear death that we must strive to survive. We must break free from here. With a faint smile on Kuriko's weakened face, Hijikata felt a stirring in his heart. This group, fighting valiantly in the midst of war, possessed a unique charm that compelled him to join their ranks. To act alongside them. Kondo-san, we shall return to the place where our dreams began and embark on a new journey. In a fleeting moment, memories flooded back. Some were tangible, while others were mere figments of his imagination, belonging to a world not his own. For instance, a young boy cradling a long-deceased girl, lost amidst the blood-soaked reflection of a blood moon. Or a girl, unaware of the name of the one she adored as she faced her demise, repeating his name over and over. And a man with crimson hair, weathered by time and distant journeys, fulfilling a promise to reunite with the woman he loved, ultimately finding solace in the completion of his tumultuous life. Foolish disciple, there shall come a day when the flying swordsmanship is passed down. A vague voice echoed in my ears, yet Jinshin could only press his lips together, remaining silent. The sorrowful fate inherited by my generation is already burdensome enough. I shall not allow the flying swordsmanship to endure. Whether in the past or present, the two distinct personas of Jinshin offer the same resolute response. To inherit the flying swordsmanship and the name Jinshin, or even that of the legendary Jigu, signifies a powerful figure of an era, yet also a tragic emblem of misfortune. In my generation, that is sufficient. At your core, You remain an innocent soul, searching for the meaning of wielding a sword amidst such tumultuous times. How absurd. To avoid being slain, one must resort to slaying others, vying for the chance to survive. It is akin to the competition among species in nature. If others do not perish, then it is you who shall meet your end. Your naivety will inevitably exact a toll. I shall observe from the depths of hell, watching you as you lose everything, akin to a stray dog, and I shall mock you mercilessly. Is this the self who once harbored a heart against killing, yet succumbed to his own demise? He was rendered powerless in such an era of warfare, indeed suffering far worse than death. To claim he would not kill was merely to avoid staining his hands with blood, yet fundamentally, it was still your existence that led to his end. Abito fought against the world for a woman, yet you willingly endure it all. In a certain sense, you are the true ninja, Kenshin. To endure the agonizing torment. The inner turmoil is indeed a bitter sweetness. Even if blood spills from your mouth, you must face others with a smile. Even with blades embedded in your back, resembling a porcupine, you must present a facade of composure to the world. Choosing to bear the burden of waiting and the anguish of being unable to avenge oneself only serves to torment the self. If you were to perish, who would protect those you cherish? From the very beginning until now, though every chapter has seen you ensnare me, my fate has been forcibly distorted by you. Set upon a path dictated by others, I should despise you, and indeed, I still harbor that hatred. Therefore, once I exact my vengeance with the power you bestowed upon me, I shall procure some firecrackers and meet my end alongside you. Ah, the dragon vein. As I extend my hand to touch the light, is that not the radiance of my own revival? Chapter 390. The awakened white nightshade. I shall protect what I must protect. The clash continued for a prolonged duration, finally reaching the moment of discernible victory and defeat. Setting aside the desolate surroundings and the pockmarked ground, the samurai sword in the hands of the false-haired warrior, after enduring relentless strikes, could no longer withstand the blows and began to crack, ultimately shattering. The false-haired warrior was evidently taken aback, while Jintoki felt a surge of profound unease within his heart. And the masked figure wore a smile that betrayed a successful scheme. False-haired one. Dodge. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the man's shoulder, penetrating straight through to the back. However, the crimson cherry blossom was lodged in an inverted manner against the guard of the Tiansuazhanyu. It was at this moment that Gintama chose to bear the consequences of the impending strike after pushing aside the wig, and although he sustained injury, he managed to grasp the sword held by his opponent. With a swift kick, he sent the phantom reeling backward, his head involuntarily tilting towards the heavens. Yet, in the next instant, Gintama bellowed in fury, yanking the Tiansuazhanyu from his shoulder and hurling it toward the retreating phantom. A perplexed expression crossed the phantom's face, but he steadied himself, extending his arm to seize the Tiansuazhanyu. Just then, the crimson cherry blossom descended with a thunderous strike, sending the sword that the phantom had just grasped flying once more. Gintama let out a cold smirk and deftly maneuvered, revealing the wig behind him. At that moment, the wig, wielding a broken katana, charged straight towards the phantom, aiming the jagged blade at his heart. Is it really that simple? With a nonchalant gesture, the phantom extended his arm, disregarding the broken blade piercing through his palm. He grinned menacingly as he clutched the wig's hand that held the sword. Perhaps this hand should be rendered useless. With a fierce kick, Gintama propelled the phantom several steps back. He elegantly turned midair and landed, addressing the wig crouched on the ground behind him. If you're all right, just call out. I'm afraid I have pressing matters, the wig replied, soaked in cold sweat, kneeling on the ground with arms weakly draped at his sides. His gaze fixated on the sword-wielding phantom not far away. For the time being, do not expect me to wield a sword in combat. Indeed, if besieged, one must unleash all their might upon a single adversary to break the deadlock. This is a lesson I personally imparted to you, the phantom remarked, extending his finger dismissively. I have always stated that the one who taught us everything is not you. How long will you remain shameless, wielding the sword of Kishi and flaunting it before your teacher? Do you possess anything that belongs solely to you? Gripping the crimson cherry blossom tightly, Gintama stepped in front of the wig, confronting the phantom alone while uttering these words within a flicker of his gaze. As for my weapon, the phantom replied with an air of indifference. If one must insist, it is Soyo who is the counterfeit bearing my face. This sword, having undergone a decade of transformation, is no longer Kishi's, but rightfully mine. You and I have traversed the same timeline. Yet what have you altered? Have you grown stronger? You merely accompany a handful of children, engaging in trivial pursuits you deem noble, which are ultimately devoid of meaning, unable to express your thoughts to the heavens, too timid to ascend upon the lofty clouds and wield your blade against your own hatred. You are no longer warriors. Even now, a decade later, you remain unchanged. Still so feeble, still so inept. 10 years ago, you could only watch your mentor perish before your eyes. Now, you are destined to repeat this fate, witnessing your beloved elder brother fall to the enemy while you are powerless to exact revenge, reduced to a stray dog perpetually fleeing, comforting yourself with empty promises, waiting for the next time, the time after that, and continuing in this manner. Is this the student you have nurtured? Oh, Sonyang, do refrain from uttering what may seem to be profound, yet is, in truth, mere drivel. Even amidst a deluge of cold sweat, the wig remains defiantly lifted, gazing into the void, even if it means ingesting a mouthful of earth. To linger in the sorrow of yesteryears is utterly futile. Time does not halt its relentless march. We traverse forward, and all the cherished memories of our youth can only elicit a wistful sigh when we glance back, recalling the joyous moments that once graced our lives. However, moving backwards is an impossibility. Having lost our initial support, we find ourselves shielded by an expansive wing, weathering the storms of life. We now observe that the feathers on that wing have considerably diminished, while the fledgling has matured, soaring high in the sky. Yet, the very entity that nurtured the fledgling can now only remain in the nest, flapping its tattered wings, yearning to fly but unable to take flight. Ultimately reduced to gazing enviously, the wig struggles, making slight progress forward. It is time for us to assume the role of protector. We once harbored such aspirations. Yet what is the outcome? The 4 fledglings, though capable of flight, remain restless, while the featherless guardian continues to fret over them. This is our failing towards him. Thus, our inaction is not due to a lack of desire for retribution, but rather because that being has demonstrated his stance through his own actions, leaving us with no choice but to suppress our own impulses. At this juncture, the wig unexpectedly smiled. Until today, it seems, the true beginning has finally arrived. After all the plotting against us, did you ever consider this day? A foreboding sensation washed over Sue. Boom. A barrage of artillery rained down from the heavens like a torrential downpour. The battleship, initially sealing the sky, now faced dire misfortune, as the dense cluster of shells descended upon it, igniting and exploding in the high altitudes, before plummeting to the ground in a cascade of sparks and lightning, a truly spectacular sight. Oh, so the vessel that had lingered in the wild was merely a ruse to ensnare us? Sue squinted and inquired. Not quite. This is merely a contingency plan. Should Kenshin have failed to arrive in time, or if he could not intervene, this would have been enacted. It appears my gamble has paid off. The wig struggled to rise, its visage smeared with dirt and grass, yet a profound smile graced its features. As for the others, they may depart. My current objective is clear, Sue declared with a cold smirk, vanishing from sight. Only you, he said. Sakura deftly countered an attack, instinctively retreating a step to dissipate the force. Jin's hand extended, propelling the wig into the air. You are the sole keeper of the plan. Hurry and execute it. Besides, in your current state, you should leave. 3 minutes will suffice. Jin must hold on. With a fierce roar, the wig twisted to its feet and wobbly set forth on its path. In a moment of desperation, Oboro attempted to intercept the wig, yet found himself unable to extricate himself from the simultaneous onslaught of Sugo and Kagura, helplessly witnessing the departure of the wig. Only you remain, White Yaksha. What more can you accomplish? With a chilling smirk, he regarded Jintoki, declaring, I possess expansive wings. No matter where they flee, I shall inevitably pursue them. As for you, having chosen the path of self-sacrifice to save your comrades, you are destined to languish in the realm of the dead. Enough of your incessant prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Jintoki scoffed, and although he was indeed wielding Tenko Zangetsu, he swiftly drew the Toyako from his waist and unleashed a powerful downward strike, landing a fierce blow to the side of Oboro's ribs, sending him spiraling away. You think I would perish alone? Chapter 391. Escape. The plan has ultimately succeeded. Within the confines of the battleship, his arms hanging limply at his sides, the wig observed as the vessel ascended into the sky under human control, rising through the breach that had been created and soaring towards the continent. Inside the ship's hold, Numerous members of the rebellion and the Shinsengumi huddled together like a large family. The consequences of this ship being shot down were all too clear. Get aboard quickly. The black currents entwined around Tenko-Zangetsu were flung away, yet Gintoki remained unperturbed, instead using the force to position himself behind Sugo. With a gentle shove, he propelled Sugo aside. Beneath the battleship, understanding the urgency, Hijikata lowered a soft ladder, anxiously calling to the trio below, "Hurry up. We have little time." However, Sugo paid no heed to Hijikata, turning instead to question Gintoki, only to be interrupted by Kagura, who struck him with the force of her throw. "Let us go. You still have time. I will do my utmost to secure your chance at escape, so do not let me down." Before Sugo and Kagura could respond, Kenshin had already seized the opportunity, positioning himself before them to block Oboro's dagger, yet was ambushed by Tenko-Zangetsu from the side, the blade slicing through his side, blood gushing forth. Gintoki. Upon seeing Gintoki injured, Kagura's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively wanting to rush to him. However, Sugo tightly grasped her, despite the effort it took, refusing to let go. "Let me go, you sadistic fool. Can't you see Gintoki is hurt?" As she struggled against his grip, her gaze fell upon Gintoki's face, marred by a thin cut inflicted by Oboro's dagger, intensifying her resistance. "If it were you, you would understand my feelings, right?" Alone against Oboro, Gintoki could barely maintain a stalemate due to his years of understanding of his swordsmanship. Yet with Oboro's involvement, the two of them made it exceedingly difficult for Gintoki, leading to his injuries. "Are you serious, boss?" Sugo, holding Kagura, cast a concerned glance at Gintoki. With a light chuckle that had never changed, he evaded the downward strike of the dagger. The crimson cherry blossom intercepted the horizontal slash of the Tiansuajanyu, causing Gintoki to involuntarily retreat a few steps. He switched his grip on the sword, crossing his hands defensively in front of him, one hand wielding the cherry blossom, the other the Dongyao Lake, fixing his gaze intently upon the two adversaries across from him. Should they reunite, the establishment of their odd jobs agency would be decided henceforth. Gintoki smiled faintly, resolutely choosing not to look back. It was an unavoidable circumstance, had he ascended the soft ladder alongside them. It would not have been surprising for a being of such power to sever it with a single strike. At that moment, not only would Sugo and Kagura be in peril, but the battleship above would also face delay, jeopardizing its mission. Presently, the only individual capable of restraining them was himself. Unlike Kenshin, whose prowess might allow for a safe retreat, Gintoki knew that should he find himself in a similar situation, his most likely outcome would be to embrace mutual destruction, inflicting grievous wounds upon them in the process. "No," Kagura cried, tears glistening in her eyes. "Without you, Gintoki, the Odd Jobs Agency is not the place I once knew." What was this? A mere game of pretend? Fragments that did not belong to him flickered in his mind. Witnessing this scene, the previously amiable demeanor of the Hollow was abruptly shattered. He would not permit the thoroughly eradicated Matsuo to have a chance at revival. The thought ignited action, and with a diagonal slash of the Tiansuajanyu, a torrent of black sword energy lifted chunks of earth and stone, surging directly towards Sugo. "Danger!" Gintoki roared, positioning himself in front of Sugo and the others, raising his blade in a cross to intercept the dark energy. Even as the force propelled him backward, Gintoki gritted his teeth, his palms splitting, determined to withstand the blow. "You all go ahead. I'll follow closely behind," he said, a bitter smile escaping him as he noticed the two behind him hesitating. He feigned kindness, masking his intentions. "How could I possibly follow you?" "No, Gintoki, you must be lying." Kagura unhesitatingly pierced through Gintoki's falsehood. "Quickly, all of you get up here," Hijikata bellowed, the sounds of the battleship roaring to life. Indeed, after the initial chaos of the assault, they began to organize and prepare for a counterattack. If this delay continued before Gintoki could finish his thought, he sensed the sword energy before him intensifying once more. He instinctively turned his gaze to Hollow, who swung the Tiansuajanyu again, unleashing a second wave of sword energy that bore down upon Gintoki. Damn it, he had never intended to face this attack head-on. Evading it with his speed would have been the prudent course. However, at that moment, a white figure burst forth from the forest, carrying a severely injured man as if riding the wind, and grasped the soft ladder suspended in midair. Shimiko and Sasazaki, both those below and those aboard the battleship, gasped in astonishment. What a predicament it is, though I am not in a position to comment. The gentle words that reached Jin's ears sent a tremor through his heart. It is all right. This is the strength that belongs to this man. It seems that as long as he is by my side, none of the troubles matter. He swiftly snatched the red cherry from Jin's grasp and pushed him back. Amidst the thunderous explosion of the Black family, Jin spun around to stand before Sugo and Kagura. "Let us go," he declared, firmly grasping the soft ladder. As he observed the bewildered expressions of Sugo and Kagura, he found it oddly amusing, yet refrained from voicing it. "Want to leave?" His eyes narrowed dangerously as he raised his arm, and the black aura of the Tenkaizen Getsu morphed into a spectral figure resembling a fearsome demon, seemingly roaring defiantly towards the heavens. Amidst the dust from the explosion of black sword energy, a tranquil voice emerged. The eyes of the specter narrowed sharply, hastily retreating the Tenkaizen Getsu to shield his chest. Tenkyoryu flash. The dust abruptly dissipated, revealing an overwhelming brilliance that flashed through the air. The blade heart materialized before the specter, taking a step forward, drawing his sword, and executing a spinning slash downward. With a resounding roar accompanying the draw, a long blade of energy burst forth from the ground, soaring into the distance, leaving a neat scar upon the earth, seemingly endless. The uprooted earth and trees were cleaved in twain, invisible to all but those with extraordinary vision. "Shinsuke Himura, how could you?" The specter's voice was laced with astonishment, for it was the first time an unforeseen deviation had occurred from the plan, leaving the architect of that plan in utter shock. Blood gushed forth from the gaping wound in his chest, the injury seemingly cleaving him in two. Yet only a thin strip of skin remained connecting him. This was the new Tenkyoryu flash, reclaiming all of his power, true strength. He stepped back, clutching the soft ladder. As Hijikata's voice rang out, the battleship slowly ascended, lifting off the ground. Yet, regardless of who they were, their gazes were locked onto one another, the palpable murderous intent within their eyes refusing to dissipate. The next time they would meet, it would be a matter of life and death. "By the specter and the sword heart, I shall never let you escape," even with one in the sky and the other on the ground. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, their eyes remained fixated on each other, with none else worthy of their concern. Everything was far too hasty. Both sides required a moment to adequately prepare. It was foreseeable that their next encounter would be a relentless battle to the end. Chapter 392. Facing everything returning from the depths of hell is no easy feat. Draped in a pale blue cloak, standing at the forefront of the battleship, he gazed at the clouds drifting past in the night sky, accompanied by the chilling wind. It was then that the sword heart murmured to himself, "Hey, did you see anything back then, just before you were about to die?" A voice emerged from behind, revealing Jin, clad in a white cloak, who approached the sword heart's side and gazed ahead. Having witnessed many things, some of which should not exist, and others that have long since vanished, I regret having kept them waiting for so long. They must harbor a deep resentment towards me now. With a faint smile, Kenshin extended his hand forward, yearning to grasp something, yet all that slipped through his fingertips, apart from the clouds, was nothingness. It was akin to time itself, elusive and ungraspable. Jintoki sighed and looked at Kenshin, asking about their next course of action. "Have you determined your path of vengeance? Having come this far, do you still hope to return to the past?" A fleeting glance at Jintoki revealed that he was not the naive sort. It was merely a longing for a bygone life that seemed increasingly unattainable. Jintoki offered a wry smile, and then inquired about the girl, known as the Shinin. "Are you not going to say anything about her?" "Her real name is Shinin, a name likely bestowed upon her by Sasaki. I am unaware of its significance. Yet I know one thing. Sasaki must not perish." Kenshin closed his eyes, feeling the cold breath of the high winds, and spoke slowly. "For Shinin, Sasaki must hold unforgettable memories, and for us, the act of safeguarding a life should inherently be a simple endeavor. Do you grasp the weight of that statement, Kenshin?" Jintoki countered. "Yes," came Kenshin's quiet response after a moment of silence. "Then you must also understand how much we have lost, and how many promises have been shattered. For those of us merely surviving, do such words truly carry weight?" Jintoki's gaze was fleetingly clouded with confusion, particularly at the moment he witnessed the mask of nothingness shatter. Though he suppressed his confusion deep within, following that perilous moment, he ultimately revealed his vulnerable side to Kenshin. Even after being defeated countless times, even when our promises are trampled underfoot and dismissed as worthless, those remain the goals we must uphold. Kenshin placed a reassuring hand on Jintoki's shoulder, affirming, not to protect oneself, but to shield the fragile souls. Though no words were exchanged, the visible haze in Jintoki's eyes lessened somewhat. Sasaki's family fell victim to the dark political intrigues of the shogunate, yet it was the Shinin who was dispatched. Although it appeared that only she stood alone with her blade at that fateful moment. Those clad in black were not the guardians sent by Sasaki to protect his wife and children. Nearby, a familiar voice echoed again. As a figure clad in a black robe and adorned with a wig, stood against the wind beside Kenshin, gazing ahead. Then there is but one explanation, he mused. Both Kenshin and Jintoki simultaneously scoffed, each already aware of the intricacies binding their fates. Sasaki cannot die. For they had made a vow, Sasaki must meet his end at the hands of the Shinin. Please, wig, take me to a certain place, Kenshin suddenly said, his eyes closed. The wig inquired. I have long evaded a certain truth that I must now confront, as well as a fear that has lingered for far too long, which I need to embrace once more. Kenshin gazes at his palm, pondering the multitude of scars and lives entwined upon it. To face that adversary, I must confront my innermost self, otherwise it would be impossible to vanquish him. Kenshin lowers his arm, despondently reflecting. In the past, I could hardly endure against him, even for as long as Shinsuke did before arriving, all due to my prolonged evasion of reality. My hesitance to wield my sword with full conviction, coupled with a flicker of hope I harbored toward that face, led to my swift defeat within mere exchanges, perhaps even to my demise. Shinsuke and the wig remained silent. Yet at this moment, they felt a sense of solace watching him torment himself, enduring such agony. No matter what they might say, it could not alter his current state. Had the moment finally arrived? The void taught me the essence of reality, and the hellish scenes compelled me to acknowledge the sin of taking lives. They do not dwell in paradise. Rather, they await me in hell. Kenshin murmurs. Then I cannot be a righteous man. I must become a demon, descending into the abyss to seek them out. Once again, the Boshin War has commenced, and Shinsuke, the wig, I must draw you into this conflict. I apologize. What foolish words. From the very beginning, we have been kindred spirits, and the reckoning is not solely yours to bear, as Shinsuke states. We have awaited this decision from you for an exceedingly long time, the wig adds. Regardless of your choice, we shall steadfastly support you, Kenshin. In this world, the only true might lies within that small town, not in sheer strength, but in the miraculous power born from the collective light of humanity's spirit. So inherently natural and normal. Alas, in this world, such a phenomenon does not exist. What remains is merely a utopia within this realm of chaos. Without returning to Edo, nor opting to recuperate, even neglecting to retrieve Mitsu from the Yagyu clan, Kenshin finds himself alone in that place, which once sealed away all. It remains unchanged, still exuding that charm, the joyous laughter of children at play, the gentle concern of adults, and the sight of them toiling in the fields. Although it is midday, the heat is imperceptible. Instead, a refreshing breeze dances through the rustling trees, imbuing the atmosphere with a serene lightness that alleviates all burdens from the soul. Ah, it's Kenshin. From afar, the children spot Kenshin's distinctive red hair and his crimson kimono. They shout and rush across the fields, their faces alight with joy at the sight of a familiar figure. Thus, this place must never bear witness to bloodshed. War and suffering should not grace this land. It is the final sanctuary belonging to me, to Himura Kenshin. Kenshin? Has Kenshin returned? The adults laboring in the fields straighten their backs, gazing at the figure approaching with measured steps, their arms raised in jubilant waves, voices lifted in celebration. Kenshin, welcome back. I have returned, having relinquished the anguish that weighed heavily upon my heart, an involuntary smile gracing my face as I took a step towards the village. Within the temple of this village, an elderly man sat in meditation on a cushion before the grand hall, his brows slightly raised. Though his eyes remained closed, the corners of his mouth subtly curled upwards. Your master has finally let go of everything and arrived here. The only response was the faint quivering echo of the dusty long sword enshrined in the hall. Chapter 393, The Foggy Village. Have you truly returned? I have sensed this sword trembling in anticipation until now. Observing the man who entered through the grand doors, cradling the little girl with a ponytail named Yua, I noticed her sweet smile, brimming with happiness, seemed to infect the man holding her, who seldom wore a smile, but now bore a hint of one. Isn't your description rather fantastical? With a smile, he stepped into the hall, where everything appeared unchanged since my last visit. However, Compared to a decade ago, many things had vanished. Well, this is your sword. Only you know what has transpired. Saying this, the lines on Kamikawa's face deepened as he gestured towards Kenshin. After showing you the sword for 10 years, hurry and take this thing back. I wish to enjoy the remaining years of my youth and leisure. An old man should simply wait at home, not venture out recklessly. Be careful not to lose your way. Kenshin raised an eyebrow as he passed by Kamikawa, who sat cross-legged on his cushion, no longer displaying the fear he once felt upon entering, but rather calmly gazing ahead, devoid of unnecessary sentiment, as if it were an ordinary day. I do not wish for my life to be devoted solely to your sword. After all, there are countless good things awaiting me. If you do not return soon, I cannot fathom how much time I have left. Time, indeed, has aged you significantly without your awareness. It never halts for anyone. I tread steadily towards my ultimate path, while you progressively journey towards becoming a true warrior. You have arrived. That is splendid. Otherwise, I, an old man, would surely not have the strength to endure. I shall watch over Yua as she grows tall. A light, somewhat naive voice interjected. It was Yua's. Very well. Grandpa will surely watch Yua grow and eventually marry and bear children. He chuckled, waving his hand as he felt the vibrations of the man behind him stepping onto the stairs. Kamikawa's smile grew ever brighter. How wonderful. You have finally understood. After traversing through hell, letting a few people down, being beaten half to death by someone, and uncovering a harsh truth, you have come to comprehend a false existence and confronted a path I have long evaded. In silence, I finally spoke, drawing the reverse blade sword from my waist, though the blade within the sheath was already broken, gripping its middle with one hand and slowly placing it upon the rack, wrapping it in a strip of white cloth and a plain handkerchief. It seems as though a profound statement was made, yet I comprehended not a single word. Perhaps it is a blessing to be in such ignorance, for it renders you happier than I. As I spoke, I bowed before the reverse blade sword, adorned with white silk ribbons and a plain handkerchief, unable to rise for an extended moment. In my evasion, I once wielded you during my wandering journey, and I am grateful for your companionship over these years, dear companion, though even you and I could not shield one another. How many times, when I could have easily pressed down and allowed your blade to pierce my flesh, did you choose instead to shatter yourself? I extend my sincerest apologies. Trembling gently, the reverse blade sword seemed to convey something profound. As for the path ahead, I wish for you to remain untainted by needless bloodshed. You may rest now. I shall rise to fight anew, free from confusion, allowing you to remain here in peace. With this, I open my arms, resting them upon the sword rack that housed the revered Muramasa. For a moment, Kawakawa remained silent, and even the ever-watchful Q was wide-eyed, gazing at Kenshin. Outside, the radiant sunlight continued to bathe the earth, casting golden hues and warm breezes that gently stirred the air. The wind chimes at the corners of the humble abode rang with a crisp sound, imparting a sense of tranquility. Further away, in this small village, the fields still preserved ancient methods, as diligent workers engaged in the time-honored practice of rice planting, their joyful laughter mingling with the pleasant sounds of cats and dogs basking in the sun. Confront your own transgressions. Face the multitude of errors you have committed. It is not about evading the act of taking life, but rather about taking action to atone and repay. You are who you are, since the facts have become established. Do your utmost to fulfill your own objectives alongside the aims of those you have slain. Kawakawa's serious voice resonated. Take back what is yours. The cherished sword that has eluded you for a decade, the Muramasa of your heart. My closed eyes suddenly flew open, and the hand that had been resting limply fell resolutely, gripping the red scabbard tightly, even to the point of whitening my knuckles as I seized the seemingly weighty long sword. In that instant, it felt as if some binding had been released from Kenshin. His demeanor transformed from when he first arrived here. It was a fundamental change, a joyous return to the strength of yore. The confusion that had long lingered in his heart dissipated, and the heavy burdens he had borne were lifted. The original intent returned, and the unwavering desire remained unchanged. The person he once was had ultimately returned. Meanwhile, in Edo, where a gentle rain fell upon the city, joy and sorrow intertwined. The loyalists of the Sano Joy had resurfaced, and the prospect of renewed conflict with the shogunate was no longer a secret. It was a topic of fervent discussion among all in Edo. Even after the loss of the Shinsengumi, the shogunate, led by Yashiki, established a guard to maintain order in Edo, yet it could never regain its former glory. The beloved Shinsengumi, once familiar to all, had vanished. With Yashiki's tumultuous rule, faith in the shogunate waned, prompting many to depart. Edo, much like the persistent rain today, though gentle, continued to fall incessantly. Indeed, the Shinsengumi is destined to fade from existence. At the wooden bridge, the stoic Tushiru strides forward, only to be halted by a young girl clad in a red chipao, her hair styled in traditional buns. Inside the heart of the Shinmiyaka, Hijikata and Jintoki sit at the counter, sharing a fleeting glance with the man beside them. Before the latter, in a haughty manner, turns his head away. In the dojo, Ameo sits across the table from Kondo, engaged in conversation, their laughter resonating in an atmosphere that is remarkably harmonious and warm. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly idyllic scene would be the final farewell between the two parties? The fate of the Shinsengumi remains shrouded in uncertainty. Even its members, including Yamazaki, find themselves engulfed in confusion. The essence of their existence was to safeguard Edo, a purpose that has evidently become obsolete. The return to their original group is straightforward: vengeance. They cast aside their white uniforms, donning simple linen kimonos, swords at their waists, opting not to join the ranks of the pro-imperial warriors, but rather choosing to forge their own path towards retribution against the shogunate, led by Sasaki. The Yagyu clan, long forgotten, is finally recalled, as Kiki boldly approaches the prestigious gates of the Yagyu family, the outcome of which remains unknown. The popular star, Fujibayashi Keru, announces her intention to embark on a journey into the cosmos, temporarily departing from Earth, leaving her many fans in a state of lament. Yet, amidst this scene in Edo, enveloped in the misty rain, a man dressed in ordinary clothes, with long black hair, arrives at the shogun's residence, holding a paper umbrella. Shosho, our existence cannot coexist. But should the other cease to exist, then the ideal is to mutually bear the burden. I shall fulfill my annual dream, transforming Edo, this world, into the vision you desire, into the vision I aspire to. He places the flowers he holds at the corner of the shogun's wall, observing the peculiar samurai entering and exiting the residence amidst the heavy rain. The man, without uttering a word, chooses to depart quietly. Beyond the city of Edo, a red-haired man, sheltered under an umbrella, reveals a cross-shaped scar on his cheek. Apart from the weariness etched on his face from the journey, his eyes still shimmer with unwavering determination. In the cosmos, the fleet of white warships belonging to the celestial path gradually departs from Earth, heading towards an unknown destination in the universe, their purpose remaining a mystery. Chapter 394, A Direct Assault on the Yellow Dragon. The fate of the Shinsengumi has no bearing on you pro-imperial warriors. Do not presume that a single collaboration fosters unity. Deep-seated animosities are not easily forgotten. As Tofu prepared to depart, he uttered words that echoed the hopes of a bygone era, an era when he aspired to carve out a legacy in Edo with the sword in his hand, realizing the ideals embodied by that very blade. Yet, here he stood, compelled to seek refuge in foreign lands, leaving behind the place he once cherished. Reflecting upon his journey, from the initial optimism to the heights of ambition, and now to the depths of despair, it is indeed a poignant reminder of life's capriciousness. It is not that one cannot savor the journey, but rather, in comparison to one's lofty ideals, the unwavering conviction within the heart is of paramount importance. Black child, I apologize for dragging you into this, he murmured as he walked beneath the umbrella on his way back to the Shimyu house. A man clad in a black kimono approached, and with a soft whisper, Kenshin spoke. The light rain cascaded like a delicate curtain from the heavens, enveloping the street in a misty haze, revealing everything within its embrace. The sky was not burdened by oppressive clouds, but rather, it exuded an indescribable sense of melancholy. At that moment, I too contemplated a silent departure, but it was Lord Kenshin who bestowed upon me a legitimate reason to leave. Now, however, I found myself reluctant to go. Beneath the umbrella, Black Child slightly curled his lips and raised his gaze to Kenshin, his face marred by wounds and bandages, presenting a rather pitiful visage. At this moment, your appearance lacks any semblance of persuasiveness, and it is rather amusing, Kenshin remarked as he continued forward, the two passing each other through the veil of rain. Do not pause to ponder, nor linger in thought. Let us press onward, a gentle voice whispered in Kenshin's ear. In that fleeting moment of their passage, they entrusted their faith in one another, affirming that this man was indeed worthy of belief. Adjusting the plum blossom-shaped guard at his waist, and concealing the Aburazuki blade beneath his outer coat. Kenshin lowered the brim of his hat and set his sights on his destination. Kagura, after all, harbored feelings for Sugo, did she not? On this bridge, the two, feigning a duel, abruptly interrupted their skirmish, tumbling into the waters below. No techniques were employed, nor were there superfluous words exchanged. Everything transpired in silence. After this encounter, the next unrestrained meeting remained in uncertainty. Inside the Shinmyu house, Madao observed the quarreling pair with exasperation, yet they exchanged their favorite dishes, devouring them with fervor, before turning their heads away from each other in a display of feigned indifference. This, indeed, is what Kenshin would call tsundere. In the Kendo dojo, a man and woman sat across from one another, their smiles gradually widening, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. Perhaps it was their last meeting. Everything unsaid was offered in full. The future remained an enigma, uncertain if they would ever cross paths again. Yet, this moment, this fleeting instant, was the essence of eternity. All were striving to weave this moment into cherished memories, feeling the collective warmth amidst the downpour. Kenshin chuckled ruefully. That simply will not do. We must live on until the very end, for we are all meant to endure. To raise a banner now would be to invite death, even if one should survive. Such matters can wait for another time. As he spoke, he pushed open the door to the heart's enigma, revealing Jintoki and Hijikata within. You have finally returned. Jintoki remarked with a slight glance at Kenshin, a smirk on his lips. It's quite fortunate that you haven't been apprehended by the patrolling guards outside. Those rabid dogs are currently roaming the streets, ready to seize anyone with white curly hair or a red-haired individual bearing a scar on their face, hauling them off to prison. To see you here, calmly enjoying your meal, is truly miraculous. Without hesitation, Kenshin retorted, removing his straw hat and placing it aside against the door, tying back his hair once more. As he shed his raincoat, he revealed the uniquely shaped long sword at his waist. Oboro Muramesa, huh? Jintoki pondered, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Kenshin's blade, a flicker of shock and nostalgia crossing his gaze. So, you finally dug this sword out from the ground? It wasn't excavated from the earth, but rather retrieved from a place unknown to anyone, Kenshin replied, pulling out a bench to sit beside Hijikata. Madao, pour me a cup of milk tea. Isn't that the legendary weapon used by Batusai on the battlefield? Hijikata exhaled a plume of smoke. I thought it was already broken. Where did you hear such a tale? That broken sword was Muramesa, wasn't it? Kenshin sighed in exasperation. The one telling you the story must be quite the joker. Indeed, that's how it is. It was merely a sword you wielded back in the day. Hijikata smirked. So, by reclaiming this sword, you imply that I shall not unleash a killing spree, nor will I personally rush to the battlefield of the Bakamatsu. So, do not expect me to tread the path of a demon once more. Kenshin took a sip of his drink, gazing at the intricate patterns on the counter. I simply desire to strike someone down. The 12 elders of the celestial path, along with the 3 from Naraku, each possess strength comparable to yours. I recall you saying that back then, Jintoki interjected. So what now? Just because you've retrieved a sword, do you think you can defy fate? Which manga's lowly premise is this? While it certainly is lowly, I must confess that it was quite the arduous task to have this sword back at my waist. Kenshin sighed. Rest assured, if I were to encounter Shishio again, I would not succumb to defeat, surpassing my former self, reaching heights never before attained. I would then look down upon my past self, who once stood merely halfway up the mountain, descending. In this pinnacle of existence, surrounded by countless rivals, I set my drink down. Do you not feel exhilarated by this, Jintoki? What is the purpose of our existence? As warriors, we may choose different paths for our ideals. Yet as swordsmen, in such moments, it's exceedingly difficult to maintain my fighting spirit. A hint of fervor flickered in his eyes, but more prominently was an overwhelming intent to kill, as thick and viscous as glue. Jintoki and Hijikata exchanged glances, feeling a mix of joy for Kenshin regaining his power and concern for the current state of his being. Would such murderous intent truly not lead to rivers of blood? Edo has been completely sealed off, and your desire to leave is akin to reaching for the heavens. With this, Kenshin gazed at the silent Hijikata, chuckling softly as he set down his wine cup and retrieved a gray raincoat from beneath the counter, donning it. The rain continues to fall outside. This raincoat shall be left for you. I am about to step out, and should any turmoil arise, make your swift exit from Edo. Kenshin fastened the buttons as he spoke. What? What are you planning to do? Both Jintoki and Hijikata exclaimed in astonishment. I intend to draw some fire away from you. Otherwise, how will you escape? Well, I may not be that grand, but I harbor a touch of selfishness in my heart. Kenshin remarked with a casual wave of his hand, a nonchalant expression gracing his face. Without the presence of the shogunate, its necessity has vanished. As a loyalist to the cause of expelling the foreigners, I shall be the one to ignite the first battle upon this land. Straight to the heart of the enemy. Remove the obstacles. As he donned his conical hat, his blood-red eyes seemed to emit a fleeting crimson glow, a mere illusion perhaps. Jintoki and Hijikata exchanged glances, only to see Madao emerging with a cup of milk tea, eliciting a bittersweet smile within. It appears that this gentle drizzle is destined to transform into a tempest of blood and chaos. Chapter 395. One morning in the past. A direct assault on the heart of the enemy would have required meticulous planning. How to infiltrate, how many to kill, what outcomes to achieve, and how to retreat. All these factors had to be considered. Back then, due to a multitude of reasons, I was quite weak, and such considerations were paramount. Otherwise, one could easily find themselves trapped, never to return. However, the present is different. In a flash, the blade sliced through the throats of the two guards stationed at the entrance of the shogunate, thin streams of blood trickling down the edge of the blade, slowly pooling upon the ground. As the rainwater flowed, it gradually mingled with the crimson, saturating the earth before the gates. Clutching their throats, the guards reached out, desperately trying to grasp something, yet could only feel their bodies growing colder and their vision dimming, ultimately collapsing upon the ground in despair. Intruder. Someone has breached the shogunate. The men inside, witnessing this man's unhesitant slaughter, were paralyzed by fear, having never encountered bloodshed before. They trembled and fled, their legs shaking, shouting as they ran, revealing their true nature as the weak. Someone has been killed. After a decade, my hands have once again stained themselves with blood. The remnants of the past seem to resurface with that single strike, like a parasite clinging to my hand, dark red and crusted. Yet, I feel no sense of guilt, nor do I bear any burden. Instead, I am filled with a profound reflection and an undeniable clarity. Life is so fragile, and I find myself playing the role of the reaper. Is this an imposition? Or, as those fools claim, is a killer merely a killer? Once you have taken a life, can you ever truly turn back? However, at this moment, I do not wish to ponder too much. As I stepped boldly into the general's residence, it marked my inaugural entrance through the grand doors. With my gaze sweeping across the surroundings, I noted that, although it was my first visit, it bore little difference from my previous brief encounter while delivering a meal, perhaps the only alteration being the demeanor of the two guards at the entrance. From a time of cordiality to their current haughty arrogance, it is evident that the character of the master is reflected in that of the servants. After bowing respectfully upon entering, I noticed that the servants who had rushed in earlier were now accompanied by a multitude of others, warriors wielding swords, guards brandishing firearms, and household staff armed with clubs, all bearing expressions of fury as they advanced towards me. Without uttering a word, I swiftly parried an incoming strike from a swordsman, redirecting the blade's hilt back and delivering a decisive blow to another's jaw, the resounding crack of bone echoing alongside the anguished cries that filled the air. The ground beneath me erupted in a semicircle of dirt and stone, a tempest of chaos radiating outward from my position, sending all assailants tumbling back. "Cece, I have come for you." My low voice reverberated within the confines of the general's manor, unmasking my chilling intent. Observing the groaning figures sprawled on the ground, I chose not to deliver a fatal blow but instead stepped over the threshold, advancing further inside. Fear not, everyone. According to intelligence reports, the Blade Master does not kill, which is why none of us have perished. At that moment, one of the more ostentatiously dressed individuals among the crowd rose, his demeanor filled with bravado as he gazed at me. If we can entangle him as a group, it would be a commendable feat. With that, the man charged towards me with palpable excitement. "Do not be afraid. He will not take a life," he bellowed again, as if rallying the spirits of his comrades. His words, though seemingly futile, stirred a few individuals to muster their strength, driven by their avarice, and they charged at me recklessly. It appears that I have indeed underestimated my adversaries, as they dare to approach me. A bitter smile crossed my lips as I reflected on how, in times past, my name could quell the cries of children, yet now even these adults show no fear. Blood spurted from the neck of one assailant, creating a vivid arc in the air, the crimson hue reminiscent of sunset clouds, leaving only disbelief in his eyes. The reports had clearly stated, "I apologize, the information is outdated. I no longer oppose taking lives." With a calm utterance, I stepped over the fallen bodies and strode forward. "Cece shall pay with her life," I declared, kicking open the inner door and raising my blade to deflect an incoming hidden projectile. As I took a step back, my gaze fell upon the familiar attire and the well-known traps within. A serene smile graced my lips, for it was evident that Cece was no longer present. It was expected, after all. To the followers of the heavenly path, Cece still held some significance, and safeguarding her was hardly a surprise. However, it seems that the one who ought to be concerned now is none other than myself. Fire. Upon hearing the command from outside the general's residence, the familiar sound of cannon fire erupted. In the sky, crimson projectiles cascaded like a meteor shower, relentlessly descending upon the general's abode. Indeed, I was well prepared. With a cold smirk, I unsheathed my blade, the renowned Omuramasa, spinning it in my hand before plunging it into the ground. With a swift diagonal slash, a surge of sword energy shattered the roof of the building, violently colliding with the incoming artillery, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions reverberating through the air. With a series of swift movements, I dashed through the walls, emerging outside the general's residence just as the heavens unleashed a torrent of cannon fire, engulfing the estate in chaos. The continuous roar of flames and explosions resonated around me, the shockwaves forcing those nearby to retreat. The blade of Omuramasa carved another deep gash into the earth, when suddenly, a tank nearby detonated, propelling the concealed samurai into the air. The flying shrapnel sliced through the crowd like daggers, staining the ground with crimson. My sudden appearance startled those present. They had previously believed that the wielder of the sword had perished beneath the relentless bombardment. Who would have imagined that I had managed to break free so swiftly? Truly, I am the legendary figure they speak of. Reacting with a delayed response, I sheathed my sword and twirled into the throng of people. As I landed, the force of my impact sent several individuals hurtling away. With a flash of my blade, I drew Omuramasa once more, and those airborne were showered with blood as they fell to the ground. The first battle of the Chashu. I shall strike at the heart of the enemy, I declared, grasping the wrist of an approaching assailant, pulling them into my embrace while positioning Omuramasa at their throat. I surveyed the tense faces surrounding me. Do not be so anxious. Let us engage in this fierce battle with great fervor. With that, my long blade swept through the air, blood gushing forth and staining my attire, a testament to the violence unleashed. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon witnessing the soaring sword energy, Jintoki exchanged a knowing glance with Hijikata. The opportunity created by that man, who had used himself as bait, must not be squandered. One must head to the Odd Jobs Agency to prepare the necessary arrangements, while the other must rally the members of the Shinsengumi at their headquarters. The Shinsengumi must escape this place that has withered their dreams, for this moment is pivotal. It is either a rebirth through the flames or a descent into oblivion. All hinges on today. Hijikata would not allow the Shinsengumi to perish in such a place. Our shared dreams would not vanish so easily. Chapter 396. Farewell, Shinsengumi. Amidst the rain, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, the murky waters flowed across the ground, tainted with a hue that should not belong. The streets surrounding the general's residence were devoid of any common folk. Not even the sounds of barking dogs or crowing roosters could be heard. In the stillness, apart from the rain, it is challenging to discern any other sounds. The lifeless body collapses onto the ground, causing the rainwater to splash and merge with the surroundings. Beside the corpse, the blood flowing from the blade that lies on the ground coalesces into a pale red stream, trickling downward. Amidst the rain, feeling the chill of the body, Kenshin let out a sardonic chuckle and turned to survey the area. The ground was littered with bodies, a scene of utter disarray. Even in the open air, one could detect a faint scent of charred flesh mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Aside from the man standing here, no one else had survived. What terrifying force lay hidden at an unknown distance? With a telescope in hand, Cece gazed upon the state of the general's mansion, her voice trembling with fear. I've never witnessed the Batusai wield such power. Her companion, Rome, lowered the brim of his hat, his expression grave. We must prepare for the worst. We are not facing Himura Kenshin, but rather the former Batusai. What difference does it make? Are they not the same person? Cece retorted, her voice rising in urgency. This is not the time for jest, she continued. We need to think carefully about how to confront that man. A flicker of coldness flashed in her eyes, obscured by Rome's hat. He replied, Himura Kenshin does not kill. But do you believe the Batusai would adhere to such principles? The sword is a weapon. Swordsmanship is an art of killing. No matter how beautifully one adorns it with words, that remains an undeniable truth. Those were his words, and now he is acting upon them, Rong stated. Cece's voice trembled with fear, becoming almost distorted. So, the man he once was has returned? Perhaps not merely returned, but with even greater power, seeking vengeance upon this world. Rong mused. Are you jesting? How am I to contend with such a being? In a direct confrontation on the battlefield, we might suppress him as we did before. But what if he resorts to assassination tactics now? Who will protect me? Frustrated, Cece struck a stone pillar with her fist, her face contorted in anger. It was not just the legendary powers spoken of in tales. She had already witnessed the might of the Batusai during their last encounter at the hotel. How could she maintain her composure when facing such an adversary, especially one deemed a lethal opponent? Do not worry. He cannot find you at this moment, Rong assured her, as he descended the steps and moved forward. We must capture those he cares about before that happens. Both Himura Kenshin and the Batusai have their vulnerabilities. Rong spoke calmly. In a certain sense, defeating him is quite simple. Cece, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? Our objective this time aligns with this goal, to compel the Yagyu clan to take a stand, while also securing the means to defeat him. Rong whispered, as a white shadow flitted through the surrounding forest, vanishing in an instant. Do not worry, that man will be dealt with by us. Your duty is to fulfill your role as a general. On the surface, while he spoke thus, a cold smile lingered within. At present, you possess a modicum of worth. Dear Hiko, with a swift motion, he sheathed his sword, his countenance devoid of any emotion, as he stepped over the corpses strewn upon the ground. Kenshin gradually made his way aside, retrieving the discarded umbrella, which he opened above his head as he advanced forward. His indifferent crimson figure slowly vanishing amidst the curtain of rain. Not long after Kenshin departed, a trembling hand emerged from the crowd, pushing aside the lifeless body that weighed upon him. Panic-stricken eyes darted around, and after a prolonged moment of quivering lips, he finally comprehended that the demon had vacated the area. He then rolled over onto the ground, swallowing the blood-soaked earth, crawling towards safety. Retaining a semblance of rationality, he recognized that should he rise at that moment, with the keen sight of that man, he would surely be discovered. At that juncture, he would be beyond salvation. Having narrowly feigned death to survive, he was unwilling to squander his life due to a moment of carelessness. As he gulped the blood from the ground, disregarding the murky residue, the man proceeded with caution, circumventing the corpses. Though his pace was slow, his struggle for survival was undeniably a testament to human instinct. A worthy display of resilience. Depart from Edo, and do not return, a voice echoed through the rain, causing the man's advancing form to falter momentarily, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. In his home, his wife and children awaited him. He had taken up the life of a samurai merely to earn a meager living. Yet, he pondered, what would become of those who cared for him if he were to perish? Indeed, for the first time, the man nodded vigorously. The expression of struggle for life upon his rain-soaked visage was indeed the most commendable of displays. Choosing not to return to the Shimiyu house, Kenshin, holding the umbrella, traversed street after street. Aside from the usual clamor of Kabukicho, the once vibrant streets were now devoid of their former splendor. Since the announcement of the impending war, how many had fled Edo? Taking a step onto the dock, he beheld a group clad in familiar uniforms, standing before a warship, collectively gazing ahead, observing Jintoki and others. Ah, Kenshin. Kondo, bearing a scar across his face, raised his hand and smiled. I've been awaiting you for quite some time. Beneath the shelter of the umbrella, the man was drenched in blood, crimson liquid mingling with the rainwater that clung to him, his hair matted together. Yet, it was this very individual whom Kondo had long admired. After this encounter, who knows when we shall meet again? Do not forget the special mayonnaise you promised me. I will come to collect it at any time. In the midst of the torrential rain, Hijikata refrained from smoking and instead regarded Kenshin with a serious expression. His gaze, beyond the words he uttered, evidently alluded to another matter. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I shall reserve the seafood-flavored mayonnaise for you. As Hijikata shouted, what on earth is seafood-flavored mayonnaise? Kenshin turned his attention to Kondo. With his sword in hand, he envisioned a future, guiding himself towards a luminous choice. Regardless of life or death, right or wrong, once one has strived, there shall be no regrets. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the notion of dying without understanding how one met their end. At that moment, Kondo and Kenshin spoke in unison. If we are to die, know that the blade in my hand is exceedingly sharp. I can claim the head of the legendary Badasai whenever I please. Kondo laughed heartily, patting Kenshin on the shoulder. Unfortunately, your head holds little value to me, for you are merely an oversized gorilla. With a smirk, Kenshin unleashed his sharp tongue, causing Kondo's countenance to resemble that of liver. My dear apprentice, do you still refuse to accept the legacy? Kenshin looked at Sugo. Break my nine-headed dragon flash and inherit the Hiten Mitsurajiryu. That feat has long since been accomplished, Sugo replied with a smile. Besides, you have not even claimed the name of Hidokiri. What do you expect me to inherit? Huh, I have nothing left to teach you. Begone, you wretched boy. Waving his hand dismissively, Kenshin added, you are my sole disciple. Do not perish. Even if you were to be buried until you turned to dust, I would continue to thrive, and I would gather a multitude to dance upon your grave, infuriating you. Sugo scoffed. Humph, the time for our parting has indeed come. Salute. Kondo bellowed, and the entire Shinsengumi stood at attention, arms bent, saluting Jintoki, Kagura, Shinpachi, and Kenshin in perfect unison. Salute. Behind them, the white-clad Mibu wolves emerged, led by Sasaki, offering a salute, though it remained unclear whether they were honoring Jintoki and the others or the Shinsengumi. Nevertheless, their expressions and eyes bore an air of solemnity, unmistakably sincere. A soft voice echoed from the other side, and as it reached Kenshin, it was but a murmur, barely discernible amid the rain. Yet, through the curtain of raindrops, one could see, just beyond the alley, the wig-wearing leader of the Chashingura, solemnly saluting the Shinsengumi. Our sworn enemies shall not fall by our hands. It would be a disgrace. Before the day of our vengeance arrives, do not perish, Shinsengumi, the wig-wearer declared. Oh, we shall eventually ensnare you all, came the reply from the Shinsengumi. Thus, the black justice departs, and the white falsehood shall naturally take your place. Before your return, we shall seize this position, the guardians of Edo, is it? Then hold on to it tightly, for we may reclaim it at any moment. Begone, echoed the voices of the Chashingura, the Mibu wolves, and the Shinsengumi. As the members of the Shinsengumi boarded their warship, ascending towards the heavens, those left behind maintained their salutes. In their eyes, though there lingered a sense of loss for friends departing, there was also a profound anticipation for their eventual reunion. Anticipating their return, standing once more before their comrades, the three great powers of Edo, each indispensable, await your comeback. Before we plunge Edo into chaos, it is imperative that you hasten back. Farewell, Shinsengumi. Chapter 397, Oboro Muramesa, 23333 Artistic title. On the streets, a mere day has passed since the lone Isshin Shirshir breached the shogunate's fortress, leaving a scene of devastation with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. This harrowing spectacle was captured and disseminated as photographs in newspapers and broadcasted on television, swiftly reaching every corner of the globe. It conveyed a singular truth. The legends that lay dormant for a decade have returned. The initial clash saw one individual obliterate the shogunate's stronghold, igniting the flames of war. The conflict between the shogunate and the Isshin Shirshir has officially commenced. Everyone understands that the Isshin Shirshir, initially suppressed, would inevitably rise again. Yet, few anticipated that merely a decade would pass before such an eruption occurred. Currently, the streets are patrolled by vigilant forces, and it is fortuitous that the newly appointed shogun, Ikabashi Yoshiyuki, is away on official business, allowing for a temporary reprieve. Yet, whether the common folk genuinely rejoice in this circumstance remains a matter of debate. Photographs of Kenshin, along with those of Jintoki in disguise, have once again graced the pages of newspapers and the screens of televisions, circulating nationwide. After a prolonged absence, the 5 wanted posters have finally been reissued. At this moment, what are the subjects of these wanted notices engaged in? Seated solemnly within the dojo of the Yagyu family, facing a prominent kanji for sword, Kenshin, Jintoki, and the disguised ones sit with grave expressions, their faces devoid of any hint of levity. Their presence at the Yagyu household is attributed to a mix of personal motives and the insistence of the disguised one. Miss Ameo has entered Yoshiwara, under the protection of Miss Tsukuyami. As for Kubi, she belongs to the Yagyu family. Generally, one must still be cautious of the shogunate's authority, yet among them, The most perilous individual is someone Kenshin ought to recognize, given that person's methods. Thus, the three of them find themselves here. Jintoki, the disguised one. What path do you envision? After a prolonged silence, Kenshin unexpectedly spoke. It is not to vanquish foes, but to conquer the frailty within oneself, not merely for self-preservation, but to safeguard one's spirit. Jintoki replied, his eyes closed, speaking with quiet conviction. To fear the sword of the enemy. To fear death. Only in this manner can one realize their aspirations and earn the right to wield a sword, the disguised one added after a moment of contemplation. A silence enveloped them, yet simultaneously, the disguised one and Jintoki opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards Kenshin, who sat in the center. One must never rely on the dreams of others. The rationale for one's existence must be determined by oneself. Should anyone dare to trample upon that dream, they shall be met with unwavering resistance, Kenshin declared resolutely. Do you truly believe we would use comic lines to deceive you? Jintoki quipped, covering his face with his hand in exasperation. Even if the path laid out for us leads only to void, I shall never harbor regrets. Once again, the conversation drifts towards anime, with the wig character helplessly shrugging. Well, it does suit you quite well. It is indeed unfortunate that only the three of us remain here. Arai, who is still recuperating from severe injuries, and Chihiro, who is likely laughing heartily somewhere in the cosmos. Kenshin opened his eyes, gazing at the enormous character for sword before him, a flicker of resignation crossing his gaze as he spoke. The sword displayed before us rendered any further words unnecessary. If we were to assert that our paths in life lie ahead and are uniquely ours, then at some juncture, we have converged at a crossroads. Jintoki rose to his feet. Aren't you tired of sitting like that? Don't be surprised if your legs buckle when you stand to slay someone later. The blade, Murasame, once more gripped in my hand, has claimed 871 lives. Kenshin stood, facing forward. There are no signs of disarray at the scene, with the arrival of rain. Everything vanished without a trace, merging with the drops, mingling with the murky essence of life, and flowing away. Don't lament if you lack time. Have you reached the ripe age of 60? The wig character interjected, unable to contain a quip. In that case, standing beside you makes us feel inexplicably older. Jintoki, teasingly, remarked while carrying his mobile game. It's not wig but Katsura. If you utter another mistake, I shall toss you out. The wig character replied nonchalantly. Then it swigged twice over. You two are absolutely doing this on purpose. Intentionally. The wig character glared at Kenshin and Jintoki, who had spoken in unison, seemingly furious as they pointed at the duo. If you wish to interpret it that way, there's little I can do. Thus, it is as such, wig. Indeed, we call you wig. Is there another wig here? Jintoki exclaimed, his playful expression inciting a notable rise in the wig character's ire. Speaking so gleefully, what are your own thoughts? As the conversation progressed, the wig character suddenly shifted tone, playfully inquiring, or perhaps you mean Kagura? You scoundrel, why must you bring that up? Jintoki fell silent momentarily, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. Indeed. Who am I referring to? The wig character, with a teasing lilt, covered his mouth and laughed. Who could it possibly be? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. You wig. Kenshin interjected at that moment. Aren't we all the same? You with your sword. The wig character and Jintoki abruptly fell silent, but quickly reacted, shouting at Kenshin in unison. What a hassle. We all possess our dark histories. Why can't we calmly sit down and deliver a slice to the one recounting their past? Kenshin spread his hands. Thus, it is the situation we find ourselves in. Whether it be a kitchen knife or the sword before us, it matters not. Ugh, both Jintoki and the wig character muttered in response. Yet they found themselves enveloped in silence. However, the rare weight of the previous atmosphere had been alleviated by the playful banter shared among the three. Indeed, whenever gathered together, a jest is bound to emerge. As for CC, I currently harbor no particular thoughts about him. However, the riffraff beneath the wig mountain are entrusted to you. Jinshin said nonchalantly. Mind your own affairs, he added, picking up the cross-guarded sword before him. The wig-wearer waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the door. Are you interested in seeking out CC again, Jintoki? Though I possess little, I still endured considerable mockery last time, Jinshin remarked. Then I shall go and shatter his insolent mouth. After all, he has been struck before, Jintoki replied, lifting the reddish-brown long sword before him, and without hesitation. He turned to leave alongside Lake Toya. Yet, at the very moment he was about to exit, He hesitated slightly. What troubles you? Jinshin inquired. At this juncture, I still wish to display some flair, Jintoki said, turning his back to Jinshin and curling his arm. Grip your sword firmly, and remember the honor of a warrior. Well, though I have not become the ideal warrior, it does not detract from the present. Cherish yourself, Jinshin. You and I are the proof of his existence. Get lost. I would rate this pretentious display as 0. It's utterly pathetic. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I lack any talent in this regard. He laughed heartily as he walked further away, until Jinshin opened his eyes, a hint of relaxation flickering across his face. Grasping the horizontally placed Aburazukio's sword and adjusting his slightly wrinkled attire, Jinshin slowly turned around. Prepare to meet your demise, Aburazukio. I thirst for your blood. Chapter 398. Jintoki's special. The renowned Yagyu clan before the mansion. Cici chuckled quietly. In times past, you could remain aloof and carefree, relying not only on your own prowess, but also on the authority of the shogunate. However, with the demise of the once revered shogun Mamamori, if you cannot present terms that please the new shogun, all that the shogunate has granted you, or what you have fought for, shall vanish into nothingness. With a creak, the grand door swung open, revealing Tojo Ayumu clad in ashen gray kimono, unarmed, with his yellow hair neatly tied back this time, flanked by individuals in black kimono. The onlookers could not help but swallow nervously, struggling to conceal the panic in their eyes. This new shogun is notorious for his cruelty. A single misstep could spell disaster. And not even the Yagyu clan could shield themselves from his wrath. Shogun, Lord Cici, the Yagyu clan extends its most formal welcome. Please enter. The clan head is currently accompanying the young lord in his daily training. Kindly proceed this way, Ayumu said, stepping aside and bowing deeply. Oh, the Yagyu clan's airs are quite grand. Is it beyond your means to welcome me properly? Cici squinted, his tone growing icier. No, in recognition of the shogun's significance, I, Yagyu Mitsamesa, am present here, he stated, and Cici, lowering his head, finally caught sight of the diminutive old man, still clad in heavy black kimono. The former head of the household, Minmu Zhai of the Yagyu clan, spoke with a glimmer of ambiguity in his eyes, yet he refrained from expressing anything further. With a cold snort, Cici took the initiative to step forward, crossing the threshold of the Yagyu family estate. Observing this, Minmu Zhai and Dongqingbu exchanged glances, a fleeting look of fortune passing between them. Surely, Minmu Zhai, you must be aware of the recent downfall of my general's manor, Cici remarked. Her gaze fixed ahead without turning back. As the foremost warriors of the realm, does the Yagyu family not wish to articulate a response? Forgive my ignorance, but I cannot comprehend the words of the general. After all, with age, one's memory and hearing tend to falter, Minmu Zhai replied earnestly. Is that so? Then may I inquire, Minmu Zhai, do you possess the confidence to stand upon the battlefield and confront Himura Kenshin? Cici's voice rang out. Himura Kenshin. Minmu Zhai echoed the name in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. As the foremost warriors, has the Yagyu clan succumbed to fear? Cici abruptly halted. Casting a sidelong glance at Minmu Zhai, her eyes ablaze with an unrestrained killing intent. As vassals to the shogun, it is your duty to share in his burdens. Therefore, someone must rise to confront Himura Kenshin, the one who obliterated my general's manor, should they not? Forgive my impudence, but it is known that 10 years ago, the Yagyu family was already vanquished by Himura Kenshin. Were it not for his mercy, the name of the Yagyu clan would have long been erased. Dongqingbu interjected quietly. Outrageous. I am addressing the head of this house. When did a mere dog gain the audacity to interject? With that, a swift slap landed upon Dongqingbu's face, sending him staggering back. Yet, he dared not retaliate and instead fell to his knees, trembling in fear, exclaiming, I am deserving of death. I am deserving of death. Humph. Minmu Zhai, it is high time you disciplined your dog. Otherwise, when unleashed, it will inevitably bring forth a multitude of troubles for its master. Observing Dongqingbu's reaction, Cici found herself devoid of further grounds for anger and could only shake her head in frustration before stepping forward again. I have 2 matters to address during my visit, she declared, striding into the hall and unceremoniously taking the seat of honor, surveying all present from her elevated position, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her chest. First, as the newly appointed shogun, it is imperative that you understand to whom your loyalty should now be pledged. Cici caressed the armrest of her chair, a hint of playful intrigue in her voice. The Yagyu clan will forever remain the sharpest sword beneath the shoguness banner, Minmu Zhai proclaimed, half kneeling upon the floor. Is that so? Then the first matter has already been accomplished upon your arrival. However, mere verbal pledges hold little weight, Cece remarked, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Allegiance must be substantiated with a tangible commitment. Declarations of loyalty require assurances that instill confidence. You, of the Yagyu clan, have devoted 10 years to studying the Hiten Mitsuryu. It is said that apart from the secrets of the Hiten Mitsuryu, all techniques have been unraveled by you. This is commendable, for I require you to take to the battlefield and vanquish Himura Kenshin. As she spoke, Cece extended her finger. This is merely the first. The token of allegiance, the head of Himura Kenshin. And the second, which would allow me to place my trust in the Yagyu clan. What do you believe it to be? Minmo Kadano. I am at a loss. Minmoku sighed inwardly, tightly clutching the map, yet he could only swallow his words. It is neither your life, nor Yagyu Yajuro's, nor any material possessions. What I require, Cece said while toying with a small sandalwood bead, seemingly indifferent, is a marriage alliance. Your Excellency, the Yagyu clan has only a young master and no young lady, Minmoku stated in a low voice. Oh, Cece raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Are you certain? Indeed. Then who might this be? As she spoke, she unfurled a photograph revealing Jubii clad in Gothic attire, alongside Mitsuba, adorned in a russet kimono, playfully gazing at a bracelet at a street stall. Their bright eyes brought a splash of color to the recent dreary, rainy days. Minmoku clenched his fists in silence. Thus, before Cece could finish her words, a massive hole was blasted through the wooden wall behind her, sending her flying. General, though panic laced his tone, Minmoku and Higashichibu chose not to rush forward to catch Cece, allowing her to crash to the ground and slide across the surface. See, I told you from the start. Why must you bow down so? We could have rebelled from the beginning, Jinsan remarked, maintaining his stance while finishing his strawberry milk. Addressing everyone in the hall. Isn't that right, Byakusha? Do you even realize what your presence here signifies? Minmoku fixed a fierce gaze on Jinsan. You are dragging the Yagyu clan into an abyss of no return. Is that so? Jinsan nonchalantly scratched his ear. Then marry off Jubii. Why speak so earnestly? A Minmoku stammered. Wake up, old man. This guy never intended for the Yagyu clan to survive. Don't you understand? Jinsan stepped forward. How long will you continue to hide from that masked fellow of the heavens path? He was right. The Yagyu clan no longer had a reason to exist, whether to seize Mitsuba or for any other purpose. Just then, a figure clad in a blue-faced beast mask entered, casting a large shadow over the sunlight with their expansive wings, colluding with the Ishin Shirshir, plotting treason. Wait. Minmoku was interrupted as a series of explosions erupted from the Yagyu clan's backyard. Isn't it true, old man? From the beginning, these individuals harbored no good intentions. It's time to awaken from your years of peaceful dreams, Jinsan said, stepping forward, drawing his toy lake sword to face the blue-faced figure. For the sake of the Yagyu clan's survival and your granddaughter's happiness, draw your sword. With the blade in your hand, protect. Chapter 399. An unexpected move. Perhaps the most perilous places are the safest. Indeed, this is how it is perceived, and naturally, the enemy thinks likewise. Thus, Miyuki now finds herself concealed in the kitchen of the Yagyu household, hidden behind the counter. Unfortunately, this proves futile the moment the door was breached. Oboro's gaze had already shifted to her hiding place. Do you still wish to evade? The scent that clings to you serves as an impeccable guide, Oboro remarked, turning to face the cupboard, his metallic staff lightly touching the ground, the ornaments adorning it clinking softly. Prior to today, at that little stall, do you recall the vendor next to you, the one selling flowers? The rich fragrance of roses lingers, Miss Miyuki, and you cannot escape. Miyuki bit her lip. She understood that Oboro might be deceiving her, perhaps unaware of her actual location, yet intent on drawing her out. Yet, for reasons unknown, a faint whisper lingered in her heart, a sentiment lodged in her throat, yearning to be expressed to that man, to the archrival of Kenshin. I have faced a similar scene before. This is the second time, albeit with a different opponent, yet you all share a common trait, an unsettling proximity to Batusai. With that, he thrust his staff into the cupboard, penetrating it completely. After a brief moment, silence prevailed. Oboro raised an eyebrow in surprise, then withdrew the staff, only to find its tip stained with blood. Your stubborn nature is akin to mine, yet you possess an additional layer of restraint. However, This is futile and only serves to heighten my impatience. With that, he extended his arm and sent the cupboard flying, revealing Miyuki, who was clutching her shoulder. Her pale blue kimono was adorned with delicate flowers, and the wavy hem swirled like ocean waves. Her ash-gray hair was gathered into a short ponytail at the back of her head, with 2 strands cascading down her forehead. Despite the faint traces of pain on her face, a glimmer of defiance shone through. Her lips, having been bitten to the point of bleeding, remained silent, while her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, devoid of fear. "Miss Miyuki, would you care to accompany me on a journey through the skies?" With the staff touching the ground, Oboro straightened his posture, his singular eye fixated on Miyuki. "Very well, but before that, there are matters I wish to inquire about," Miyuki replied, regaining her composure from her wall-hugging stance, standing tall before Oboro, her gaze unwavering, devoid of fear or confusion, and free from concern for her impending fate. "You were the one who drove the lady to her demise, were you not?" Miyuki confronted Oboro's singular eye. It was not Kenshin's choice, but hers. "Oh, speaking of which, you seem quite akin to that woman, both enamored with Batusai. Although Batusai, in his quest to protect you, embarks on distant journeys and offers you cold words. All these veils are rendered meaningless before the heavens," Oboro scoffed. "Perhaps you should be aware of the significance of today, the Battle of Zhonghai, now in its 15th year, and it is on this very day that the lady met Kenshin's blade, choosing to sacrifice herself." Miyuki regarded Oboro with admiration. "I hold great respect for her. Had I been in her position, I might not have had the resolve to make such a decisive choice." "Do you aspire to become such a woman?" Ho raised an eyebrow, stating, "Currently, I have transformed into thousands of incarnations scattered across the cosmos, engaged in actions you would rather not witness. This is precisely where my inability to forgive you lies." As she spoke, Sainier lowered her arms, her gaze emanating an indifference that felt almost tangible. To compel a person in such a manner, leading them to commit truly heinous acts, human lives, to you, seem utterly worthless. Do you truly value them? The existence of the heavenly beings surpasses your imagination. What you deem human life is, in our presence, merely a digit." Ho continued, gesturing with her hands. "What you hold dear and cherish can be obliterated in an instant before us. The expressions you reveal in that fleeting moment are the sole amusement for the heavenly beings. That is your only worth, whether in this universe or on this earth, encompassing all of you." Ho elaborated, "From the very beginning, from the Matsushita Academy to the conclusion of the Bakamatsu War, the life of Himura Kenshin has consistently followed the path we orchestrated. It was only when he encountered you that his journey diverged. Initially, according to our design, he should have continued wandering, witnessing the hypocrisy and cruelty of humanity, thus dedicating himself to the heavenly beings. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself in Wazoo, crossing paths with you." Ho fixed her gaze upon Sainiet. "Your appearance, as well as the encounter with the Batusai, was entirely unforeseen. It was you who pulled the Batusai back from the brink of despair." Ho regarded Sainiet, her eyes betraying a subtle intent to kill. "Your existence is the only variable in our plan. Although we swiftly adjusted to ensure the Batusai's departure from your side, now that our paths have crossed, further encounters have become inevitable, prompting us to implement a strategy to eliminate you. However, in the end, you likely realized your illness was terminal and chose to visit Edo to see your brother, only to unexpectedly meet the Batusai, defying all expectations by surviving. This inability to resolve you is truly a nuisance," she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Sainiet chuckled softly. "Unbeknownst to me, I have thoroughly dismantled your plans for Kenshin." "How delightful. Kenshin remains the familiar Kenshin, not the figure you envisioned. You will become the most significant leverage for the shogunate against the Batusai, and consequently, you will endure the same treatment. As punishment, irrespective of how you ultimately meet your demise or the contributions you make posthumously, all will be determined by the heavenly beings." As she spoke, Ho extended her arm towards Sainiet. "You likely understand the consequences of falling into your hands. Rather than that fate, it would be better to preserve Kenshin and choose self-sacrifice." Subsequently, whether it was Miss Anzu or Mr. Matsuo, they were all individuals safeguarding Kenshin from your manipulation, sacrificing their lives to ensure his survival. "I share their sentiments," Sainiya declared, swiftly drawing a dagger from her sleeve and plunging it toward her neck. The glass windows of the kitchen shattered in an instant, and at the same time, the force of the explosion caused the figure of Rome to stagger back a few steps. In that very moment, A crimson silhouette rapidly approached Sanyi, seizing the falling dagger with reckless abandon despite the wounds on its hand. Without hesitation, the newcomer enveloped Sanyi in an embrace and leaped out of the kitchen, vanishing into the distance. Had the blade-drawing sect been outpaced? Rome straightened his posture, his gaze fixed on the receding figure, his expression dark and foreboding, while his mind grappled with the earlier nonsensical ramblings. Surely, it would have sufficed just to seize her and depart. Why such verbosity? Rome. Just as Rome pondered this, a massive hole suddenly erupted in the ceiling, followed by a powerful strike from Kenshin, descending with devastating force. Rome's eyes narrowed as he retreated several steps to evade Kenshin's onslaught. The sword struck the floor with a resounding impact, causing tremors that sent debris and dirt flying, creating a shockwave that obliterated the kitchen. I have come to fulfill my promise. This Muramasa requires your blood to be deemed the Rome Muramasa. Amidst the swirling dust, Kenshin brandished his sword, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light, aiming directly at Rome, the Muramasa of the first sect. Are you from the blade-drawing sect? Upon witnessing Kenshin's arrival, Rome felt a flicker of astonishment. If the true blade-drawing sect was present, then what of Sanyi? The murderous intent emanating from Kenshin was palpable. Your answer will determine whether I slay you or dismember you. Hey, isn't that still death? The only difference lies in the preservation of your corpse. Jintai, if that truly is him, why would he act in such a manner? However, Rome chose not to respond to Kenshin, instead lost in contemplation. Had that individual uncovered something? Yet, he had no reason to betray them, so why abduct Sanyi? It was inconceivable that he intended to hand her over to the heavenly path. Thus, his actions warranted deep reflection. As they descended the mountain through the forest, the figure in his arms gazed up with wide, expressive eyes, unblinking as she scrutinized him. You are not Kenshin, are you? A soft voice broke the silence, causing the man to halt momentarily, his feet firmly planted on the ground. He loosened his grip slightly, allowing Sanyi to stand upright before turning to face him. Jintai, right? Sanyi remarked, observing the man before her. The scar across his brow was positioned opposite to Kenshin's, and his eyes were a murky red, starkly contrasting with Kenshin's occasionally gem-like gaze. This man's eyes were filled with a dull redness, as if tainted by countless impurities, rendering him no longer pure. I know, she said after a brief silence. It was then that Jintai spoke, his voice a stark contrast to Kenshin's, carrying a somber rasp. It was as if, with the unveiling of everything, that deep-seated memory was laid bare, revealing the unwillingness and madness that had long been concealed. Once, I heard him mention that you are his younger brother. Miku gazed into Kenta's murky eyes, unable to refrain from speaking. It seems you have chosen a path entirely opposed to his. Humph. That naive fool will inevitably meet his end at the hands of his enemies, Kenta retorted coldly, crossing his arms as he strode ahead. Where do you intend to go? Miku inquired as Kenta brushed past her. Now that you are safe, I am free to leave. Her voice was frigid, yet Kenta continued his forward march. Aren't you at odds with Kenshin? Why, then, did you come to my rescue? Miku turned, observing Kenta's retreating form. I can see it clearly. You, like Kenshin before he obtained the village's blade, have reversed roles. Haven to you? You are quite bothersome, Kenta replied, turning to face Miku. The matters I wish to pursue are mine alone to decide. It is not your place to prattle on, for I alone will discern right from wrong. And as for becoming like that fellow, what nonsense. My desire to slay him has never wavered. Then what of the sword that symbolizes your status as a samurai? Miku's gaze bore into Kenta's, noticing a slight tremor in his demeanor as she pressed on. What of the Murakumo, the blade you forged for vengeance against Kenshin? Silently, Kenta found himself at a loss for words. The absence of a sword at his waist was a stark reminder that the Murakumo was no longer by his side, leaving him unable to counter Miku's assertions. Since you are two sides of the same coin, you must understand Kenshin's past. You shared memories, and you should be aware of the extent to which he was coerced by the celestial path. I find it hard to comprehend how you maintain your composure among them and serve them so loyally. Miku's melodious voice resonated, dropping like a bombshell in the tranquil forest. With a sudden grip around Miku's throat, Kenta felt the astonishing smoothness of her skin, her face, though strained, still defiantly meeting his gaze. A flicker of reminiscence and sorrow crossed his eyes. That is not for you to grasp. My intent to save you stems from not wanting to witness another woman suffer the fate of it. With that, he released Miku, observing as she coughed while clutching her neck. You should not endure pain because of that man. Return to your homeland, Wushu, as soon as possible. Darkness surrounded him as he spoke. Miku looked at Kenta, seemingly finding in his strikingly similar visage echoes of his former self, a man who sacrificed everything for those around him, neglecting his own well-being. It was this very essence that compelled one to wish to protect him. Kenta, can you comprehend? No. You must have experienced it. This journey diverges from Kenshin's. Even if your existence is tied to him, I can see in your murky ruby eyes that you tread a different path. You both harbor experiences unknown to one another. Secrets deeply buried within your hearts that no one can unearth. Those secrets are the root of all your misfortunes. Enough, Kenta murmured, suppressing his voice with palpable tension. If I were to leave him, what else could illuminate his dark world? Miku whispered softly, brushing aside the strands of hair from her forehead. I have already departed from him, so do not speak of it. She warned again with a tone tinged with resentment. Kenta, you have always been one and the same. Miku gazed into the distant horizon and lamented, Rurouni Kenshin, whose true name is Himura Kenshin, and you are but the divergent paths that represent him. Your tale differs from Kenshin's. May I hear the story that intertwines with Keiru's? Kenta let out a low growl before swiftly leaping away, leaving deep impressions in the earth as he vanished into the distance. Rejected, Miku observed Kenta's retreat with a twinge of disappointment, yet she soon rallied her spirits. I truly look forward to the day when they can share a table, bicker, and even quarrel like brothers. As the soft murmur of the flying sword technique echoed, Ho suddenly leaped from the ground, stepping back cautiously, wary of Kenshin. Yet, as a gentle breeze passed, Kenshin remained motionless. What is this? Are you afraid? Or do you cower? In the silence, Kenshin straightened his posture and jeered at Ho. This is unlike you. Shouldn't you have started with bravado? Why the silence now? You truly lack memory, Ho replied with a faint smile. Just as the words left his lips, a glimmering blade lunged toward Ho's head. Startled, he stumbled back, only to be seized by Kenshin by the collar and thrust down to the ground. Without a hint of emotion, Kenshin drove the blade, Ho Muramasa, into Ho's heart, pinning him firmly to the earth. Indeed, I should not have wasted words with you, Kenshin remarked, gazing down at Ho, who lay sprawled on the ground. From that moment on, I should have slain you on sight. Perhaps then, many subsequent events could have been averted. Clearly, had they faced each other head-on, Ho's fate would serve as the ultimate testament, a swift demise. With wide eyes fixed on the sky, Ho seemed in disbelief at how swiftly his end had come. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lingered a trace of divine light. Perhaps he understood that facing Kenshin now left no chance for escape, unlike the past. As Kenshin withdrew Ho Muramasa from Ho's chest, observing the blood's crimson sheen reflected on the blade, he could not help but smile. Having savored your blood, are you satisfied? He mused. Indeed, only by killing you can one achieve enlightenment. With a flick, he wiped the blood from the blade, revealing its pristine surface once more, and sheathed it without hesitation, turning to depart. This is merely the beginning. I shall not falter in my pursuit of vengeance. The whispers in the wind were drowned out by the cries of battle, and the sun's rays broke through the clouds, casting light upon the earth, a rare promise of clear skies. What was this heralding? However, shortly thereafter, amidst the silent ruins, a faint groan of pain emerged, only to be swallowed by the stillness once more. Chapter 401. After farewell, a new era begins. There you stood, a solitary sword planted in the ground, gazing upon the devastated Yagyu family estate. Minmoku sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. It seems the Yagyu family has met its end. What are you saying, old man? The end must be timed appropriately. As he spoke, he took a few steps back to shield himself with the green-faced longsword. Jinzo hesitated, a chill running through him. This individual possessed remarkable strength. Is the Yagyu family not coming together? Perhaps they could have retained something. The green-faced opponent, effortlessly parrying Jinzo's every strike as though strolling leisurely, mocked Minmoku. Let it be. It truly is the age of the young now. Observing the two combatants, their movements nearly imperceptible in their swiftness, Minmoku could only shake his head with a rueful smile. The coming era no longer belongs to me. An astonished tone broke the silence, as the green-faced figure seized Jinzo's descending Toya Lake with a swift grasp, leaping over Jinzo's head to land behind him. In that same moment, Jinzo relinquished Toya Lake, drawing his red cherry blade and executing a horizontal slash. As their blades met in a deft maneuver, the Toya Lake still clutched in hand was swept aside by the green-faced assailant, striking Jinzo sharply in the ribs, a sound of impact ringing out. With a muffled grunt, though severely wounded, Jinzo chose not to retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, pressing the hilt against the long sword and thrusting upwards, landing a blow upon the green-faced opponent's jaw. They both soared into the air, falling backward. The red cherry blade etched a long scar into the ground as Jinzo coughed, expelling the blood that had pooled in his throat, his flushed face gradually returning to its natural hue. A commendable strike. I have certainly tasted the pain, he remarked. Suddenly, the man who had been speaking from a distance appeared before Jinzo, casting a large shadow. Before Jinzo could react, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Kid. As his body flew backward, he was caught mid-air, turning to see Yujiku, clad in samurai attire, bracing his back with both hands, preventing him from tumbling uncontrollably. Well, for someone of Yujiku's stature, this is quite impressive. Do not be careless. He is a member of the Elder Council. Yujiku slowly drew his sword, his stance resolute against the green-faced foe. This is a grave sin. Are you certain of your intentions toward the head of the Yagyu family? An entrusted task from a friend, the only one who would not covet my wealth, status, or power, who would engage in earnest discourse with me. Yet, I have failed to fulfill this obligation. Not only that, but I have placed all the blame upon his shoulders for the reputation and safety of the Yagyu family, falsely accusing him of persecution and threats. Yujiku spoke calmly, yet the tension in his grip betrayed the turbulence within. Before me stood the woman being taken away. A day I shall never forget. To the Tokugawa shogunate, the Yagyu family would offer unwavering loyalty, even in the face of the formidable Hidokiri. Yuji raised his gaze towards the green-faced figure. Yet against the Celestials, you possess no authority to command us. The shogunate you support is not a worthy recipient of our sincere devotion. Should we reach a point of no return, the Yagyu family shall have no choice but to purge the tyrants. Ah, how splendid it is that you, who have uttered such a declaration, are precisely what we require. With a hint of pride, the green-faced figure's laughter echoed. From this moment forth, war has erupted, and the battlefield remains on earth. I shall observe whether you possess the strength to defend your nation. No, the choice of battlefield does not lie with the Celestials, but with us. As he spoke, the gates of the Yagyu estate were forcefully kicked open, and a bloodied figure clad in a wig entered slowly. Do not underestimate the advancements Earth has made thus far. This is no longer the era of a decade ago, and the planet is far from stagnant. Ah, the warriors of Earth, once limited to swords, now wield aircraft and artillery. The green-faced figure, observing the entrance of the bloodied figure, could not help but chuckle. If it is you, I cannot afford to overlook. Young Lord Katsura Kagoro, perhaps if you prefix your name with madness, I might respond. Standing beside Yuju and Jintoki, the bloodied figure declared, at this juncture, do you still cling to your invincible dreams? Be it Celestials or the forces of heaven, we shall not spare you. Ha ha. The green-faced figure began with a low chuckle that soon erupted into boisterous laughter. Were it not for the mask, would we not see tears at the corners of his eyes? Who do you think you are? Do you believe you possess the fighting prowess of the Hidokiri? Do you think that as of today, Earth's military might is formidable within the vast cosmos? Do not overestimate yourselves, Earthlings. The warship belonging to the celestial forces, adorned in red armor, was enveloped in a profound protective shield, boasting ample firepower. Yet, it was indeed rather small, an eyesore compared to the fleets commanded by the celestial forces. At that moment, from the entrance, Kenshin, holding Tsubame's hand, approached slowly. The Hidokiri, at last. The once confident expressions faded, replaced by gravity. Initially, the presence of Jintoki, Yuju, and the bloodied figure had deterred the green-faced figure from recklessly attacking. However, Kenshin's arrival signified the failure of the plan and plunged him into absolute peril. In this universe, no one could escape unscathed while surrounded by these four individuals. Your schemes have been exhausted. None of my companions shall you harm any further. Gripping Tsubame's hand tightly, almost turning pale, Kenshin looked at the inexplicably excited Tsubame, who felt a quiet joy within. Even though the grip caused her pain, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. How long had she awaited this moment? For Kenshin to hold her hand so tightly? Now, he holds his own hand, perhaps finding solace in the security it brings. An assurance that the people around him have not been taken away. Has that scoundrel, Rome, met his downfall? Qingmian snorted coldly. This battlefield, the front line amidst the cosmos, is merely a puppet regime supported by you, pitted against the righteous, whose cause resonates with the hearts of the people. In the vast expanse of the universe, that is where the true battleground lies. A figure stepped forward, boldly pointing at Qingmian. As long as there are those who believe in the righteous cause, you are not invincible. Qingmian remained silent, his expression darkening slightly. Let him go, Jintoki suddenly interjected. I wonder how many cannons are currently aimed at us from the skies above? We cannot kill him. Should he perish, we too would meet our demise. Of course, he lacks the courage to take his own life and perish with us. Every human cherishes their life, including those who have long occupied positions of power. He too must seek a way out. Ah, the 15 elders of the heavenly path. If I recall correctly, you are the 14th, right? Kenshin spoke up. We shall pay a visit to the remaining 14 in due course. The message will be conveyed, and we shall await you in the cosmos. With a grin, at last, Qingmian's aura of menace erupted, directed not only at Kenshin but also at the others present. When did the heavenly path become so easily threatened? Ultimately, this time is different from a decade ago. The battle for righteousness unfolds in the cosmos. A decade has passed. A new era has already opened its doors, waiting for people to shape it. Chapter 402, Differences. Hey, Jintoki, you must detest war, yet here we are, seated atop the ruins of the Yagyu residence. Propped up on a wooden plank, sharing a flask of sake amidst 3 individuals. After a great battle, there must be some means to alleviate our spirits. There's no helping it. There are always a few fools eager to charge ahead, and I have no choice but to accompany them, Jintoki remarked, gazing at the white clouds in the sky. Well, I too am not fond of war, Kenshin said, taking a sip of the liquor before looking ahead. Thus, this battle in the cosmos is precisely because we wish to spare the innocent on Earth. War belongs to us, not to them. Kenshin, I have a question for you, Jintoki suddenly said. In the war comics, the new era is strikingly similar to the righteous war. We seem to possess the ability to change the world, charging into battle and doing everything within our power. However, in the comics, you are the successful reformer, yet here, you stand as a failure, just like us. Indeed, I have long told you that I am not the true Himura Kenshin, Kenshin replied, patting Jintoki's shoulder. Perhaps at times, I too fall into a certain confusion like that fellow, but ultimately, we are not the same. The answers we derive from our confusion will not be identical. Is that so? Jintoki said, his tone tinged with melancholy. Such emotions do not suit you, Jintoki. The figure cast a scrutinizing glance at Jintoki, observing his dazed gaze fixed upon the ground before him. I merely wish to inquire, as we once again immerse ourselves in the battlefield, do we still possess the right to safeguard those who stand beside us? Wherever the sword may strike, there lies my nation, and it is my duty to protect it. Can such sentiments still be voiced? Matters of the future shall be addressed in due time. It is only when the moment arrives that we shall comprehend the gravity of the choices we have made, and whether we can navigate the ensuing journey shall depend solely upon ourselves. Come now, Jintoki, said Kenshin, lifting his spirits as he gently clinked his bottle against Jintoki's. Before downing its contents in one swift motion, let us focus on the present. Do not dwell on matters beyond our reach, for overthinking serves little purpose. Jintoki, despite his lingering confusion, could not possibly refuse the goodwill of his companions, raising his bottle and consuming its contents in kind. However, as the trio reveled amidst the ruins, drinking with abandon, Jubii approached with a frigid countenance. She seized Kenshin by the collar and hurled him aside, then grasped Jintoki by his hair and, amidst his cries of pain, tossed him out as well, her gaze then settling upon Jintoki. I, understanding the trepidation of the moment, beheld the ire radiating from Jubii. Jintoki, in a desperate attempt to evade her wrath, tossed aside his bottle and dove into the crevice of the ruins. You wretches, what have you done? Are you forcing the Yagyu clan into the ranks of the rebels? Jubii exclaimed, surveying the disheveled trio sprawled upon the ground. These 3 were renowned figures. Yet they willingly endured such treatment without retaliation, which was, in a peculiar sense, quite moving. Did I not say from the outset? Even in our absence, Kichi would never allow the Yagyu clan to persist in this world, Kenshin remarked, propping himself up from the ground and scratching his head as he sat cross-legged. Nonsense. Even so, the Yagyu could still retreat into obscurity, unlike the current predicament of being the shogunate's foremost wanted family, no less. Jubii bellowed. If you wish to act, do so decisively. Why let Kichi go free? Why not simply eliminate him and dispose of his remains in the mountains? You seem to have uttered something quite remarkable, said Jintoki, laboriously extracting his head from the dirt. With mud and worms clinging to him, he remarked with grave sincerity, if Kichi were to perish, we would be rather indifferent. However, he must not die now, especially since he occupies the position of shogun. Despite his ineptitude, allowing him to remain in power is the most beneficial outcome for our cause. As for you, Yagyu clan, why not simply join the ranks of the rebels? Why all this unnecessary chatter? While I do not expect you to do much, merely escorting provisions or the like would suffice, Jintoki grumbled, pushing aside the wooden planks that pressed upon him. This was once a matter concerning Chinma, and now that old rascal is likely unaware of the carefree existence he leads somewhere in the cosmos. How infuriating! I long to capture him and give him a thorough thrashing. The Yagyu clan has never had a history of betrayal since its inception. At this moment, Yuju also approached and spoke. Kenshin, seemingly indifferent, took a sip of his drink and remarked, it is indeed miraculous that the Yagyu clan has survived until now. It's akin to wishing on the Dragon Balls for our eternal legacy to endure. What do you mean? Yuju inquired, frowning. Setting aside the duration of the Yagyu clan's existence, whenever dynasties shift, remnants of the old powers are invariably suppressed or obliterated by the new forces. Yet the Yagyu clan has managed to persist. You must understand that it is not due to treachery, but rather an acute awareness of reality. As a saying from the nation across the sea goes, those who recognize the times are wise. The wig-headed individual cast aside the dirt from his head. If you all remain here, I reckon you will soon find yourselves surrounded or bombarded by artillery come afternoon. Shouldn't it be rockets? Then, duong. You might as well say it's like a barrage of comments on screen, zipping by. Enough, Yuju shouted, silencing Jintoki and the others. For a moment, apart from the sounds of the Yagyu clan's retainers and warrior disciples moving their belongings, there was no other noise. Indeed, it was time for the Yagyu clan to change allegiances. Yuju sighed helplessly. The current shogun is clearly not a worthy figure to whom we should pledge our loyalty. I am aware of that. However, we will not join the loyalists. In contrast, the Yagyu clan will choose to reside in seclusion until the time is ripe. And we shall re-emerge in this world anew. As he spoke, Kenshin casually tossed aside his empty bottle and dusted off his clothes, waving dismissively, suit yourselves. He then took strides forward, pausing slightly as he passed by Jubi. Take care. Let's go, Jintoki, wighead. What lies ahead is quite the spectacle. Can it possibly be larger than before? That is a bit frightening. The scale is certainly no less than before. I need to drink some strawberry milk to calm my nerves. By Jintoki. It's not a wig. It's Katsura. By Kenshin. Watching the three figures gradually fade into the distance, accompanied by their intermittent shouts, Yuju observed their departure, a flicker of envy passing through his gaze. Kenshin, I'm sorry. Even if I long to join you, for the sake of the Yagyu clan, I must. Then go if you wish. Even though I cannot accompany you. Jubi turned back, surprised to see the fleeting look of envy on his father's face. Seize the opportunity. Don't linger outside, my daughter. He waved with a smile, turning away. If it's him, it will depend on your own excellence, my daughter. His side is surely not lacking in remarkable women. Can you truly win him over? Jubi remained silent, yet the unwavering determination in his gaze inexplicably reassured Yuju. It was time for him to confront reality. The figure before him was indeed his daughter, who was gradually maturing and now at an age where thoughts of marriage began to emerge. Chapter 403. Awaiting the end of war. The time for the great battle was set for 3 days hence. However, establishing such timelines proved futile. As wars do not adhere to schedules, it is often the case that one cannot suppress their impulses. As he bid farewell to Jintoki and the wig on the desolate streets, Kenshin placed one hand upon the hilt of his sword and began to tread slowly through the empty thoroughfare. The wind swirled fallen leaves and newspapers, twirling them through the air. On this deserted street, only Kenshin's footsteps echoed. At that moment, as he approached the end of the street, a figure emerged, a woman clad in a gray cloak, standing resolutely against the chilling wind. Her hair danced with the breeze, yet her body remained still, as if embodying her steadfast resolve. Mitsuba halted, gazing at this woman. Although the warmth in her eyes had vanished, replaced by profound indifference, it was of little consequence. Mitsuba could not be deceived by someone who was already fully aware of everything. How long do you intend to don that indifferent facade when addressing me? Was it not you who once grasped my hand tightly? Mitsuba's grip on her cloak tightened, her emotions beginning to unravel. Do you wish to release it now? I have never let go, Mitsuba. With eyes closed, as if recalling something profound, Kenshin finally moved, gradually approaching Mitsuba. He observed her standing resolutely in the wind, her once pale visage now tinged with reproach. It was never my intention to keep you waiting here. You ought to have returned sooner, Kenshin remarked as he regarded Mitsuba. Return where? Certainly back to the Shimyu house. Do you not find it perplexing how we always find ourselves entangled in such dilemmas? With a sheepish scratch of his head, Kenshin muttered, I cannot provide you with everything, Mitsuba. That foolish Kenshin, whom I rescued long ago from the streets of Musha, when he had no money to pay for his meal. Mitsuba gazed at Kenshin, who was half a head taller than her. From that moment onwards, you could never escape my side. No matter where you go, I shall always find you. Indeed, rather than seeking the meaning of my existence or that of war, I was merely lost, wandering aimlessly through this world, until I was called to by a woman on the streets of Musha, who guided me home. The second time. It was indeed the second occasion when someone retrieved themselves, and it was also the second time that I felt the warmth of home. It resembled my carefree days at the Matsushita private school, where I lived without a care in the world. In my leisure, I would amuse myself with the antics of those around me, vocalizing my jests about their behaviors, and then, in unrestrained laughter, I would evade their playful pursuits, only to find myself someday ensnared in their clever traps. Such was the essence of my existence. It was the singular place amidst my long and wandering life where I yearned to pause and truly take root. And then I departed, to better safeguard us. Leaving was the wisest choice. Though I did not entirely comprehend it at the time, I was abruptly ambushed in the dojo, a sanctuary that had never been disturbed until your arrival, and gradually, I began to understand. Mitsuba gazed at Kenshin, instinctively extending her arm to gently caress the cross-shaped scar on his face, feeling its presence. He was an adversary born from the era of conflict, a nemesis who incessantly sought vengeance against you. Yet, for our sake, your reverse blade sword, which had never claimed a life, now bore the possibility of reversal. And then you departed from us, didn't you? Yes, it was to better protect us. You were aware that your day of leaving would eventually come, which is why you devoted yourself to imparting the teachings of the Hiten Mitsurujiryu to both Shurju and Kondo, ensuring their strength. Kenshin, I am well aware of it all. After a moment of silence, feeling the coolness of Mitsuba's palm against his face, Kenshin grasped her hand, offering a bittersweet smile as he looked at her. So, you knew all along, he said. It took me a long time to come to that realization after you left. With a hint of pride, he scrunched his nose, exuding an endearing innocence. At that time, I was relentlessly pursued by the forces of the Tenka and also hunted down by the families of the samurai slain during the war. Had I not departed from you, you would have inevitably faced boundless peril. At that moment, the sword in my hand seemed to regain its purpose. Yet the thought of their fates extinguished any courage I had left to wield it against the Tenka. Whether one deems me cowardly or inept, I truly believed I could never again raise my sword in defiance. Thus, to spare you from harm, I had no choice but to leave. Holding Mitsuba's hand tightly, rubbing it against his face for a while, Kenshin finally spoke. Much like the significance of Obi-san to Jintoki, the one who was brought back under similar circumstances was someone who must be protected by the sword in my hand. We belong to the vanquished. Yet, there remains much we can achieve. These were Jintoki's words, spoken anew after his encounter with Obi-san. And the person I encountered was you, Mitsuba. I am somewhat aware of the circumstances surrounding Jintoki at the cemetery when Obi-san was nearly killed, a moment where he almost lost the purpose of his existence yet again, nearly failing to safeguard the person he was determined to protect. Even if Jintoki had succeeded in slaying Jirocho, he would have merely been a shell of a man. I am akin to him, Mitsuba. For you, I cannot allow any harm to befall you, not even the slightest cold. As he spoke, Kenshin extended his hand, for the first time in his life embracing a woman in his arms. So, Tsubaki, sometimes you need not wait for me. The man I am to become is one who ties his life to the waistband of his trousers. I cannot assure you of my ability to bring you happiness, nor can I guarantee that I shall return alive from the battlefield. I understand, truly I do. That is why I came here. Simply to tell you to be cautious on the battlefield. Do not disregard your own safety as you have done in the past. Tsubaki felt the heartbeat within Kenshin's chest, her words tinged with a subtle sense of fulfillment. And do not lose yourself in the chaos of war. You must remember that there is someone waiting for your return. You must hold that thought close. In the silence between them, Kenshin tightened his embrace around Tsubaki, pondering, you are indeed concerned about my potential demise on the battlefield. Are you not? Is that why you remind me? Are you truly waiting for me? Kenshin, you are quite remarkable, having wronged 2 women in your life. And now you still find yourself in this predicament, he thought with a rueful smile as he gazed at Tsubaki in his arms. Regarding the heavenly path, I have no sense of reassurance, Tsubaki. In this world, I cannot find what they seek. Where then shall you go? According to the principles of the heavenly path. Your words hold weight. If you have chosen your path, then you must walk it steadfastly. With that, she displayed a sweet smile. Stepping back to release herself from Kenshin's embrace, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I shall venture to a place where no one can find me. Yet you will undoubtedly know its location. Do not forget, Tsubaki, for the grass of Tsubaki awaits to flourish in the heart of your sword, filling your world with vibrancy. I shall not perish, Kenshin declared, meeting Tsubaki's gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, I will return to see you. Tsubaki, perhaps it is premature to utter such words now. But who knows how long this battle will last? If I do not speak now, Kenshin paused. Once this war concludes, we shall. Whoa, your words frighten me. Prompting the author to halt their writing. What are you planning? To raise a flag? To draw a line of death? I had not realized you possessed such audacity. If you were to articulate your thoughts completely, that flag would essentially signal your demise. Chapter 404. Chapter Error, please refresh. Standing upon the desolate cliff, Kenshin gazed at the sky as the clouds gradually parted, allowing warm sunlight to cascade down. Leaning on his arms, he fell into a moment of silence. This hidden cliff outside Edo had ceased to be a secret since he discovered it. From here, one could behold the entirety of Edo's landscape. A decade ago, the lowly houses, steeped in rich history, stood in stark contrast to the modern skyline of steel and glass that had emerged in merely 10 years. As Mitsuba departed, I watched her silhouette fade into the street. While I could not ascertain whether she was being followed, the mere thought of accompanying her and potentially leading her into danger was utterly unthinkable. Thus, the best course of action for me was to remain here, observing her departure in silence. Shortly thereafter, I received a notification from the Whig, prompting me to arrive at this location. What a rare sunny day it was. After such prolonged rainfall, even the heavens seemed to grant a reprieve. As I beheld the light gradually breaking through the clouds, I squinted with delight and remarked. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind surged, causing the debris on the cliff and the trees behind it to sway violently. Even the moisture that lingered on the ground was lifted into the air, dispersing into the atmosphere. Although this tempestuous wind felt rather unnatural, I understood the purpose of my summons to this place. Beneath the cliff, a steel warship gradually took to the skies, its dark exterior and massive hull imposing before me. As it ascended, the wind intensified, and above, the Whig, wielding a blade, looked down at me from the cliff, mockingly extending an arm. Is it just you? I cast a sidelong glance at the Whig and spoke. Ah ha ha ha. I've heard of all the events transpiring on Earth, and I, too, have returned. A man clad in a vibrant red coat and sunglasses, his hair a wild mane, laughed heartily as he approached, soon standing beside the Whig. The second initiation of the Sano-Joy War. Though I confess I do not fully comprehend the significance of your decision to wage war. I am aware that you shall surely require my expertise as the logistics commander, be it for provisions or transportation. You're absolutely right. No one is more suited for this role than you. Commander, the Whig replied, crossing his arms, unable to mask the glee in his tone and expression. Even Tsubasa has returned. The once sundered Sano-Joy forces are gradually being reassembled. We've upgraded our armaments. Well, not in terms of transport, but as for provisions, we might be worse off than before. Tsubasa chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. Regardless, it's Mu who will handle the complications. I need only to stand here and look adorable. Truth be told, you didn't have to come back. I interjected, my garments fluttering in the wind atop the cliff. After all, we've managed to assemble such a formidable group. Among the 5 of us, you are the most promising. In fact, our foresight pales in comparison to yours. You recognized early on that the situation on Earth was futile. Ah ha ha ha. Such praise makes me a tad bashful, Tsubasa admitted. A hint of crimson creeping onto his cheeks, genuinely flustered. You lot aren't devoid of ambition, you're simply too lazy. Kinji is reluctant to move, and you, Akino, exhibit the same lethargy. With all of you so indolent, it falls upon me to bear the banner. He sighed, seemingly exasperated. If you weren't so lazy. The incidents of a few days prior wouldn't have transpired. I sincerely apologize for not being able to arrive in a timely manner. With a serious tone, Chinma conveyed his words without a hint of jest. It is fortunate that you are here, said the wigged one, gesturing for his subordinates to lower the ladder. Your arrival renders all the efforts of the support team futile, and the connections we have established in the cosmos become worthless. Moreover, your presence has entangled you in a crisis. In truth, it is we who should be apologizing to you. Haha, as brothers, there is no need for such formalities, Chinma remarked, drawing closer to the wigged one and whispering words that even Jinshin could hear. Just introduce me to some charming girls. I have remained single until now. Were you not the ones who claimed my foresight surpasses yours? Indeed, I am in desperate need of a girlfriend. At the mention of girlfriend, both Jinshin and the wigged one wore peculiar expressions. It is no jest. Should we truly dare to introduce a woman to you? Not only would we need to consider whether she might bring about your demise, but even the likes of Mutsu aboard your vessel could easily fold us up and toss us into the trash, sealing the lid on top. How long will you continue to chatter? By the time you finalize your plans for the cosmos, the next generation of the heavenly Tao will likely be upon us. From somewhere aboard the warship, Jintoki's voice, largely drowned by the tempest, was faintly discernible to the extraordinary individuals present, who could glean the essence of his message. Very well. Then, it seems we can depart, said the wigged one, gazing at the descending ladder and then at Jinshin. Are you prepared? Were we not to convene 3 days hence? Jinshin raised an eyebrow and stepped onto the ladder, adding, if we truly believe in this. I imagine our venture into the cosmos in 3 days will see us besieged and overwhelmed. With a scoff, the wigged one replied, do you think the celestials, and we will quietly await 3 days' time? Oh, so you are aware, Jinshin replied with a faint smile. Observing Chinma and the wigged one from the corner of his eye, warmth flooding his heart as he reflected upon their reunion after such a long separation. Now, we only lack a short cedar. Meanwhile, in Edo, a concealed warship ascended into the sky, followed closely by the shogunate's massive fleet, which, in such grand numbers, was sure to attract attention. The shogunate lowered its hat's brim and walked slowly down the street. A man, noticing a wanted poster in the distance, couldn't help but grin. Lord Shishio, we must be thoroughly prepared for matters in Kyoto, questioned the woman cloaked in a hooded cape beside him. They have all made their choices, he replied. Their choice is to direct their swords against the celestials, who do not belong to the shogunate. With such a strategy, anyone with a semblance of sense in the shogunate would recognize the wisdom in observing the struggle between them, allowing them to inflict mutual harm, while we, the yellow sparrows, await the opportune moment to reap the rewards. In the end, whether they be imperial loyalists or celestials, they shall fall at the hands of the shogunate. Lord Shishio, it is regrettable that the current generals lack the intellect. A youthful voice rang out, tinged with a hint of mockery. The goals of the Sano Joy faction, while eloquently stated as being for the heavens, are ultimately but a sword in the hands of the shogunate, a sword designed to eradicate the celestial beings. In truth, they remain aligned with the shogunate, Shishio's hoarse voice lamented. It is indeed unfortunate. It appears we must engage them in battle. Are you frightened? It is my honor not to grasp the might of the Batosai with my own hands. The boy's voice carried a subtle hint of battle intent. Lord Shishio, however, a female voice interjected, laced with concern. There is no need for worry. We must solely focus on confronting the shogunate. We shall address the rest when they return from the cosmos, Shishio asserted, striding forward. What we need to do now is acquire the map of the Kyoto Imperial City. Although the shogun's residence lies in ruins, vital items, including that map, must have been relocated. Their departure works to our advantage, allowing us to act without attracting attention. We shall initiate our operations after nightfall. Chapter 405. Pulling out, and in this time, unlike any before, our battleground has shifted to the cosmos, necessitating a change in our combat style. In the vastness of space, one who has detached from their warship is akin to a corpse. Standing at the forefront of the gathered Sano Joy warriors, a figure with a wig spoke gravely. We must not rush in recklessly nor pilot our warships into battle alone. No matter how formidable you may be, if surrounded by celestial beings and their warships, you will meet your demise. We did not venture beyond Earth to meet our end. What was our initial rallying cry? To defeat the celestial beings and return to Earth alive. The crowd of Sano Joy warriors echoed in unison. Indeed, everything hinges upon our survival. All else must be postponed until that imperative is met. Do you understand? The figure bellowed. Understood, came the resounding reply. Yet, amid the throng, a lone arm shot up, and the crowd turned to see Jintoki, nonchalantly mingling among them, digging his nose and saying, "Coming to space is all about face-to-face confrontation. Are you certain we can manage that?" Fair point, the figure with the wig conceded. At this moment, Shinsuke interjected. "I have stationed our reinforcements fleet not far from Earth on Mars, but even so, it is impossible to summon them for assistance. We have always relied on surprise and ambush to endure thus far. We are not Kakaroto, who can simply roar and be infused with strength." "Oh, you are all so painfully naive." The figure with the wig huffed proudly, reveling in their superiority. "In the cosmos, the attacks of warships have never been mainstream. For both us and the celestial beings, establishing a midpoint station for combat is paramount. Such installations, Shinsuke, you ought to know just how numerous they are around Earth, correct?" Shinsuke adjusted his glasses and replied ominously, "Countless. At that transfer station lies the territory we must vie for and the battlefield we shall engage in." The character known as Fake Hair remarked, "Inevitably, we will have to fight with genuine weapons, and there will be no shortage of opportunities to charge into battle against them." Fake Hair, while your words are quite exhilarating, I find it difficult to interrupt you. However, I must assert that before we engage them, we ought to first deal with the looming winter melon before us. At that moment, Kenshin, standing before the transparent window of the warship, suddenly interjected. "It's not Fake Hair. It's Goei," he casually uttered, though his words left Fake Hair puzzled as he turned back. "Winter melon? What is that?" Truth be told, the tastes of the shogunate are indeed quite peculiar. Gazing at the massive warship approaching them, which resembled a winter melon with its turrets and incessantly flashing signal lights, and was twice the size of their own vessel, it was undeniable that the shogunate had substantial wealth. All right then, we truly need to address this behemoth first. If we remain blocked here, we shan't progress anywhere. Fake Hair sighed helplessly, eyeing the winter melon warship. "Hey, Fake Hair, your leadership is rather lacking. Their warship is at least twice the size of yours." With that, Jintoki stepped forward and placed a hand on Fake Hair's shoulder. "At your level. If I were you, I would have returned home to cultivate the land by now. Shut your mouth. You've been drinking strawberry milk all day. It seems you not only have diabetes, but your brain is also filled with strawberries." Fake Hair retorted immediately. "Huh, rarely do you dare to counter me. Where does your courage stem from? Is your scalp itchy again, or has your hair consumed the last of your intelligence?" Jintoki fired back, his forehead twitching with indignation. "Are you even aware that you have already fallen into my trap? Do you believe I cannot checkmate you in 3 moves?" Fake Hair, too, felt the tension rise on his forehead, unwilling to concede. "Ahaha, Jintoki and Fake Hair are at it again. Ajian, you take command of the battle. I shall handle the subsequent medical teams. Miss Akane is likely still under Takasuji's ghostly army," Chuanma instinctively remarked, gradually falling silent. As Chuanma spoke these words, the 3 individuals present felt a simultaneous tremor in their bodies. Their interactions mirrored those of the past, yet the final character mentioned brought a poignant clarity. "Yes, although we remain here, time inevitably transforms beautiful memories into something tangible, leaving them with flaws. Fake Hair, do you still want this dilapidated ship?" At that moment, Kenshin broke the silence. Temporarily setting aside his bickering with Jintoki, Fake Hair, clearly disheartened by Chuanma's words, was puzzled by Kenshin's inquiry. "What do you intend to do?" "Well, according to logic, our small vessel cannot withstand that massive ship. Rather than be smashed to bits, it would be better for us to strike back and launch a surprise attack," Kenshin proposed. "Crashing into it? Perhaps that is a viable strategy," Fake Hair mused, rubbing his chin as he contemplated this approach. "Kenshin, according to the axioms, it is thus. But what of the private discourse?" Jintoki expressed that he still harbored a keen interest in this matter. Tsubame, feeling rather despondent, remarked while Kenshin observed him. As Tsubame nodded, Kenshin shrugged helplessly. "Indeed. My mood is not particularly bright either. Although I detest the notion of slaying in dreams, during moments of discontent, I find solace in the destruction of something to vent my frustrations. Do not the overburdened office workers do the same?" With that, he cast a glance at the ship resembling a winter melon and smiled broadly. "Isn't that so?" Upon hearing this, Jintoki, Tsubame, and the others merely contemplated for a moment before breaking into sly grins. Thus, it was settled. What thoughts echoed in the hearts of the Shinsengumi? who witnessed this entire process. The Shinsengumi. My heart feels as if 1,000 wild horses are trampling across it. Meanwhile, aboard the winter melon-like battleship, Kiki, with a bandage affixed to his face, gazed at the diminutive ship, the fury and murderous intent in his eyes surging ever more vehemently. You wretches! How dare you treat me, a general, in such a manner? You shall pay dearly for this. You must pay? General, we are approaching effective range. Shall we bring them down? A guard inquired. Boom. Fire with all your might. I want them to perish in this cosmos, to become space debris, vanishing into nothingness under the sun's radiation. Kiki's voice trembled, his eyes intensifying with hatred. Blow them to smithereens at once. The guard replied loudly in affirmation and respectfully withdrew. Once I eliminate you, neither Yoshiwara's Hayakuka, nor the Odd Jobs Agency, nor even the Shinyu House, nor the Yagyu clan shall escape my grasp. I shall unceremoniously claim all that you possess. A dark, sinister laughter began to resonate, reminiscent of a schemer whose plans had come to fruition. Boom. At that moment, the ship trembled violently, and Kiki, who had been subtly crafting an imposing presence, accidentally tumbled from the elevated platform, met with gasps and hurried footsteps. As he was helped to his feet, his disheveled state was unmistakable. What has transpired? Who piloted this battleship? I shall dismember him into pieces. Kiki's furious roar reverberated throughout the control room. General, it is not our fault, one responded, as the large screen flickered with static before revealing the scene outside the battleship. The small, battered vessel was lodged deep within their own ship, akin to a fishbone stubbornly stuck in flesh, seemingly impossible to extricate. Black smoke began to rise languidly. Chapter 406. Perspective. How infuriating. How dare they? Kiki's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could voice his thoughts, they became lodged in his throat. The sound of the door being blown open echoing in his ears. For figures emerged from the dust, raising their hands as if greeting old friends. Their eyes resembling those of dead fish. Good to see you again. How could this be? Even if you infiltrated us, your position is far removed from ours. How could you possibly arrive so swiftly? Cece gazed at Kenshin and the others with a look of astonishment, yet could not help but roar. Capture them for me. We are all old friends. I suggest you sit down with us and graciously enjoy a few cups of fine sake. With that, the wig-wearing figure stepped forward. Standing before Cece, indeed, the so-called shogun of the unification, Ikabashi Cece. Gritting his teeth, Cece shot a venomous glare at the wig-wearer. It was indeed a grave error of the Bakufu not to decisively eradicate the forces of restoration. You owe your continued existence to that scoundrel, Shomo. Had he not clung to the delusion of your ideals, you would have long vanished from this world. Is there still a resonance of ideals and coexistence? The wig-wearer uttered these words with a detached demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Cece. Do you know? Hearing you utter the name Shomo makes me want to kill you. Kill me? A mysterious glint flickered in Cece's eyes. In that fleeting moment, Jintoki, who stood behind the wig-wearer, sensed an unsettling premonition. His body instinctively moved faster than his mind, and with a swift motion, his red cherry blossom sword struck the iron ground. At that moment, a series of urgent alarms blared from the control room, and after a shower of sparks on the ground, silence returned. To think that you, who value your life, would have such a device aboard your own warship. Jintoki observed Cece with a hint of astonishment in his deadpan gaze. TCH, even if I'm attacked here, I shall face my demise with the dignity befitting a general. If I can drag you along to the grave, I shall surely leave a bold mark in history. Cece remarked with a self-deprecating smile. How willingly you play the role of a puppet, Jinshin interjected, observing the self-mocking expression on Cece's face. To be controlled by the will of others, wielding their sword against your own kin, regardless of how I am utilized. As long as I can ascend to the throne of a general, I shall rule the world. Do you know what it feels like to be trampled underfoot, devoid of power, unable to protect even your own family? Cece looked at everyone present, sneering. But you wouldn't understand. Without the same power as you, I can only stand atop the pinnacle of authority, grasping everything I desire. What a splendid excuse. It seems you are a person with a story. Chuanma adjusted his glasses. But alas, we have no desire to hear more. We will arrange escape vessels for your subordinates to return to Earth. We are not Zhengzhou. We are not so naive as to leave the enemy's forces aboard such a warship. Regarding your words. The wig gazed at Cece. Let us bear witness together to the moment of the downfall of the organization you willingly chose to serve. We shall not trouble you. We merely wish for you to perceive that ambition is not the sole driving force in this world. Our presence here, boldly declaring rebellion against the shogunate, is a testament to the fact that the victorious shogunate, which we once acknowledged, can no longer safeguard the earth or humanity. While we feel disappointment towards you, we shall raise the final banner ourselves. CC, it is precisely because you have willingly become a puppet that we have gathered to resist your rule. Ultimately, you have yet to witness the dawn breaking over the misty shores, the sight of the sun rising anew. Is it not all because of me? The one you have recognized, is it not Mao Mao? CC scoffed. It seems that fellow truly is remarkable, whether within the shogunate or among the common folk. Even the rebellious factions now view him as the finest general. Yet, that is not why we stand here. As he spoke, Jintoki, with a finger in his nose, crouched upon the ground, staring vacantly at the cosmos, where faint stars glimmered through the darkness. You colluded with the celestials to slay our comrades. That is the reason we stand here, Kenshin remarked, resting a hand on Jintoki's head, his expression one of lament. Must you rest your hand upon my head? Could you not lean against that fence beside you? Is it necessary to find comfort only atop my skull? Indeed, it feels quite nice, soft and a tad springy. Though I must say, you seem to have neglected washing your hair for several days. If you do not release me, I cannot guarantee what strange switch may be flipped within me. Huh, what could you possibly do? Grab your, hey you, go die somewhere else. Oh, they were at it again, causing a ruckus without restraint. Silence. Today, I shall slay this fool. Truly, can you not take this seriously for once? We are preparing for battle. Where has that solemn atmosphere gone? Did you inhale deeply and then release it as if it were nothing? Fool. With that, the Whig joined the fray. CC, astonished to witness those who had just moments before been conducting a serious interrogation now embroiled in chaos, felt her jaw nearly drop. Are these the legendary figures? Could they not exhibit a modicum of grace? Look at that fellow. My word, how proficient he is at stealing peaches. It appears he has practiced this maneuver countless times, now rendered instinctive. And you, the one with the wig. I have never seen someone proclaiming their ambition to be a great warrior engage in battle while tugging at someone's hair. Furthermore, that one over there, laughing like a simpleton yet with such volume. Are you incapable of mediating without adding to the madness? Indeed, it seems the more ridiculous they become, the merrier they grow. And that individual employing low blows and flicking boogers. Could they truly be the infamous Batusai? Where have my morals gone? At this moment, it is not only CC who feels this way. Even the others present seem to experience a profound sense of powerlessness, as if the divine or demonic figure within their hearts has come crashing down, replaced by the subtle devastation of their worldview. If these are indeed the leaders destined to save the earth, I fear it may already be beyond redemption. Chapter 407. The battlefield despite the chaos. The battles that require earnest attention must proceed. In summary, those individuals under the shogunate, specifically CCS subordinates, have returned to Earth aboard escape vessels from their warships. However, CC is evidently not afforded the same privilege. After all, he still holds the title of general. If he were to be recklessly returned to Earth, the loyalists could find themselves beset on all sides. After the shogunate's warship had journeyed for quite some time, it finally spotted the celestial vessels arrayed before them, seemingly waiting for something. Indeed, how could the celestial beings adhere to any semblance of trustworthiness? Observing the images displayed on the screen, the one with the wig remarked with an expression of resignation, "If we had arrived any later, we would likely have perished before even escaping Earth's atmosphere." This was not the first time. Stepping forward, Shima gazed at the monitor and said, "As a logistics officer, their harassment is becoming quite tiresome." With a dismissive huff, the one in the wig chose to remain silent. "Shogunate warship, please present your identification. In this tense situation, we must confirm your intentions and ascertain whether you are in collusion with the loyalists." As the hijacked shogunate vessel reached a certain position, a voice from the opposing fleet conveyed their demand, revealing an unmistakable tone of impatience. Exchanging glances with each other, the two did not have time to contemplate their response before Jintoki casually pressed the answer button. Thus, within this charged atmosphere, a languid voice, tinged with fatigue, emerged. "I say, after finally making my way to the heavens, can we not engage in combat?" The lazy tone carried a hint of complaint as it continued. "The atmosphere of violence does not suit someone like me, does it, you rather ghostly celestial beings? With cannons and rockets aimed at them, we, feeling somewhat tense, might just do something unexpected." The words barely left his lips before a cacophony erupted, followed by a series of chaotic sounds, echoing sentiments such as, "Are we truly just going to let this slide?" And Jintoki, as expected, is the most unpredictable of ninjas. Then, the sounds were abruptly cut off, leaving the celestial beings aboard their warship in an unusual silence. Then, with a scoff, Katsura Kotoru remarked, as expected, "We have made the same choice to seize our ground in the cosmos." As the sound reverberated, those aboard the warship, who had been momentarily dazed, were jolted back to reality. What did that fellow just utter? Advocating for peace? But that is of little consequence. The crux lies in that remark about resembling a specter. How dare you? We are renowned for our dashing crocodiles, be it the mouse, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, and so forth. Merely uttering such words is enough to warrant a severe rebuke. Mark my words, I shall remember your voice, and when the time for close combat arrives, I will come for you. Open fire. Let us bring them down. With that command, fueled by Jintoki's scathing taunt, the celestial beings flushed with indignation, roaring as they pressed the launch buttons. Boom. In an instant, even amidst the silence of the cosmos, the brilliant shells and lasers, trailing luminous tails, surged forth like a torrential downpour towards the warship commanded by the wigged leader. The leader, upon witnessing the incoming barrage, calmly bellowed, "Adjust our position. Orient the side with the shield towards them to deflect this assault, and let us retaliate." The once flustered Isshin Shirshir, upon hearing the leader's voice, found their composure restored. Such was the unique charm of the leader, an unparalleled charisma that the likes of Kenshin and others could never possess. Under the leader's guidance, the warship, resembling a winter melon, gradually turned, presenting its shielded rear to the enemy. Subsequently, a deluge of artillery and lasers crashed against the shield, creating ripples in the protective barrier. Though sound did not travel through the void of space, the expanding waves and the fiery explosions vividly conveyed the ferocity of the onslaught. Thus, we entrust this task to you, wigged leader, Chinma. At this juncture, amidst the unfolding situation, Chinma and the leader felt a hand clasping their shoulders simultaneously. Now, unleash a fierce counterattack. Ignoring the individuals behind them, the leader shouted, and immediately, missiles and beams erupted from either side of the shielded rear, spreading outward towards the adversary. At this moment, the leader's expression turned somewhat pallid. Who was responsible for constructing this warship under the shogunate's commission? Shouldn't the shield typically be at the front? And shouldn't the artillery and missiles be positioned along the sides or beneath? Why is this warship so peculiar? Everything seems to be located at the rear. Does it not appear as if we are inviting the enemy to launch a fierce assault while we present our posterior for their indulgence? Who designed this wretched vessel? Surely, they intended to bring shame upon the shogunate. What heinous acts were perpetrated against you by the shogunate to warrant such disdain? In any case, we are of little assistance here. This voice did not emanate from behind, but rather appeared on the display screen, where two helmeted figures waved their hands, one with lifeless eyes, the other seemingly oblivious, clutching its face. These two figures materialized on the screen. Thus, we believe it would be prudent to extend a greeting to the adversary. Hey, you two, come back. Amidst the chaos of intense bombardment, one might wonder if you have ever piloted a Gundam. There is no need for you to venture to such perilous extremes for victory. Return at once. The wig-wearing individual, glaring at the screen displaying the two figures, shouted furiously. "Ahahaha, my apologies, but I have indeed piloted a Gundam." A blushing Chuma, wearing a sheepish grin, scratched his head awkwardly as he spoke. "Oh, all of you. Get out of my sight. It's not a wig, it's skit. You rascals." Finally, in a fit of rage, the wig-wearer slammed the control panel with a resounding thud, clearly under immense pressure. "Fear not. We shall break through the heavens like a drill, penetrating the enemy's defenses." With that, both Kenshin and Jintoki simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Then, the final image on the screen displayed a massive door slowly opening. Everyone present could not help but gaze solemnly at the monitor. Serious expressions adorned their faces. Regardless of whether it was for their own lives or the greater good of the nation, these two individuals were about to engage in a life-and-death gamble. This was a wager, and even the legendary White Yasha and the Batosai would be of no use in the cosmos. One could only hope for a stroke of luck to avoid being hit by enemy fire. However, at that moment, Yo Kakarot, unleash your full potential in the cosmos. Be it Super Saiyan or Super Saiyan God, the choice is yours. Kenshin gestured towards Jintoki. You too. In the cosmos, there are no 3-minute limitations, nor any ridiculous attacks. Unleash your full power. Jintoki teased, forming an L shape with his hands and mimicking a shooting sound. Make good use of your instant transmission and your Mach speed. Get out of here, speak properly. X2. Return our emotions to us. Chapter 408. Anomaly Boom. Fortunately, under the watchful eyes of everyone aboard the battleship, the small craft piloted by Kenshin and the others charged through the heavy artillery fire and struck the foremost enemy vessel, resulting in a dazzling explosion of flames. Although there was no sound, the flames beginning to blaze on the enemy ship were visible. Seeing their craft successfully penetrate the opposing battleship, the wig-wearer let out a sigh of relief, only to angrily exclaim, "Those two acted on their own. I will surely teach them a lesson when they return." Ahaha. For you, wig-wearer, it should be a lesson in education. Chuma, with a hint of embarrassment, began to dismantle the wig's platform with a smile. Shut up. The wig-wearer's expression shifted oddly as he stubbornly retorted, "It's not a wig. It's gite. I have 100 ways to make them understand why the flowers are so red." Ahaha, don't boast. As he spoke, Chuma began pressing buttons on his phone, seemingly engaged in some activity. Wait, Chuma, what are you doing? The wig-wearer inquired curiously upon observing Chuma's actions. It is of no concern. I merely saved a conspicuous piece of evidence, that is all. Chunma, with utmost seriousness, stowed away his phone and remarked gravely, "Return it to me." The man with the wig, his face rigid, could no longer suppress the turmoil in his gaze and shouted at Chunma, "No. Investigating the truth is a duty that every detective must uphold." Without hesitation, Chunma firmly declined, "Begone. What sort of detective are you? Wasn't your aspiration to ascend to the heavens? When did you adopt this utterly meaningless dream of being a detective?" The man with the wig reached for the phone nestled in Chunma's pocket as he spoke. Every man dreams of building a harem. Before that, one must conquer the world, then ponder how to grow stronger, followed by considerations on how to satiate one's hunger, and finally, one might contemplate how to unlock their potential in front of this interloper, a model of labor, a first-class wind attribute magic wolf. Chunma, with a righteous demeanor, thwarted the man's attempts while asserting, "Nonsense. Shouldn't the first question be whether this place is a beast-infested forest? Only after taking a few steps would one encounter a magic wolf." The man with the wig continued to grapple, and then you remain in place, only to face a godly beast. According to the narrative of life's ups and downs, if you do not encounter the magic wolf, then you might as well end it all, humorously. Chunma, with a comical expression, remarked. The man with the wig remained silent, yet his attempts grew increasingly frantic, while Chunma, unperturbed, successfully defended against all assaults. A vein throbbed upon the man's forehead as he unleashed his fury, activating a skill known as War Roar, also referred to as the Roar of the Führer, which had a remarkable effect, leaving Chunma in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, the tune from the interdimensional fortress began to play. "Ah, this is merely the onset of a battle," he thought. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of an approaching celestial being, observing the eyes still filled with unwillingness and the bewilderment of being thrust abruptly into reality. With a derisive chuckle, he stepped over the bodies strewn across the ground. The grand doors sensed the influx of energy and automatically swung open. In that very moment, the celestial troops, who had been lying in ambush outside, let out a collective roar, unleashing a barrage of bullets from their machine guns towards the entrance without a second glance. With a speed unmatched, he executed a technique that left behind a phantom on the ground, although the rate of fire was rapid. If the human eye could not keep up, it would simply be left in the dust. In a moment of evasion, he leaped into the air, twisting mid-flight to deliver a decisive strike, causing a violent tremor that unsettled the celestial beings. As they staggered, he darted through them like a gust of wind, and with each pass, a life was extinguished. Even if one despises taking lives, to suffer harm without retaliation is no different from being a fool. From the very beginning, I was aware that I did not possess the character of a saint. Although I still retain the sentiments of that time, I have grown accustomed to the notion of taking a life, whether one calls it adaptation or transformation. The path I have chosen is one I must bear the consequences for, be they sin or virtue. With a swift motion, I plunged the blade into the mouth of the last celestial being, piercing through the back of his skull, extinguishing the cries of terror he had yet to vocalize. His gaze gradually dimmed. "Can you two stop being so cute?" I remarked, observing the quarrel between the wig and my subordinate emanating from the headphones. With a sigh of resignation, I pressed my forehead, feeling dismayed at their foolishness being displayed before my subordinates. Show a bit of shrewdness, will you? Enough with the prattle. The two of them, wearing expressions of exasperation, promptly shut off their headphones. I lowered my body, sensing the subtle vibrations emanating from the steel floor beneath my feet. With a sardonic laugh, I assumed the stance of the flying sword style, preparing to confront the yet unopened door with solemnity. At the very moment the door creaked open, a glint of cold light flickered in my eyes. In an instant, I unsheathed my sword, unleashing a fierce strike. A torrent of violet sword energy surged forth, crashing towards the entrance like a tidal wave. The celestial beings, who had just opened the door and were yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos, could only watch in horror as their pupils expanded, succumbing to the impending darkness. The sharp blade of my energy carved a long fissure along the edges of the door, producing a jarring sound until it shattered the entrance, leaving behind a deep gash before dissipating into the air. I must locate the control room, I muttered. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gintoki found himself in a far more arduous confrontation compared to my own ease. The Lake Toya was ensnared within the grasp of the celestial beings, rendering them incapable of firing their weapons. Simultaneously, Gintoki's other hand wielded the red cherry blossom, descending with lethal precision, severing a lizard-like head cleanly from its body. The crossed blades, under Gintoki's ghostly movements, resembled the grim reaper harvesting souls. The mere flicker of his white figure, accompanied by the terrified cries of his adversaries, resulted in yet another vibrant life extinguished. Blood began to stain Gintoki's white hair and garments. However, at that moment, he bore not a single expression upon his face, none whatsoever. His countenance was one of utter tranquility. Indeed, since Gintoki ventured into the cosmos, he had exhibited peculiar behavior. Perhaps his mood had shifted? White Yiksha, meet your demise. At that instant, a celestial being rose from the ground, seizing the fallen comrade's machine gun. A fierce grimace etched across his visage as he aimed it at Gintoki. Die, and hand over your head to me. Before he could finish his boastful proclamation, a flying red cherry blossom pierced through the celestial being's throat, pinning him against the wall. In that moment of silence, Gintoki lifted his head. Beneath his tousled white hair lay a face adorned with a mischievous grin. As the battle raged on, some feigned profundity, yet truly, it was nothing more than an instrument of pretentiousness. I, who had just begun to suspect a change, felt rather foolish. Chapter 409, The Incompetent Veteran Driver. This encounter unfolded with astonishing rapidity for both sides. Whether it be Kenshin and his companions, or the celestial beings, the outcome was swiftly determined. The celestials faced defeat. The fact that Byacha and the Badozai managed to establish a firm foothold upon the earth was the very reason for the celestials' failure. The warship gradually approached its terminal, landing steadily as the gangway descended, revealing the figures of the wig-wearers and others. However, in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of the wig-wearing Chenma, the loyalists behind them exhibited a great deal of curiosity. After all, this was the cosmos. When had they ever visited such a grand locale? Were the stars they observed from Earth at night merely planets within this dark expanse? And what of that moon, with a piece missing? As they gazed at the crescent moon, Kenshin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who could possibly inflict such a sizable blemish upon the lunar surface? This development was nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that a race of combatants truly existed within the universe? One that could unleash such fury? Hey Jin, you might just encounter that individual you've always wished to meet, Kenshin remarked, suppressing a sigh. At such a moment, did he truly believe himself to be humorous? Jin glanced at Kenshin and replied, if such a being does exist, I wouldn't mind befriending him, perhaps even learning from him how to unleash energy blasts. It might not be Kakarot, but rather Vegeta, the wig-wearer interjected at an opportune moment, successfully teasing Jin. Better than letting Krillin see you. If the bald Krillin were to witness your full head of hair, he would surely be overjoyed. Jin grinned, acknowledging his own wig's precarious position. Yet, he pondered, strangely. When I visited a few months prior, there was no such crater on the moon. What transpired in the interim? Shema mused, filled with uncertainty. Regardless, it was highly likely that the adversaries were indeed foes. After all, no advanced military force akin to that of Earth existed in the cosmos. And they could very well be celestials. Everyone, proceed with caution, the wig-wearer commanded with seriousness. Upon hearing his words, the curious expressions of the group transformed into solemnity, and they began to pay heed to their surroundings. Form groups of 3, back to back, and survey all directions. Should anything arise, raise your voice and do not act rashly. The wig-wearer bellowed. The loyalists, responding swiftly to his orders, arranged themselves accordingly and cautiously advanced forward. Unbeknownst to them, one who stood with arms crossed, observing the wig-wearer's commands with disdain, scoffed at the situation. Go on, do as you please. Otherwise, I might not know where to place my hand after just digging my nose. A languid voice of Gintoki echoed from behind. Yet, the implication of his words caused veins to bulge on Cece's forehead, and with a resigned spirit, she swallowed her frustration, trailing behind the wig-wearing companions as they moved forward. What could possibly be occurring in the universe? What was happening on the moon? The four individuals present could not help but feel a weight in their hearts, pondering how they could possibly defeat an opponent capable of causing such widespread destruction. Meanwhile, in a distant, developed city far from Edo, a bald man stared at the weather forecast on his television, yawning in boredom. It's going to rain again tomorrow. I suppose dinner tonight will be egg rice. He muttered as he climbed out of bed and groggily made his way to the kitchen. Ah, how utterly dull. Perhaps it was the serious atmosphere that someone unknowingly invoked. Regardless, the wig-wearers, though they had not encountered the terrifying figure they feared, inadvertently thwarted the ambush plotted by the Celestials lurking in the shadows. With a loud boom, a bomb was hurled by the wig-wearer, exploding upon contact with the ground. The powerful shockwave and force sent the surrounding Celestials flying, and judging by the smoke enveloping them, it was clear they were either gravely injured or beyond saving. You bomb-happy maniac. Do you realize we are in the universe? What are we to do if you blow up the floor? Chizuru exclaimed, watching the wig-wearer laugh maniacally as he tossed bombs, dodging the long knife aimed at him, and retaliating by shooting down a nearby Celestial before shouting at the wig-wearer. If this continues, we are all done for. Upon hearing Chizuru's shout, the wig-wearer seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, sheepishly stowing away the bomb and drawing the long knife from his waist. Ah, my apologies. I got carried away and forgot where we are and what we are doing, he chuckled, sword in hand, addressing Chizuru. Get lost. Don't mimic my laughter. Chizuru shot back, effortlessly taking down two distant Celestials wielding guns. He sighed. I will pick off the opposing forces armed with firearms one by one. Those with swords need not be told what to do. The wig-wearer murmured, observing as the encirclement of Celestials broke apart, scattering into the sky. The two men, poised to strike downwards, were evidently exhilarated. Chizuru turned to Kenshin and Gintoki. Your swords cannot reach the heavens, so now allow me to show you, he proclaimed, simultaneously thrusting his twin blades into the hidden Celestials among the crowd. With a wicked grin, Kenshin and Gintoki unleashed their power, sending the Celestials soaring into the air, their life signs extinguished amidst a shower of blood. Wig-wearer, Chizuru, our familiarity with the cosmos pales in comparison to yours, Gintoki remarked coolly, parrying 3 upward thrusts with a single blade. We are not adept at commanding warships, and our recent success was merely a stroke of luck. It is rather amusing to recall that I once traversed the cosmos, only to become lost in my quest to return to Earth. With a firm grasp on the descending Wolf Fang Club, Jinshin spoke. Thus, as those who know little, we can only remain here to alleviate some of your burdens. Go forth. Gazing at the two combatants, who were engaged in a furious battle, the wig-wearer found himself momentarily entranced. How long had it been since he last witnessed such a scene, where comrades fought side by side, entrusting their backs to one another in a display of trust? Let us proceed, he remarked, catching sight of Chinma's brilliantly radiant smile, which stirred a profound sense of contentment within him, prompting a satisfied sigh. Do not cause any chaos while in the cosmos, he cautioned, turning away. I shall leave a third of the personnel here to assist you. Do not refuse. Even if you succeed in conquering this place, management will still be required. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, betraying his true sentiments, which differed from the words exchanged between Gintoki and Jinshin. It is for your own good. With those words, he stepped through the doorway, declaring, This is now in your hands. In response, 2 long swords were raised high. This time, we shall resolve all grievances, not merely for ourselves, but for their existence as well, shared a knowing glance among the 3, as they simultaneously contemplated the possibility of sacrifice. Chapter 410, Sweetness unveiled outside the window. The cicadas buzzed in the summer heat, their incessant cries mingling with a gentle breeze. Beneath the shade of a banyan tree that barely reached the rooftop, shadows cast across the window obstructed a portion of the view. From this vantage point, one could observe the diligent labors of individuals in the distance, accompanied by the fluidity of the azure sky and drifting clouds, evoking a sense of nostalgic longing. Perhaps now, I am adrift in the cosmos. A soft laugh escaped her lips as she tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with a hint of wistfulness. In her lap lay an album adorned with the faces of 5 individuals, resting upon her knees. Before the backdrop of a Matsushima private school, for children stood in unison. The silver-haired Jintoki gazed at Jinshin with lifeless eyes, his finger, freshly excavated from his nostrils, poking Jinshin's forehead. Jinshin's expression was one of shock, mingled with barely contained fury, his mouth agape as if about to erupt in a roar. Beside Jinshin, a younger version of himself embraced his teacher's pant leg, a blissful expression on his face that evoked a pang of jealousy even in the present. Meanwhile, the wig-wearer stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of disdain as he observed the scene. Yet, the emotions flickering in one of his open eyes betrayed his true feelings. Delicately, her fingers brushed over each person and scene captured in the photograph, each image etched into her memory, yet gradually fading. As her fingers glided over the figure of a man whose eyes remained unseen, but whose smile radiated warmth, a glimmer of tenderness shone in the depths of Yashin's gaze. After the teacher's gentle words, Isugi struggled to straighten her body and stood up, leaning against the wall as she took tentative steps outside. "Oh, Miss Takasugi?" Just as Isugi pushed the door open, the girl sitting on the steps outside, admiring the scenery, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her figure. Koyori's hair cascaded down unimpeded, the violet strands flowing past her chest and reaching her waist, presenting a rare beauty from the side, if one were to overlook her rather eccentric personality. "Sister Takasugi, your injury hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't be moving around now," Kori said, rushing to Isugi's side and embracing her, preventing her from taking another step forward. "Kori, I'm really fine now. I just wish to take a look around," Isugi replied as she gently stroked Kori's head, gazing at the innocent girl, reflecting on the exquisite moment of beauty she had never anticipated to experience herself. "Well, that's acceptable, but you mustn't leave Kori's sight," Kori said excitedly. "Sister, I've grown so much taller these past few days." "Oh dear, girls shouldn't grow too tall," Isugi chuckled as she bent down to meet Kori's gaze. "Being shorter among men but relatively taller among women, just like me, is perfectly fine." "Oh," Kori teased. "Is that why Kenshin always calls you Isugi? It seems he doesn't realize that Sister Takasugi is a girl." "Oh, how silly Kenshin is. Next time he comes, I must give him a good scolding," she said, playfully wrinkling her nose with a spark of mischief. "Then Kori must help me," Isugi replied, her gaze inadvertently catching the carved marks on a nearby pillar. Isugi's body momentarily stiffened, and she walked over with a hint of enchantment. Gazing at the marks, she lightly brushed her fingers over them, each tiny etching a heavy reminder of the past. "What is this?" Koyori asked as she stood before Isugi, straightening up with a serious demeanor. "Sister, I've grown taller." "Haven't I?" "Yes, indeed, Kori," Isugi smiled gently, looking at the markings. "You are truly taller now than I was back then." "Hee. I will definitely be taller than you in the future," Kori replied shyly, chuckling to herself. The markings, along with the old mouse hole in the corner and the curse inscribed on the other side directed at Kenshin, made Isugi ponder how much that fellow truly remembered. "Brother spent a considerable amount of time constructing this house," Kori remarked, observing Isugi lost in her memories. "He was just like me back then, sitting beneath the not-so-tall banyan tree, lost in thought, cradling his head in contemplation. Was he so determined to restore this place to its former glory?" Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Aishan couldn't help but think, no matter how you perceive it, even if you are earnestly trying to recall, some things simply remain elusive, constantly reminding me that I am no longer who I used to be. Xiao Yuan, unaware of the reason behind her brother's expression, felt a pang of sorrow. She wished fervently that he would not display such a look again. As she spoke, her head drooped in disappointment. "Yet, such matters seem beyond my capabilities. He cannot return to this place. He is the sort of person who, prone to nostalgia, would inevitably conjure countless memories upon his return. He is just that awkward kind of individual." At that moment, as if struck by an epiphany, Aishan gazed out at the clear blue sky and fluffy clouds beyond the door, and a soft chuckle escaped her lips. "Oh, sister, you look so lovely when you smile," Xiao Yuan remarked, her expression one of dazed admiration as she regarded Aishan. Captivated, AI Shan momentarily lost herself in Xiao Yuan's gaze, then turned to the mirror on the wall behind her. In it, she beheld her own reflection, her long, violet hair, no longer restrained, cascaded down the side of her face, partially obscuring it. Her delicate lips bore a faint pallor. Yet this hue was akin to the white plum blossoms adorning her cherry blossom lips. The pale complexion, tinged with a hint of crimson, indicated that her wounds had yet to heal, and it was a testament to AI Shan's acceptance of her identity as a woman. Never had she anticipated that she could appear so beautiful. If only you could see me in this splendid form, she thought wistfully. Alas, you are still out there fighting, while I remain here. Just then, a flash of light drew AI Shan's attention back to the present. Hee, sister, I've saved a picture of your beautiful self. I shall show it to Brother Jinshin later, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, her fingers swiftly tapping the phone's keyboard before she dashed a few steps away. Absolutely not. Not in that manner. AI Shan protested, her cheeks flushing deeper. However, beyond the embarrassment and irritation in her eyes, a hidden desire was perceptible, one that did not escape Xiao Yuan's notice. They say children possess clarity, and though Xiao Yuan did not fully grasp the implications of AI Shan's gaze, she sensed that her sister likely wished for Brother Jinshin to see her in this light. Well, according to Brother Jinshin, sister must be at Sundara, she mused. Chapter 411, The Elder Useless. On a distant planet, a being with green skin observed the reports from his subordinates, so enraged that he could scarcely hold onto the cup in his hand. The man glared at the situation displayed on the monitor, his tone laced with fury. A mere warship could annihilate our entire fleet? This report feels like a mockery, akin to a joke of our team being obliterated by a primitive civilization. My lord, we are unsure, one of the subordinates stammered. But the individuals deployed against us are the White Knight Demon, who led the Earthlings in their resistance against our celestial army 10 years ago, along with the noble young master, the Loud One, and the Blade Master. With a trembling demeanor, he lowered his head, not daring to raise it even slightly. The fear and trepidation within his gaze were palpable, regardless of whether you are from the Blade sect or the White Knight Demon. Even if they are capable of resisting us on Earth, you must not forget that we are currently in the cosmos. How can I possibly believe that a single battleship can annihilate an entire fleet? Are they leaping through space to strike our ships? The more he spoke, the more absurd it seemed to him. He crushed the cup in his hand, the coldness and murderous intent radiating from his eyes pervading the small room. Prepare yourself. I shall take to the battlefield personally. As he spoke, the two tendril-like appendages on his forehead stirred, and he commanded, "Those who dare to offend the heavenly path shall undoubtedly face retribution." Yes, yes, came the submissive response, as he bowed his head and retreated. Watching his subordinates bow in deference, he turned to gaze out into the cosmos, where the woman with purple hair remained as stubborn as ever, her defiance unwavering even after 8 years. It was precisely her obstinacy that ignited within him the desire to conquer her. As the man scattered the remnants of the crushed cup upon the ground, he marveled at his own green hands, which bore no trace of injury. Let it be me, the 8th elder, who sends you on your way. With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, he donned his precious robe and departed without a backward glance. On another planet, seated alone in the desert, he gazed at the horizon where the sky met the sands in a straight line. The balding man sighed deeply. Having accepted this mission and traveled to this desolate place had already dampened his spirits. Yet he yearned for a modicum of amusement to enliven his monotonous existence, much like a splash of vibrant color on a drab black and white television or a vintage film suddenly rendered in high definition. As he spoke, the fierce wind whipped up the sands, causing his robe to rustle violently, and he opened his umbrella to shield himself from the harsh elements. To introduce a vivid red into this monotonous yellow, he mused, slightly adjusting his umbrella to view the cheerful man before him. The glimmer of trouble flickered in the bald man's eyes. How could the esteemed leader of the heavenly path find the inclination to appear before a mere cosmic monster hunter like me? Does he not feel the vast disparity in our statuses? After observing the smiling man amidst the swirling sands for a while, Shanghai, the bald man, get lost. I had hair long ago, sighed and remarked, there is a strong aura about you. With a faint smile, he did not conceal the fact that he had investigated the bald man's identity. The most renowned cosmic hunter in the universe, Shanghai Fangzhu, was indeed a rare figure, even among the night rabbits. Ah, such praise is overwhelming. However, you remind me of someone. As he spoke, Shanghai, the bald-headed man, I have repeatedly asked not to call me bald, fixed his gaze intently upon Su. If one were to insist, it could be said that you have engaged in combat with him, and the result was a draw. Thus you should not be a stranger to me. With a serious demeanor, Su ceased his laughter and regarded the bald man. Everything he possesses originates from me. It is indeed remarkable that such a disciple could emerge from one who leads the Tao of heaven. His reputation is well-deserved, and even the remaining few disciples are formidable in their own right. Yet, as Xinghai looked at Su, he remarked, however, their philosophies and values seem to bear no resemblance to someone like you. No, having a mentor of my disposition does not necessarily mean that the disciples must mirror me, transforming them into great heroes who save the world, only to subsequently lead to their own destruction. Doesn't that evoke a certain intriguing sentiment? Su chuckled, his laughter subtly conveying deeper meanings. Such words may be spoken now, but if they were to hear them, tears would surely follow. With that, Xinghai stepped aside. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Somewhere in this desert lies a colossal raccoon adorned with strange patterns. Possessing the ability to manipulate sand, I have been entrusted to subdue it and have no time to linger here with you. Just as Xinghai was about to depart Su's side, Su finally spoke. You are a monster hunter, correct? Do you accept commissions? Oh, my fees are not within the reach of ordinary individuals, especially someone like you. Xinghai paused, a peculiar tone in his voice. You need not worry about the price. However, I fear whether you can truly confront such a creature. Su responded nonchalantly with a smile. I only deal with monsters. Humanoid beings hold no relevance to me. After all, my innate talent increases damage against non-human monsters by 20%. Do not forget that. With that, Xinghai took another step forward. So, do you consider yourself a monster? You, capable of hunting such creatures? A monster hunter is, by nature, also a monster. That is sufficient, Su remarked, turning to face Xinghai. A sword master with the ability to hunt these monsters should also be considered a monster, should they not? Would you care to attempt to hunt? To see whether he becomes your prey, or if you will ultimately become a monster destined to be hunted yourself. Let us begin. This takes place in a secluded forest on Earth, where Ito, clad in the uniform of the True Selection Corps, observed his subordinates manipulating buttons, inadvertently glancing at the tranquil sky above. Hurry, we must reach the final battle in time to present ourselves before them. With a smile playing upon his lips, Ito declared, is it not an honor to have everything entrusted to us? Meanwhile, on the other side, the loyal samurai reported, Lord Kuriko is ready, dressed in a gray kimono. As we await the moment the sky is painted crimson, that shall be our time to engage in battle. The long-standing grievances of war have finally reached a conclusion. Heizi donned a black kimono, gazing at the sky from the window of the encampment. I await you, Lord Kenshin, Lord Jintoki, Lord Katsura, and Lord Haruma, he murmured, his voice trailing off as he softly uttered the name of another. The one who would surely join this final battle, Lord Takasuji. Some distance away from the solar system, an entire battleship glided through the cosmos towards Earth. Oh, have we finally arrived in the solar system? Are we nearing Kenshin's planet? After such a long voyage, we are almost there. I must diligently gather the history of that ancient world. Don't jinx it. I hope you won't arrive only to be overwhelmed and sick from the unfamiliar environment. Came the retort. Listen, everything is now entering its final phase. All lingering grievances and mistakes will be settled in this war. Only the complete defeat of one side will herald the ultimate conclusion. Chapter 412. Changing the battlefield. I feel we should connect all the terminal stations here. Otherwise, in our current predicament with only one battleship, the situation is far too disadvantageous. Our main battlefield is still on land. Otherwise, in this environment, what can we expect to achieve? The voice of Kenshin echoed in the background as several individuals gathered to discuss the upcoming military arrangements. However, during their deliberation, Kenshin suddenly interjected. While your reasoning is sound, Kenshin, if we consolidate all the terminal stations, the enemy could focus their fire and strike us in one fell swoop. And we would be left reminiscing with our former teacher, sighed the wig-wearing individual, acknowledging his oversight. I was so intent on avoiding battle on Earth that I overlooked our lack of combat capability in space, leading us to this awkward situation. Not necessarily, Haruma interjected, drawing the attention of the wig-wearing Kenshin and the others with a hint of confidence on his lips. While battleships may dominate in space, there are always a few unconventional forces that emerge, often backed by formidable powers. Therefore, space combat suits such specialized spacesuits quite well. He glanced at Kenshin and Jintoki, adding, "However, the operational difficulty is quite significant, but I believe it won't pose a problem for the two of you." "Such things exist?" Jintoki expressed doubt. "When did we become so frivolous?" Haha. Ever since Kintai maintained a decade-long winning streak in the cosmic arena, various combat styles were developed for him. They have since gained popularity among space explorers. According to them, even if their battleships were lost, they could survive in the cosmos for a while, hoping for rescue. Haruma crossed his arms. "Thus, this would suit you well. I have a question." At that moment, the Whig suddenly interjected, "There is no sound or air in the universe. How do you intend to unleash your sword energy, Jinshin?" With a confident smile, Jinshin replied, "I possess considerable power that allows me to gracefully emit sword energy in the cosmos, so you need not worry." The Whig, bemused by Jinshin's unwavering conviction, could only mutter and suppress further admonitions. "You may have the spacesuits. However, you both must remember that these suits cannot be subjected to any attacks. Otherwise, the air stored within the suits for breathing will leak out, and at that point, you will truly need to prepare your last words. Thus, I believe the Whig's caution is not unfounded. It would be best to observe from the battleship," said Shinma, attempting to reassure them. "Rest assured," Jintoki added, patting Shinma on the shoulder, "from the very beginning, we had no such intentions." A peculiar silence enveloped the group. "What?" The Whig and Shinma exclaimed in unison. "You two have no such intentions? Then why the serious expressions? You had me thinking you were genuinely engaged." Seeing their earnest faces was indeed a rarity. Jinshin took a leisurely sip of his tea, remarking, "What peaceful days we have. Which eye of yours perceives peace? We are currently in the cosmos, on the brink of a great battle, and you dare to speak of peace? Speak seriously and refrain from imitating some shameless sorceress." The Whig angrily pounded the table, his face flushed with indignation. "Calm down. Remain composed." Jintoki stifled a laugh, his face reddening from the effort. "I can't be bothered with you two," Shinma said, exasperated, rubbing his forehead. "So, are you both in agreement to stay obediently on the battleship?" Jinshin and Jintoki exchanged glances, their familiar expressions conveying a deep understanding developed over many years. Their silent agreement was anything but false. "Of course, that's entirely possible. Do we appear to be the type to merely nestle aboard the battleship, watching others fight to the death? Indeed, if these two were to behave in such a manner, one might begin to suspect they had been impersonated. Even in a situation where death was assured, they would don their spacesuits without a hint of concern, uttering suave lines as they faced their demise. "Then you seem resigned to your fate," the Whig remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with Shinma. "Naturally, we shall confront them head-on." Firmly grounded, Jintoki gestured casually toward a distant planet. "That one over there is just perfect." "Is that Mars?" Shinma queried. "Yes. I recall that Mars has been terraformed by the Celestials, with the entire planet enveloped in a protective shield against ultraviolet rays, and there are also devices generating oxygen. Many Celestials still inhabit Mars," he continued, stroking his chin. "Are you suggesting we draw the battle to Mars? Nowhere is better for combat than Mars. Although I cannot guarantee the absence of cockroaches or similar creatures, I can at least assure you that we initially wish to avoid fighting on Earth. Yet we find ourselves in a place where we can unleash our utmost combat potential while standing firmly on solid ground. Mars is our only option." Kenshin rose to his feet. "The outer protective shield of Mars has always remained open, allowing us to infiltrate successfully, while ensuring that the Celestials dare not concentrate their fire upon us. This indeed seems to be a commendable plan." As I pondered, I envisioned feasible methods. Increasingly convinced that this strategy was significantly better than the so-called frontal assault I had initially conceived. Well, it is essentially still a frontal assault. It merely adopts a different approach, thus increasing the likelihood of success considerably. "So it is settled. We shall venture to Mars." As I declared this, I stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Then, at this terminal station, I, the explosive and chaotic Katsura Kotoru, shall deliver a grand gift to the Celestials." Observing the mischievous grin on Katsura's lips, Jin-san and the others understood that he was plotting something once again. "Ah, Kamui. Isn't that Mr. Kawakami Bansai? How did you finally come to acknowledge our existence? I never expected those esteemed individuals to reignite the war, and so directly at that. From a distance, I glimpsed that fellow, now utterly transformed from his former self. When a formidable warrior regains their core essence, it sends shivers down the spines of all adversaries who bear a grudge against them. Yet, for me, This is truly splendid news. The incomplete state of the Batusai hasn't yet ignited within me the desire to risk my life in battle. However, I must apologize. We have already located Lord Katsura's whereabouts. The path we are about to tread, whether to unite or rebel, to fight individually or merge our strengths, depends entirely on Katsura's decision. Is that so? It matters not. Regardless of whether it is Himura Kenshin or Shinsuke, both are worthy adversaries for me to unleash my full might against. Chapter 413, untitled, Humorous, However, en route to Mars, Kenshin, Katsura, and the others, alongside the multitude of loyal Isshin Shirshir operating their warships, gazed expressionlessly at Jin-san, who was fervently shouting with raised hands. While their faces showed no immediate reaction, their eyes betrayed the strain of suppressing their frustration. Transform. Transform, I say. A Baika or a Daibiao Ultraman would suffice. Jin-san, evidently undeterred, raised his hand once more and bellowed. A cacophony of commands echoed from within the warship, yet nothing transpired. Is it impossible without a transformation device? Then let it be Jack. With a swift kick, Kenshin sent Jin-san crashing into the wall, leaving behind an imprint of his form. Observing Jin-san slowly sliding down the wall, Kenshin remarked, "This foolish behavior should cease here, at least before your subordinates. You ought to exhibit some semblance of the might befitting a legendary warrior. Can we not allow our comrades to feel a sense of security? No. I believe there is no authority left to speak of." The Whig silently raised its small arm and, with an impassive expression, spoke. "I also believe this, as a captain. I am nearly losing face. My usual catchphrases have vanished." Although his eyes are concealed behind sunglasses, Kenshin can sense that Choma's heart is in turmoil at this moment. "Well, I suppose I've become a bit of a fool for a moment." He rubbed his head, his silvery curls flowing, making one long to reach out and caress them. Jintoki then stood up and looked at Kenshin. "However, I have a request." "What?" Kenshin raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "I have contracted a disease that will lead to my demise without payment, particularly after that kick of yours, which struck my injury. I estimate it will take at least 1 to 2 million to remedy, so I think." Jintoki rambled on, but before he could finish, he felt the light before him abruptly dim. He opened his eyes to see, goodness. Swiftly dodging from beneath Kenshin's feet, Jintoki spun around to stand on the ground, disregarding his disheveled clothes, and shouted directly at Kenshin, "You are remarkably straightforward. You intend to eliminate me, don't you? Surely you do." "Absolutely." "Oh, if it were an elderly lady on the ground, I might consider it, but with you, I feel it unnecessary to complicate matters. Sending you on your way directly would be far more efficient," Kenshin replied earnestly. "Truly a heartless fellow. How did I never notice this before?" Jintoki muttered, then looked at Kenshin with dissatisfaction. "Hey, at least give me something to fill my stomach, can't you?" With a slight click of his tongue, Kenshin tossed a box of strawberry milk towards him. Jintoki deftly caught it, removed the straw, inserted it, and began to drink with evident satisfaction. "Is that a Bakufu battleship? A vessel from Earth has actually arrived on Mars. How peculiar." This voice emanated from outside. Indeed, Jintoki and the others had inadvertently passed through the scanning of Mars' protective shield during their playful scuffle and had entered the planet. Who would have thought this Bakufu battleship would prove unexpectedly useful? The Whig mused silently. If only our own ship had come here. The immense winter melon battleship gently descended upon the Martian base, its staircase lowered, and as the hatch opened, the moment the Whig and the others stepped out, they were met by a throng of curious Martians, their gazes filled with intrigue. "Ah, Earthlings, from that planet of slaves," remarked a leopard-headed Martian, rubbing its chin with a claw. Of course, to them, it was meant to be a whisper. However, the words still echoed in the ears of all those gathered. In an instant, numerous Martians displayed lewd smiles. Yet, as the Whig and Choma emerged from the hatch, the Isshin Shirshir, armed with swords, followed suit. Initially, the sight of the surrounding Martians was somewhat overwhelming, prompting the Isshin Shirshir to nearly draw their swords in preparation. However, after merely glancing at the Whig's back, a wave of inexplicable reassurance washed over them, causing them to unconsciously relax, their hands releasing the grips on their blades. "Ah, these are indeed the men from Earth." Yet, the tense demeanor they exhibited moments ago did not escape the discerning eyes of the majority of celestial beings present, who responded with expressions of disdain. Thus, "It is said that Earth is our subservient planet," came a sardonic remark from an unknown voice within the crowd, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable spread of various comments. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of Chunma and the one in the wig flashed with murderous intent, yet they managed to contain it. Such derisive words were initially amusing. However, everything changed the instant the medical unit of the Loyalist forces stepped out of the chamber. While it cannot be claimed that every woman among the medical team was a beauty, they certainly possessed commendable looks. Moreover, the woman at the forefront, adorned with vibrant purple hair, elicited gasps of astonishment from those celestial beings who had previously visited Earth as they recognized her. Fujibayashi Karu, clad in a petite pink nurse's uniform, sported a nurse's hat embellished with cat ears. Her purple locks cascaded into 3 strands on either side, while a ponytail danced gracefully behind her. Her black pupils reflected the expressions of the celestial beings below, and a hint of disdain graced the corners of her cherry blossom-hued lips. Her exquisite figure was perfectly accentuated by the nurse's attire, igniting a wave of excitement among the onlookers. It had truly been ages since they had encountered such an exceptional woman. Despite the majority of the celestial beings being humanoid, those with the heads of beasts were unmistakably beast folk. The thoughts of these beast folk remained a mystery. The crowd began to stir restlessly, and the passage that had been left for the wig-wearers to exit gradually began to close. In an instant, the Loyalists surveyed their surroundings with solemnity, their hands instinctively moving toward the hilts of their blades. How curious that there are no trash bins! A flippant voice broke through the tension, immediately easing the atmosphere. The man who uttered this remark was met with the gazes of a throng of beast folk. Hey, you're celestial beings, right? With your advanced technology. Placing a trash bin here should hardly be a challenge. How utterly lazy, like the lethargy of Garfield combined with the ineptitude of Nobita. A moment of silence ensued. The celestial being known as the White Yiksha, who had participated in that fateful battle years ago, recognized the familiar figure. Even though he held an empty box of strawberry milk in his hand, wore a wooden sword at his waist, and exuded an air of ineptitude. Those who had fought alongside him would never forget the sight of him, drenched in crimson, battling fiercely on the battlefield. To those who had faced him, the White Yiksha was an inescapable nightmare. Fortunately for them, just as some celestial beings felt a sense of relief, footsteps began to echo slowly down the staircase. The previously calm sound of descending footsteps held an inexplicable allure, compelling everyone's gaze toward the source. However, the instant their eyes fell upon it, the bustling crowd came to a sudden halt. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. In a valiant confrontation against a meticulously equipped Special Forces unit, he single-handedly annihilated them, having downed a staggering number of warships on the battlefield, over 100. He once single-handedly tore apart an entire squadron. His very presence compelled adversaries to elevate their warships to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Because of him, the Boshan War was momentarily suppressed by the Loyalists. His existence dealt an unparalleled blow to the Celestials, and had it not been for the intervention of the enigmatic organization known as the Celestial Path, the outcome of the Boshan War would have been uncertain, potentially swaying in favor of the Celestials. This man is enshrined in countless legends. If the White Knight Demon is the nightmare of those who have engaged in cosmic warfare, merely hearing whispers of this man's existence sends a chill down the spine. The Celestials, gathered at the blade of Shura, murmured the name of this casually unguarded man, who strolled by with a relaxed smile, seemingly invincible. They chanted the name, Shurablade. Should this man openly appear on Mars, does it herald the resurgence of war? Could the rumors hold a kernel of truth? Chapter 414. Preparations for Warhumph. How dare they harbor such improper intentions towards me? After passing through the airport, the group gathered outside. At that moment, Suner's expression shifted, her gaze towards the Celestials inside the airport reflecting disdain, as if they were nothing more than refuse. After all, they were the ghoul faction of the Alliance's Three-Wolf tribe, which made this sentiment hardly surprising. Jintoki shrugged, resignedly stating, "Speaking of which, is this your goal? To intimidate these restless Celestials with me and Kenshin? It's not Jintoki, it's Katsura, though we are both legends on the battlefield. I typically do not engage in frontline combat, and neither does Katsura. Besides, I have transitioned to behind-the-scenes operations, while Katsura has been traversing the cosmos for over a decade. Our past exploits have long been forgotten." Katsura raised an eyebrow, regarding Jintoki. "In terms of fame, who among us can rival you two? Haha. The illustrious White Knight Demon and the Blade of Shura. You are the figures that will forever be etched in their memories." Katsura chuckled lightly. I never imagined you'd have some semblance of a reputation out here in the cosmos. Crossing her arms, Sunura regarded Gintoki with newfound respect. I see you in a different light now. Wait, can you tell me how I appeared in your eyes before? Garbage. Useless old man. Whoa, that was unfiltered. Because it's the truth, Aru. While I yearn to find a counterargument against Sunura's words, I must apologize, Gintoki. I cannot betray my conscience and refute such painfully accurate statements. Push the Nuba-ji, the carrier, glasses, the essence, and state with utmost seriousness. Who is the true essence here? Look at the one standing here. I am the essence, you fool. Have your eyes become kaleidoscopic from overuse of the Sharingan? Or have you been practicing the Azura's wave force to the point of self-harm? You fool. Hey, Gintoki, what should we do next? At this moment, Chun Ma inquired, disregarding the foolish antics of a few clowns nearby. Our ostentatious presence here will surely reach the ears of the Celestials. I suspect that most of the Celestials lacking combat prowess will retreat one by one. However, those who have participated in wars or wish to linger for the spoils will be numerous. The crux of the matter now lies in whether we can establish a stronghold here in a timely manner to receive them. The Mars base is a significant structure for the Celestials. They would not dare to bombard us indiscriminately. Hence they will likely choose to disembark and engage in battle with us. Heizi then stepped forward and spoke slowly. My previous investigations revealed that the overseers on Mars are the Cat Celestials from Cat Planet, but this is merely a facade. In my view, there must be deeper, more concealed entities that are the true masters of the Mars base. Oh, Jin and the others narrowed their eyes in danger. It is highly likely that they belong to the Tao of Heaven. Heizi took a deep breath and continued softly. Although I am unsure which of the 12 elders it may be. The leaked information suggests that each elder possesses the capability to engage in combat with Lord Jin and Lord Jinshin individually. Moreover, the top-ranking elders might even ensnare both lords in a protracted struggle. The loyalists present could not help but take a deep breath in shock. Here, the highest combat capabilities are represented by 2, yet their adversaries could number as many as 12, each of whom is not inferior to the 2 lords. This revelation is indeed terrifying and somewhat surreal. Is the universe truly such a daunting place? Mother, I wish to return to Earth. Mars is far too perilous. I do not believe I will lose. Jinshin raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively. Likewise, I share that sentiment, Jin replied, a smile gracing his lips, though it was laced with frost. Hold on, I'm a bit confused, Chunma remarked, clutching his head. After pondering for some time, he finally said, Are we fighting the Celestials or the Tao of Heaven? Isn't that an obvious question? Jinshin and the others shot him disdainful looks. Nonsense, there is certainly a distinction, and a significant one at that. Chun Ma shouted angrily, pounding the table. The Celestials combined do not even amount to a single Tao of Heaven, for goodness sake. As soon as Chun Ma's words fell, the scene plunged into silence. So they are indeed this formidable in the cosmos. Previously, I had believed their claims. Remaining on Earth and gazing at the sky from my well, thinking myself powerful, how naive I was. Jinshin sighed bitterly and shook his head. Yet, it is not too late. After all, we have not lost too much. Surely, not all members of the Tao of Heaven are like the immortal beings, such as Song-Su. Jin instinctively uttered a name, but his expression quickly shifted as he spoke another name. However, this was of little consequence, essentially. Everyone present had heard it. The current intelligence remains elusive. The only certainty is that the man with the green face is undoubtedly one of the elders. Regrettably, during our confrontation, we failed to inflict any damage upon him. Otherwise, we would have discerned whether his body possesses the ability to heal autonomously. It is infuriating to reflect on that singular opportunity we squandered. Be cautious during the battle. Even if you manage to inflict fatal harm upon the opponent, do not let your guard down. Kenshin then interjected, suggesting, either deliver another strike or retreat a few steps to observe. Do not remain stationary like a fool. Rest assured, I am not one to simply stand idly by, replied Gintoki, with a hint of sarcasm. Kenshin sighed in relief, turning to look at Kyoko. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Kyoko forcefully interrupted, I want to be left behind. Remember, I am already the head nurse of the medical unit, she declared, pointing at Kenshin with an expression that clearly conveyed her determination to stay with them. A fleeting look of nostalgia crossed Kenshin's face, as he momentarily thought that the woman before him resembled Akira so closely. Kyoko has indeed grown. She is almost a mirror image of you. Kenshin swallowed his words. refraining from speaking further. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Kyoko's hair and stepped forward. Hey! Kyoko stared blankly at Kenshin as he walked away, having anticipated his loud retort. She had prepared numerous arguments to counter him, yet he said nothing. It was as if, after a prolonged build-up, a powerful attack landed on a mere crab instead of the coveted dragon, a complete letdown. Keep it up, Nurse Kyoko, teased Heizi, playfully pinching Kyoko's cheek, before following Kenshin with a smile. As Kyoko observed Kenshin's red figure gradually fading down the slope, she pondered, just as she had mentioned. He truly is a man easily lost in memories. Chapter 415, Breaking the Mold Boom. A multitude of beams and artillery struck the protective shield surrounding Mars, creating a series of ripples and flames. Clearly, the enemy's attack was well coordinated and devoid of chaos. If this continues, the inadequately fortified shield will inevitably be breached. What? You wonder why they disregard the lives of the Martians? That question lacks depth. Do you think they care? To put it bluntly, if they could eliminate Gintoki and the others, they would likely have no qualms about obliterating Mars itself. Is this what you confidently asserted, that the Celestials would not fire? The slap of reality came swiftly. Observing the ripples on the shield, Gintoki smirked, addressing the astonished Gintoki beside him. Good grief, they are completely unpredictable. Gintoki could only exclaim in disbelief. The moment of astonishment seems to stretch indefinitely. What we must do now is to prepare ourselves diligently here and await their arrival. The sound of applause, the clapping of hands, draws everyone's attention back. Genshin shrugs and remarks, "We should be grateful to have arrived on Mars. Otherwise, do you think we could have survived the onslaught from such firepower at that small terminal station?" Indeed, I had underestimated the resolve of the Celestials. With a sigh, he turns to the loyal companions who followed him into this vast universe and straightens his expression. These individuals wholeheartedly believe in him, forging ahead into the unknown future together. Having set everything in place, we now await their arrival. Although we are not fighting on our home turf, our prior presence on the battlefield grants us a distinct advantage. Let us adhere to the plan. Any words of encouragement would pale in comparison to what I just articulated. Yes, we are well prepared here. There is no reason to succumb to them. How long do you think this protective shield can hold? Gintoki squints slightly, ignoring the boisterous encouragement from behind, and inquires of Shinpachi beside him. Although I have traversed the cosmos, I have never occupied such a lofty position. I have never possessed a protective shield, much less know its endurance, Shinpachi replies with a resigned shrug. However, given that this is the Martian base established by the Celestials, their protective shield must be of some use. That explains why they have yet to deploy their shield. Gintoki gazes at the fleet relentlessly bombarding the protective shield, a fleet that belongs to the Celestials. It is disheartening to realize that, as fellow Celestials in this vast universe, we are mere pawns, willing to annihilate the filthy earthlings at the cost of our own destruction. Surely, the Celestials hiding beneath the shield must be experiencing a tumult of emotions at this very moment. I did not expect you to possess a modicum of intellect. Suddenly, a deep voice resonates throughout the square, capturing the attention of all present. Everyone perks up their ears to listen intently. The small bomb at that terminal station was indeed your doing, was it not? Regrettably, we did not approach. Instead, we fired from a distance, reducing it to rubble. I must say, it is rather unfortunate that your efforts were in vain. The man's voice, laced with a hint of arrogance, carries an air of nobility. Indeed, how could you, a wretched race, presume to touch the very souls of the heavens? The lowly wretches standing on that side are no different. Since you failed to choose the opportune moment to depart from Mars, you shall never return. In the condolences we send to your nation, we shall elaborate that you perished while battling with the Loyalists. How fortunate for you indeed. A martyr status and a grand memorial service are inescapable. The celestial beings present clenched their fists upon hearing the man's words, veins bulging on their foreheads. Though their expressions were terrifyingly grim at that moment, trapped here as they were, they could do nothing but seethe with anger. Even if you were to slay celestial beings, even this group merely passing by would also fall. Kenshin, cupping his ears, quickly interjected after the words fell, "This has nothing to do with me. Who are you?" Gintoki stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "I am the 8th elder of the celestial path, here to annihilate you and to inform you that your swords cannot even touch the sky, let alone be drawn." The man, no, the elder, coldly declared, "This entanglement has gone on long enough. Blast open that protective shield." Yes, the charge is complete. Railgun fire. As the words were uttered, a blinding white light erupted, catching Kenshin and the others off guard, causing their eyes to be inundated with an overwhelming brilliance, rendering them unable to see, and tears streamed down their faces. How despicable! Kenshin and the others roared in fury, yet they were powerless to open their eyes. Humph. War does not concern itself with such matters. With a cold chuckle, the man's voice accompanied the sound of the protective shield shattering. Kenshin gritted his teeth, feeling the flow of air, tapping into the unique ability of the flying sword flow to sense this world. Get out of here, Gintoki, Kenshin shouted, his feet barely leaving the ground before he yelled. Understood, Gintoki replied, swiftly grasping Kenshin's arm. Simultaneously, Kenshin drew the blade from his waist, spinning and slashing across the ground, sparks flying as he roared. Moon Crescent Skyfire. A spark ignited, and the sword energy surged forth, no longer merely purple, but now ablaze with fiery violet flames, hurtling towards the source of the shattering sound. Boom. Though his eyes could not see, the unmistakable sound of something being struck and the ensuing explosion was discernible. Kenshin smirked, grabbing Gintoki's arm in return. We must leave. Right, Gintoki murmured. Let us hope that the others can reach their designated location safely. Without the system, Kenshin found himself stripped of those convenient abilities. In this situation where sight was obscured, he was inevitably forced to rely on his hearing, which could only mitigate the immediate chaos. Yet, prolonged reliance would surely lead to disorder. This was war. Want to escape? The elder's voice dripped with a sanguinary intent. Turn this place upside down and plant explosives. If you cannot find them, let this base be their grave, and send them to their demise together. However, my words, dear adult, need not be repeated. Do you understand? The young one comprehends. Chapter 416, The Emergence of Elders. The keen ears twitched slightly, though he did not turn to look, for the blinding light had rendered his eyes nearly useless. It was far more prudent to listen. Thus, with a sudden release, Kenshin loosened his grip on Gintoki's shoulder, bringing the equally blinded Gintoki down to the ground. He swiftly drew his other hand, moving it horizontally to seize the face of the celestial being that had leapt from the shadows, and then forcefully slammed it against the wall. A dull thud echoed as the iron-forged barrier bore slight indentations. Thanks to the celestial's body, which differed from that of earthlings, they remained alive despite Kenshin's potentially fatal blow, merely spitting blood and succumbing to unconsciousness. Over here. Yet this strike had indeed betrayed Kenshin's position, as the sound of footsteps on the steel plates resonated ominously, advancing toward him in a formidable wave. Although discovered by them, Kenshin wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth as he turned to grasp Gintoki, who had just risen from the ground, and they dashed forward once more. Are you intending to use yourself as bait, allowing the others sufficient time to recover their sight? Gintoki inquired at that moment. Since you understand, then run diligently without pretense. If you feign weakness at a critical moment, I shall leave you behind without a second thought. Kenshin admonished, his eyes still closed, tears flowing, a natural response as they adjusted to the stimuli. Why drag me into this perilous situation if you wish to be the lure? Surely you could handle it alone, Gintoki retorted, displeased. Alas, my luck is rather poor, and I am of the assassin type. If I perform theatrics and cannot escape, it would spell doom. You, however, are flesh. Flesh? How am I at fault for not calling you a seasoned driver? I merely ride a small sheep. How does that make me a veteran? Regardless of your vehicle, as long as you possess the heart of a seasoned driver, you are indeed qualified. As they rounded a corner, Kenshin spun his foot, picking up a discarded wooden stick and nonchalantly kicking it toward a celestial being that had just revealed itself, striking its face and deforming it. The force of the blow sent the celestial being careening backward, crashing into a group of others behind it. The sounds of shrieks and roars echoed from behind, yet Kenshin's expression remained impassive. Where shall we go now? Gintoki asked again, with no particular goal in mind. Let us meander here for a while, Kenshin replied. As he moved, the steel plate beneath them cracked violently, the fissures expanding and clearing the obstacles in their path. That was quite a disturbance, Gintoki remarked, his senses heightened despite his blindness, intrigued by the unusual nature of the previous encounter. Under the crescent moon, the blade of the elusive Muramasa scraped against the ground, igniting a spark that danced into the air, transforming into a fiery sword aura. Kenshin spoke slowly, reflecting on a technique he had contemplated long ago. Unfortunately, a whirlwind of events had diverted his thoughts, and ever since he had switched to a reverse blade sword, such ideas had faded from his mind. Until now, he mused, what nonsense occupies your thoughts daily? One wonders if you might one day truly conjure a spiral sphere. Although Gintoki did not meet Kenshin's gaze, Kenshin could distinctly sense the expression of disbelief on his face, as if he were staring at a ghost. I ponder when you will repay me. You ought to consider more pressing matters, like how to deal with that Madao, or how to swindle a wig. Gintoki's voice quivered slightly, and after a bout of laughter, he deftly shifted the conversation. Is that so? As they turned a corner, Kenshin's demeanor subtly shifted from casual to somewhat serious. Noticing Kenshin's sudden halt, Gintoki voiced his surprise. At last, has a master arrived? Kenshin gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer passing through them, as he gazed at the imposing door. Gintoki quietly murmured, a master, and then opened his own eyes to survey the scene ahead. Upon arrival, is there an uninvited guest? A voice resonated from within, carrying a tone that was both crisp and grave. Kenshin and Gintoki exchanged glances. There was no reason for the two of them to fear a single individual. Yet, they could not ignore the palpable sense of ambush laid out in the opponent's domain. How could the renowned Hidokiri and Batusai be so cowardly? The voice dripped with disdain. Truly confident, Kenshin remarked as he unleashed the Tokai Lake, crashing through the door. Through the haze of smoke and dust, a figure could be discerned seated within. I have awaited you, Hidokiri and Batusai. I initially thought there would be no significant events at the Mars base, yet here unfolds a grand spectacle, the voice laced with undeniable battle intent. You have chosen this battlefield, very well. It appears you hold great confidence in your martial prowess, Gintoki scoffed, stepping forward to the door and removing the Tokai Lake, securing it at his waist. After hearing the words from within, Gintoki raised an eyebrow and chuckled derisively. Such confidence is commendable, yet you have disappointed me. Hesitating and harboring doubts, you have fallen short of my expectations. Provocation holds no power over me. Kenshin stepped forward, lifting his gaze to the figure. Himura Kenshin. At your service, he declared, sheathing the Muramasa at his side. Sakata Gintoki, at your service, he added, positioning his cherry blossom sword firmly before him. His piercing gaze fixated on the man shrouded in smoke. The fifth elder, the Sea King, awaits your esteemed presence. Shall you step in? Or do you prefer to fight to the death? With an enigmatic exchange of glances, the two stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the unknown. You cannot escape. Noble young master. Is that so? If you possess any wit, take a moment to observe the state of your army, which has pursued me to this very place. The flickering crimson lights surrounding us. Relish in the ecstasy of ultimate delight. Explosions are true art. Chapter 417. Shall you go first, or shall I? Standing before the grand entrance, after exchanging glances, both Gintoki and Kenshin spoke in unison. This time, do not contest with me. With that, Gintoki stepped forward, entering the gate first. Leave that group of ruffians outside to you. I refuse to have anyone shooting at my back while I am fighting for my life. Hey! Kenshin's outstretched hand failed to grasp Gintoki's collar, leaving him to watch as Gintoki proceeded within, walking forward with measured steps. Oh, is the White Knight Wolf arriving first? A man raised an eyebrow, his violet eyes fixed upon Gintoki and the sword he wielded, a detached smile gracing his lips. No, it is not that I arrived first, but rather that I believe my presence suffices. Gintoki retorted sharply, drawing his sword, the Duyo Lake, and planting it firmly into the ground while fixing his gaze on the figure before him, the Sea King. How confident! The ground trembled beneath his feet, and as the long sword behind him was abruptly launched into the air, the Sea King rose, catching the blade with outstretched hands, pointing the sword at Gintoki. How long do you think you can endure here? I am genuinely curious if, when you find yourself dying on the ground, you can still maintain that same expression in your eyes. That remark is returned to you in full, for when the Duyo Lake rests upon your neck, I may choose not to take your life. Gintoki scoffed, withdrawing the Duyo Lake from the ground, causing shards of stone to scatter and cracks to form. You rascal! Kenshin gritted his teeth, but uttered no words. Although he was deeply concerned for Gintoki, he understood that once Gintoki made a decision, especially in a moment of mutual acknowledgement, he could not, under any circumstances, pull him back. Let us engage with the minions outside, then. Gintoki chuckled, and with a thunderous crash, the gate closed, rendering the situation within invisible. TSK. Although dissatisfied, there was little he could do. At that moment, the hurried footsteps echoed in his ears once more, and Kenshin grinned menacingly. The anger within him sought an outlet, and your arrival is indeed timely. In the desolate space devoid of windows, a silent wind began to stir, the canvas swaying, papers rolling, and an atmosphere began to coalesce, infused with a chill unlike the warmth of summer, enveloping the metallic chamber in an even deeper cold. Do you possess the resolve to die? With a jolt, the long sword quaked, and a fissure erupted in the steel floor, swiftly creeping towards Jintoki. Do you possess the skill to survive? The red sakura sliced horizontally before him, severing the advancing crack, while in his other hand, the Duyo lake swiftly rose, blocking the incoming strike. Two swords, it seems I am at a slight disadvantage. The Sea King coldly smirked, lifting his foot to kick at Jintoki. Jintoki spun the red sakura, the back of his blade meeting the Sea King's foot, yet the strength in his arm could hardly rival that of a leg, particularly against an equally matched foe. Stepping back to dissipate the force, Jintoki subtly furrowed his brow. Drink. The long sword whirled, faintly emanating a glimmer of light. With an impassive expression, Inshur deftly maneuvered Lake Toya to parry the sword's edge, while Hong Ying, holding her hands behind her back, launched a direct upward thrust. A crimson radiance trailed a series of afterimages towards the jaw of the Sea King. In a moment of crisis, the Sea King exerted every ounce of strength to twist his body, allowing the blade's ascent to slice past his side, eliciting a cold sweat and intensifying the chill within his heart. The mechanism on the long sword shifted, and in an instant, the single blade separated. The Sea King swiftly grasped a segment of the black hilt that had sprung forth from the middle, smirking as he withdrew it. A mechanism sword, indeed. No wonder I found this blade excessively long, Inshur thought in astonishment, as a torrent of blood erupted from his chest and abdomen, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Hong Ying stood protectively behind him, preventing his retreat, while her other hand retracted to her abdomen, thrusting Lake Toya directly forward, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. Boom! Lake Toya punctured the Sea King's abdomen, and in that fleeting moment his eyes bulged, and he spewed a copious amount of blood, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into the wall behind him, revealing distinct indentations upon closer inspection. Confidence, however, comes at a price. Clutching the long gash on his chest, Inshur sneered, yet did not forget to taunt. How did you come to know? From the wall. The Sea King's deep voice resonated. Though you made a concerted effort to conceal it, I could discern at a glance. It seems you have known from the very beginning that the razor-sharp Hong Ying in your grasp does not inflict as much harm as that wooden blade. On Earth, I once suffered a loss. Inshur replied with a cold smile. I cannot ascertain whether you all possess immortal bodies. However, it stands to reason that the damage inflicted by blunt instruments often originates from within. If you truly possess self-healing abilities, then the restoration of your organs should not surpass the speed of recovery from physical wounds, should it? White Knight Demon, I underestimated you. The Sea King admitted after a moment of silence. It appears you few do not solely rely on the martial prowess of the blade-sheathing school. I apologize for my initial disdain towards you. As he spoke, he twisted his arm and leaped down from the wall, yet it seemed his movement was too vigorous. His complexion suddenly flushed, and he coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. Indeed, Inshur observed with an understanding glint in his eyes. Though Lake Toya lacks sharpness, the impact alone from such a thrust to the abdomen must have inflicted some injury, especially considering the gaping hole in your garment. You too possess self-healing abilities, I see. Not only me, but every elder among us possesses such capabilities, and we are far from limited to just that, the Sea King scoffed, propping himself against the ground. In an instant, Inshur felt a sense of foreboding. A lethal instinct surged within him, and the hair on the back of his neck bristled. Yet, he could barely shift his body slightly aside, when at that moment, he was suddenly struck and sent flying. At the critical moment, the crimson cherry blossom was raised to deflect the impending attack, precisely where Jintoki had just stood. The Sea King twisted his wrist, a mocking expression gracing his features as he gazed at the grave-faced Jintoki. What do you think? Is such speed merely the fundamental ability of the elders of the heavenly path? If we deduce from my earlier words, does it imply that beyond this ability, there exist various unique powers among individuals? Jintoki's countenance suddenly shifted to one of grave concern. It seemed the elders of the heavenly path were indeed formidable opponents. Initially, the intention was to confront the sword master, to counter the astonishing swiftness of the flying sword technique. However, before he could address him, he found himself facing you instead. The Sea King shrugged, feigning a sense of resignation. But fret not. I shall not concern myself with matters outside our confrontation. I am a serious individual. When it comes to dealing with adversaries, my mind is unclouded by distractions. My sole contemplation at present is how to eliminate you, White Knight / Your head shall serve as the crowning achievement of my valor. Then I must confess, I too intend to claim your head in exchange for a bounty, to procure some libations. Oh, you plan to present your severed head to a confectionery shop owner who harbors a deep-seated loathing for you, and demand payment? Chapter 418. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. The long blade swept through the air, severing the lives of several celestial beings, marking the conclusion of their existence. Blood stained the crimson attire, a vivid hue that even the fabric struggled to conceal. The sanguine liquid cascaded from his face, hands, and sword, splattering around with the motion of his arms. Kenshin remained expressionless, while the celestial beings before him retreated slowly down the corridor, terror silently invading their minds. Why do you all wield blades, but still cower in fear? With a casual flick of his sword, blood splattered against the walls, forming a crimson streak. Kenshin laughed mockingly. What happened to that fierce intent to slay me? What of your desire to claim my head? You could certainly attempt to kill me here. The leader of the Azura celestial beings observed Kenshin advancing step by step. Unable to suppress a gulp, he croaked, "Are you not coming?" The blade sank into the wall, leaving a gash, and Kenshin's eyes flashed with a cold, blood-red glimmer. "Then I shall come to you. Don't come closer." The screams echoed, the blade slicing through flesh and bone, blood splattering against the walls and the ground, a macabre symphony of death resounding. This once unremarkable corridor had transformed into a hellish scene, shadows flickering under the dim light. Death was manifesting. Blocking his sword with a single saber proved exceedingly arduous. However, Jintoki gritted his teeth, almost snarling as he uttered those few words. The Sea King was taken aback, hastily retracting his sword and stepping back. His feet briefly touching the ground as he crossed his swords, eyeing Jintoki with grave intensity. A gust of chilling wind swept through, as if nothing had transpired. "Are you mocking me?" The Sea King's face darkened, a storm brewing within his countenance, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "You may attempt to discern whether I can wield the flying sword technique," Jintoki remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked up at the Sea King. "What techniques await behind the dragon? Is it the dragon's nest flash, the dragon's hammer flash, or perhaps the dragon's soaring flash? Regardless of what you are, you cannot keep pace with my speed. It is nothing but idle chatter." With a cold command, the Sea King once again launched himself, vanishing from his original position. Lightning speed. With a fierce shout, Jinsan left behind a fleeting afterimage in the room. In an instant, the white and black figures clashed, each strike producing sparks that illuminated the space, their velocity surpassing the limits of human perception. Isn't it true that the flying sword technique can be learned by others? How can you possess it?" The Sea King gazed in astonishment at Jinsan, his voice betraying his disbelief. "Oh, this is not merely the divine speed of the flying sword technique." Jinsan scoffed, parrying the Sea King's sword strike with his own, while simultaneously maneuvering his blade into the gap of the Sea King's other sword, successfully pinning it. At that moment, both paused, seizing the opportunity. The Sea King thrust his knee into Jinsan's abdomen. Jinsan stifled a groan, suppressing the urge to retch, standing his ground. "This speed is uniquely mine." Gripping the hilt of his blade, he swiftly twisted, disarming the Sea King's other sword, which spiraled and embedded itself into the wall. "Die!" A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he swept the red Sakura blade back. The Sea King desperately dodged, yet the tip of the blade grazed his throat, leaving him to bitterly concede. With a knee raised high, it came crashing down, striking Jinsan's ankle, causing a sharp pain that flooded his mind. Drawing a short sword from his sleeve, the Sea King wasted no time and aimed for Jinsan's abdomen. Feeling the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, Jinsan twisted his body but was still pierced by the short sword in his shoulder. Both men retreated a few steps, eyeing each other with a serious demeanor. Drip, drip, blood trickled from Jinsan's shoulder, sliding down his arm and falling to the ground, each drop resonating with a crisp sound. "In this exchange, I have triumphed," the Sea King remarked with a cold smirk directed at Jinsan. "Oh, really?" Jinsan raised his gaze, his eyes filled with mockery. "What else with that look?" The Sea King, agitated, attempted to voice his thoughts, but in that instant, blood gushed from his neck, silencing him. With a discontented glare at Jin-san, he struggled to comprehend the situation. The Sea King refused to accept defeat, despite the blade only grazing him slightly. Why was it that he felt this way? Although he could still heal, this round of skirmish was undoubtedly his loss. Reflecting on his earlier words, it was indeed a swift slap to the face. The red Sakura blade, while sharp, possesses a distinct characteristic that you seem to have overlooked. This blade emanates a crimson aura. Jin-san observed the Sea King clutching his neck in frustration, feeling a sense of tedium. It appears that while my blade merely grazed your throat, the red sword energy had already severed it, without the eruption at that moment. It is fortunate that you refrained from raising your voice. Alas, Jintoki murmured softly, with Lake Toya pressing against his abdomen, his body slightly recoiling. The fierce brilliance in his gaze fixed upon the Sea King. I lack the effective means to eliminate you, yet the environment here offers me more than a singular choice. With a cold smirk, Jintoki adjusted his stance and, in an instant, propelled himself forward. Let the universe be your final resting place. As he spoke, amidst the Sea King's unwillingness and despair, Lake Toya forcefully collided with his abdomen, followed by a resounding sonic boom, a white shockwave erupting forth. The Sea King, akin to a bullet discharged from a chamber, shattered the transparent glass window behind him and was subsequently drawn into the cosmos by an overwhelming force. May your immortal form gradually diminish within the vast expanse of the universe. The moment he shattered the glass, Jintoki swiftly turned and flung open the door. Racing outside while feeling the slight tremor of the door behind him, a cold smile escaping his lips. Yet, he could not help but cough up several mouthfuls of blood, collapsing onto the ground, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy at the cost of 800 of my own. If it weren't for the cosmos, I truly would not have been able to contend with him. It seems this venture into the universe was indeed fortuitous. Wait, I recall that we are presently on Mars. Moreover, it appears there is a protective shield outside. In utter despair, Jintoki covered his face and groaned helplessly. I merely sent him flying, for heaven's sake. Given his rate of recovery, damn it. Jintoki's complexion paled as he hurriedly stumbled away. I cannot afford to encounter that fellow again. Chapter 419. The sword in hand with a long, piercing cry, the figure known as Shur descended the stairs, observing the chaotic melee below, a frown creasing his brow. Such filthy blood tarnishes my vision. With a disdainful snort, Shur waved his long sleeves, obscuring his sight, and in a flicker of motion, vanished from his position. At that moment, within the base, the rare sound of an explosion erupted, flames and cries intertwining in a cacophony. Clearly, those who were gradually regaining their sight, including the wig-clad individuals, began luring the celestial beings into the traps they had set and initiated their counteroffensive. So, have you transformed this place into your stronghold? As he spoke, his figure blurred in the corridor, reappearing beside a pillar. Observing the distant explosions, his eyebrows slightly raised in intrigue. Give me a coordinate. While gazing down from above, the woman with purple hair in the logistics team bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Could it be that her true form did not perish all those years ago? With narrowed eyes, Shur's lips curled into a smile of interest, and once more, he vanished from sight. My lord, she is in the B-side area. A voice emanated from the earphones, and Shur's eyes brightened, finally ceasing his aimless search here. Instead, he halted his steps and deftly turned, rushing in another direction. She has not moved, my lord. This is likely a trap. The sound echoed through the headphones, yet the figure merely chuckled coldly. In an instant, the long sword in hand was unsheathed, cleaving the body of a rogue samurai in two. The flash of the blade was so swift that it left behind only a whisper of air in its wake. Without a glance at the gruesome aftermath, the figure sheathed the sword and propelled forward. All the rogue samurai encountered along the way met with a brutal demise, creating a path stained crimson with blood. The blade twisted mercilessly within the belly of one samurai, shredding his insides. As the rogue, pale-faced, expelled torrents of blood, the figure remained impassive. The spinning sword abruptly halted. Then with a fierce upward thrust, it sliced through, rendering the samurai into two halves. Regardless of whether she is that woman or not, I intend to seize her, he declared, raising his foot to kick open the grand door. Suddenly, the wall on the opposite side erupted, and he sensed a chilling intent to kill approaching. Without hesitation, he positioned the sword sheath defensively against his face, just as a long blade thrust down upon it. Instead of stopping, it pressed against him, crashing through the wall behind. sending both combatants flying outward. In midair, the two adjusted their stances, and upon catching sight of one another, their swords and blades began to dance with ferocity. The clash of rapid swordplay unleashed a tempest of destruction, reducing anything within their engagement to countless fragments, with only the fleeting shadows and sparks of light remaining visible. Upon landing, both combatants retracted their weapons and executed powerful downward strikes simultaneously. The force unleashed sent everything around them soaring, and they were forced to retreat a few steps, gazing at each other with grave expressions. "Badeo Zhai, I did not expect to encounter you so swiftly," the figure remarked, standing tall and smirking at Kenshin. "I too did not foresee your direct approach towards them," Kenshin replied, equally composed, his cold, lethal intent surging even stronger. "Isn't it evident? I merely wished for you to experience the sensation of being besieged by the same taste of failure," he continued with a derisive laugh. "How pitiful it is that you once again failed to protect your logistics in this war, losing yet another person of vital importance to you. This speaks volumes. It reveals that you remain as ineffectual as you were a decade ago. I will not fail. I am no longer willing to endure the bitter fruits of defeat. Should you dare to harm them, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. Oh, we initially followed the same strategy. You were to eliminate my subordinates while I dealt with the rogue samurai. However, upon discovering the location of the logistics, you charged through every obstacle in a straight line, arriving just in time to thwart me." The figure scoffed at Kenshin. "Pathetic earthling, have you mistaken something? The fact that I stand here conversing with you is your greatest honor. However, I believe that severing your head would bring me greater joy." With that said, I moved my feet almost simultaneously, the blade scraping against the ground, leaving a trail of sparks, while the long sword opposite me spun in the air, the constrained airflow resembling a pillar of wind, firmly grasped in my hands. Clash! The blades met once more, and at the moment of contact, the dragon nest flash and the sword's momentum were unleashed, both striking with a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye, while my feet continued to move, navigating the small square. A mere earthling achieving such prowess is indeed commendable, yet it does not instill fear within me. As I spoke, the wind entwined around the sword suddenly erupted, the bluish-white sword energy coalescing at the blade's edge. As I clashed with the sword heart of the elusive Muramasa, I deftly retreated and countered with a swing of sword energy. The crescent moon blade gathered strength in a swift spin, and a black-purple sword energy materialized, striking out with equal ferocity to that of my opponent. In the fleeting moment of their sword energies meeting, a violent explosion ensued, the intense pressure and force propelling both combatants backward. "That fool, truly a waste, allowing you to nurture such capabilities. How infuriating!" Amidst the billowing smoke, my furious roar echoed, and in an instant, a cold glimmer flashed as the smoke parted, my long sword aimed directly at the sword heart's face. The twin dragon flash executed a swift slash, the elusive Muramasa dodging the long sword's assault, while simultaneously delivering a rapid strike with the scabbard, distorting and injuring my elbow. Yet, I did not retreat. Instead, I advanced and seized the scabbard of the sword heart, pressing it against their chest before forcefully propelling them away. In the air, the sword heart could not contain it any longer and spat forth a mouthful of blood. Injuries exchanged. "This is your loss," I sneered, my elbow slowly recovering as I gazed at the sword heart, now half kneeling on the ground. Coldly, I remarked, "In the words of you earthlings, you are but fragile." Looking at the one bandaging the wounded, Sun, her eyes and expression hidden beneath her violet bangs, concealed her thoughts. Yet, feeling the tremors outside, Sun could not help but speak. "It's all right, I believe in him." Raising her head, she looked at the wig, just like Sister Xing back then. "I trust he will protect us." Observing the girl's slightly trembling form and her resolute expression, the wig sighed helplessly. "It truly feels reminiscent of those times. Every individual now has their heir. Even those who are no longer present have their wills carried forth by those who succeed them, continually emerging here, beside us." Chapter 420. The Collision of Flame and Cold. Beyond the cosmos, fleets were swiftly gathering towards Mars, various warships choosing different paths, all converging towards a singular objective. Do you possess such confidence, Monster Hunter? If it were merely monsters, I would handle it. However, the remaining White Knight demon is beyond my concern. Furthermore, while I hunt these monsters, you are not permitted to intervene. Oh, I can only hope that you will not become the hunted. The opponent is, after all, the man who has vanquished the Night King. Upon arriving here, I had long since accepted the possibility of being hunted. It is a pity that my newly grown hair will not allow me to express my gratitude to him in person before I must repay kindness with enmity. Blood drips down the blade, as two adversaries, their gazes sharp as swords, prepare for an inevitable clash, a life-and-death battle that is about to commence. Why? Why can my wounds not heal? After a prolonged silence, the world finally spoke gravely. The injuries just sustained are not merely slow to recover. Their healing pace is akin to that of a snail. If I were wielding a reverse blade now, you would already be dead. With a scoff, Kenshin remarked. But fear not. Although the effects of the Oboro Muramasa are not on par with the reverse blade, it is sufficient to deal with you. Are you implying that the weapon in your hand can suppress our body's self-healing abilities? With narrowed eyes, the world uttered coldly. What do you think? As he spoke, the purple luminosity of the Oboro Muramasa shimmered, revealing an enigmatic radiance. Upon witnessing such a sight, the world instinctively narrowed his eyes in caution. Thus, one who possesses such a weapon must not be allowed to exist in this world. With a cold declaration, the world forced himself to stand upright. Both this sword and that reverse blade of yours, hidden away somewhere, must be utterly eradicated. Oh, are you afraid? Kenshin teased. As the purple flames of the Oboro Muramasa surged once more, gradually coalescing into a colossal 5-meter-long sword, a giant that laughed menacingly. Heavenly slash. With a chilling proclamation, the massive sword pointed at the world. Kenshin gazed at him, and in turn, the world stared back, their eyes filled with an ever-thickening intent to kill. With a clang, their swords collided, the immense sword bearing down upon the world's long blade with such force that it pressed him to kneel on the ground. Gripping the hilt tightly, he glared ahead with a fierce expression. Be cautious, Kenshin said coldly, his eyes alight with a glint of danger. If you are struck by such a sword, you might as well declare your own death sentence. How infuriating. I truly did not anticipate that this enemy before me had such a hidden hand. Half kneeling under the weight of the sword, the world silently roared, absolutely. I must block this strike. To be struck by such a massive sword would be unimaginable, especially given its unique ability to suppress healing. Once bisected or struck, recovery would be utterly impossible. Humph. I never expected that I would have to exert my full strength for a mere earthling. I never thought I would see such a day. As he spoke, the world gritted his teeth, his once black eyes gradually giving way to a stark white. Instantly, the atmosphere around him shifted. Chilling white energy suddenly enveloped the sword, rising and swirling around the giant blade, intertwining with the searing energy of the sword, producing a hissing sound. Kenshin felt a sudden instability in the energy coalescing into the giant sword, as if it were beginning to scatter in all directions. Transform into mist, cold words declared, and instantly, a fierce chill permeated the massive sword, swiftly solidifying into ice. With a slight exertion from Kenshin, the great sword shattered into crystalline fragments, scattering around him. The icy blade grazed his body, and as the blood, tinged with a hint of coldness, was expelled into the air, it crystallized into blood diamonds before shattering upon hitting the ground. Chilled by the cold, Kenshin retreated a few steps, clutching his wounded chest. He propped himself up with the blade, gazing gravely at the figure before him. A derivative ability, icy cold. How fortuitous, as it perfectly counters your fiery attributes. The figure, with a cold smile, observed Kenshin. Though wounds inflicted by ice attribute attacks do not bleed, the chill will relentlessly erode your body, gradually slowing your movements. Even your once supersonic pace will leave traces, I presume. This is indeed unexpected. I never anticipated there would be something beyond self-healing, Kenshin replied, standing tall, his eyes reflecting a trace of astonishment, yet devoid of fear. Not afraid, are we? Truly a man unafraid of death, the figure remarked. Being countered by attributes means little. If that could make you overconfident, Zhou Ming would certainly disagree. With a raised brow, Kenshin steadied his stance, lifting the blade, the renowned Lang village sword vibrating in response. He assumed a half-crouch position, adopting an aerial swordsmanship stance, distinguishing himself with the sword held behind his back. Stubborn, the figure scoffed, yet understood that this adversary was not easily vanquished. He refrained from approaching recklessly and instead unleashed a wave of white mist-like sword energy from a distance. Whatever attack you unleash, this sword energy will freeze it. Is that so? Kenshin replied, a glint of light flashing in his lowered gaze. With the sword held behind him and his body crouched, he propelled forward, forming a crimson shadow that charged toward the white mist sword energy. Seeking death, are we? My chilling sword energy can freeze you solid. He spun, unleashing a sword energy that penetrated the mist. Though it was quickly crystallized and dissipated, Jinshin's sword executed another swift rotation, as Lang Village's blade spun gracefully in midair, igniting sparks against the ground. Flame. A violet blaze of sword energy surged forth once more, overpowering the weakened icy sword energy. Upon collision, a massive cloud of mist erupted. The figure regarded the obscured area ahead with a growing sense of gravity, instinctively raising his sword in preparation. Just then, a red blur appeared before him. Without hesitation, he swung his blade down, yet the crimson figure dissipated like smoke. Not good. An afterimage. As the sense of crisis expanded within him, an indescribable agony suddenly struck from behind, propelling him involuntarily into the air. Divine speed, dragon source, he exclaimed, swiftly sheathing his sword, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. Feitian Yujianliu Tianshuang Longshan. Chapter 421. The Elders re-emerge. Kenshin Himura, a name that had scarcely garnered attention in my previous life. Merely recognized as a relic from an era long past, nearly forgotten for decades. Yet, despite the passage of time, a small faction of devoted souls clings to his memory with unwavering tenacity. With a decisive step forward, the blade is drawn, cleaving through the air as if it were but a fragile veil. The vacuum created momentarily suspends the world, while the surrounding atmosphere rushes to fill the void. The sudden influx of air forcing a crimson tide from my lips. With a swift motion, I unleashed the Tianshuang Longshan, my sword gripped tightly in hand. In a blink, the blade's luminescent arc appears, and Kenshin materializes behind me. In that fleeting moment, my eyes widen in disbelief as a deep gash manifests along my torso, severing me in twain. Blood arcs skyward, mingling with my insides, a macabre tapestry scattering upon the ground. Your life ends here. I flick the remnants of blood from my blade, which glides across my thumb before returning to its sheath. Kenshin, with a nod to my waist, straightens, gazing upon the remnants of flesh. Elders, your lives shall be avenged. In the afterlife, you shall not be alone. Indeed, I am not the Kenshin who mourns for the nation. In my eyes, the only sights are the corpses strewn about and the threads binding severed limbs. My choices diverge from his. He, a victor of war, chose self-imposed exile. I, a vanquished foe, embraced the path of vengeance. This bloody trail, I find myself retracing once more. An inescapable destiny. Old Eight's display shattered. He is dead. The figures, standing as they always had upon the 12 pillars aboard the heavenly fleet, encircled the earth at its core. Yet today, this scene is marred by the absence of two souls. Impossible. With our self-healing capabilities, how could we succumb to death? Only through aging could it occur. Yet, having consumed the dragon's veins, we may not attain immortality, but we can endure for a time. And Shia is scarcely over 50. Aging is an impossibility. From atop the pillar, the sixth bidder remarked. Not only Shia, but even the display for the Sea King teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet miraculously, it flickered back to life, revealing that despite the depths of his innovations, his healing ability had activated. This marks the 10th. Both Shia and the Sea King had vowed to confront the Ishin Shirshur, the group who dared to wage war against us. Reports Justin confirmed that the Ishin Shirshur were cornered on Mars, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, with the Sea King present as well. This is the second report, delivered in an even tone, devoid of inflection. Shia is deceased, the Sea King gravely wounded. Do the Ishin Shirshur possess such formidable strength? The ninth figure, arms crossed, spoke with an air of aloofness. Do not underestimate these earthlings. Have you not yet felt the repercussions from the lessons learned by the two of them? The Night King, the Lord of the Star Sea, our spring rain, and countless other forces have faced significant resistance and oppression on Earth. The third figure, with a stern demeanor, continued. Or have you forgotten the terrifying presence of that group of men from years past? At the onset of the Banishment War, the Celestials found themselves locked in a relentless struggle against the sword-wielding warriors of Earth. Confronted with the fierce determination of these Earthlings, the Celestials endured a grueling battle. The early stages of the war were intense, with many Banishment patriots perishing, yet numerous formidable individuals also emerged from the fray. It was only through our overt and covert suppression that we managed to eliminate or drive them from the battlefield. The third figure spoke slowly. I had initially believed the war would unfold with a clear advantage for one side. Yet who could have foreseen that a mere human would thwart our meticulously crafted extermination plan? Zhang Hai, you say? I have indeed heard of him. He was a blunder of the Naruto Institute. The 12th figure succinctly pinpointed the core issue. Had it not been for the intervention of Su, I would have resolved to eliminate him then and there. Su was meant to be Sun Yang at that time. Since he intervened to spare the boy, I temporarily set aside my intention to kill him. The third figure's tone grew chillingly cold as he reflected, in hindsight, that remains the most regrettable decision of my life. I should have issued the order to eliminate that whelp immediately. Had I done so, the legendary 5 would never have come into existence. The banishment war would not have once again reached a stalemate, and we would not have had to endure such tribulations. He surveyed his surroundings, lamenting. Allowing him to grow into the current incarnation of the Blade Master was my blunder. No one anticipated that, even back in Sun Yang's time, he would be capable of mentoring such principled young souls. The second figure interjected, it is not for the sake of this nation, but to reclaim a certain individual. Even now, it is not for the nation, but for vengeance against us. The 11th figure remarked casually, what a bother. Must we annihilate them in the cosmos? This matter shall be resolved by Sun Yang himself, the second figure coldly asserted. While they are still in the cosmos, we must hasten to Earth and extract its dragon veins. The second figure continued, now that we have reached this point, there is no longer any need for us to feign civility with the Earthlings. Ha ha, I have longed to do just that. The 9th figure, grabbing his cloak, dramatically revealed his muscular torso, adorned with scars and sword marks. I've told you all before, enough of this incessant prattle, we should have charged in long ago. He leaped down from the towering column, landing silently on the ground. The Blade Master, the White Knight Demon, the young noble, and the loud man. How enticing it would be to hunt the formidable beings of this era. Suddenly, the second figure spoke again. The advancing footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Do not be careless. The adversaries are not to be trifled with. I shall personally shatter their bones and present their severed heads before you. Chapter 422. The title exists, but only those lacking integrity cannot perceive it. Has the battle concluded? The door swung open, and the figure, seated and observing the entire base through monitors, spoke without turning. A formidable foe, yet merely troublesome. As he spoke, the bloodied Kenshin entered. He had dispatched the enemy while they were still overconfident. Dispatch? The figure hesitated momentarily before turning to Kenshin. They possess immortal bodies. The enemy Silver encountered was gravely injured and thrown back, yet I observed through the monitors that he was merely wounded, his injuries gradually healing. Without a means to counter their self-healing abilities, they are indeed challenging to confront. Kenshin pondered this dilemma, although they were no different from ordinary individuals in his eyes. That was solely due to the constraints imposed by the Shinsuke blade, which allowed him to prevail so effortlessly. However, Silver and the others had only one Shinsuke blade, and his reverse blade had long since been shattered. Was there truly no alternative? Regrettably, in the face of such phenomena that defy scientific explanation, discovering a countermeasure is exceedingly difficult. The figure shrugged in resignation. Until then, I can only hope that most of them are coming for you, for if others encounter them. Perhaps I could entrust the Shinsuke blade to Silver? Kenshin replied. As for me, even without the Shinsuke blade, I could reduce them to mere mincemeat. Even if they were to revive, it would take an indeterminate span of time. What a predicament! If the Shinsuke blade were to be taken from us, we would truly be at a loss for how to confront them. The figure sighed in resignation. Until we find an effective method, we shall endeavor to draw the elders before you, and you shall slay them. At least until we discover a countermeasure, the Shinsuke blade must remain in your possession. After all, that rascal Silver cannot unleash his full potential without it. Very well. Reluctantly, Kenshin acquiesced. Ah, what a troublesome situation. That fellow 1T come back to hunt me down after reviving, will he? Such relentless adversaries, who are not only immortal, but also harbor a thirst for revenge, are the most troublesome of all. Meanwhile, Silver, silently cursing and drawing circles, could not help but shout in frustration. Why must there be such bothersome enemies? Is it so difficult to just die? In this world, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a single sword strike. If there is, then strike again. Choma stepped forward, fully embodying the role of the sarcastic prince. Hey, that is my throne. As the embodiment of Shinpachi, my sole power lies in sarcasm. That title rightfully belongs to me. I am not bald yet, you fool. Grabbing Choma by the collar, Silver glared at him with blood-red eyes. Or do you wish for me to pluck each strand of your hair one by one? What courage is there to speak of battle when Jin's hair remains unscathed? Ha ha ha. Chio still laughs, wholly unconcerned as Jin clutches his collar. Yet, when the topic of baldness arises, perhaps there is truth in the words spoken. Suddenly, Wig interjects. Could it be that you are indeed a wig? That long, straight black hair must surely be a facade. In truth, you are bald, aren't you? Jin adopts a face of utter dismay, resembling a mere shell of a man as he gazes at Wig. I have long harbored doubts about that cascade of hair. So, you have indeed been a bald head all along. It's not a wig, it's Katsura. Wig bellows, then continues. Although I am uncertain how you comprehend this. The genuine article of a bald head is truly making an appearance. As Wig steps aside, Jin and the others behold the scene displayed on the monitor. Descending from a warship, amidst those who retain their unchanged forms, stands the long-deceased ABO, Kenshin. The group simultaneously turns their gaze toward Kenshin, who clenches his fists in silence. Though his face betrays little emotion, the fleeting shock and anger in his eyes do not escape their notice. He is alive? Observing the prominent scar across Abo's visage, the reality of him standing before them feels like an affront. Hadn't they confirmed his heart had ceased beating long ago? Old man. At that moment, Kagura, who had been voraciously consuming the food from the cosmos, gasps in astonishment upon seeing the man who has just arrived. With hair cropped close to his scalp, a resolute expression, and eyes devoid of warmth, his severed arm remains unadorned by machinery. Clad in a rugged attire that speaks of a seasoned warrior, his tattered cloak and the umbrella on his back unmistakably reveal his identity. Yato, the bald, old man, Kenshin states with a cold demeanor, turning away as he strides forward. I shall inquire about his intentions. Wait. Wig suddenly exclaims, halting Kenshin's steps. You must not go. If I do not go, then will you? Kenshin raises an eyebrow. Of course, it is not I who will go, Wig replies, glancing at Jin. This matter, I believe, the three of them from the odd jobs should be quite interested in. It pertains to them. I shall ask the old man. Without hesitation, Kagura discards the food in her hand and rushes toward the door. Kagura, Shinpachi calls out loudly before following suit. I shall go and see as well. Jin offers with a resigned smile, finding it difficult to choose. Kagura, at this moment, must have prepared herself for the worst, and her choice, no. She should not have to choose. The anguish from the choices we endured should not befall the next generation. With this thought, Jin's gaze sharpens, and he silently resolves to take a stand. As he and his companions depart, Kenshin turns to Wig and asks, What of me? After such a prolonged battle, you ought to take a break. It is merely a matter of balancing work and rest. With that, the one with the wig unceremoniously gestured to one side. A space has already been reserved for you over there. Do take the initiative to stay there. Hey, is this how you treat me, O authority? What about the people's rights? Are you speaking of democracy in this universe? Surely, it is your mind that is barren. Is democracy to be divided by region? By the way, have you seen the recent blockbuster? They claim it's for Azeroth, yet they end up shouting for the Alliance. Ultimately, is this not a victory for the Alliance? When will the Alliance release a blockbuster? TCH, speaking of which, you are quite weak, aren't you? What? I am weak. In a certain sense. You must ponder that yourself. I suggest you attempt to challenge a level 300, and then you shall comprehend my meaning. Have we digressed? Oh, so you are aware. Chapter 4:23. Unable to conceive a title in the plaza outside the base, one hand obstructed the eager advance of Kagura, while Jintoki remained expressionless, gazing ahead at the man standing at the forefront, alongside several familiar figures behind him. I am quite curious to know why you are here. After observing for a while, in the increasingly tense atmosphere, Jintoki finally spoke. To hunt monsters. As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened, a fleeting brilliance flashing before the atmosphere swirled like a tempest, lifting the garments of everyone present. Monsters, you say? Jintoki scoffed, carefully savoring the words. What exactly do you mean by monsters? Those who can accomplish what ordinary individuals cannot. Those who can slay beasts that common folk cannot vanquish. The bald one remarked, casting a somewhat veiled glance behind him. Those behind me also do not belong to humanity. They are monsters. Facing the bald one's mockery, it was quite commendable that the void could maintain a semblance of a smile. Shouldn't you turn around to deal with them, O cosmic monster hunter? He squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the bald figure. After the Night King's demise, I became the strongest of the night rabbits. Have you ever seen a strongest seek a weaker opponent? The bald one evasively avoided Kagura's gaze. My target, of course, is the strongest one. The strongest, huh? Jintoki chuckled derisively, looking at the bald one with confusion. Why? Why what? Why assist them in their endeavors? Why aid them in confronting us? Does a monster hunter require a reason to hunt monsters? Does this include humanoid monsters as well? Humanoid monsters are all bosses. Is that so? Then here, the strongest boss is but one. With that, Jintoki stepped aside, revealing the small Kagura concealed behind him, who was now tearfully gazing at the bald one. Swing your umbrella towards your daughter, O monster hunter! Jintoki bellowed in anger. That roar causing the resting Kingai in the control room to momentarily freeze, followed by a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. With closed eyes, he prepared to pick up his Homura Masamune and step out the door. At the moment when Kenshin made his move, a pair of delicate hands gently pressed against his thigh. Though no words were spoken, her silence conveyed a profound sentiment. Do you not wish for me to leave? Kenshin refrained from forcibly rising, for a mere woman's hand could not possibly restrain him. Rather, it was his own heart that held him back. If you step outside, I fear. Fear of what? There are others here. You are quite safe. If you go out, will I never see you cross this threshold again? Or will you enter and then vanish from my sight? The bandaging of his wounded shoulder continued, as strands of lavender hair cascaded down, filling Kenshin's senses with the fragrance of lavender. Her modest bosom brushed against his arm as she bent, her exquisite face bearing a striking resemblance to Akira. Yet he understood that she was simply Kaoru. In this moment, Kenshin realized that the little girl he had once rescued had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, vibrant and youthful. Her character was neither particularly malicious nor purely benevolent. Indeed, it was complex. What are you thinking of? Kenshin inquired softly. You left your sister to fight, and she awaited your return, yet you could not continue your bond with her. It was the same with Sister Akira. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I fear that once you step outside, I may never see you again. I fear that when you return, you may not find me. In silence, he found himself unable to refute her. She was undeniably correct. He slumped down, allowing Kaoru to tend to the wounds on his shoulder without uttering another word. Soon, everything will be well. When we return to Earth, far from this war, even if you were to perish, I would remain unconcerned. But now, I implore you, do not leave my sight. Is that agreeable, Kenshin? For a fleeting moment, a wave of surprise washed over him, yet it was swiftly suppressed. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. Yet, in the presence of this young girl, he could not help but be moved. At this time, one ought to explore the side stories. Contentedly tending to the flowers by the door, she watched them sway in the wind and droplets of water. Her spirits lifted considerably. Lord Takasugi, we have finally found you. At that moment, a man carrying a guitar approached, accompanied by a ponytailed blonde girl and a seemingly earnest middle-aged man. So you have finally arrived. The act of watering the flowers did not cease, but Takasugi's smile grew ever more radiant, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Do not call me Lord Takasugi any longer. As he spoke, he casually untied the bandage that secured his hair, allowing his long violet locks to cascade down his back like a waterfall, partially obscuring his face. Call me Lord Jinzo. As she spoke, she turned back with a charming smile, a smile so breathtakingly beautiful that it struck the heart. My true name is Takasugi Shinsuke, and I am a woman. This is the already petrified trio. What? Lord Takasugi is a woman. Then I. As she spoke, the blonde girl with a ponytail seemed to have made a significant decision. Trembling lips and closed eyes, she declared. Then I also don't mind Yuri. What kind of disgraceful statement have you made? I believe you all have some thoughts on this matter. The fact that I am a woman, a man without an Adam's apple, who has never drunk with you and never allowed you to see me bathe. Shinsuke looked at them and couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. At that time, I had to uphold the dignity of being the leader of the Onawabanshu. And I had to disguise myself as a man because I did not want to face a certain individual. Moreover, on the path of vengeance, reverting to my feminine form would not have been of any assistance. I have heard this from the women who once served you. But I thought they were deceiving me. After all, it is challenging to accomplish anything in the guise of a woman, she sighed. So, Lord Shinsuke now speaks openly about her identity as a woman. Wanchi couldn't help but ask softly. At this moment, there is nothing wrong with being a woman. She thought of that man and revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. I have found a place where I can finally dock my ship. amidst this endless sea of revenge. The three exclaimed in surprise. The matters of my time as a man have already been shouldered by others. Since the significance of my disguise has vanished, it is time for me to revert to my true self as a woman. As she spoke, Shinsuke looked up at the sky, a flicker of concern passing through her gaze. But, as you step into revenge, are you truly still the same Kenshin? For some reason, even though I have fulfilled my wish of having you walk alongside me, I find no joy in it. Is this truly good or bad for you? Chapter 4:24. Each their own opponent. Shiroyasha, do you have the right to speak on his behalf? Smirking, as he stepped forward, the peculiar aura exclusive to him was unleashed, causing Kagura and the others to swallow their words in trepidation. Qualification? Jintoki scoffed, stepping forward to stand protectively in front of Shinpachi. What right does Kagura have to challenge her father? What does it have to do with you outsiders? Whether I can represent Kenshin in battle or not. As he spoke, he drove the Toya lake into the ground, cracking the earth and causing fissures to radiate outward from the lake. Oh, it seemed that the figure appeared slightly surprised, raising an eyebrow. And then his voice suddenly echoed in Jintoki's ear. Startled, Jintoki instinctively raised his fist. Yet the voice behind him returned in the blink of an eye to the remnants of its prior shadow, as if it had never moved at all. Observe how you cannot even discern my whereabouts, yet you presume to confront me. With a feigned expression of helplessness, I extend my hands and suggest that it might be prudent for you to stand aside and watch the unfolding drama, for I cannot foresee what may transpire. As you have previously asserted, excluding that monster and Bayacha, none of you are permitted to act. Just then, the Starry Sea Master, pronounced in a low voice. That is contingent upon your successful procurement of him, retorted Su, stepping back a few paces. Simultaneously, the forces of Tiandao, under the subtle signal from Hong, began to advance slowly towards Jintoki and his companions. Prior to that moment, any obstacle preventing your encounter with him shall be cleared by us, Hong stated indifferently. No need for that, as the main gate suddenly swung open, revealing a man with his hair tied back, exuding an air of striking elegance. He stood alongside his vigilant comrades, the Isshin Shirshir, forming a protective circle around Jintoki. The Isshin Shirshir surrounding them conveyed a sense of safeguarding Jintoki and his allies. Your words indicate that we have yet to lay eyes upon Kenshin, the man with the wig remarked, slightly pushing the long blade in his hand with his thumb. With a cold tone, he continued, it is indeed an honor for our team to be treated in such a manner by Tiandao. However, despite our lack of retreat options on this Mars, I assure you that we shall not perish here. Even if you encircle us, we will vanquish you all and escape this perilous situation. Your survival hinges upon our attitude towards you. Do not misjudge the order of importance, my esteemed young sir, Hong interjected. What of your remaining comrades? The man wearing sunglasses and a red trench coat chuckled awkwardly as he stepped out, scratching the back of his head. Upon joining Jintoki, he felt that revealing a silly side in front of so many was rather embarrassing and thus composed himself. I am Sakamoto. What brings you here? The Swift Aid team seemingly ignored Chiharu's ambiguous remarks, as Su observed Chiharu's grave expression. Is the Swift Aid team also getting involved? Well, while it is true that your Tiandao is formidable, there appears to be quite a bit of misinformation, which explains why you have had to remain hidden beneath the vast cosmic stage, Chiharu remarked, scratching his head. This title seems somewhat embarrassing, yet I feel compelled to reiterate. Should you choose to leave now, I believe you may still have time. The Swift Aid team is the unequivocal choice for transporting goods among the major factions in the universe. We shall not trouble you significantly. If you depart, I can act as though nothing has transpired. However, Chiharu added, with a serious yet amused demeanor, I cannot pretend as if nothing has occurred. I am a rather loud man, the head of the logistics team of the Isshin Shirshir, version Chiharu. Currently, I am the captain of the Swift Aid team. As he spoke, he removed his sunglasses and fixed Su with a sharp gaze. What brings you here, Sakamoto? A path to self-destruction, Su remarked. Observing Chiharu's successful display of bravado, yet merely closed his eyes and retorted coldly. As the words left his lips, the master of the Star Sea immediately sprang into action, lunging towards Jintoki and his companions. Behind Jintoki, a crimson figure propelled itself off his shoulder, using him as a fulcrum to deliver a swift kick, sending the master of the Star Sea sprawling. Old man, has your mind gone as bald as your head? Kagura remarked, her gaze fixed on the master of the Star Sea. Or have you sacrificed the little intelligence you possess for those scant strands of hair? Kagura, stand aside. The master of the Star Sea hissed. If your intellect is so meager, I wouldn't mind incinerating the hair you've just regrown to help you regain a semblance of wit. With that, Kagura assumed a fighting stance, declaring, I will not let you pass, old man. How infuriating. You truly understand nothing. The master of the Star Sea retorted. In light of our current positions, I find myself utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Oboro's forces surged forward, only to be met by the furious shouts of the loyalists, igniting an extreme clash. As Oboro continued to charge, a katana abruptly intercepted his path, forcing him to retreat a few steps and regard the man before him. I will not allow you to pass, the man with the wig stated coldly, turning to face Oboro squarely. Since you have not perished, you ought to be grateful for this second chance at life. However, I find you to be quite the wastrel. Noble sir, Oboro replied softly, if I were to kill you, the true leader of the loyalists would perish as well, rendering the so-called loyalist movement nothing more than a farce. Should you possess the capability, the man with the wig raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanging, then come and try. Huh. Meanwhile, on Jintoki's side, he clashed with the blade of the Tenketsu Zangetsu, the dia lake spinning in his grasp as he wrapped the chain at the end of the Tenketsu's handle around his sword. With a roar, Jintoki yanked back forcefully. Useless. I personally taught you that swordplay, he exclaimed, but the chain of the Tenketsu extended infinitely, and with a swift motion, the blade struck, forcing Jintoki back. Just as he thought he had evaded, a gash opened on his shoulder, blood spraying forth. Sword energy? Jintoki dismissed the injury, maintaining a serious demeanor as he calmly analyzed the abilities of his opponent. According to that Neptune fellow, this entity should possess its own unique powers. What could they be? Lost in thought, he momentarily let his guard down. The dark, flowing strike descended upon him, and Jintoki shouted in alarm, raising the red cherry blossom with all his might. Yet, the Tenketsu's strike collided with the red cherry blossom, unleashing a shattering force. Both the entity and Jintoki staggered backward, each taken aback. The red cherry blossom truly rivals the Tenketsu Zangetsu. It can withstand such a blow? The entity gazed at the pink glowing blade in Jintoki's hand, expressing admiration. Though I am not well acquainted with that fellow, the mere fact that he entrusted me with this sword reveals that he is not as malevolent as one might think. Inshur gazed at the crimson cherry blossom sword in his hand. A distinguished warrior would never part with his blade. He entrusted it to me, believing in my capacity to achieve what he could not. Did I truly possess the ability to wrest the red cherry sword from his grasp? Though I remain uncertain of his intentions, I vow not to disappoint him. The notion of inheritance is rather tiresome. With a disdainful snort, I raised my hand, unleashing a surge of black sword energy. Such a monotonous legacy shall end here. There will be no hope of its continuation. Chapter 425. A traitor among us. As the battle raged outside, within the control room, Sun Air, tending to the wounded, paused momentarily, an unsettling feeling washing over her as she glanced at Kenshin. Fear not. I am here. I shall protect you all, he assured, seated on the ground, sword cradled in his arms. Despite his stillness, one eye, slightly opened, surveyed the empty void. The injured samurai surrounding Kenshin exchanged anxious glances, but the confidence reflected in his gaze alleviated their concerns. Truly, he is a force that leaves the elders of the heavenly path at a loss. Just then, a man cloaked in black entered slowly through the door, positioning himself at a relatively safe distance before speaking in a low voice. I am not accustomed to conversing with one who wears a mask, let alone engaging in sincere dialogue. If you wish to reveal something, it would be best to remove your mask. Kenshin spoke, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, I have come seeking collaboration. Prior to that, presenting some leverage could be deemed an exchange. As he spoke, the man unveiled his scarred hands from beneath his dark robe and removed his hood and mask, revealing a visage marred by scars and burns. Your face, yes, it serves as a reminder of the torment they inflicted upon me, the suffering I endured. Each moment, I recall the anguished screams of my compatriots echoing in my ears, driving me to madness with the desire for vengeance. The man's eyes blazed with an inner fire. After a century of waiting, I have finally encountered this opportunity. Himura Kenshin, you are the only one I deem capable of resisting the heavenly path. Oh, Kenshin elongated the sound, slightly altering its tone. A century? To my knowledge, Only those who have consumed the dragon vein energy of planets can maintain their youth for such an extended period. Does that imply you are one of them? Indeed. I am the 11th elder of the heavenly path. Hey, the man, unashamed of his identity, stated plainly. However, do not be astonished. I am unlike those greedy individuals. For the past 100 years, the sole motivation sustaining my existence has been vengeance. They seized my planet's dragon vein, leading it to become a desolate wasteland within mere years. My kin, unable to traverse the cosmos, perished, drowning upon our planet. Do you comprehend? 55 billion souls. Apart from my fortuitous escape aboard the vessel of the celestial path, no one has survived. Therefore, I cannot perish. No matter the torment or despair I endure, I must await the arrival of someone capable of vanquishing the celestial path. In the cosmos, this organization is a malignant tumor, inevitably leading innocent planets down the same path my homeworld has traversed, subjecting them to their ruthless plunder. When they discovered your planet, Earth, I initially believed it was yet another celestial body destined for ruin. Little did I know that this seemingly primitive planet possessed the prowess to contend with the celestial path. The emergence of formidable warriors amid the conflict has been a constant stimulation to my senses, particularly the 5 of you, who rank among the elite in the universe. Regardless of your words, they are mere platitudes. While you claim to be an undercover agent, I remain somewhat skeptical. It is implausible for me to trust you outright. As Kenshin spoke, he nonchalantly adjusted his wrist. However, you must be aware of the advantages the celestial path possesses, right? Their formidable self-healing abilities. Each individual endowed with unique powers. All are unparalleled warriors in the cosmos. Even the arrogant Shur, whom you killed, fell victim to his own hubris. Hey, with a tone of admiration, remarked, though you successfully eliminated Shur, the Sea King remains alive. Moreover, the 9th elder, Guangdao, has departed from the battleship and arrived at Mars, and his combat prowess ranks among the top within the celestial path. Furthermore, the intelligence you possess regarding the weapon capable of annihilating them has already been disseminated by the Sea King. It is only a matter of time before they mobilize to eliminate you on this planet. He gazed at Kenshin. They will not permit anyone to threaten their existence. Will all 12 elders converge to eliminate a single individual? Humph. Kenshin scoffed. This is all part of the plan, is it not? He was momentarily taken aback. For now, I can trust you. Then, may I inquire about the intelligence concerning the 12 elders of the celestial path? Absolutely. He responded without hesitation. I am placing everything on your shoulders, for the prospect of waiting any longer is unbearable. I cannot endure the prospect of collapse amidst those mournful cries. First elder, Ju. Known universally as the man of absolute mystery, his whereabouts are perpetually unknown. One can never ascertain the nature of his existence. Second elder, Jean. The second elder of the council, clad in a striking crimson robe befitting a fire mage. Humorously, he is already 30, possesses the ability to manipulate flames. Third elder, Jean. The third elder, donned in a yellow robe, wields the power to command the earth. This ability may seem trivial in the cosmos, yet given your current location on Mars, one must exercise extreme caution when encountering him. Fourth elder, Li. The fourth elder often conceals himself beneath a black robe, merely masking his true form. He is a man of genuine immortality. Unless his weaknesses can be discerned, he is utterly indomitable. Fifth, Neptune, the 5th member of the Senate, is the true sovereign who governs the Martian base. His abilities encompass unparalleled speed and the art of illusionary duplication. To delve deeper, you may inquire with the White Knight Chopper, who recently triumphed over him. Sixth, Hades, the 6th member of the Senate, serves as its intellectual powerhouse. Most of the strategies, including the narrative plans for the Isolation War and your subsequent arrangements, originated from his mind. I believe he would pique your interest. Seventh, the Celestial King. The 7th member of the Senate possesses an impenetrable golden physique and remarkable close combat skills. His most notable achievement is single-handedly annihilating an entire Night Rabbit combat unit. For you, it would be prudent to avoid this formidable adversary. Eighth, the World, the 8th member of the Senate, is an arrogant man of nobility, notorious for his penchant for manipulating women, embodying the traits of a debauched aristocrat. His power lies in ice, and indeed, he faces the consequences of his actions. Ninth, the Light Path, the 9th member of the Senate, is a battle enthusiast who grows bolder with each encounter, proving to be a formidable foe. 10th, the Hollow, the 10th member of the Senate, is is a treacherous individual, adept at maneuvering through the Senate's intricacies. Lacking any significant abilities, he is a quintessential opportunist. 11th, Black. That would be me. I possess no extraordinary capabilities, save for a heart fueled by vengeance. 12th, the Heart Demon, the 12th member of the Senate, wields the power to evoke deep-seated regrets and fears within individuals, making him, in many respects, the most perilous of them all. As for the 12 members, along with the Netherworld, Kenshin contemplated. I am aware that they are preoccupied with unraveling the mystery of their immortality, while the means to counter it shall be entrusted to me. Raising his gaze, Black fixed his intense eyes upon Kenshin. Do you dare to believe in me? Huh. I do believe you. Even if you were deceiving me, I would not allow you to leave unscathed. The crux lies in my conviction that someone with a burning desire for vengeance, like the dwarf cedar, cannot feign authenticity, Kenshin replied with a scoff, gradually articulating his thoughts. Their immortality is not genuine. I will provide you with specifics. However, my time here is limited, Black stated as he donned his cloak once more. Thank you for believing in me. I shall assist you, for it is also a means to aid myself in eradicating the celestial path once and for all. Wait. Kenshin interjected abruptly. Black regarded him with confusion. Facing their gazes, I must pose a question on their behalf, he said, surveying the surrounding isolation warriors. He noticed their eyes searching for a purpose, yearning to understand the significance of their sacrifices in battle, where they lost limbs or sustained permanent injuries. Kenshin paused, then solemnly declared, I believe this question must be asked on their behalf. If the Earth's dragon veins are severed, what fate awaits our planet? Black remained silent for an extended moment. Have you ever seen Mars before the establishment of the Martian base? Chapter 426. Assistance after a series of agile lateral maneuvers. The moment of retreat was met with a decisive strike. Yet, Honging did not stand idly by. Instead, she cleaved the ground, leaving a fissure in her wake. Gintama's reflexes surpassed those of many, as he instinctively leaped backward the instant he discerned the attack had missed. He countered the incoming sword energy with a swift lateral slash and, with a deft pivot, utilized the force of the blow from the Tiansua Zhanyu to propel himself backward. He landed swiftly, drawing his sword with both hands just in time to fend off the assault from Tiansua Zhanyu. Though the attack was deflected, the force of Tiansua Zhanyu surged through Honging, impacting Gintama directly. He involuntarily stepped forward, yet he resolutely braced himself. Even as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, he refused to lunge forward. Foolish, the entity scoffed coldly, unleashing a surge of dark energy from Tiansua Zhanyu that sent Gintama hurtling away, while it continued its relentless advance. Closing the distance, it aimed a lethal strike at Gintama. Not so easily. With a clever twist, Donya Lake redirected the trajectory of Tiansua Zhanyu, while Gintama's body, midair, was forced downward. This maneuver, however, destabilized his internal energy and exacerbated the injuries he had sustained from the earlier shockwave. Yet, Gintama paid little heed to these concerns. After a quick pirouette, Honging harnessed the momentum to execute a counterstrike, sending the entity, which had been poised to block with Tiansua Zhanyu, flying backward. For a fleeting moment, both adversaries regarded each other, as if the recent violent clash had been merely a figment of the imagination, rather than a manifestation of their murderous intent. Incredible feat, Gintama. You have truly impressed me, the entity remarked, clapping lightly, its gaze betraying unmasked admiration. You have indeed granted me an unparalleled thrill. Are you the king of Billy, engaging in Billy-esque antics? I harbor no interest in you, nor do I find any amusement in your presence, Gintama retorted with a scoff, holding his dual blades at the ready. I'm quite curious about how you transformed into this entity. It seems you still do not recall what I have shared with you, the entity replied, extending its palm toward Gintama. The existence of Song Yang is predicated upon my being, a singular miracle that has emerged in 5 centuries, since it is founded upon my existence. How can one speak of becoming this entity? It continued, slowly closing its open hand, as if to extinguish Gintama's final glimmer of hope. From the very beginning, you have failed to comprehend the futility of your naive aspirations in battling me. Forgive me, Gintama interrupted nonchalantly, picking his nose. With a vacant stare, he regarded the entity, devoid of vigor. Those who cling to such naive notions are still engaged in mundane chatter, while the odds of 2 among 5 individuals lying about somewhere are rather high. Therefore, I find no necessity to become like that. The deceased ought to return to their rightful place. The mere act of rising from the dead is sufficiently terrifying. To my surprise, a tedious century-old virgin has come back to life. With a flick of his pinky, Gintoki nonchalantly flicked away a booger, finally gazing at the sullen-faced figure before him. Even the resurrection through impure soil is not as fantastical as your existence. Or perhaps you emerged from some unknown grave of deities and demons. His nonsensical chatter could not alter the reality, yet Gintoki remained oblivious to the shifting scales of victory. As he spoke, the figure observed the surroundings. Although Saiga Boza hesitated to strike hard due to Kagura's safety, it was commendable that Kagura could barely hold her ground against Saiga Bozu. Meanwhile, the battle between the Whig and the one known as Oboro raged on. A cunning member of Naraku, employing devious tactics against a once noble samurai who now took delight in explosives, resulting in an extraordinary clash that defied conventional understanding. On the side of the Jui rebels, the overall situation appeared bleak. Despite the presence of the elite duo, Kuriko and Shinbachi, the members of the Tendu army were not easy adversaries. Gradually, the initially favorable position of the Jui rebels was being leveled by the Tendu forces. Much like in days of yore, despite their strength, the disparity lay in the quality of their troops, establishing a fundamental gap. The distant victory would ultimately rest in my grasp. Gazing at Gintoki's silence, the figure smiled with confidence. That may not be the case, a voice echoed from outside. The figure furrowed his brow, peering ahead. Hey, Kenshin, we've come to find you. A massive vintage ship broke through the crimson sky of Mars, appearing before everyone. This loud proclamation heralded the arrival of a new force, disrupting what was meant to be a decisive battle. How unexpected, the figure mused, contemplating the unanticipated arrival that thwarted his carefully laid plans. It has indeed been a long time, he remarked as a staircase descended from the ship. In an instant, a shadowy figure rushed down the steps, transforming into a gray blur that charged towards him. Seeking death, he scoffed, a cold snort reverberating through the air, sending everything nearby hurtling away. The rapidly approaching figure was abruptly halted, forced to come to a standstill. Clad in a garment of animal hide with linen trousers, adorned with bones and silver trinkets, the youth's upper body was bare, revealing a muscular frame. His thick brows and piercing eyes were laden with frost and fury, unmistakable hatred and anger flickering in his gaze as he regarded the figure. "Oh, I did not expect you to find me here," the figure remarked, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes before he immediately resorted to mockery. "The celestial beings have mobilized en masse to Mars, a fact that has ceased to be a secret within the cosmos. Initially, we were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding us. Yet an invitation from an enigmatic individual beckoned us on a protracted journey towards our ultimate destination, Earth. It is here that we have received the latest intelligence," punctuated by a rugged voice resonating from behind. "Residing on such a distant and secluded planet, we feel a sense of regret. Only upon reaching the Milky Way did we grasp the nature of your conflicts, and we finally comprehend the relentless struggle that has defined Jinshin's endeavors." As articulated by a melodious female voice. "Fool," the coarse male voice thundered as a towering figure materialized before the assembly. "You have seized the dragon vein of our planet. All of these grievances accumulated over the years must be repaid. You shall return what you owe to the Shotzi clan." Chapter 427. The Great Battle of Mars. Samtu of the Shotzi clan. "How is it that you have arrived on Earth?" The curiosity in Su's voice was unmistakable, laced with astonishment. "Has that nearly desolate planet finally succumbed? It is quite unexpected that you have managed to endure until now, you pack of stray dogs. You have taken the power of our planet's dragon vein. It is my fault for placing my trust in you." Samtu's eyes flickered with regret, his countenance darkening. "The tribe repeatedly cautioned me against trusting others, and it was my disobedience that led to the loss of our planet's power to a scoundrel like you. Oh, what an abundance of energy. It shall sustain me for quite some time," Su remarked with a faint smirk. "How dare you speak so?" Samtu retorted, furrowing his brow and unleashing a furious shout towards Su. "Not only that," Su replied, casting a sidelong glance at the panting Ainshur before directing his gaze towards the Shotzi spacecraft overhead. "I have made good use of the dragon vein's power from your planet." As he spoke, he brandished the Tianlok Zhanyu, a ghastly green light enveloping the blade, intertwining with the swirling black mist. The green aura coalesced around the black, seemingly amplifying its might. With a detached scoff, Su did not swing the weapon, Yet a surge of sword chi abruptly flashed from the blade, hurtling into the air. Watch out! At that moment, Ainshur hurled the Dongi Lake and propelled himself into the air, leveraging the force to ascend with greater speed. With a downward slash, Hongying intercepted the black-green sword chi, but in the next instant, a violent explosion engulfed Ainshur, erupting in a breathtaking display of light amidst the sky. Ainshur, the four-haired warrior, engaged in combat with Rong, watched in horror as Ainshur was consumed by the blast, exclaiming in despair. You are distracted. Rong's gaze suddenly ignited with a fierce gleam, and he darted towards the side of the four-haired warrior, his dagger poised to strike without hesitation. A crimson sword chi surged swiftly, slicing past the four-haired warrior and forcing Rong to retreat, while the blood-red blade did not dissipate, but rather arced around, landing before Su. As the ground was torn asunder by the crimson sword aura, Su raised an eyebrow and finally turned his gaze towards the grand entrance. He recognized this ominous presence, a being who had once perished, now resurrected from the depths of hell to exact vengeance. How intriguing, he thought. Is this sword aura a declaration of war against me? With a gentle tone that belied the gravity of the situation, Kenshin replied. This individual is no longer what he once was. The voice emanating from behind the door was not a challenge, but rather a statement. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, Kenshin's blade, the Horai village, remained sheathed. He stepped forward to confront Su, questioning, have you truly let your guard down? Not long after Kenshin's words fell, Su felt a sudden prickling at the nape of his neck, followed by an icy chill that surged through him, accompanied by excruciating pain radiating from his back. Su, this strike will grant you an experience unlike any other, akin to savoring a piece of exquisite gum, spoke Jintoki, appearing abruptly behind Su. His forehead bloodied and his body enveloped in swirling black smoke. The crimson blade, the red sakura, glowed ominously as it struck Su from behind. Su stumbled forward, while Jintoki, having inflicted significant damage, swiftly retreated a few steps, regarding Su with a heavy expression. How naive, Su scoffed. Do you truly believe such a trivial wound could inflict any substantial harm upon me? Even with the gaping wound on my back still bleeding profusely. My tone drips with mockery. Are you quite certain? Jintoki inquired, his voice dripping with an unsettling curiosity. At that moment, Su sensed something amiss. Though the wound inflicted by Jintoki was healing, the speed of recovery was painfully slow, akin to that of a tortoise, a stark contrast to his previous regenerative capabilities. That blood-red sword aura was unleashed through my Horai village, which inhibits your self-healing abilities and inflicts considerable damage. As my sword aura was released through Horai village, it carried the same potency, Kenshin explained to Su with a calm demeanor. That sword aura did not strike you, nor was it a challenge. It was meant for Jintoki. The red sakura has absorbed the power of Genshin's sword aura, thus inheriting the same attributes as the Horai village. Therefore, that wound on your back is not destined to heal, Jintoki added. You both are truly infuriating. Su's tone was inscrutable. Yet the underlying implications caused Kenshin and Jintoki to furrow their brows. Ah, Kenshin, I have finally located you. At that moment, the ship above, Samtu, waved enthusiastically at Kenshin, his eyes gleaming with joy. Ah, Samtu, I did not expect you to actually find Earth, Kenshin waved back, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Unfortunately, we are not on Earth at the moment. This is Mars. Not to worry. Once we have dealt with this fellow, we shall visit your home planet, Earth, for an enjoyable time. As hosts, you must ensure we are well taken care of. Samtu exclaimed exuberantly, his voice echoing across the Martian landscape, capturing the attention of many. Jintoki and the others could not help but feel a sense of camaraderie towards such a boisterous character. Deal with us? Such audacity. Though the wounds behind remain festering, the void has indeed unveiled its true power. The glances exchanged amongst Kenshin and his companions are devoid of mockery. Instead, they are laden with a frigid intent to kill. For one wielding such a weapon as you, the resolve to extinguish your life has undeniably been ignited within the ranks of the heavenly path. Following these words, the heavens, save for Samtu's vessel, are once again shrouded by the fleet of the heavenly path. The crimson Martian sky is replete with the warships of the heavenly path and those of the spring ring. The encirclement is complete. After clashing blades with the four-haired warrior, Oboro gracefully descends to the ground, pondering aloud. Encirclement? The four-haired warrior scoffs, planting his blade into the earth. Who is truly surrounding whom remains to be seen. Just as these words leave his lips, several warships from the heavenly path inexplicably explode, cascading to the ground like fiery meteors. Let us not forget, we the Loyalists have emerged in this conflict, claiming a portion of the Martian sky. Our reinforcements blaze forth, a torrent of flames illuminating the battlefield as a series of warships are struck down. Since the onset of this war, the elusive Haruma has finally led his reinforcements onto the battlefield, exclaiming, "Ah, I, Sakamoto, have arrived. Alongside us are the Shadowed Chosen." Meanwhile, Ito commands the Black warships and the Dark Chosen, appearing amidst the Martian skies. "We shall not overlook the persecution you have unleashed upon the Chosen, nor the harm inflicted upon our leader." Simultaneously, a smile tugs at the corners of the lips of the faux-haired Jin and Kenshin. The entirety of the heavenly path has emerged. Splendid. This is precisely the spectacle we desired. To eradicate all troubles at once is indeed a delightful prospect, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Chapter 428. The Elder's Demise: What constitutes a chaotic battle? Or perhaps, what defines a grand conflict? At this moment, centered upon Mars, an array of battles has erupted around this seemingly inconspicuous planet. The Loyalists, the Chosen, and the reinforcement squad collectively dominate the crimson Martian skies, engaging in fierce combat with the warships of the heavenly path. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire striking vessels and the resounding crashes of fireballs plummeting from the heavens illustrate the fierce equilibrium of this war. Are these three factions merely holding their ground against the heavenly path? Kenshin and his companions gaze upon the unfolding skirmish in the sky, pondering the rarity of this moment. How remarkable it is. Once relegated to gazing up at the heavenly path from the ground, you now stand upon equal footing with the heavens. At that juncture, 5 figures clad in black robes slowly descend from the initially fallen warship. Although their gender and age are indiscernible at first glance, the sheer aura and power they exude compel all present to feel a weight upon their hearts. The strong gaze fiercely, prompting Kenshin to shield his companions with unwavering resolve. Standing tall before the 5 robed figures, it seems this is precisely what they anticipated as they fixed their attention upon the sword sheathed at Kenshin's waist. "Draw your blade and surrender, Oboro Muramasa." The figure clad in black, standing at the center, spoke with a chilling tone. "Oh, you've raised your eyebrows." Kenshin addressed the 5 men, his words dripping with disdain. "If you do not surrender the Izo Muramasa, everyone present here today shall meet their demise." His voice was laced with an icy menace, yet despite this, they remained hesitant to advance. "If you truly desire it, why not come and take it yourself?" Merely exchanging barbs is hardly the manner of the esteemed elders of the Tenkaido, Kenshin scoffed, his gaze steadying. "Or perhaps you are frightened of me wielding the Izo Muramasa?" A heavy silence ensued. "It is regrettable. It seems the intelligence regarding the weapon that counters you has reached you faster than anticipated." A voice mocked from the sidelines. "Kenshin, do you still believe you can break free?" "Of course." However, before Kenshin could articulate further, a sudden voice captured everyone's attention, one that did not belong to anyone present. "Ha! Whether you are the Choshu rebels or the Tenkaido, perish." As the warship ascended slowly into the sky, the laughter of its speaker grew increasingly unrestrained. "Sisi, when did this happen?" The wig-wearing figure stared in astonishment at the rising warship and shouted, "Those who dare oppose me, the general, shall perish." With that, the cannon at the forefront shifted position, instantly aiming at the very center where Kenshin and the 5 elders confronted one another. Boom! A cannonball surged forth, transforming into a fiery meteor that struck the ground at the center, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The sound waves, accompanied by sparks and debris, sent the Choshu rebels and the Tenkaido flying. Even Jintoki and the others could only brace themselves with their swords plunged into the ground, struggling to remain grounded against the force. "Die! I shall return to my earth. I am the mighty general, Sabashi Sisi." As the warship soared higher, its rear suddenly belched forth a torrent of flames, propelling it into the crimson sky. "Cough, cough. That guy, I should have known to slice him down from the start." The wig-wearing figure muttered, coughing. With a clang, a figure moved in front of the wig-wearer, the red Sakura blade intercepting the downward strike of the Izo. Jintoki's eyes glinted with an inscrutable coldness. "For someone like you, I shall not let my guard down for even a second." With a swift motion, he sent the Izo flying away, gradually lowering his sword and speaking slowly. "Humph!" Izo huffed, seeing his ambush thwarted by Jintoki. He let out a cold snort, but chose not to charge forward. He likely understood that against Gintoki, his strength did not guarantee victory, perhaps a 7-3 advantage, with Gintoki holding the greater odds. That won't do, wigwearer. You must recognize that I owe much to Cece for that cannon, he said, as dust swirled around, coalescing into Kenshin's sword, which was enveloped by a violet aura, forming a small gray tornado. After absorbing the swirling dust, Gintoki and the others were finally able to discern the unfolding events. Oh, esteemed elders, you seem to be one short, Kenshin remarked, mockingly observing the 4 elders who struggled to rise from the ground, along with a pool of blood staining the earth. The 4 elders, their faces smeared with dirt from the explosion, could no longer conceal their figures beneath their black robes. They decided to abandon their pretense, grabbing the corners of their robes and casting them aside. I am the 3rd, declared a man with striking golden hair, his countenance marked by determination, and his stature towering above that of ordinary men. The 9th, Kodo, announced another, his wild, coarse hair resembling that of a hedgehog, his robust physique bearing numerous scars and sword marks that spoke of his formidable strength and explosive power. The 4th, Rei, in tone the only man still shrouded in a black robe, his voice hoarse yet steady. The 11th, Kuro, introduced the familiar figure adorned with a bronze mask, his identity still a mystery to all save for Kenshin. At that moment, Gintoki, the one recently felled by the explosion, stepped forward, standing protectively behind Kenshin in anticipation of an ambush from the enemy. To think I could be killed by a mere shell, it truly redefines my understanding, he scoffed. That fool ought to have perished long ago. Lacking any capability, he dared to participate in this conflict. His demise is of no concern to anyone else. Kuro's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet, his death has conveniently disrupted their formation, Rei added, as he swiftly positioned himself before Kenshin. The Haidokiri is my quarry. None shall take him from me. I am curious to see if your Munikika can shatter my immortality. Humph, I have no time to indulge you. Kenshin retorted with a cold snort, swinging his sword downward. I'll end this swiftly. He boldly seized the blade of Munikika with one hand while grasping the wooden hilt of a toya knife with the other. Rei's concealed form trembled slightly beneath his robe. And curiously, not a drop of blood fell from the hand gripping Munikika. Meanwhile, Samtu and his companions leapt from their ship, encircling the enemy. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Void, it's time to settle old scores, Samtu declared in a low voice. How many lessons must you learn? Decades ago, you could not defeat me, Void waved dismissively. What significance does it hold, even with your son and daughter at your side? Such words are unwarranted. I am quite displeased about being so easily dispatched by this Mr. Mune, Black remarked as he leaped from the warship, utilizing the force of his descent to strike Mune's staff with a blade, sending both combatants careening backward. Leave Mune to me, Void's voice echoed as Black broke through the wall of the Martian base with a resounding crash, leaving the remainder of his words unheard. Samtu and his companions locked eyes, their expressions resolute as they faced Void. As an appetizer, it may not be too bad, he said slowly with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Guangdao's imposing presence descended, and after smashing a large hole in the ground, he extended his fist towards the wig with a wild smile. The wig, however, remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword, raising it directly towards Guangdao's head, making his intentions unmistakably clear. The third party, Zhan, was cheerfully intercepted by Chima. Step aside, you reinforcement. Ahaha, this tree is planted by me. This road is opened by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. Do you want money? No. I want your life. And He was merely one of their own, putting on a facade while genuinely acting as such. He casually stated he was going to catch someone and vanished without a trace. What a legitimate excuse for letting them off the hook. Chapter 429. This is blatant cheating. The Undying let out a cold laugh, his arm bending in a peculiar manner as the blade of Aburazukio was aimed directly at Lee's head. I specialize in exterminating the Undying. Oh, hidden beneath the black cloak. His expression was indiscernible, but one could be certain that his disdainful tone matched a face that was equally dismissive. His arm contorted into an unusual shape, and with a disdainful snort, his black figure moved like a phantom, swiftly arriving before Genshin. Before Aburazukio could be activated, a hand clad in a black glove tightly grasped him. Genshin's gaze tightened. Red Sakura came at an extremely opportune moment, piercing straight towards Genshin's ear. Yet Lee did not evade. He took the thrust head-on. In an instant, red sakura pierced through his head, emerging from the back of his skull. Just as Jin's words of relief were about to escape his lips, Li's eerie and mocking laughter erupted. With his other hand, he grasped the red sakura still embedded in his head and forcefully yanked it forward. Upon impact with his chest, it felt as though his ribs might shatter. Jin and Jinshin, unable to maintain their footing, left deep scratches on the ground as they stumbled backward, propping themselves up with their swords. Sweat beading on their foreheads as they gazed at Li not far away. Have you experienced the terror of being undying? Your feeble attacks cannot harm me, Li sneered, pointing at Jinshin. Even your Abrozukyo, which counters most, is merely a piece of scrap metal before me. Indeed, he was on an entirely different level than the previous adversaries. Exchanging glances, Jin and Jinshin understood each other simultaneously. They then assumed a dual combat stance. Jin stood at the back, wielding a pair of swords, red sakura pointing at the ground, and Toya Lake aimed at Li, while Jinshin adopted a stance from the He-Ten Mitsurugi style, crouching in front of Jin, his gaze fixed intently on Li. So, if you wish to kill me, come and try. Perhaps your dull swords might leave a slight mark on me. Li extended his hands, resembling a zombie, positioned in front of him. White Knight Chopper, draw the blade. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his gaze, and in an instant, the figure of Jinshin vanished without a trace. Accompanying his disappearance, the air crackled with the sound of sparks and the clash of blades against solid objects. Though the individuals were obscured from sight, it was evident that their speed had far surpassed what an ordinary observer could perceive. Whether it was the dragon's nest flash, or the tornado flash, or even the divine speed of the dragon's soaring flash, as various techniques of the flying sword style were unleashed, Li continuously parried from side to side. At times, even when unable to block, he embraced the exchange of wounds, leaving scratches upon Jinshin while swiftly healing himself. It was as he had claimed, even the likes of the obscured village's Zen was of little consequence to him. The robust iron staff concealed within the black robe swiftly deflected the strike of the obscured village's Zen, while his other hand formed a fist, delivering a straightforward blow to Jinshin's face, sending him flying far away. In that fleeting moment, Jintoki slid beneath the trajectory of Jinshin's ejected figure. The blade of the Toya Lake aimed directly at Li's jaw, thrusting forward. Unexpectedly, Li countered by spreading his palm against his jaw. The blade of Toya Lake pierced through his hand, rendering further advancement impossible. Knees collided with Jintoki's chest, propelling him away as blood sprayed from his mouth, staining Li's black robe with crimson droplets. Even the descending strike of the red cherry passed by, merely tearing at the edges of the black robe. The flying sword style's twin dragon flash surged forward as Jinshin drew his blade, initially using the sheath to deftly drag the airborne Jintoki towards the heavens, preventing him from sustaining further injury upon landing. With his feet relentlessly pressing toward Li, a second slicing strike followed, angled sharply in its descent. Li took a slight step back to evade Jinshin's attack, flipping his large hand to obscure Jinshin's line of sight with his robe. The flying sword style's dragon's nest demon cry. The black robe cloaked his vision, and Jinshin resolutely unleashed his self-created advanced technique, the dragon's nest flash. Invisible slashes, imbued with subtle purple sword energy, struck with increasing force and speed against the black robe, accompanied by the unique power of the obscured village's Zen. Alas, these efforts proved futile. Indeed, the grotesque figure, rendered unrecognizable by the slashes, emerged from the blade's light, extending a bloodied arm to seize Jinshin's throat. Lifting him effortlessly, a futile struggle, Jintoki appeared on the opposite side, raising the Toya Lake and red cherry high towards the heavens while bellowing a fierce cry as he struck downward. With a single hand gripping the throat of the sword heart, Li used the sword as a shield, compelling Jintoki to halt his offensive. Yet, Li was not so easily deterred. With a swift uppercut, he sent the exhausted Jintoki soaring into the sky, simultaneously casting away the sword heart, which collided with Jintoki in midair before they both plummeted to the ground. His black robe was tattered and torn, yet Li extended his hand, palm open, as the visible crimson scars upon his body gradually healed and vanished. Aside from the fresh blood still staining him, it seemed as though he had never been injured at all. "You may try again," he said. Suddenly, the great door was shattered, and a red figure collapsed to the ground, coughing before laboriously rising to his feet. He tousled his unruly hair, sheepishly retrieving a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and donning them. With an aura thick with killing intent, he approached, indifferent to the surrounding heat and crimson glow. His expression cold, as a scar on his palm continued to heal. If the quick response team insists on engaging in this battle, I must deal with you. The leader of the quick response team, Sakamoto Tatsuma. You must have performed your intelligence work better than I did. Since you have long known my identity and harbored a deadly resolve against me, do you not find it a waste of breath to prattle on? Tatsuma brushed off the dust from his clothes. The third of the Senate. Ah, I have truly caught a remarkable fish this time. This is your misfortune. With that, he launched himself towards Tatsuma with a powerful stride. No, this is my fortune, Tatsuma replied with a grin. That guy from Mutsu will handle the rest. Nanny. He came to an abrupt halt, paying heed to Tatsuma's words. This man, not particularly formidable in martial prowess, possessed insight and wisdom that surpassed many. In a certain sense, such a man was far more dangerous than those who wielded their blades in front, like the likes of the Batusai. The fleet of the Heavenly Tao was unceremoniously received by the quick response team, who unfurled their arms, shedding their outer linen cloaks, one hand grasping a firearm, the other at their waist with a sheathed long sword. Tatsuma observed his attire, unable to suppress a whistle. Indeed, as times evolve, I seem to grow increasingly handsome. Ha! The fleet's expression darkened as they regarded Tatsuma. Had this man already orchestrated everything? When he leapt from the quick response team, he had already chosen me as his target. Do not think of retreating. This is the power room of the Mars base, which means that all power generation and air supply are sourced from here. This is the heart of the Mars base, Tatsuma declared, his weapon aimed directly at Jean. You've managed to chase me down without a single thought. But do you believe you possess the strength to ascend from 700 meters beneath the surface of this Mars base? Tatsuma continued, smiling. Unless you kill me, do not even think about reaching the elevator to the surface. Red light flashed intermittently, illuminating Jin's face, which was marked by an array of emotions. The sword in his hand was struck away by the fist of the radiant path, sending the wig rolling to the side as it hastily followed the direction in which Chun Ma had just fled. Humph, you shall not escape, the radiant path scoffed, enlarging the opening once again before bending down to enter. Were Chun Ma and the wig concocting some scheme? In a confined space, bullets were discharged with precision, while a man on the opposite side evaded every shot with remarkable agility. As he traversed the unobstructed area, he slashed down with his hand in a knife-like motion, a faint earthy power seemingly residing within his strike. Without uttering a word, he withdrew half of his blade, lowering himself to block the hand strike, while simultaneously turning to aim his gun directly at the true target's head, firing without hesitation. Bang! Tilting his head just in time, he narrowly avoided the scorching bullet that whizzed past his ear, almost costing him his hearing. He leaned forward, forcefully pushing Chun Ma's chest, sending him tumbling away. Yet, in midair, Chun Ma managed to twist his body and toss a magazine upwards. What a troublesome adversary. Do you still harbor hopes of defeating me in direct combat? With a powerful push of his foot, he propelled himself forward, a long sword slipping from his sleeve. He deftly tossed it ahead, the scabbard soaring towards Chun Ma. The sword was fully drawn, skillfully redirecting the scabbard to the side. Meanwhile, with the other hand, he discarded the spent magazine, swiftly sliding the newly tossed one into his firearm. As he landed, the sword-wielding hand pressed the charge button, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the true target once more. How infuriating! Are you too cowardly to face me head-on? Watching another wave of bullets approach, Chun Ma seethed at the true adversary's reluctance to engage in close combat. Yet, he chose to endure the onslaught, relying on his self-healing abilities to withstand the barrage. As long as he survived this round, his regenerative powers would ensure he emerged relatively unscathed, ready to strike down that detestable foe. Naively, Chun Ma let out a cold laugh, refraining from revealing his thoughts as he swiftly discharged his bullets, each one finding its mark on the true target. Die! Countless bullets struck him, blood flowing freely. Yet his self-healing capabilities gradually mended his wounds. The true adversary chuckled coldly, a brilliant yellow light emanating from his long sword, delivering a furious downward strike. With no time to evade, Chun Ma could only brace himself against the blow, only to have his blade shattered in the process. The true adversary's sword carved a deep gash across Chun Ma's body, blood splattering as he grimaced in pain. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gun, aiming directly at the true target's head, preparing to pull the trigger. In response, a swift backhanded punch sent Chun Ma flying, blood spilling in his wake. He collided violently with the steel wall behind him, creating a massive dent before coughing up blood, collapsing to his knees in a wretched state. As he humorously gazed at Shinma while pleading for mercy, he remarked, "If you obediently become the dog of the heavenly Tao, a true dog in essence, I might spare your life." Shinma, with his head bowed, did not lift it but emitted a derisive chuckle, coughing up more blood. "I've never encountered a heavenly Tao elder as loquacious as you. Why not learn from me?" He simply seized our two strongest warriors. He had intended to select either by Yacha or Baduzi, but with a disdainful look at Shinma, he continued, "Unfortunately, this is your choice. You have brought about your own demise and cannot blame others." "Bring about my own demise? Perhaps not," Shinma retorted with a sneer. "After 10 minutes of battle, my magazine is nearly empty. I truly marvel at your resilience." With a scoff, he added, as one who draws upon the endless energy of the earth, "How could I possibly be defeated by you?" As he spoke, a vibrant yellow energy surged from the ground into his body, replenishing his earlier expenditures. "No. What I meant was, up until now, you have been using your so-called energy barriers to deflect my bullets or evade my shots. This has only informed me that it is not yet the opportune moment to bring you down," Shinma declared, lifting his head to reveal his shattered sunglasses, exposing his vacant, fish-like eyes, filled with reckless arrogance as he stared at Jean. "Let it explode." "Huh." Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Jean, who had just completed his self-healing and appeared unscathed, suddenly felt the heat in his body surging dangerously. The wounds that had just healed began to throb painfully. Could it be? Jean could not help but entertain a dreadful suspicion. "My bullets are all self-destructing," Shinma exclaimed, spitting blood onto the ground, laughing heartily. "Knowing you possess immortality, how could I not prepare a grand gift for you? How despicable. You plotted against me. Too late. Let it self-destruct." Jean. In a series of swift strikes, he redirected Samta's hammer aside, and boundless black energy suddenly enveloped the Tianlok slash, shaking the air and sending the three attackers, Samtu included, flying. Su chose not to pursue, but extended his arm towards the trio. "What does this mean?" Samtu inquired in a low voice. 3 against 1, and you barely managed to reach a stalemate. "TSK, I have undoubtedly overestimated your abilities," Su remarked, appearing quite disappointed. "Is this all the strength you possess? You lack even the qualifications to compel me to unleash the Crescent Moon Charge. Without the power of the Dragon Vein, do you still dare to boast so?" Samta retorted with a cold laugh. "You, who have stolen the power of our planetary dragon veins, have grown so formidable. It is we who have bestowed this upon you." "Wrong," Su replied icily. "It is not you who bestowed it upon me, but rather I seized it for myself, extracting the power of the dragon veins from the planets. Do you believe it to be an effortless endeavor? The guardian of the dragon vein power, that monstrous entity, proved to be a formidable challenge that required considerable effort to overcome." With a subtle raise of his brow, Su remarked, "However, had I discovered Earth sooner, I might have lost interest in your planet altogether. The power contained within your celestial body pales in comparison to that of Earth, yet it has birthed such troublesome creatures. Meanwhile, Earth, brimming with dragon vein energy, is plagued by a mere assembly of inept beings. My intent to claim the dragon veins is rather evident, is it not? You simply drew the short straw." As he spoke, Su clenched his fist, dark energy gradually enveloping him from the heavenly Lockmoon cutter. "Never. The tragedy that befell our planet shall not be replicated on Earth," Samta declared resolutely, rising to his feet and brandishing his warhammer towards Su. "As a friend, I must stand against you." "Oh, the 3 of you?" Su replied, casting his gaze toward the arduous battle unfolding between Kenshin and Jintoki. Even united, they found themselves incapable of inflicting harm upon an adversary that was seemingly invulnerable, leaving them to grapple with an arduous struggle. "They appear rather beleaguered," Su observed. "I have faith in Kenshin. There is no being in this world that is truly invincible. This enemy must possess weaknesses that others have yet to uncover," Samhui stated calmly. "Once his vulnerabilities are revealed, vanquishing him shall not prove to be a daunting task. Yet, they may not endure until that moment," Su retorted, the blade of his weapon shimmering ominously. "You two shall not last until then." In an instant, a darkened sky engulfed Samtu and his companions. The battle between Kagura and the Star Sea Master was laden with tension, while the confrontation between Kuriko and Ora was not particularly fierce, yet both were astute individuals, continuously uncovering each other's intentions and traps, rendering their clash rife with uncertainty. In the midst of the Shinsengumi, a figure known as Shinbaji blended into the ranks, joining the main force to confront the forces of the Tendu, leaving the outcome of the conflict uncertain. Meanwhile, on Earth, a purple warship ascended through the atmosphere, heading directly towards Mars. The identity of its occupant remained a mystery to all. Chapter 431. Lacking inspiration, thus no chapter title. Make do with this for now. Is fleeing your only recourse? As he sidestepped a bomb hurled by a wigged adversary, feeling the searing heat of the explosion wash over him, Guangdao's expression hardened. The muscles in his arm bulged, pulsating with raw power that rippled through the air, tearing a steel plate from the wall and hurling it toward the back of the wigged foe's head, trailing a plume of white smoke. Yet, the foe was not to be underestimated. Deftly dodging the steel plate, he inadvertently noticed the approaching silhouette behind him, leaving the bomb he had been holding to fall unceremoniously to the ground. As he observed the wigged individual spinning midair and casually placing the bomb on the ground, Guangdao paused in his tracks. Although he possessed ample confidence in his physical strength, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary harm whenever possible. As the wig-wearing figure rose to their feet and gazed at Guangdao, the contempt in their eyes nearly ignited Guangdao's fury to its zenith. "You," Guangdao bellowed, "do not compel me to seize you, for I shall dismantle your bones piece by piece, forcing you to witness as I crush your heart in my grasp until it bursts." Anyone can make grandiose claims. If you possess the audacity, then come and act. The wigged figure retorted with a cold laugh, once again discarding a bomb at their feet before vanishing around the corner. "Just wait," Gue Shoutaro. With a tremor beneath his feet, Guangdao propelled the round bomb from the ground, stepping forward to hurl it away. Upon colliding with the wall, a thunderous explosion erupted, triggering the bomb that the wig-wearing figure had previously discarded, resulting in a chain of detonations. The successive shockwaves rustled the edges of Guangdao's garments, yet he remained unblinking, fixated on the explosion. With a sardonic smile, he dashed into the fray. Meanwhile, the wig-wearing figure, having just turned the corner, felt the reverberation of the explosion behind. The shockwaves surged through the narrow corridor, knocking the figure to the ground and sending debris flying. "TCH," they muttered, quickly regaining their footing and fleeing into the distance. Regardless of their ability to contend with the individual behind them, it was unnecessary to be in such a disheveled state if mere desperation could resolve the conflict. Engaging with someone akin to a cheat in a game would inevitably lead to their demise. "Chengma, you better not succumb before I even reach you," they muttered, hastening their pace until they appeared as nothing more than a swift shadow racing down the corridor. Meanwhile, Sakamoto Chengma emerged from the smoke, his imposing figure revealed. His clothing had long since vanished, leaving only tattered rags to cover the essential parts of his body, which was marred by craters from the explosions, each a testament to his wounds. Yet, amid the flesh's turmoil, the injuries began to heal slowly. It was only in that critical moment that he had summoned the strength to shield his head, allowing him to stand firm, for should he have faltered during the blasts, he would have certainly been left incapacitated on the ground, unable to mend his body. With a countenance as cold as frost, he regarded Chengma across from him, who still clutched a handgun, the murderous intent on his face having reached a perilous peak, a chilling aura that could paralyze the soul. "You're still alive?" Chengma appeared somewhat troubled, scratching his head. "I have revealed my strongest card, and yet I cannot seem to vanquish you. I shall no longer heed your words. I have learned from past mistakes and will not easily trust you again," Guangdao replied, raising his hand, blood still oozing from the wounds on his arm. "Is that so? You may lose a wealth of advantageous information," Chengma chuckled. "Who knows when I might let slip a secret? Such words from a dead man hold no value for me." With a sinister grin, he tightened his grip, and in an instant, Chengma sensed an unspoken peril looming, a chill of cold sweat suddenly appearing on his back. The impending threat was so inexplicable that he had not a moment of preparation. He leaped backward, and suddenly, a row of spikes erupted from the ground. The sharpness was undeniable. Had he not moved swiftly just moments ago, he would have been skewered like shish kebab. As the spikes pierced through his feet, Chengma, in shock, managed to evade the deadly crisis, forcefully leaping away and rolling to the side, then sprinting away without a moment's pause, disregarding the wounds on his feet. Wherever he landed, spikes shot up from the ground, forcing Chengma to flee in a disheveled manner, unable to linger even for a second. Despite leaving a trail of crimson footprints, stopping was tantamount to death. "I shall see how long your stamina can endure," he taunted, raising his hand and sweeping across, causing the earth beneath him to erupt in a shower of dirt, forming walls and obstacles intended to hinder Chun Ma's speed. "It seems you have finally decided to get serious," he remarked as he pushed against the earthen wall, spinning in midair and landing on a pillar. The rows of spikes on the ground clearly indicated that had he landed there, he would have been turned into a porcupine. Fortunately, he managed to grasp the pillar and hang on. Once again, he aimed his handgun at Jun, and with a cold smirk, Chun Ma said, "You enjoyed chasing me so much earlier, now it's time for a change in roles." He fired a series of precise shots at Jun, who, having learned from the previous encounter, deftly evaded the bullets while advancing towards the pillar where Chun Ma was stationed. "If your handgun were an infinite desert eagle, I would be impressed," Jun sneered, as he conjured a block of earth to create obstructions that blocked Chun Ma's line of sight, preventing him from aiming accurately. While swiftly closing the distance to the pillar, his hand poised for a decisive strike. "Huh," he shouted as he reached the pillar, unleashing a fierce blow with his hand that glimmered with a yellow light, severing the pillar from its base. "Nanny!" Chun Ma exclaimed in shock, only to leap away and instinctively begin running again. Jun's spikes continued to assault him while he dodged bullets. Simultaneously, Chun Ma was on the move, evading the spikes and various obstacles while counterattacking Jun. The battle reached a stalemate. In a brief interlude, Chun Ma sat in a chair, watching the scene unfold with a hearty laugh, patting the back of his wig. "It's not a wig, it's Gue, and this is definitely the Nandu set," he retorted. "I've only appeared a few times. Why is everyone else fighting and looking cool while I'm perpetually being chased and forced to flee? At least let me deliver a few heroic lines," he exclaimed, banging the table in frustration, clearly dissatisfied. "What a plethora of demands. As long as you don't remain in standby, it's fine," Chun Ma remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Or are you merely yearning to appear in the behind-the-scenes footage?" "No, absolutely not," the wig vehemently retorted. "Well, upon careful reflection, I could indeed have a featured chapter, and you certainly wouldn't be far behind," Chun Ma chuckled contentedly. "How absurd." The wig clenched its fists, frustration evident on its face. "I too desire a dedicated chapter. For that, I would even be willing to pluck the curls from that rascal Jintoki's head, not to mention Kenshin's." Jintoki and Kenshin stood frozen, momentarily petrified. "We merely came to exchange greetings, yet it seems we've stumbled upon some remarkable declarations." Chapter 432, Be Serious, We're at War. The second pillar's face, in the sky. An incessant barrage of cannon fire raged on, with the warships of the Tendos and the Ishin faction plummeting through the air, creating a new spectacle against the already crimson backdrop of the heavens. On the ground, Jintoki and Kenshin, both sent sprawling, left two trails in the earth. After exchanging a glance, they transformed their forms once more and charged forward. "Before you learned of my immortality, your willingness to fight was indeed blissful ignorance. Now that you have encountered true terror, what fortitude allows you to persist?" As the wounds on his hand healed, Lee sneered coldly, launching himself towards the two. Disregarding the blades they had sunk into his shoulder, grasping their necks, he lifted them effortlessly. "Since you still harbor the will to fight, prepare to meet your end. The Tendos require puppets, not individuals like yourselves." As Lee prepared to strangle them, he noticed Kenshin's cold smile as the blade in his hand plunged into Lee's throat, slicing horizontally and severing his neck partially. The hilt of the sword struck Lee's forehead, sending him sprawling while Kenshin and Jintoki descended, landing heavily on the ground, clutching their throats and coughing laboriously. A futile struggle ensued. Lee, with only half a neck still attached to his head, had not yet succumbed. Steadying his head with his hands, he began to heal the gaping wound while observing the two kneeling before him. "You yearn for a swift end, yet it appears you desire to be tormented to death by me. The place we just attacked was the last unscathed area, which means we have struck every part of you, including your most delicate areas," Jintoki remarked, coughing a few times before continuing. "There is no such thing as an absolutely unsolvable ability in this world. This is something a certain red-eyed, obsessive fan once imparted to me. There must be a chink in your armor. We simply have yet to uncover it." Kenshin rose to his feet, his hand gripping the Oboro Muramesa, which suddenly summoned a gust of air, transforming into a colossal sword of wind. "Since I cannot find your weakness, perhaps I shall simply reduce you to a pulp. Will you still be able to regenerate?" The intensity in the tone of the two adversaries revealed their repressed fury. He was acutely aware of their formidable presence, which belied the calmness he attempted to project. These two were notorious across the cosmos, their reputations as fearsome as that of a planet-sized beast. Even with his current abilities, he dared not recklessly approach them, fearing that if they discerned his capabilities, he would be fortunate to withstand 10 strikes against them. Wait, even if we cannot uncover your weakness, we shall not be defeated. With his stance firm, the cherry blossom sword struck the ground, creating a flourish of blade movements as he directed his aim at the chest of the formidable adversary. Gintoki chuckled, I have never failed when teaming up with Kenshin. Such bravado could only be uttered in moments like this. As he spoke, he extracted a section of chain from his robe, which clinked as it fell to the ground. Forming a circle, the colossal sword dragged across the ground, igniting fierce sparks and scorching a black line beneath its edge. Kenshin, with a cold visage, swiftly closed the distance. Launching a downward strike, the chain struck the side of the great sword, causing it to veer off course, while the other chain from the adversary swung towards Kenshin's head. In that instant, the lake transformed into a gray ribbon, slicing past Kenshin's ear, tugging a strand of his hair as it penetrated the gap of the adversary's chain, sending it flying away. In the next moment, Kenshin drew his blade from its sheath and executed a swift strike, sending the adversary soaring into the air. With a chilling smile, the giant sword dissipated. Kenshin turned and sheathed his blade, gathering his strength while issuing a low growl. Gintoki. Understanding his cue, Gintoki leaped beneath the lake, grasping it in hand and swinging it forward. The chain still attached to the sword also propelled ahead, causing the adversary to sway uncontrollably. The essence of sword drawing, he exclaimed, drawing the Oboro Muramesa as a notch suddenly appeared on the sheath, amplifying the sparks that danced upon it. Violet sword energy ignited, and with a swift motion, a massive crescent-shaped blade of purple energy, aflame with fire, engulfed the uncontrollable figure of the adversary in the sky. A resounding explosion erupted midair, the blinding purple light casting a hue of violet against the fiery red sky. Burn it all. Gintoki and Kenshin shielded their eyes, the latter coolly remarking, what a spectacle. Ah, it's quite lively over here. Observed the spirited Shinki, his head wrapped in bandages and sporting an excited expression reminiscent of Sun Wukong. I'm thrilled. So many powerful beings. Hey, leader, you can't possibly be thinking of charging down directly, can you? Leaving aside whether we can handle so many foes. The first issue is how to breach the fiery skies of battle, Afo Tua said, waving his hand in exasperation. If we recklessly dive in, we will surely be engulfed by this barrage of artillery, without even a moment to react, leading to our swift demise. Hence, I have not permitted you to descend. With a slight smile, he opened his eyes just a fraction. Naturally, there are others who will pave the way for our advance. Afo Tua queried, slightly puzzled. Look, Chun Yu remarked, gazing at the display screen where a fleet of warships suddenly appeared, adorned with familiar insignias. Afo Tua murmured, indeed, it's Chun Yu. And they have come to assist our esteemed leader. With a wave of his hand, Shunwei casually said, once they have sufficiently decimated the fleet near Jinshin, we shall be able to descend. That truly aligns with the Night Rabbit style, Afo Tua mused, but I still wish to ask, leader, did you come to Mars solely to engage in combat with the powerful while bearing such injuries? What else could I do? The formidable beings, renowned across the universe, eschew. At that moment, in an apartment on Earth, a bald man sneezed violently, scratched his reflective head, and then lay down to sleep. All of them are gathered here on Mars. If not to fight, what purpose could there be? Is that so? The elders of Tiandao, the heavenly kings, the seventh of the horizontal training. Why does this information appear concerning you, leader? Afo Tua brandished a particular document, glaring with his deadpan expression. TSK, Afo Tua? It would be wise not to hinder me, Shunwei retorted, revealing a glimpse of his eyes, which exuded a chilling and terrifying killing intent. I wish to see if this Night Rabbit, capable of annihilating an entire squad alone, truly deserves such a reputation. And if it does not meet your satisfaction, I shall sever his head and crush it with my bare hands. Hey, but your sister is up there as well. Must you be so gruesome? You might darken. You know, the entire world of SisterCon fans will not let you off lightly. The notion of my sister becoming a bloodstained rose may not be entirely unfavorable. Perhaps it would spark a modicum of interest in her, he replied. Chapter 434, Shea? You schemed against me. TCH, that wig-wearing fool, has he lost his way? Even a fool shouldn't be this foolish. Blood gushed from his mouth onto the ground, his once crimson coat now tattered and riddled with gaping wounds. Despite this, Chun Ma steadfastly propped himself up with a broken sword, refusing to succumb as he faced the equally bloodied Jun, his eyes still reflecting an unyielding spirit. Oh, it appears that the person you have been waiting for may never arrive. With a cruel smile, he propped himself up, the bright yellow light in his hand flickering. Though it no longer shone with the same brilliance as before, it seems that his confrontation with Chama has indeed taken its toll. Even without waiting for that foolish individual who has lost his way, I have long since devised a plan for how to deal with you. Chama observed his opponent rise. Unwilling to be outdone, he too stood up, discarding the spent handgun he held. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, he faced Jin, determined not to lose ground, at least in terms of momentum. Oh, are we finally moving to close combat? With your strength, do you truly believe you stand a chance? Jin raised an eyebrow, confident that with Chama having discarded his only ranged weapon, he possessed a 200% certainty of defeating him in a melee. Chama's gaze fell momentarily. He realized that the ill-planned arrival of his ally had now cornered him into a dire predicament. Furthermore, that so-called plan could only be executed once. It must succeed. Should it fail, the scant few individuals from Earth on this Martian base might be fortunate to return even one. There would be no second chance if this plan faltered. Do not speak so lightly. After all, I am one of the 5 members of the Koyo group. Underestimating me would surely lead to your own troubles. With an awkward scratch of his head, he swiftly dodged a flying shard thrown by Jin, which embedded itself into the steel wall, creating a crater accompanied by a web of cracks. Die. Having no desire to converse further with Chama, Jin lunged forward, radiating a formidable killing intent. In an instant, Chama's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Facing an adversary of such high rank among the elders, the fact that they had managed to exhaust each other to this extent would surely lend him great renown across the universe. As Chama evaded Jin's flying kick, he positioned his broken blade defensively. In the midst of his rotation, the blade spun with him, while Jin produced an iron rod from his sleeve. The clashing sounds echoed as Jin blocked Chama's strikes, and as they passed each other, Jin discarded the iron rod without a glance. Chama, having regained his balance, sidestepped the flying rod, his blade poised before him. Boom! The iron rod struck Chama's broken blade, forcing it into the ground, causing blood to escape from the corner of Chama's mouth. What is the matter? Can you not hold on any longer? Jin sneered, exerting even more force. To compare strength with you is my gravest folly. I should never have faced it head-on. As he spoke, the broken blade whirled around his wrist, while the iron rod descended toward Chama's head. After completing its rotation, the blade returned to Chama's grasp, and without hesitation, he lunged toward Jin's forehead. Ridiculous. Do you not realize that I am immortal? Jin laughed maniacally. It is over, Sakamoto Chama. The true absurdity lies with you. Do you truly think I am unaware of everything? Given the existence of Aburazukyo, why should I not exploit its characteristics to confront you? A smirk graced the lips of Chinma, who, rather than retreating, launched into a more rapid assault, embodying the fierce intent to sever the very essence of his opponent. The mere thought of Aburazukyo's presence sent a shiver through him. Having traversed the vast cosmos for eons, it was not merely the fact that there existed beings who could not be vanquished, but rather the catastrophic potential of such weapons that could lead to total annihilation. In close combat, the prospect of being overwhelmed by sheer numbers had never instilled fear in the elders of the celestial path. Yet, amid the obscurity of this distant planet, a few individuals with overwhelming power had emerged, alongside weapons capable of flawlessly eradicating beings of their stature. This revelation compelled the celestial path to dispatch 5 of its elders post-haste. The presence of Hifumura Kingyo hastened the urgency surrounding Aburazukyo. There was no time to waste. As Chinma stepped back, his iron staff retracted in tandem, and he regarded his opponent with a serious demeanor. It appeared as though the broken blade in his hand could indeed counter the very essence of Jin, who, undeterred by the prospect of death, charged forward, delivering a fierce blow. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in Chinma's favor. Jin, unable to bear the thought of being struck, evaded with utmost caution while fortifying his defenses in anticipation of a counterattack. However, in an unforeseen twist, Chinma stumbled, his momentum interrupted by a protruding iron fragment, causing him to lose balance and lurch forward. A flash of opportunity illuminated Jin's eyes, a rare chance. With precision, he thrust his iron staff through Chinma's chest while another pierced the lung. Jin deftly avoided critical areas, mindful to evade the deadly blade that threatened to incapacitate him. Yet, as Chinma's broken sword found its way into Jin's right chest, a shadow of despair clouded Jin's features. "You deceived me," he roared in fury. The blade bore none of the characteristics of Aburazukyo. Even as it pierced his flesh, he felt the wound healing, rendering the notion of its special properties a mere illusion. How foolish he had been to believe it. It was always a deception. Chinma coughed up blood. Yet the fury reflected in Jin's countenance did not instill within him a shred of fear. "Sakamoto Chinma, you shall pay dearly for this." The memory of having been toyed with ignited an inferno of rage within Jin, an indignation he could not tolerate. Absolutely intolerable. "But I did not deceive you," Chinma shouted, ignoring the iron piercing his body as he grasped the hilt of his sword and forcefully pushed Jin backward. "Die, perish." The relentless assault on Chinma's body was evident in Jin's furious demeanor. Blood flowed from his mouth, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, as if his inner voice urged him to rest, to surrender to the fatigue that beckoned him. Yet another voice, resolute and unwavering, insisted he could not relent. He must press on, slicing through all obstacles until he reached his target. Yes, his very soul cried out with such fervor. I transformed into a dragon, piercing through the enemy ranks. With a resounding impact, I collided with a door at incredible speed, causing it to cave in, with half my body entering the breach. "Is this the end? Then perish." As I spoke, I morphed my fist into a claw, poised to penetrate Chama's chest and seize his heart in my grasp. "Huh. The conditions for certain victory have been gathered." Chama sneered, lifting his foot to kick me back into the door, which shattered under the force. Quickly pressing a button, the tempered glass door ascended slowly, encasing the area in a cylindrical barrier, with me trapped inside. "You think you can outsmart me, believing that confining me like this will suffice? Once I emerge, no matter how remote the cosmos, I shall seek retribution for this mockery." Turning to face Chama outside, I pounded my hands against the glass, yet failed to even rattle it. "Do you understand? This is the lowest level of the Mars base, which means all the power, electricity, and energy sustaining the protective shield originates from here." Chama knelt, spitting blood profusely. "The place you occupy cannot draw upon the Earth's strength, and this furnace. You should know what it represents." Cold sweat cascaded down my face. Indeed, when the Mars base commenced operations, all energy was derived from shields like yours. And the searing heat ignited within is the most effective means to counter you. Chama snarled. "In this world, there exists no invincible power. Can your so-called immortal body withstand the heat generated by an entire planet and preserve your life? Sakamoto Chama, Shea, you plotted against me. Only now do you realize. But it is far too late.